As the young master of the top power in the desolate area, your father is the unparalleled sword god of the desolate area, and your mother is the head of the Butian Pavilion, which monopolizes 80% of the business in the desolate area. Your sister possesses the Ice Emperor divine body, while you, born with the golden key, are a natural waste with blocked meridians. You originally wanted to live a peaceful life of luxury, but just a few days ago, you suddenly received a system prompt that marrying would bring supreme rewards. The higher the talent of the spouse, the richer the rewards. So you plan to forcefully marry the first goddess of the Desolate God Academy, as she is the proud daughter of the heavens with the pure divine body. At this moment, Liang Xie hesitated and said, "You are known in the academy as a waste in cultivation, with a bad reputation for bullying and harassing decent women. Besides having a good family background, what advantage do you have to match her?" Hearing this, you smirked and said, "I'm handsome." Liang Xie looked at your handsome and extraordinary face with some fascination, then shook her head like a rattledrum and gave you a white look. "Just because you're handsome doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Anyway, I won't help you propose to the Xia family. My parents are both on the battlefield outside the domain, and you are my mentor, the elder next to my parents. If you don't go, who will?" Liang Xie glared at you discontentedly. "What elder? I'm only 6 years older than you, okay? You make it sound like I'm so much older." "Yes, Director Liang looks both young and beautiful. If I didn't know, I would have thought you were my sister." As you speak, you help Liang Xie massage her fragrant shoulders. A faint fragrance wafts into the nose, making people feel refreshed. "Oh, come on, I'm not falling for this." After a moment of contemplation, Liang Xie blinked at you and said, "Since you want to get married, why does it have to be Xia Qingyan? You can also consider others, like me." After saying that, she intentionally straightened her proud and firm twin peaks. You pursed your lips and said against your will, "You are too big. I prefer someone smaller." Liang Xiyu's talent is also good, but there is still a big gap compared to Xia Qingyan, who has the pure body. Liang Xiyu glanced at you, snorted coldly, and said, "I can help you propose to the Xia family, but I can't guarantee whether the Xia family will agree or not." Hearing this, you muttered, "It's okay. If they don't agree, the Xia family will have no reason to exist. We can just resort to force if necessary." Liang Xiyu didn't hear clearly and asked, "What did you say?" "Nothing. I mean, I believe the Xia family will definitely be moved by my sincerity." At the same time, in the Xia family of Qixing City, the head of the family, Xia Qingfeng, personally went out with a group of elders to welcome the arrival of Liang Xie. "Teacher Liang can visit our Xia family, which really makes our Xia family shine." Upon entering the reception room, Liang Xie went straight to the point and said, "Master Xia, I actually came this time to propose marriage for my incompetent student, who has taken a liking to your daughter Xia Qingyan." Xia Qingfeng pondered slightly and said, "Teacher Liang, are you referring to that boy from the Su family? I heard that he is talented and has awakened a holy level bloodline. Although his talent is slightly inferior to Qingyan's, they are still a good match." Hearing this, Liang Xie sighed and said, "Master Xia, you misunderstood. The disciple I mentioned is someone else, the young master of the Yi family, Yi Chen." Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Xia Qingfeng's face as he said, "Teacher Liang, are you joking? Qingyan has awakened the pure body of innocence, with limitless future achievements. If she marries that scoundrel, wouldn't she be throwing herself and your precious ones into the fire pit?" "Master Xia, I am not joking. In fact, Yi Chen is not as bad as the rumors say. He is still quite innocent." "But how come I heard that he made a martial arts agreement with someone and sent people to break the opponent's legs the night before the match? Is this despicable behavior considered innocent?" And there was another incident with the princess of the Fire Nation, who participated in a trial assessment with him. She went in fine, but came out unconscious and disheveled. It is said that she was assaulted by Yi Chen, who refused to take responsibility afterwards. As Master Xia continued to expose your dark history, Liang Xie wished she could find a hole to hide in. "Yi Chen, you've ruined my reputation. Just wait until I get back. I'll make you pay." Xia Qingfeng hesitated to speak, looking very troubled. "Master Liang, what do you think about this?" "Xia family head, I understand your meaning. It seems that these two juniors really have no fate." Since the words have been said to this extent, Liang Xie can only give up. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded from outside. "You guys, dare to look down on my brother?" Upon hearing this, the Xia family members were shocked. "Who is it?" The other party entered the Xia family without disturbing any of their formations or restrictions, showing an unfathomable level of cultivation. The next moment, a slender and graceful figure in a snow-white fairy robe walked in from outside. "Are you Yi Yuqing, the saint of the Yi clan?" Xia Qingfeng and others have experienced countless things, and they recognized the identity of the other party at a glance. their eyes filled with fear. It is rumored that Yi Yuqing possesses the Ice Emperor divine body. At the age of 23, has already entered the realm of the 10,000 laws. Even many older generation 10,000 laws experts are not his opponents. Who opposes this marriage? Stand up. Yi Yuqing's cold eyes swept across the whole scene. She dotes on you, her only younger brother, in every possible way, and does not allow anyone to slander him. In her opinion, it is a great honor for you to be interested in Xia Qingyan. The Xia family should know their place, but they have angered her. If necessary, she can directly wipe out the Xia family and take Xia Qingyan back. Yi Yuqing, although your Yi family is powerful, you should also be reasonable. You can't just take things by force, right? The elder of the Xia family was furious, with a very resentful look. Do you think you deserve me to be reasonable with you? Yi Yuqing's gaze swept over. An unparalleled pressure swept in like an icy storm. In an instant, the elder was sent flying as if heavily injured, spitting out a mouthful of cold-blooded blood. What? The Xia family's crowd broke out in a cold sweat. The people of the Yi clan acted in a truly overbearing manner. You want to fuck someone at the drop of a hat? Even scarier. She almost killed the grand elder with one look. Anyone else object? Yi Yuqing's face was like frost, and there was no temperature in his cold eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that they would soon be in-laws with the Xia family, the other side wouldn't be as simple as spitting blood. The whole room was silent, with the great elder as a forewarning. Who would dare to come forward to find excitement? Holy Maiden Yi, it's an honor for my Xia family to be joined in marriage with the Yi clan, and I have no problem with this marriage. A smile came out on Xia Qingfeng's squeezed face. He knew it in his heart. Yi Yuqing had already shown mercy by not moving to kill just now, but if the Xia family continues to be insensitive, it's hard to say. The behemoth that was the Yi clan was an existence that the Xia clan could not afford to mess with. Good. 3 days later my Yi clan will come with a bride price to welcome the bride. Yi Yuqing finished speaking and turned around to leave. This is that asshole Yi Chen's sister. Liang Shuryu looked at Yi Yuqing's departing figure. Her heart shook. Yi Yuqing looked a little younger than her, yet his strength far exceeded her own, worthy of being the number one person in the younger generation of the desolate domain. Immediately, Liang Xie also left the Xia family. The eldest elder was furious and said, "Family master, could it be that you're really willing to marry Yenner off to that evil young man? Unwilling in how? In front of the Yi clan, we do not have the right to say no, can only go with the flow. If we can really marry with the Yi clan, for our Xia family is not a bad thing, we'll surely be able to enhance our position in the Bering domain. Is the bitter Yenner that child?" Xia Qingfeng let out a bitter smile and sighed. Prepare for Yenner's wedding 3 days later. On the second day after returning to the Desolate God Academy, Liang Shuryu planned to go and talk to Xia Qingyan. After some inquiries, learning that Xia Qingyan had locked herself up in the puppet match tower and didn't come out for a day and a night, Liang Shuryu walked into the puppet match tower. Find her on the 9th highest level. Inside the cultivation room, hundreds of scrapped puppets piled up, falling limbs and gear parts everywhere. The puppets at the 9th level possessed the strength of a Daojia realm martial artist. Xia Qingyan had destroyed hundreds of Daojia realm level puppets in one night. You can see the intensity of the practice. It's not like she's practicing. It's more like she's venting her heart's unwillingness and aggression. Qingyan student, you already know. Liang Shuryu's eyes flashed with a touch of heartache as she looked towards the purple-clad silhouette in the corner, hugging her knees. Well, Xia Qingyan nodded, her beautiful eyes red as if she had just cried. Classmate Qingyan. In fact, that bastard Jichen isn't as bad as the legend says. I guarantee that he won't condescend to you after you get married. Liang Shuryu extended her catkin jade hand and brushed Xia Qingyan's waist-length hair, softly saying. Xia Qingyan's pretty face was cold, and her eyes flashed with a touch of sarcasm. So what if it's not as bad as the legend says? But one doesn't like him. How could she be happy if she was allowed to marry someone she didn't like? Besides, Xia Qingyan never wanted to get married. She only wanted to cultivate with one mind. Seek the pinnacle of martial arts. What's wrong with that? Why did the other guy have to force himself to marry him? Does a strong background mean you can do whatever you want? Her small hands became tighter and tighter, and on the backs of her white hands, veins were clearly visible. She knew there was nothing she could do. Couldn't say no to this marriage. To do otherwise would bring about the demise of one's family. One can only be like a little grass that flows with the wind. Liang Shuryu sighed and comforted. Qingyan student, I know it's hard for you to accept it for a while, but the matter of feelings can be cultivated slowly. Maybe after you spend a long time with Yi Chen and see the good qualities in him, you'll like him too. Xia Qingyan didn't say anything. You like that villain? Never in this life. The news that Yi Chen and Xia Qingyan were going to get married spread quickly in the Desolate God Academy. As the number one beauty of Desolate God Academy and the proud daughter of heaven, Xia Qingyan was the object of adoration for countless male students. When they heard that she was going to marry the cultivation wastrel Yi Chen, many people had trouble accepting it and berated Yi Chen. What? Yi Chen? This punk is going to marry goddess Qing Yan. He's also worthy? Outrageous. How dare you snatch away our Qing Yan goddess? I will not share the same fate as this thief. Relying on his background, he usually likes to bully others. I've been looking down on him for a long time. Keep your voices down, all of you. If that evil young man hears you, it won't be good. What are you afraid of? Even if that punk stands in front of me today, I'm not afraid of him. You don't share me, and you deserve it? A faint voice rang out. Not good. Yi Chen is here. The crowd was shocked and immediately stopped talking. Although Yi Chen was a cultivation wastrel, he had a strong protector by his side. With this in mind, he is often in a position of power and no one dares to mess with him. A lot of people only dared to shoot their mouths off at most, and when Yi Chen really came, they all wimped out. Didn't each one of them say they wanted to fuck me just now? Why are they silent and dumb? Yi Chen swept his gaze across the crowd, and no one even dared to meet his eyes. The crowd was furious in their hearts, but they no longer dared to make a single sound of dissatisfaction. What's the point of pretending when you don't have the strength? A bunch of trash. Yi Chen didn't bother to meet these people in general and turned around to leave. Yi Chen, don't go too far. Just then, a plump and handsome white-clothed young man stood out with a firm gaze and said, "It's the young master of the Su family, Su Jian. The Su family is a 10,000-year-old family, and I heard that the backer behind it is a 10,000-year-old ancient sect, so he shouldn't be too afraid of Yi Chen." The crowd whispered. "You're not convinced?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. "That's right. What qualifications do you have to marry Xia Qingyan as a cultivation wastrel? Do you dare to make a date with me? If you lose you will immediately cancel the marriage contract," Su Jian said in a cold voice. If it was usual, perhaps he would still be afraid of Yi Chen for a moment or two, but as one of Xia Qingyan's suitors, hearing that his beloved goddess was going to marry this loser made it hard for him to accept. So he summoned up his courage and stepped forward to challenge Yi Chen. He has a saint-level bloodline. Strength can be ranked in the top 20 in the Desolate God Academy. If Yi Chen accepted the challenge, he would surely lose. Who the hell are you to be worthy of a battle with this young man? Scorn flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. You don't dare? Humph. Everyone was right just now. What else do you have besides a background? You're just a good-for-nothing wastrel. Su Jian snorted coldly, attempting to provoke Yi Chen. How dare you insult this young man? Slap your mouth. Yi Chen angrily rebuked. A ghostly figure flew towards Su Jian. It's not good for you, a senior, to intervene when two juniors are having a verbal fight, is it? As the young master of the Su family, Su Jian naturally had a Taoist protector protecting him in the dark. Four gray-clothed old men instantly appeared in front of Su Jian, emitting an aura at the Seal King realm level. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire field. The four were already considered first-class powerhouses in the desolate domain. Griffin, die! The ghostly figure flashed, and the sword light passed through the bodies of the four. Snort! The heads of the four Seal King realm powerhouses flew up into the sky. What? Killing four Seal King realm powerhouses in a second with one sword. In the shadows, there were many hidden enforcers who were usually responsible for maintaining the stability of the academy and forbidding students to fight privately. They wanted to step in to stop them, but after seeing this scene, their faces changed in fear and they disappeared in place. Just pretend they weren't here. The next moment, Phantom appeared. It was a black-robed man with a half-mask, the corner of his mouth raised in a cruel smile. If it wasn't for the fact that the young lord's order was to slap his mouth, you would already be a corpse. He pressed down on Su Jian's head with one hand, and with a thud, he smashed a huge hole in the ground. Su Jian's teeth flew across the room, and half of his face was bloody and miserable. Yi Chen swaggered over and stepped on Su Jian's chest with his foot, sneering, so what if this young man only knows how to bully people? Casting is a technical job. Who let me have an invincible background you don't have? Su Jian glared fiercely at Yi Chen, but did not dare to speak. How dare you stare at me? Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out? A flash of viciousness flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. He was just about to make his move when he heard a cool voice ring out. Stop! It's Tutor Liang, and Goddess Qing Yan. The crowd voluntarily moved out of the way. Liang Shiyu and Xia Qing Yan walked side by side, forming a beautiful scenery in the academy. Tutor Liang, Liang Chen is bullying people. He even encouraged his men and killed my protector of the Dao. Su Jian hurriedly ran to Liang Shiyue's side to complain. His face was bloody and turned out. His mouth was full of blood, and he couldn't speak clearly. Just now, even though I was far away, I saw it clearly. If you hadn't taken the initiative to provoke Yi Chen in the first place, how could he have made a move against you? Liang Shiyu said with a face like frost. Mentor, it's not like that. Su Jian wanted to explain. Liang Xie chided. Enough, Reflect on yourself first. Go back and write a 10,000 word review and hand it over to me first thing in the morning. Soo-jin's face looked worse than eating a dead fly. The crowd was also speechless. The one who hits is fine, but the one who gets hit is punished. This bowl of water is a bit excessive, isn't it? Yi Chen and Su Jian were both students of Liang Shiryu, but in her heart, she favored Yi Chen alone. Right or wrong? The reason why he had stopped Yi Chen just now was because he was afraid that he had gone too far and violated the academy's rules, which would bring him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Yi Chen's gaze went to Xia Qingyan beside Liang Shiryu. It was the first time he had ever looked the other man square in the eye. I have to admit, she does look beautiful, the most extreme type of all the women he had ever seen. Her pretty face is beautiful and flawless, a purple dress, graceful and delicate posture, skin like condensed fat, cool and unassuming, gentle and quiet, untainted by dust. It's like a fairy coming out of fairyland. Yi Chen couldn't help himself. As soon as he wrapped his arm around Xia Qingyan's well-gripped waist, his handsome face came close to her crystalline earlobes. From now on, you will be this young man's woman. You. Xia Qingyan's pretty face glowed with a haze, and her eyes glared angrily at Yi Chen. She has always been cold and aloof, saintly and dignified, refusing to let people in. Ordinary people who stood in front of her would feel ashamed of themselves and would not dare to look at her straight on. And at the moment, Yi Chen, however, took her in his arms in public. Straight away, her heart was indignant and she had no place to go. Only, she ghostly didn't struggle, but let Yi Chen do whatever he wanted. Perhaps she had, subconsciously, acquiesced to their engagement. Yi Chen's palms needed Xia Qingyan's delicate and soft willow waist. A little distracted, his lower abdomen was vaguely on fire. It has the feel of a loaded gun. Anyone who doesn't, come fuck me. Yi Chen looked at the crowd with an arrogant face. He just loved the feeling that others couldn't look at him and couldn't fuck him over. Damn. When the crowd saw Yi Chen blaspheming the goddess of their hearts with impunity, the anger in their hearts reached the extreme. Especially Su Jian, who was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Yi Chen, almost got it. Liang Xie pinched Yi Chen's waist fiercely and warned. This kid is getting out of hand. How dare you get your hands dirty in public? Hey, that's the end of it. Yi Chen grinned sardonically as his teeth grinned in pain. Immediately, he gazed at Su Jian who was ready to leave. Did I let you go? Yi Chen, what else do you want? Su Jian was furious. Weren't you going to challenge me just now? I accept your challenge and am going to the life and death ring. Yi Chen said. What? This punk of his wants to go to the life and death ring with senior brother Su. Isn't this looking for death? Senior brother Su, we support you to fuck him up. Yi Chen had long since sparked the ire of the crowd, and when the crowd heard that he had offered to go to the life and death ring, they all clamored. It seemed to the crowd that there was no difference between Yi Chen and Su Jian going up to the life and death ring and looking for death. The Desolate God Academy does not allow students to fight privately, but if they have a grudge, they can go to the life and death ring to settle it. Even if Yi Chen was the Yi clan's young master, his protector could not interfere after stepping into the life and death ring. Life and death can only be determined by each individual. If anyone dared to interfere with the life and death ring, they would definitely be heavily punished by the Desolate God Academy, or even banned for life. Yi Chen, going to the life and death ring is not a joke. No capriciousness. Fearing that Yi Chen was in danger, Liang Xie chortled. Are you serious? Su Jian's eyes narrowed. Once he was in the life and death ring, even if he killed Yi Chen, the Yi clan would not be able to pursue the blame. I always keep my word. Yi Chen nodded. Okay, right now? Su Jian gritted his teeth, itching to kill Yi Chen right now. I'm getting married soon. I don't have time to play with you now. Yi Chen said disdainfully. And when is that? Su Jian questioned. In 7 days. Yi Chen said. Good. I'll be waiting for you at the life and death ring in 7 days. And if you don't dare to come by then, it'll be a shame for the Desolate God Academy. Su Jian put in a harsh word and left. The crowd dispersed as much as they could. Yi Chen felt his waist being twisted, and he wailed in pain. Liang Xie angrily said. Yi Chen, you're too impulsive. Do you want someone else? Qingyan student, who just got married, to be a widow for you? It's too irresponsible to do so. Xia Qingyan's pretty face reddened and didn't say anything. Don't worry, I won't lose after 7 days. Yi Chen said confidently. You can pull back. On your battle 5 dreg strength I still done? You don't have any chance of winning against Su Jian. I advise you to dismiss the idea of going to the life and death ring. Don't send yourself to death for nothing. Liang Xie was furious, thinking that Yi Chen was being so impulsive in order to show off in front of Xia Qingyan. No, I have to get on. Yi Chen's gaze was firm. You, just go get yourself killed then. I'm too lazy to care. Liang Xie snorted coldly and pulled Xia Qingyan around to leave. As she was leaving, Xia Qingyan looked back at Yi Chen, a flicker in his eyes. What kind of a person is he? System if you dare to lie to me, I will definitely abolish you. Yi Chen sighed in his heart. If the system hadn't lied to him, the strength could become stronger when the marriage could be rewarded with supreme rewards. It should be easy to defeat a minor villain by then, right? Of course, one keeps one's hand in. At that time, if he really couldn't defeat Su Jian, he would just let Yi Ying make a move to obliterate the other party. Though in doing so, one would become the shame of the desolate God Academy. But he's been notorious for a long time. What would he care about that? Su Jian returned to his residence, and the more he thought about it, the more wrong he became. Yi Chen had always been as cunning as a fox, more meticulous than anyone else, so why would he take the initiative to propose to go to the life and death ring? Could it be a trick? But where the fraud was, he couldn't figure out. Just to be sure, I still need to be prepared for anything. Su Jian hesitated and crushed the jade pendant on his chest. Figured it out and willing to accept my power? Su Jian sat in front of a mirror that mirrored himself with a sinister face and spoke. That's right. As long as you can help me kill Yi Chen, I'm willing to pay any price. Su Jian clenched his fists. Don't worry, getting the power of this seat, killing a tiny Yi Chen is easy. In time, even the entire Yi clan. You won't put it in your eyes. Su Jian in the mirror bristled with an indescribably creepy smile. Immediately, a ray of black light drilled and flew out of the mirror, seeping into Su Jian's brow. He was immediately enveloped by an evil aura. The outwardly turned flesh and blood on his face wriggled like countless maggots crawling. A few moments later, the wound slowly healed and returned to its original state. Is this the power of an adult? Humph Yi Chen, today's insult. 7 days later I will definitely make you return it 100 times over. A flash of viciousness flashed in Su Jian's eyes. 2 days later, it was the day Yi Chen and Xia Qingyan got married. The Yi clan's welcoming party rushed towards the Xia clan in 7-Star City, only to see 99 golden scaled true dragons that covered the sky, pulling 99 magnificent and luxurious carriages, flying across the sky. Wherever they went, the golden haze shone brightly, the purple chi came from the east, and the sky appeared to be auspicious, incomparably shocking. Above the carriage, all the vehicles except the wedding carriage were filled with bright price. All of them were ancient treasures, supreme techniques, imperial pills, and so on, which were valuable and precious. Xia Qingfeng led many elders out of the city to meet him, and after seeing such a battle, they were all dumbstruck and shocked. They had thought about the fact that the Yi clan, as a top force in the desolate domain, had a strong heritage, but they had never thought that it would be so deep. The bride price is so expensive, which shows the sincerity of the Yi clan. Although the Xia family had married off a supreme heavenly pride that possessed the immaculate divine physique, the overall value of these bride price had far exceeded that of a heavenly pride that possessed a divine level physique. And by marrying the Yi clan, it was indeed the Xia clan who had climbed high. The benefits gained are endless. Whether it was the underlying resources or influence and so on, all of them had been greatly improved, even reaching the point where they could be compared to the 10,000 years family. This marriage, from any point of view, was a big profit for the Xia family. The Xia family members were still a bit upset in their hearts. After seeing the sincerity of the Yi clan again, each one of them also smiled with open brows, the unhappiness in their hearts long gone. Under the crowd's embrace, Xia Qingyan, who was dressed in cape and beautiful, was carried onto the wedding car by Yi Chen. Soon, the procession welcoming the bride returned to the Yi clan. There was also a lot of activity up and down the Yi clan. All the forces in the desolate domain, all the big names with great titles were almost all present, bringing their greatest treasures to congratulate them. One bow to heaven and earth. Second worship. Husband and wife worship each other. Sent to the cave. In the presence of many guests, the wedding proceeded smoothly, and the crowd crowded the couple and entered the cave. Late night, Yi Chen returned to the cave after seeing off the many guests. Xia Qingyan was dressed in a phoenix crown and cape. Her green silk was coiled up high and covered with jeweled embellishments. Her jade face was absolutely flawless, and she was shyly sitting beside the bed couch. It was like a fairy descending to earth. Yi Chen stared straight at her and couldn't help but gulp. In this life, as the young master of the Yi clan, he was not short of women around him, and he had seen a handful of top-notch beauties, but they all paled in comparison to Xia Qingyan. For a moment he watched with some fascination. Yi Chen came to the bed and sat side by side with Xia Qingyan, and couldn't wait to wrap the beauty in his arms. Xia Qingyan was at a loss for words as her pretty face turned red. Ever since she was a child, she had been so focused on cultivation that she had never considered the affairs of men and women, never even been in the same room with an unfamiliar man. At this moment, when she was hugged by Yi Chen, her heart was like a deer in the headlights, and it was a little difficult to breathe. That's a blush? How are you going to react when we do something more exciting next? Yi Chen whispered in Xia Qingyan's ear, and his hands were not idle. Wait, Yi Chen, can I make a few requests of you? Xia Qingyan's pretty face was flustered and apprehensive. It was clear that his cultivation far exceeded Yi Chen's, but in front of him, she felt an invisible sense of oppression that made her turn cautious in her speech. Say it, Yi Chen said indifferently. First, after I get married, I want to go back to the Desolate God Academy to train for a while to prepare for the Desolate Domain Heaven's Pride competition in a month's time. Second, there are some things I don't want you to interfere with me too much. Third, can you not touch me yet because I'm not ready? Xia Qingyan said shyly as her small hands cupped the hem of her skirt. First and second are no problem. As for the third, I'd like to promise you, but my brother won't let me. Yi Chen's eyes sizzled. You have a brother? Xia Qingyan was a bit puzzled. She had never heard that Yi Chen had a younger brother? Yes, you'll see it soon. While Xia Qingyan was still puzzled, she had already been pushed down by Yi Chen. You? Xia Qingyan still wanted to speak, but she was already blocked by Yi Chen's mouth. She didn't dare to resist too much for fear of angering Yi Chen, the evil young man, and implicating the Xia family. After a series of processes, Xia Qingyan met Yi Chen's brother. Her pupils dilated steeply in shock. You call that a brother? After the fish in water, Xia Qingyan lay in Yi Chen's arms and fell asleep. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his head. Ding! On the first day of the wedding, reward the undying Tao body. The Taoist body? Yi Chen's face was ecstatic. Cultivation physiques are categorized into mortal body, spiritual body, celestial body, holy body, divine body, Tao body, and so on. Each physique is further categorized into lower, middle, upper, and extreme. In the desolate domain, the divine body was already a ceiling existence, and it was already good enough for 2 or 3 to appear in 100 years. And the Tao body has only been heard of in legends, never before in the history of the wasteland. You can see how awesome it is. A wave of ecstasy washed over him. Then he began to study the indestructible Tao body. After fusing the indestructible Tao body, one could obtain a heaven-defying talent. Any martial arts can be learned in one go, one pass, and the body absorbs the aura of heaven and earth all the time, cultivating at a speed of 1,000 miles a day. Moreover, the body can also nurture the immortal divine power, which can heal wounds on its own and achieve the rebirth of a broken arm and the rebirth of a drop of blood. The more severe the injury, the stronger the wound will be when it heals. It was evident how terrifying the undying Tao body was. Learning that fusing the indestructible Tao body would not make a sound, nor would there be any pain, Yi Chen decisively chose to fuse. It only felt that the body was instantly turned upside down, transformed, and reborn in nirvana. Every inch of flesh, bones, sinews, internal organs and even every organ and tissue, etc., were washed by divine power. And there was a thrill of the flesh becoming a saint and being reborn in a fire. A black hole vortex coalesced in the middle of the dantian, exuding the power to devour everything, greedily sucking in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. He hadn't deliberately cultivated, and his cultivation was surprisingly growing at a visible rate. The Taoist body is horrible. Yi Chen was excited. As for Xia Qingyan in his arms, her eyelashes trembled slightly, leaving behind 2 lines of clear tears. Did she give her first time to someone she didn't like? Early the next morning. Come on, I'll take you somewhere, Yi Chen said indifferently. Where to? Xia Qingyan's pretty face was shy, and she slowly put on her clothes. A touch of flirtatiousness had been added to her cool and pretty face, giving her a bit more of a bright and attractive flavor. Yi Chen said, my Yi clan's martial arts tower, with the indestructible Tao body. It was also time to find a supreme martial art to cultivate. Yes, Xia Qingyan nodded. Legend has it that the Leaf clan's martial arts tower, one of the Leaf clan's 10 forbidden places, collects the top martial arts in the wasteland region. It is a holy place that all martial artists aspire to. Good morning, young lord. Good morning, young granny. The two walked side by side, and the people they met on the road bowed respectfully to them. There was no lack of strong people at the Seal King realm and Supreme Saint realm levels. Xia Qingyan moved slightly. Although she was also a young lady from a worldly family, she had never experienced the feeling of being admired by 10,000 people. The woman's vanity was satisfied in a small way. It made her sadness feel a little better. Soon, the two walked into the martial arts tower. Young master, young grandmother, you've come to pick a martial art? The one guarding the martial arts tower was a grey-clothed old man with a 9th level of the Seal King realm cultivation who greeted him with a smiling face. Yes, Yi Chen nodded. I don't know which level of the martial arts tower young lord wants to go to, the grey-clothed old man asked. The martial arts tower had a total of 108 floors, storing countless martial arts techniques, and the higher the number of floors, the higher the grade of the martial arts stored. Go to the 108th floor, Yi Chen said. This, The gray-clothed old man was a bit embarrassed. Is it difficult? Yi Chen asked. That's not true. With the young master and young grandmother's status, they can freely enter and exit any layer of the martial arts tower. It's just that with your temporary cultivation, cultivating such a profound martial art is a bit too much of a stretch, the gray-clothed old man said. You don't have to worry. I have it in mind. Yi Chen said. Well then, this way. The gray-clothed old man immediately opened the teleportation array. The two of them, Yi Chen, stepped into the teleportation array and were directly transported to the 108th floor. In a void of space, there were over 100 glittering jade slips suspended, emitting an infinite luster of arcane runes. These are all emperor-level martial arts? Xia Qingyan was shocked. Martial arts are categorized into yellow level, Xian level, earth level, heaven level, saint level, emperor level, god level and so on. Each grade is subdivided into lower, middle, upper, extreme, and so on. In the desolate domain, emperor-level feats were the top of the line, valuable and rare. I'm afraid that the Desolate Divine Academy, the #1 academy in the desolate domain, didn't have that many emperor-level martial arts, right? It could be seen how terrifying the Yi clan's depths were. You can pick any martial arts here. Not only that, you can also use all the cultivation resources of the Yi clan as you please in the future. It's your right, Yi Chen said indifferently. Thanks. Xia Qingyan's bright red lips trembled slightly. It was unthinkable that on only the first day of marriage, Yi Chen had no reservations and immense trust in her. It warmed her sad heart slightly. There was also a hint of goodwill towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at it for a long time, and with a grab of his 5 fingers, a jade sketch flew into his hand. 5 ancient inscriptions were engraved on it. The sky-splitting sword drawing technique. That's it. A flash of excitement passed through Yi Chen's eyes. After choosing your martial arts, feel free to move around. I'll leave first. Yi Chen took the jade slip and turned to leave. Xia Qingyan looked at his back. Her eyes were complicated, and there was still some small loss in her heart. After that, Yi Chen arrived at the cultivation field. He began to study up on the heaven-shattering sword drawing technique. This sword technique was an emperor grade upper grade sword technique. One could condense one's strength, chi, blood, aura, soul force, and countless other forces into a single sword, instantly erupting into a supreme strike. The power is terrifying. After he fused the undying Tao body, his cultivation talent was also an overwhelming existence. Even if it was an emperor-level martial art, it could soon be comprehended. It took over an hour. Yi Chen had already touched the threshold of swordsmanship. With a thought, the long sword at his side was sheathed, and all his strength condensed into a single point, cutting out a pithy sword blade. Boom! The long rainbow of swords swept by, cutting a hideous crack more than 20 feet long in the earth. Worthy of being an emperor-level martial art, just at the introductory realm. It's so powerful? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth lifted into a smile. The cultivation field's formation was activated, quickly restoring the cracked ground to its original state. Next we can have a practical exercise. Little Yi, help me arrange an opponent. Yi Chen spoke faintly. A formation-generated voice rang out. May I ask what intensity of opponent the young lord requires? Divine Infant Realm first level. Right. Yi Chen added. The young master's current cultivation level is the 7th level of the Yuan Dan realm. The danger factor of an opponent in the Divine Infant realm is a bit high, so please consider it carefully. The voice said. Do it. Yi Chen said in a cold voice. Roger that. A formation door opened and a glowing cave slowly fell. Inside was locked up a huge rhinoceros demonic beast. Its body was like a rock. Its eyes were blood red, and it looked incomparably violent. It was a Divine Infant Realm first-level demonic beast, a one-horned rock rhinoceros. The door of the cage opened, and the one-horned rock rhinoceros let out a low roar and rushed out. Its body was like a copper wall. Its thick limbs ran wildly. Its speed was getting faster and faster. The earth shook and trembled. The impact was incomparably terrifying. A strong person at the 9th level of the Yuan Dan realm would not be able to carry this terrifying collision from it. Yi Chen's eyes slowly narrowed. After fusing the indestructible Tao body, his senses became stronger and stronger, and his eyesight seemed to be able to pierce through everything. In his eyes, the speed of the one-horned rock rhinoceros gradually slowed down. What looked like a powerful impact was broken. Suddenly, Yi Chen performed the Jintian sword drawing technique, and his power instantly exploded as all his strength was condensed into a single point. Thumbs up! The hard armor of the one-horned rock rhinoceros was pierced through by the sword chi, and his flesh was directly torn apart. Blood erupted and burst, and the smell of blood filled the air everywhere, only to see the flesh of the one-horned rock rhinoceros that fell into a pool of blood in 2 halves. The wound was smooth and even, like a mirror. It could be seen how sharp the sword was. After killing the one-horned rock rhinoceros in a second with his sword, Yi Chen's understanding of the Zantian sword drawing technique became even more profound. Next opponent. Divine Infant Realm 3rd level. He struck while the iron was hot and prepared to continue the fight. The formation opened again and a cage was transported out. Inside was imprisoned a black-scaled serpent over a dozen meters long, with ghostly green eyes, spitting snake letters, and covered in ghostly green poisonous gas. Animals that approach within 3 feet of it are immediately poisoned. Divine Infant Realm Triple Demon Beast Poison Shadow Serpent King. The Poison Shadow Snake King was released. It raised its head, spat out its snake letters, and stared at Yi Chen with a pair of dead eyes. Its terrifying sense of oppression unknown how many times more powerful than the one-horned rock rhinoceros from just now. Suddenly, the venomous Shadow Snake King attacked, turning into a black lightning bolt. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a step to move out horizontally, brushing shoulders with the incoming poisoned Shadow Snake King, and in an instant, it only felt like the hairs on his body were standing up. Is this what it feels like to be on the edge of life and death? Boom! The ground where he was originally located was blasted out with a hole more than 3 meters in diameter. And in the next moment, Yi Chen also seized a break in the poisoned Shadow Snake King and stomped on the ground with both of his feet, attacking it. The Jintian sword drawing technique was cast. Sword chi pips burst out, as fast as lightning, domineering. The venomous Shadow Snake King's pair of vertical eyes flashed with horror, and a dozen poisonous gas bombs entwined with poisonous gas were spat out from his huge bloody mouth. Thumbs up. This sword was so powerful that it swept across everything. A dozen or so gas bombs were instantly decimated. Immediately after, the sword chi penetrated through the body of the venomous Shadow Snake King, and its huge head directly exploded, with venomous blood flying horizontally in a miserable manner. Yi Chen landed steadily on the ground with his back to the poisoned Shadow Snake King. The face couldn't help but change. Above his left shoulder, he was eroded by a wisp of ghostly green poisonous gas. Yi Chen immediately felt his vision blurring and a little dizzy. The poisonous Shadow Snake King was extremely toxic, and when it was contaminated with a little bit of poisonous gas, it would spread all over the body at an extremely fast speed, and even a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Infant Realm would die for sure. Yi Chen hurriedly operated the power of the undying Dao body. Wisps of radiant golden light emanated from the Dantian, containing the mysterious power of immortality. In a moment, the intense poison in his body was dispelled. The physical body was also nourished by the power of immortality once again, cleansing the muscles and marrow, as if it was once again transformed. His cultivation level crazily skyrocketed, breaking through the 8th level of the Yuandan realm in an instant. Is this the terror of the undying Dao body? The power of indestructibility could do things like rebirth of a broken arm, rebirth of a drop of blood, and a large increase in strength after each repair of an injury. Next, the 4th level of the Divine Infant Realm. Yi Chen intended to continue fighting. Soon, he had been grinding in the cultivation field for a whole day. One after another powerful demonic beast fell under his sword. The corpses of the demonic beasts were piled up like mountains, and the blood gathered into small streams, which was horrifying. Performing the sky-splitting sword drawing technique over and over again made his understanding of the sword technique grow deeper and deeper as well. Without realizing it, he had already cultivated the sky-splitting sword drawing technique to the small completion realm. In 1 day's time, he had cultivated an emperor-level martial art to the minor achievement realm. Even a heavenly pride with a divine body was far from being able to do so. If word got out, it would definitely shake the entire desolate domain. Next, Divine Infant Realm 9. Yi Chen and the sword in his hand were both bruised and broken. The body seems to be on the verge of reaching its limits. However, he was prepared to challenge stronger demonic beasts, which he used to break through the limits. The formation opened and a cage appeared. Inside was imprisoned a demonic ape, with thick limbs and gnarled muscles, with hot flames burning on his fur, and an eerie smile on his hideous face. The Divine Infant Realm 9th level demonic beast Fire Demon Ape. The cage opened, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from the Fire Demon Ape's eyes as it transformed into a wild shadow and sprinted over. Yi Chen also took a step out and turned into a swordlight to meet him. The two sides collided together, and the huge cultivation field trembled violently. Terrifying fluctuations raged in all directions. Young Granny, the cultivation field is over here. At this time, a maid brought Xia Qingyan to the outside of the cultivation field. A terrifying pressure emanated from the cultivation field, and in an instant, the ground shook as if it was an earthquake. What a strong power. Someone is practicing in the training ground? Xia Qingyan's eyes flashed with a touch of horror, a little scornful of the aura. Could it be that a Daojacking realm-level martial artist is practicing here? This is the young lord's dedicated cultivation field. It should be the young lord inside, the maids all said. Yi Chen, how is this possible? Xia Qingyan revealed a look of disbelief. The battle between Yi Chen and the Fire Demon Ape was incomparably fierce. Both sides were getting faster and faster, constantly crashing into each other. and in just a dozen or so breaths, they had already exchanged hundreds of rounds. The entire cultivation field was already full of holes and broken. Only Yi Chen and the fire demon ape were both injured and covered in blood. Roar! After seeing the blood, the fire demon ape became even more berserk, hissing up to the sky and angrily pounding his chest with both fists, and its battle power was soaring extremely fast. This is the kind of fight that hurts. A flash of excitement passed through Yi Chen's eyes. The power of the undying Tao body operated. The injuries on his body were healing at an extremely fast speed, and his cultivation level was also soaring crazily. In a flash, he had broken through the 9th level of the Yuan Dan realm. Ow! The fire demon ape hissed once again, its strong body flying up like a cannonball as it blasted its fist towards Yi Chen. The fist main was like a meteor covered in flames, falling from mid-air. Yi Chen's previous fatigue was swept away. His gaze was awe-inspiring, and his battle power was at its peak at this moment. All of his battle power surged madly and infused into the long sword in his hand. Chopping heavenly sword drawing technique, he slashed out with his sword, and the monstrous sword aura swept through the heavens and earth with an invincible sword might. Snort! The sword slashed across. Instantly, the flaming fist aura was chopped off, and without any reduction in power, it pierced through the body of the fire demon ape. The fire demon ape's face froze, and his chest exploded into a mist of blood before he collapsed unwillingly. The long sword in Yi Chen's hand, which was heavily scarred, was overwhelmed and collapsed away. Ordinary treasured swords can no longer withstand my current battles. I can go to the sword mountain and pick a sword that suits me, Yi Chen muttered. And at this time, Xia Qingyan walked in from outside, and after seeing the mountainous piles of demonic beast corpses, her pretty face changed color slightly. Did you kill all these demonic beasts? Yes. Yi Chen nodded. How is that possible? Isn't your cultivation only at the Yuan Dan realm? Xia Qingyan's shocked color intensified. The weakest of these demonic beasts was at the first level of the Divine Infant Realm. There was even a Divine Infant Realm 9th level fire demon ape. Even if you were up against it yourself, you wouldn't dare take it lightly. How could Yi Chen be a match for these demonic beasts? Yi Chen didn't explain and said indifferently, you want to use the cultivation field? Xia Qingyan gently nodded. Well, is it okay if I want to practice for a while? Xia Ye, clean up the battlefield. Yi Chen spoke faintly. Roger that. The sound of the formation generating rang out, and immediately the formation catalyzed, dragging all the demonic beast corpses into a formation black hole. The broken and unbearable cultivation field was quickly repaired as if it was spotless. You cultivate. I'm leaving. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he turned around and left. You, Xia Qingyan wanted to say something, facing Yi Chen's high spirits. She was a bit despondent. There was still some disbelief in his heart. All those demonic beasts were killed by Yi Chen alone? Perhaps the formation has suppressed the cultivation level of those demonic beasts. Xia Qingyan muttered. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at another forbidden place of the Yi clan, Sword Mountain. The Yi clan's martial artists all practiced the way of the sword, and were also known to the world as the Holy Land of the Way of the Sword. The clan's collection of the world's treasured swords, naturally not a few, were all stored in the Sword Mountain. Young lord, you've come to Sword Mountain to pick out a precious sword? The one guarding the Sword Mountain was a white-clothed elder with sword brows and starry eyes. A quasi-emperor level powerhouse, who revealed a kind smile when he saw Yi Chen arrive. Yes, Elder Yi Xiu, I would like to pick out a sword that is handy. Yi Chen said. Do you need the old man to accompany you inside to make your selection? Yi Xiu asked. No, I'll just go in alone. Yi Chen laughed. That's good. Young master, remember not to go to the 9th peak. The sword hostility there is too heavy. With your current cultivation level, you will be injured if you go there accidentally. Yi Xiu reminded. Don't worry, Elder Yi Xiu. I know what's in my heart. Yi Chen nodded and stepped into the Sword Mountain's teleportation array. Soon, he arrived at the 9th peak of Sword Mountain. Sword Mountain had 9 peaks in total, and each peak was filled with densely packed swords. All of them are extremely rare and famous swords of the world. And on the 9th peak, legend has it that some demonic swords are stored, which are extremely hostile. If the martial artist's cultivation was not enough, it would be dangerous to get close to the magic sword and be seriously injured by the backlash instead. Yi Chen had a murderous and decisive nature, and felt that the devil's sword was more suitable for him, which was why he had come to the 9th peak to pick it out. In the 9th peak's secret realm, the void was dark and the demonic aura was monstrous. On top of the bare black mountain peaks, there were all sorts of demonic swords stuck all over, each emitting a weird and sinister sword aura. It gives you the feeling of entering a magic cave. Yi Chen walked past one magic sword after another. The grades of precious swords are categorized into mortal weapon, spiritual treasure, Shen treasure, sacred weapon, emperor's soldier, and so on. It is also categorized into lower, middle, upper, and extreme. The worst of the swords in the Sword Mountain were spiritual treasures to start with, and there were quite a number of Xin treasures and sacred artifacts, as well as hundreds of imperial armaments. Entering the Sword Mountain to pick out a sword was not as easy as just taking one. While a man chooses his sword, the sword also chooses its owner. The only way to take the sword away is to resonate with the sword's spirit. Yi Chen had been wandering around the 9th peak for an hour, and not a single sword had even resonated with him. Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? You think he's too low? The Yi clan's direct descendants, after the age of 18, all had the qualification to enter the Sword Mountain to select their swords. In the past, the direct descendants who entered Sword Mountain were all the top celestial pride of the Yi clan, and at the age of 18, their cultivation was at least at the divine infant realm level, and Yi Chen was only at the 9th level of the Yuan Dan realm today, which was indeed a bit too low. It's no wonder these swords dislike him, since none of them are discharging me. I'm going to do it the hard way. Bullying had always been Yi Chen's style, but seeing that none of the magic swords resonated with him, he had no choice but to use force. Immediately, he took a fancy to a blood-colored longsword with a lifelike skull pattern engraved on its lattice, exuding a sinister and blood-craving aura. Upper-grade sacred artifact Blood Skull Sword. Good. You're it. Yi Chen held the Blood Skull Sword with both hands, trying to pull it out of the ground. Bang! The Blood Skull Sword immediately emitted a flash of stern sword intent, shocking Yi Chen back 3 or 4 steps. Obviously, it was unwilling to follow Yi Chen away. Outrageous! Yi Chen was furious and immediately activated his undying Dao body. A supreme aura emanated from his body, a power that seemed to come from the ancient void, immortal, mysterious and vast, unending, sweeping in all directions. Boom! The secret realm of the 9th peak of Sword Mountain trembled violently. Above the darkness of the void, the silhouette of a Swire Dao god appeared, incomparably magnificent, with infinite divine power, suppressing the demonic aura emanating from the countless demonic swords. Buzz! On the 9th peak of the Sword Mountain, all the demonic swords were trembling violently, and the sound of sword chimes resounded through the mountains one after another. All of the demonic swords were emitting supreme sword intent that rose up to the sky, mirroring and resonating with the aura that Yi Chen was emitting. After sensing the power of Yi Chen's Dao body, all the demonic swords responded, willing to recognize him as their master. The blood skeleton sword also bloomed with a brilliant blood aura, pulling itself up from the ground and haunting and flying around Yi Chen, looking incomparably flattering. Get out! With a disgusted look on his face, Yi Chen slapped it out. Just now you were ignoring me. Now I'm going to make you climb high. Now that the initiative is mine, why not choose one of the best? Yi Chen whirled around and headed higher up the 9th peak, while the blood skeleton sword doggedly followed behind him. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at a valley. The valley was desolate and gloomy, covered with ancient trees of the sky, their branches bare, like a group of demons beckoning to the rocky walls of the valleys. The rubble ground, including the tops of those ancient trees in the sky, were also strewn with a lot of demonic swords. One by one, they exuded a chilling demonic intent. When Yi Chen passed by, all of these demonic swords emitted loud and clear sword chirps in an attempt to attract his attention. Yi Chen had the feeling of a rich young man entering a nightclub, with all the girls scratching their heads and being at his disposal, but he paid no attention to these mediocrities and walked straight towards the deepest part of the valley. A magic sword broke out of the ground and floated behind him, just like the Blood Skull Sword. A moment's work. There were more than 100 soldiers and swords following him, stalking and chasing him. Finally, Yi Chen stopped in front of a cold pool. The cold pool was dense with devilish energy, and at the center of it was inserted a devilish sword with an evil aura. The body of the sword was as black as ink, entwined with a horrifying aura as if it came from the 9 hells. 8 glowing chains came from all directions, entangling and suppressing the black sword, covered with dense and mysterious runes of immortal power, suppressing the demonic aura of the demonic sword as much as possible. With so many demonic swords in the 9th peak, why is this demonic sword the only one that has been sealed away? Yi Chen became curious about this magic sword. Maverick, to my liking, you're it. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth lifted into a smile as his feet stepped out in ripples on the surface of the cold pool and walked towards the demonic sword. Young lord, this sword is called Underworld God. It is a sword that is most devilish and ferocious. Its sword spirit is ferocious to the extreme. It likes to devour all living beings. It will even devour the master. Once the master can't overwhelm it, it will devour the master without any hesitation. It's very ferocious. It has been suppressed here for 100,000 years. In the history of my Yi clan, there have been countless supreme celestials, and no one has ever been able to succeed in subduing it. And even though you, young lord, have a very strong physique that is rare in the world, it will be very difficult to make this demon sword truly subjugate it. So I still ask that you, young lord, think twice. Elder Yi Shou's voice rang from Yi Chen's ears. It turned out that after Yi Chen entered the ninth peak, he was afraid that Yi Chen was in danger, so he had been hiding in the shadows and following. It was only when he saw that Yi Chen was going to choose this magic sword that he had no choice but to open his mouth to remind him. Elder Yishio, don't worry. Others can't make it submit. I can definitely do it. Please teach me the method to unseal it. Yi Chen said indifferently. Alas, unlocking the seal only requires a drop of blood from a direct descendant of the Yi clan. Yishio sighed. Knowing that Yi Chen was capricious and would never change the decision he made, he could only tell him the method. Anyway, he was nearby, and Yi Chen wouldn't be in danger even if he stirred up a huge mess. Yi Chen would naturally give up when he had seen the power of this sword. Many thanks to Elder Yishio for telling me. Yi Chen bit his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood, dropping it into the cold pool. Rumble. The formation in the cold pool trembled violently, and on top of the 8 glowing chains, the runes disappeared and slowly loosened. While an unparalleled 9 phantom severing chi erupted into the sky, the entire sky was shrouded and eclipsed by the fury. Buzz. The demonic swords roaming the mountains were incomparably trembling with fear and emitting wailing sounds, showing how afraid they were of the underworld god sword. And the 100 or so devil swords behind Yi Chen no longer dared to follow and turned around to fly away. Boom! The underworld god sword suddenly flew out of the cold pool, transforming into a black aura that erupted as a monstrous fury swept through the 8 directions. The Blood Skull sword and other sacred artifact swords were instantly suppressed by the power of the underworld god sword. The power in the sword body was greedily sucked up by the underworld god sword. In a matter of moments, there were 20 to 30 saint weapon swords that had their power sucked dry, breaking apart like broken copper. What a mean sword! Yi Chen was taken aback. It was no wonder that this underworld god sword needed to be sealed away. If not, wouldn't all the demonic swords in this mountainous area have been devoured by it? Bold! Yi Xiao shouted, and a quasi-emperor level of pressure swept out. The underworld god sword whimpered and immediately showed some restraint, the dark sword aura rewinding back into the sword and stopping its pursuit of the other demonic swords. It could be seen that it was still wary of Yi Xiao. Young lord, see, this sword is unruly and untamed. It will never submit to anyone. Yi Xiao's words ended abruptly, only to see that the underworld god sword actually flew in front of Yi Chen's body, emitting a well-behaved sword chirping sound, indicating that it was willing to submit. How can? Yi Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Chen reached out and gripped the underworld sword, and the radiant sword aura flourished. There was actually a feeling of flesh and blood, sword and man being one. The underworld divine sword recognized itself. Alas, perhaps this sword's 100,000 year wait is waiting for the young lord's appearance. Yi Xiao sighed. Yi Chen was also very happy, holding the underworld sword with some love. Although this sword was only a lower-grade imperial weapon, Yi Chen had a premonition that this was not the limit of the underworld sword. In the future, as he continued to kill, and the underworld sword continued to devour living beings, he would definitely be able to continue to grow and advance to a higher grade. This sword, it's just what I want. Yi Chen put away the underworld sword and said indifferently, Elder Yi Xiao, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Looking at Yi Chen's back as he left, Yi Xiao slowly appeared and said indifferently, I thought that the young lord's qualifications were mediocre, but I didn't expect the young lord to suddenly become enlightened. His physique level is not even below the divine physique, and his future accomplishments will be unlimited, which is a blessing for my Yi clan. Late at night, Xia Qingyan returned to her new room and saw Yi Chen meditating on the bed. She was about to speak, and after a moment, she said, Yi Chen, there's a trial competition at the Desolate God Academy tomorrow, and I want to go back. Okay, you do what you want, I won't interfere. Yi Chen opened his eyes and looked at Xia Qingyan. His eyes were as deep as an abyss, as if they were a pair of bottomless black holes that could suck in one's soul. Xia Qingyan was taken aback, only feeling that Yi Chen's aura was somewhat different from the daytime, and the aura emanating from him was more than several times more powerful than before. His cultivation was already at the peak of the 9th level of the Yuan Dan realm? That fast? She felt a little incredulous. In her impression, Yi Chen had always been a playboy who didn't like to cultivate, and after a day's time together, she realized that Yi Chen was even more studious than her. Gazing at Yi Chen's handsome and peerless face, Xia Qingyan was a bit dazed. This made her feel much better about Yi Chen again. He's actually not as bad as he thinks he is. It's late, go to sleep. A moment later, Yi Chen spoke again. Xia Qingyan's pretty face suddenly blushed, and she stammered, Yi Chen, there's still the trial test tomorrow. I want to retain my physical strength, so can we not toss and turn tonight first? Yes, we'll just cuddle and sleep. Nothing else. I thought you said you weren't going to do anything else. Xia Qingyan's good feelings towards Yi Chen were gone. Ding! The second day of the wedding. Rewarded with killing sword intent. The next morning, Yi Chen moved with his thoughts infused with the killing sword intent. Boom! Yi Chen snapped his eyes open. Endless killing intent like a tidal wave bursting out from his eyes, sweeping across heaven and earth. This killing intent is incomparably terrifying. With the spirit of killing gods when encountering gods, slaughtering devils when encountering devils, invulnerable to everything, unbreakable to everything, and decimating heaven and earth. What a domineering killing intent! Yi Chen's heart was shaken beyond measure. What kind of terrifying killing power would erupt from this killing sword intent? In conjunction with the heaven-slashing sword drawing technique as well as the underworld god sword? I'm afraid that a martial artist at the first level of the Daojak realm would not be an enemy of his own sword. Right? Unbelievable. It's only been 2 days since you got married and your strength has already increased that much? Didn't Qing Yan say that there's a trial in the Desolate God Academy today, so I'll go and join in the fun? Yi Chen muttered. Every once in a while, the Desolate God Academy would conduct a trial test, sending many students into a secret realm to fight against demonic beasts, and would also be ranked. The students who placed in the top 100 were rewarded handsomely. Yi Chen wasn't interested in the rewards of the academy, but he could go to the secret realm for some real combat. Little Yi, I'm going to the Desolate God Academy. Yi Chen walked out of the house and spoke faintly. Received. Immediately open the teleportation array to the Desolate God Academy for you. In front of Yi Chen, a teleportation array immediately appeared. The Yi clan was tens of millions of miles away from the Desolate God Academy, and it would take at least a few months if they hurried by themselves. And if you take the teleportation array, you can get there in a few moments. The other side. Xia Qingyan had already come to return to the Desolate God Academy. Her presence immediately became the talk of the school. I heard that Yi Chen is a perverted maniac who likes to torture women. Do you think Goddess Qingyan has any scars in her private place? Who knows? Anyway, Xia Qingyan has sort of fallen into the fire pit by marrying Yi Chen. In the face of the gossip around her, Xia Qingyan's pretty face was indifferent, not caring. Just then, a woman's figure blocked her path. With a teasing face, the woman sneered. Xia Qingyan, how does it feel to be the plaything of that evil young man Yi Chen? The woman's name was Zhang Yi, and she was the second most beautiful woman in the Desolate God Academy. In the past, she had always been suppressed by Xia Qingyan, which made her very unhappy. Always wanted to find a chance to teach Xia Qingyan a lesson. It was just the right time to take this opportunity to properly humiliate Xia Qingyan. Let her never be able to raise her head again in the Desolate God Academy in the future. Xia Qingyan's bright eyes were chilled, and a cold and stern aura emanated from her body. Why do you want to make a move? This is the Desolate God Academy. Students are forbidden to fight privately. You're not afraid of being expelled from the academy, so hit me. Zhang Yi had a villainous look on her face. Xia Qingyan's petite body was heaving with anger, and she could not do anything about the other party in the slightest. And just when she was helpless, a voice rang out from not far away. My woman also dares to bully. Looking for death? Not good. It's Yi Chen. The faces of the crowd changed greatly, and they were obviously terrified of Yi Chen to the extreme, so they hurriedly made a path for him. Yi Chen, why are you here? Seeing Yi Chen walking towards her, Xia Qingyan's eyes reddened for a moment. For some reason, there was an indescribable feeling of security in my heart. Don't worry, with me around, no one will dare bully you. Yi Chen stroked Xia Qingyan's face and softly said, Aha! In Xia Qingyan's heart, she had actually developed a trace of dependence on Yi Chen. Didn't you say that Yi Xiao married Xia Qingyan just to find a plaything? He's actually so gentle with Xia Qingyan? Could it be that Yi Xiao really likes her? Yi Chen was handsome, had a good family history, and had many admirers in the academy. A few girls discussed with some jealousy. Did I let you go? Yi Chen glanced at Zhang Yi who was trying to sneak away. Yi Chen, I'm Ma Xian's girlfriend. You still have to give him face right. Zhang Yi's words had not yet fallen. Snap. Yi Chen landed a slap on her face and laughed coldly. Who the hell is Ma Xian to use him to pressure me? You. A bloody handprint appeared on Zhang Yi's white cheek. She was angry, but she didn't dare to squeak. She knew that Yi Chen had always acted recklessly, and that he really dared to kill if he was pissed off. Kneel down and apologize. Yi Chen's grim voice rang out. What? He told Yui Sang to kneel down? This is not only humiliating Zhang Yi, it's also slapping Ma Xian in the face. Yi Chen really doesn't give Ma Xian any face at all? The crowd was surprised. Yui Sang is Ma Xian's girlfriend. Ma Xian was the second-ranked genius in the academy, and had an equally powerful background. And he didn't think that Yi Chen would give him so little face? You, don't go too far. Apologizing is fine, but kneeling is definitely not. Zhang Yi clenched her teeth. Then leave an arm before you go. Yi Chen directly drew his sword. Clank. A flash of swordlight. Thumbs up. One of Yui Sang's arms flew up into the air. Because it was so fast, It took several seconds before she let out a heartbreaking scream. This is a big deal. Mahan won't be able to stop. The two must inevitably fight. The hearts of all the people trembled. It wasn't because Ma Xin cared much about Zhang Yi, but because Yi Chen knew that it was his girlfriend and still dared to lay a harsh hand on her, clearly not putting him in his eyes. As the man of the hour of the Desolate God Academy, this face Ma Xin would definitely get it back. Next time whoever dares to find trouble with Qing Yin, it won't be as simple as a broken arm. Yi Chen's gaze swept around, and the crowd backed away in fear, none of them daring to meet his eyes. This villain is horrible. Who dares to mess with him? Let's go. Yi Chen didn't bother to pay attention to them and pulled Xia Qingyin's hand away from the scene. He was not afraid of the academy pursuing him for causing such a big mess. As long as no one was killed, the academy high would not easily ask about Yi Chen's affairs, and he was even less afraid of Mahan coming to retaliate. It was fine if the other party didn't mess with him, but if he dared to come to take revenge, he would just cut off one of his arms as well. Xia Qingyan let Yi Chen pull her, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. Inside a separate courtyard, Ma Xin looked at Zhang Yi, who was lying on the bed, missing an arm and unconscious, and gritted her teeth in anger. Yi Chen has bullied people too much. If I don't report this revenge, I, Ma Xin, will not swear to be a human being. Senior brother Ma. Yi Chen is followed by Dao protectors. It's not easy to deal with him, but I have a plan to kill him. A thieving man stepped forward and said, "Say," Ma Yu said in a cold voice, "just now, I heard that Yi Chen is also going to participate in today's trial examination. Once we enter the trial mystic realm, Yi Chen's protector won't be able to follow, so we can strike in the trial mystic realm." The thieving man said, "That's an idea, but there are other students in the secret realm, so if we are seen by the others when we make our move, it will also cause us a lot of trouble when we get out of the secret realm." Ma Yu hesitated. "We can use the knife to kill people." Borrowing a knife? Not bad. Yi Chen has made countless enemies in the Desolate God Academy, such as Su Jian. Ma Yu came to a sudden realization, and immediately sneered. "That's a good idea. The elder who is controlling the array in this trial is a member of my Ma family. I can have him teleport Yi Chen to an uninhabited place, and then tell his coordinates to Su Jian, so that he can go and kill him." The trial test begins. Thousands of students gathered on top of the square, waiting for the opening of the secret realm of trials. Yi Chen, this test is very difficult. There are even Daojak realm-level demonic beasts. It's too dangerous for you. Why don't the two of us team up? Xia Qingyan hesitated and said, "You're concerned about me?" Yi Chen smiled playfully. "No, I'm just afraid that if anything happens to you, it will bring trouble to the Xia family." A ray of shyness flashed in Xia Qingyan's eyes. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Yi Chen shook his head and said, "Also, I'm participating in this examination. You won't have another chance to take the top spot." "I don't believe it." Xia Qingyan was also of a competitive nature. She had come first in every trial test, and didn't believe that Yi Chen could surpass herself. "How about a bet?" Yi Chen laughed. "What's the bet?" Xia Qingyan asked. "If I win first place in this trial, you'll give me a kiss in front of everyone?" Yi Chen smiled and said, Well, what if I win?" Xia Qingyan was confident that she wouldn't lose. "At your disposal." Yi Chen said. "Okay, if I win, we'll both sleep in separate rooms from now on." Xia Qingyan said. "Yes." Yi Chen nodded. Xia Qingyan's heart snickered. Finally she could escape the clutches of this evil young man. Ma Xin, who was not far away, looked at the two Yi Chen grimly. Once he was one of Xia Qingyan's countless suitors, and after being rejected, he had no choice but to find Zhang Yi as his girlfriend. Seeing Yi Chen and Xia Qingyan behaving intimately, his heart was resentful at the moment. Immediately, he glanced at the center of the square, at a black-clothed elder on the Dharma altar. The latter nodded to him as if on cue. The corner of Ma Xian's mouth spiraled into a grim smile. "Yi Chen, this time you're dead." About 10 minutes later, the four elders, led by the black-clothed elder, each made a seal, and the Dharma altar trembled, blossoming into a pillar of light that rushed into the sky. The portal to the secret realm of trials opened. Then, Yi Chen and the many other students were all flying towards the portal in midair. In the next moment, Yi Chen was transported to a gloomy valley. This is the inner layer of the secret realm of trials now? Yi Chen's eyes flashed with doubt. Generally speaking, the trial mysteries were divided into the outer layer, the inner layer, and the core. The further away from the core, the stronger the demonic beasts became. When one first enters the secret realm of trials, one is usually teleported to the outer layer first, then decide whether or not to enter the inner level based on your strength. And it was unusual for one to be transported directly to the inner level. Could someone be up to no good? It suddenly occurred to Yi Chen that of the four elders who had opened the secret realm of trials, The black-clothed old man at the head was an elder of the horse clan. It's not hard to explain. Is Mahin counting himself? Humph. Does he think I'm still the scrapper I used to be? Deliberately teleporting me to the inner level and putting me in danger. Not realizing that this is just what I wanted. Saving me from having to walk in slowly from the outer level. Yi Chen sneered. Ho ho ho. Suddenly, a dozen hissing sounds of ferocious beasts came from the depths of the valley. A stump flashed by. It was actually a black cheetah with bloodshot eyes and a terrifying demonic aura emanating from its body. It was a demonic beast of the third level of the divine infant realm, the black shadow leopard. Die! Yi Chen's killing sword intent surged between his brows. A bloody sword chi flew out from his fingertips, instantly shooting out the head of the black shadow panther in a bloody manner. Soon, more and more demonic beasts surrounded them from all directions. There were silver-backed orangutans, 2 tigers, black bears as tall as small mountains, and more. The grade was around the 3rd to 5th level of the divine infant realm. Roar! The 2 tigers hissed and pounced towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of cruelty, and the underworld sword on his waist was sheathed with a clang, and a monstrous 9 specters fury chi swept across the valley, chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. Pust! The sword flashed, sweeping up a storm of blood. A dozen or so demonic beasts had their flesh torn apart as much as they could and fell into a pool of blood. One sword killed 13 god infant realm demonic beasts in a second, and Yi Chen's body only felt the wind rising. His cultivation seemed to have arrived at a bottleneck, and he was ready to move. He was delighted in his heart. Immediately opened the undying Tao body. In the middle of the Dantian, the black hole vortex condensed, greedily sucking in the heaven and earth's aura and fury. In a moment, the aura of the entire valley dried up. Boom! Yi Chen's cultivation broke through the first level of the divine infant realm. This son's physique is very special. Could it be that he has encountered some strange encounter? Su Jian, who was hiding in the shadows, was about to strike when a voice rang out from within him. My lord, do I do it? Su Jian asked. There's something odd about this son. Even I can't see through him. He may not have no other cards. I suggest not making a move first. After I recover some of my injuries, then I'll help you take revenge. The voice said. Yes. Su Jian didn't let his anger go to his head and nodded. Ready to leave. Su Jian, since you're here, don't be a shrinking turtle. Roll out. Yi Chen closed his eyes to stabilize his realm and spoke faintly. Outrageous. Annoyed, Su Jian stepped out from behind the stone. In the past few days, with the help of His Excellency, his cultivation had also increased a lot. It had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the divine infant realm, coupled with His Excellency's assistance from the sidelines. Even if Yi Chen had a multitude of cards, he might not be unable to kill him. You and Ma Xin are working together, preparing to kill me in the secret realm? Yi Chen's eyes played with flavor. Yi Chen, without a protector following you in the secret realm, you're bound to die. Now kneel down and apologize to me. I might even consider leaving your body intact, otherwise I'll make your life worse than death. Su Jin's eyes were gloomy. Yi Chen laughed coldly and stabbed out with his sword. The power of the undying Tao body catalyzed the power of this sword to skyrocket several times over. Su Jin's face was horrified that the other party's sword was so fast. Snort! Su Jin's eyes were shocked as his brow was pierced by the sword chi. Till death do us part. Why had Yi Chen's strength suddenly become so terrifying? Jia, your physique is indeed the legendary Tao body. This seed is going to take over this body of yours. A wisp of black smoke flew out from among Su Jian's corpse. It actually transformed into the face of an old man, revealing a sinister smile as it flew towards Yi Chen. It's a demonic soul, exuding an aura comparable to that of the Seal King realm level. Just a wisp of soul is comparable to the Seal King realm cultivation. Could it be that when this person was alive, he was a quasi-emperor? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. The demon soul approached, and the terrifying pressure prevented Yi Chen from moving in place. But his face was ancient and unperturbed, and a touch of scorn flashed through his eyes. Suddenly, the pendant on Yi Chen's chest blossomed with light, and a formation-generated voice rang out. Little Yi turns on the automatic master protector mode, and the burning sky sword formation appears. As the Yi clan's young lord, Yi Chen had few other means of preserving his life other than protecting his path. In the ancient pendant on Yi Chen's chest, there was a formation soul, or Xiaoye, that could open thousands of formations, enough to kill anyone below the Saint Realm in seconds. A formation diagram under Yi Chen's feet blossomed with light, dripping and rotating, and strands of sword light flew out from it, harsh and scorching. It was like a burning flame, radiating the might of burning the sky and boiling the sea. The demonic soul let out a miserable scream. The soul body was pierced through and burned by countless sword lights, and a moment later, the god form was already destroyed. Immediately, Yi Chen did not stay too long and flew in the direction of the core of the secret realm. An hour later, Xia Qingyan arrived at the inner layer of the secret realm. Her pretty face flashed a smile. I should be the first one to come to the inner layer. Ha ha, I don't know how many streets I've already thrown off Yichen. She turned on the forbidden bracelet on her wrist. A light screen appeared, on which the results of the students' trial examinations were updated in real time. No surprise, he must be number 1, and way ahead. And upon seeing the rankings on the light screen, the smile on Xia Qingyan's face froze. Ranking first was Yichen with 2,863 points, and he himself only had 710 points, coming in second. How is this possible? Xia Qingyan was incredulous. She had been left far behind by Yichen? How can he be so fast? He must be carrying a Formation Supreme treasure with him that can help him hunt demonic beasts. He must be. No wonder he dares to bet with me. Xia Qingyan gritted her teeth in anger, adding, no, I must speed up to catch up. I don't want to kiss that asshole in public. That would be too humiliating. After saying that, she transformed into a ray of swordlight and flew directly towards the core of the secret realm. Half an hour later, she arrived at the core. The demonic beasts in the core area were very strong, even at the Daojak realm level, and the vast majority of students did not dare to easily wade into this area. Xia Qingyan hadn't been willing to come here so soon either. It was all forced by Yichen. The stronger the level of the demonic beast you hunted, the more points you would receive. The only way for Xia Qingyan to have a chance to overtake Yichen was to hunt demonic beasts here. A few moments later, she spotted a large saffron python coiled and sleeping in a large tree. It was a demonic beast at the 3rd level of the Daojak realm. Xia Qingyan's face was joyful. Killing this demonic beast would earn at least 700 to 800 points. Immediately, she stabbed her sword towards the saffron python. The saffron python instantly opened its eyes and fought with her. Half an hour later, the saffron python was decapitated. As for Xia Qingyan, her pretty face was pale, and she had also suffered a considerable amount of injuries. With her current cultivation level, it was still a bit too much of a stretch to kill a demonic beast at the 3rd level of the Daojak realm. Just as she was about to take a sip of her medicine and tune out, a palm print came from behind. Xia Qingyan was too late to dodge and ran her body protection chi to harden herself against this attack. Pust! Xia Qingyan staggered and flew a dozen meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xia Qingyan, aren't you the number 1 heavenly pride of the Desolate God Academy? How were you injured by my slap? Ma Xian descended from the sky and landed on top of a tree trunk with a cold smile on his face. Vile. Anger was written all over Xia Qingyan's bright eyes. Humph. Yichen chopped off my girlfriend's hand. I'll chop off your hand today as well. That's fair, right? Ma Xian looked as if she was eating up Xia Qingyan. There's no point in talking more. Look at the sword. Xia Qingyan stabbed her sword towards Ma Xian. The two battled together. Originally, Xia Qingyan's strength was quite a bit higher than Ma Xian's, but she had consumed too much during the beheading of the saffron python. Later, he was attacked by Ma Xian and was seriously injured, so at this point she was no match for Ma Xian. After the two of them fought for more than 20 moves, Xia Qingyan was sent flying by Ma Xian's palm and spat out several mouthfuls of blood in succession again. How about if you obediently submit to this young man and are willing to accompany me once? This young man is willing to spare your life? Ma Xian had a sinister look on his face as he swept over Xia Qingyan's shapely and slender petite body. Don't you dare. I'll never let you have your way even if I die. Xia Qingyan's pretty face was firm. That's up to you. Now this young man is going to put you in your place. Mahin sneered and reached for her chest. Thumbs up. Suddenly, a sword chi of bloodlight chopped down from the sky. Ma Xian was shocked and hurriedly ran his power. Hegemonic Big Dipper strength. A heavenly astral shield appeared around Ma Xian's body. Mixed and solid. Click. The Big Dipper shield was torn apart by a sword. Whew. Ma Xian was also forced back 7 or 8 feet. Only a bloody hole was pierced through his left shoulder and he was bleeding in a Milky Way. What a familiar sword aura. Xia Qingyan had a puzzled look on her face before she lost her physical strength and passed out. You want to die? Yichen flew from a distance, his eyes cold as if he was looking at a dead man. The fact that the other party was counting on him had already moved Yichen to kill. And Mahin had the audacity to touch his own woman? It's a crime that deserves to die. Even if the Ma clan behind Ma Xian was a superb power, it wouldn't be able to protect him. Yichen, how could it be you? A punk? Shouldn't you have already been killed by Su Jian? Ma Xian couldn't believe it. Yichen was able to break his hegemonic Big Dipper strength with a single sword? Yichen didn't say a word and walked towards him. Killing sword intent surged. A terrifying killing aura surged towards Ma Xian like a tidal wave. You think I'm really afraid of you? Ma Xian gritted his teeth, and a domineering heavenly deity strength surged. As the second pride of the Desolate God Academy, he possessed the second level of cultivation of the Daojak realm and a holy great extreme heavenly dipper body. His strength was incomparably powerful. I don't believe I'm no match for this punk. Only the overbearing Big Dipper Chi condensed into a big hand of Big Dipper Chi and grabbed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen still stabbed out with his sword. Chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. The bloodlight sword awnings flashed by, instantly slicing the big hand of astral energy into two halves. How can? Revealing unprecedented shock. Ma Xin was cleaved out by this sword, breaking 7 or 8 large trees. He spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. A deep, bone-deep sword mark appeared on his chest. His face was full of incredulity. He had a holy grade extreme Big Dipper body, but he couldn't even carry a sword from the other party? Is this still the same loser? Yi Chen's face sank, still calm and unruffled, as he walked towards him. Don't you dare! Ma Xian's face grimaced as a jade slip appeared in his hand before biting his tongue and spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto it. Boom! The jade slip bloomed with a brilliant light. Not long after, dozens of demonic beasts came from all directions and converged behind Ma Xian. There were 10 Daojacking realm-level demonic beasts. The others were all at the 8th or 9th level of the divine infant realm. He was actually able to manipulate the demonic beasts in the secret realm? The demonic beasts in the core area had basically converged here, and it can work for him. Yi Chen's face didn't change in any way. He didn't need to think much. It must be that elder from the horse clan, who had given him the cheat. Yi Chen, suffer death. Ma Xian let out a sardonic laugh. In his opinion, if so many demonic beasts came together, they would definitely be able to eat Yi Chen without even a single bone crumb left. Ho ho ho! Dozens of demonic beasts roared repeatedly, all of them exuding a powerful aura as they pounced towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen instantly disappeared in place. 3 swords in a row. Snort! The 3 demonic beasts at the head of the Daojak realm fell to the ground in response to the sound of their voices, and a puddle of blood flowed out from underneath their bodies. It's already unlivable. What? Ma Xian's face was worse than eating a dead fly. The other party had instantly killed 3 Daojak realm demonic beasts in seconds, and without pausing, Yi Chen sprinted away. Every time he struck his sword, one or several demonic beasts fell to the ground. As he swung around, the flesh of the demonic beast behind him exploded, blood bursting out as it fell to the ground in response. In a few moments, the group of demonic beasts had been completely wiped out, and the last sword cuts down. The only remaining 12 or 13 demonic beasts also had their flesh directly exploded, spilling their internal organs and limbs all over the place. Ma Xian stood in place with a dumbfounded look on his face, his eyes filled with fear. Die! Yi Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent as he chopped away with his sword. Not good. Above the Dharma altar, the black-robed elder's face changed greatly, instantly tearing through space and flying into the secret realm. Next moment, the black-clothed elder arrived in the air above Yi Chen and the others, a terrifying aura at the Seal King realm level emanating as he drank lowly. Stop! But he was still a step too late. Snort! Yi Chen pierced through Ma Xian's brow with his sword, splattering blood on the spot. Bold! You dare to kill my horse clan's young master? The black-clothed elder was furious as he slapped his palm towards Yi Chen. A powerful and unparalleled force swept over him, enough to obliterate any martial artist below the Seal King realm. Contempt flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, not placing the other party in his eyes. Xiao Yi automatically entered the mode of protecting his master, and the voice generated by the array sounded. The 10,000 Swords Grand Formation opens. Boom! A sword formation was instantly formed behind Yi Chen, and a sword-on flew and chopped out, like a dense rain of swords, emitting an indestructible and terrifying might. What? The black-clothed elder's face changed drastically, and he felt an aura of death in an instant. It was unbelievable that Yi Chen had such a terrifying formation on him. Thumbs up. In an instant, the protective aura around the black-clothed elder was shot through 1,000 holes and collapsed. Yi Chen, stop. Killing an academy elder is a felony. As the void tore apart, dozens of elders and tutors from the academy rushed this way. Liang Xie was among them, and rushed to persuade them. Snort! Countless sword lights penetrated through the black-clothed elder's body, instantly shooting him into a sieve, his flesh exploding and blood bursting out. The faces of many elders were cloudy. This elder Ma was an inner sect elder of the Desolate God Academy, or a direct descendant of the Ma clan. Now that he had been beheaded by Yi Chen, it was a huge insult to the 2 major forces of the Desolate God Academy and the horse race. Yi Chen, how dare you behead an academy elder? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're the Yi clan's young lord. The other elder's face turned red with anger. As the invigilator of the trial examination, he blatantly favored Ma Xian and allowed him to act in an unruly manner. And just now, he even tried to kill me. Doesn't he deserve to die? Yi Chen said in a cold voice. What proof do you have that Elder Ma is blatantly favoring Ma Xian? An elder questioned. Do you see what this is in Mahin's hand? Liang Xie came to Ma Xian's corpse, picked up the jade slip in his hand and said, this jade slip can manipulate the demonic beasts in the secret realm. Only the invigilator has it. So why is it in Ma Xian's hand? Isn't it obvious? Elder Ma was indeed helping Ma Xin cheat, and it also confirms that what Yi Chen said was true. They were going to kill Yi Chen, and Yi Chen killed them back in self-defense. This matter is extenuating. Humph. Even if Elder Ma helped Ma Xin cheat, at most he would only receive a disciplinary action, not death. Yi Chen killing them is a bit too much, isn't it? That's right. If an elder makes a mistake, our academy has its own enforcers to deal with it. So what qualifications does Yi Chen have to kill someone? A few elders related to the horse clan said with a cold snort. However, he didn't say a word about Elder Ma and the others laying their hands on Yi Chen. Humph. I'm too lazy to argue with you, scum. I killed the people, so feel free to strike if you want to seek justice for them, Yi Chen said impatiently. The many elders were furious, but none of them dared to make a move. Elder Ma's strength was considered to be very strong amongst the many elders, and he was instantly seconded by Yi Chen's life-preserving base card. So who would dare to make a move to seek death? Don't you dare. If you don't have the strength, shut the fuck up and go away. A flash of scorn flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. The many elders were furious, but none of them stood out. Yi Chen didn't look at the crowd either, picking up Xia Qinyan and preparing to leave. Right at this moment, an unruffled voice rang out. Don't think that if you're the Yi clan's young lord, you can do whatever you want in the Desolate God Academy. The void tore apart and a powerful pressure descended. No good. It's Ma Tianhong. Liang Xie slightly changed color. Is Vice President Ma all shaken up? Vice Dean Ma is a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. He's a big name in the Desolate domain, much higher than Yi Chen, the Yi clan's young master. Vice President Ma is also from the Ma clan. He will definitely seek justice for Elder Ma and Ma Xin. The surrounding elders, mentors, and others whispered. This whole thing is getting bigger and bigger. Vice Dean Ma. It was Elder Ma and Ma Xin who first started killing Yi Chen and the others. And it can't be blamed on Yi Chen. Liang Xie came to Yi Chen's body and said, Liang girl, for the sake of your grandfather's face, I won't see eye to eye with you. No matter what the reason is, anyone who dares to kill my Ma clan must pay the price. Enforcers take them down for me. Ma Tianhong stepped into the sky, exuding a supreme pressure with a wave of his sleeve, confining Liang Xie in place. Immediately afterward, a dozen or so grey-robed enforcers appeared, each exuding an aura at the level of the supreme sacred realm. Towards Yi Chen, he suppressed. Yi Chen. Liang Xie's pretty face lost its color. Fearing that Yi Chen would have any missteps, she exerted all her strength and spat out a mouthful of rebellious blood, her fingertips escaping their confinement in a flash and crushing a piece of jade. In the meantime, the 15 enforcers had already closed in on Yi Chen, and the leading 3 had their 5 fingers poking out to capture him. Facing the siege of 15 Supreme Saint Realm powerhouses, Yi Chen didn't urge Little Leaf because he knew that even Little Leaf wouldn't be able to defeat them. But he didn't panic for a second. The eyes looked at Ma Tianhong with contempt. A sword rainbow tore through the void and blocked Yi Chen's body. Thumbs up. The 15 enforcers were forced back as far as they could go. The 3 who stood at the front were killed in seconds on the spot, and the others had their physical bodies shattered, and their souls flew backward for hundreds of feet before coming to a stop. Half of one's cultivation is wasted. What? A sword that heavily injured 15 enforcers is a quasi-emperor powerhouse. The crowd was taken aback. Young lord, are you alright? Only to see that a black-robed man wearing a half-mask appeared by Yi Chen's side without a sound. He's like a black hole, mysterious and weird. Yi Ying, you dare to break the rules of the Desolate God Academy and break into the secret realm of trials? Ma Tianhong was furious. As long as the young lord is in danger, what place would I not dare to break into? And what person would I not dare to kill? Yi Ying's grim voice rang out. Humph. The life of your Yi clan's young lord is a life, but the life of our Ma clan's young lord is not a life. Yi Chen killed my Ma clan's young lord and elders. You Yi clan won't give me an explanation for this matter? Ma Tianhong questioned. You're right. The life of our family's young master trumps everything in my eyes, while the life of your Ma clan's young master is nothing. Yi Ying said without giving face. Don't be so arrogant. Ma Tianhong said angrily. So what if you're arrogant? Come and fight if you don't. Leaf Shadow said disdainfully. You think I'm really afraid of you? Ma Tianhong rode the tiger and made a move. Both of them exuded a supreme aura, and the entire secret realm trembled violently and collapsed in a large area. Not good. The secret realm of trials is far from being able to withstand the battles of quasi-emperor powerhouses. Get out of here, or the secret realm will collapse and everyone will die. The crowd was shocked. A battle between quasi-emperor level powerhouses was no joke. Even a single wisp of breath could crush everyone present. Once the two fought, the consequences were unimaginable. That son of a bitch dared to bully my granddaughter? And right at that moment, an even stronger aura came tearing through space. The supreme pressure seeming as if it could suppress everything. It instantly overpowered the two Yi Ying. A great emperor? No good. Why is the old dean out of the gate? Ma Tianhong's face changed slightly. In the desolate God Academy, other than a few reclusive supreme elders, the one with the strongest strength was the old dean, Liang Zhouxiao. He was a genuine great emperor powerhouse. Over the years, Liang Zhouxiao had spent most of his time in seclusion, seldom inquiring about worldly matters, leaving most of the academy's affairs in the hands of several vice presidents such as Ma Tianhong. I didn't expect to come out of nowhere today. This made Ma Tianhong feel a little uneasy in his heart. Grandpa, I'm here, Liang Shiryu said with red eyes. Liang Zhouxiao descended from the sky, and when he saw that his most beloved granddaughter was confined, with a smear of blood at the corner of her mouth, his old face immediately became gloomy. The terrifying aura emitted was several times more terrifying than Ying and Ma Tianhong combined. Liang Zhouxiao waved his sleeve, erasing the confinement around Liang Shiryu, and asked in a cold voice, "Who did this?" "Grandpa, it's Ma Tianhong," Liang Shiryu commiserated. "Old Dean, listen to my explanation. I didn't hurt Tutor Liang." Ma Tianhong sweated and tried to explain. "You explain shit to me. What do you count?" Liang Zhouxiao looked away with a single glance, and an immense amount of emperor might swept and exploded. Boom! Ma Tianhong was like a heavy blow, spitting out blood and retreating violently. His chest cavity shattered like glass, and he could vaguely see his internal organs pulsating. His face was horrified. How could he say that he was also a quasi-emperor level powerhouse? But in front of the old dean, he couldn't even carry a single look? Is this the old dean's pressure? The people present all lost their colors and stood in awe, worthy of being the existence of the desolate God Academy's C-pin. "Tell me what's going on." Liang Zhouxiao's face only looked better after giving his granddaughter air. "Old Dean, this can't be blamed on Vice Dean Ma. It's because Yi Chen killed Ma Xian and Elder Ma in the secret realm of the trial and was lawless and didn't put any elder tutor in his eyes. That's why Vice Dean Ma took action to teach him a lesson," an elder related to the Horse Clan said. "Grandpa, no, it was Ma Xian and Elder Ma who moved to kill Yi Chen first in the first place, and Yi Chen had to kill them back in self-defense," Liang Shiryu retorted. "Ugh, yes. You're the old dean's precious granddaughter, so whatever you say is right," the Horse Clan elder said deliberately. "You?" Liang Shiryu was furious. Liang Zhouxiao's old face gave a cold smile and said, "You mean I'm favoring my granddaughter? I wouldn't dare. We're too small to think of you that way," the elder of the Horse Clan said. "Humph. I'm a person who always handles things fairly. We'll see who's right and who's wrong." Liang Zhouxiao snorted coldly as his 5 fingers spread out, blossoming into a brilliant light. The sky transformed into a mirror of light, which presented a picture of Yi Chen and the others when they first entered the secret realm. "This is the law of time?" Yi Chen revealed a shocked expression. Liang Zhouxiao had unexpectedly mastered the law of time, and could extract any period of time silhouettes in this heaven and earth, restoring what had happened here. Is this the tactics of a great emperor? The time cutscene presented that Yi Chen was directly teleported to the inner levels of the secret, and then he was surrounded by many ferocious beasts, sneak attacked by Su Jian, and so on. Obviously, someone had tampered with the teleportation array, and Yi Chen had been counted. After that, there was the image of Xia Qingyan being sneak attacked by Ma Xian, who was full of foul language and wanted to do something untoward to Xia Qingyan. "Damn that bastard Mahin," a few female tutors in the room said indignantly. Yi Chen arrived in time after Xia Qingyan fell unconscious. Ma Xian was no match for the other party, so he took out a jade slip and summoned dozens of Daojia realm demonic beasts to surround Yi Chen. After being countered, Elder Ma disregarded his identity and dealt a death blow to Yi Chen, and was killed back by Yi Chen's body protection formation. It's clear where things started right or wrong. I can't imagine Elder Ma and Ma Xian being so despicable. Elder Ma abused his power and set up a scheme to murder Yi Chen and Xia Qingyan. He deserves to die. Ever since Dean Ma Tianhong took power, more and more people from the Ma clan are holding important positions in the academy. It's really becoming more and more lawless. It's fortunate that the one they framed this time was young Lord Yi Chen. If it was anyone else, wouldn't they have been bullied to death long ago? Except for this one time. They've all done this kind of hurtful thing I don't know how many times. A complete reversal of opinion. Most of them were accusing the Horse Clan of abusing their power and being arrogant at the academy over the years. Ma Tianhong, what else do you have to say? Liang Zhouxiao coldly snorted. "Dean, it was my fault for not figuring out what was right or wrong beforehand and making a misjudgment." Ma Tianhong could only bow and apologize. "The old man will first remove you from your position as vice president, so go back and reflect on yourself, as well as all the Horse Clan members in the academy who are related to you, and remove them from their positions as well," Liang Zhouxiao said in a cold voice. Everyone was shocked in their hearts, not expecting the old dean to be so ruthless. The roots that the Horse Clan had put their heart and soul into planting in the desolate Divine Academy were considered to have been uprooted as much as possible. In Liang Jiuxiu's heart, his precious granddaughter was greater than everything. Ma Tianhong can be forgiven for committing heavenly crimes. Only hitting his precious granddaughter is not acceptable. If Ma Tianhong hadn't hit Liang Shiyue, she wouldn't have ended up so badly. Ma Tianhong's face was ugly to the extreme. His heart was furious, but he didn't dare to show the slightest expression. He could only respond, "Yes, Lord Dean. Your name is Yi Chen, isn't it? A disciple of my precious granddaughter?" Liang Jiuxiu looked at Yi Chen again, revealing an amiable expression. "Yes, old Dean." Yi Chen bowed. "Good natural talent. No wonder my precious granddaughter likes you so much." Liang Jiuxiu laughed. "Grandpa, I don't like him. He's just a rebel, getting me into trouble all day long, pissing me off." Liang Shiyue deflated her mouth. "Ha ha, it's good to be young and exuberant. Is it still young if you're not?" Liang Jiuxiu smiled, waved his sleeve, and 10 bottles of pills flew in front of Yi Chen. "This is the celestial diffusion pill?" Yi Chen was taken aback when he glanced at the elixir in the bottle. The heavenly diffusion pill is a holy elixir, incomparably precious, and the old dean gave Yi Chen 10 of them? Isn't the first place in the trial test rewarded with a holy elixir? Yi Chen should have been rewarded with one even if he won first place? The crowd murmured, all of them casting envious and jealous eyes. "You won first place in the trial examination. You could only have gotten one elixir, but the other 9 will be taken as compensation for you. The Desolate God Academy is also responsible for what happened. It was due to my lax management," Liang Jiuxiu said. "Thank you, then, old dean." Yi Chen did not push back and put away the 10 heavenly diffusion dan. "The Desolate Domain Heaven's Pride competition is in a month's time, so you'll have to perform well at that time," Liang Jiuxiu said. "Don't worry, I won't lose," Yi Chen said confidently. "One will not lose to any heavenly pride in a month's time. If it's the previous Heaven's Pride competition, I'm very assured of your strength, because under the age of 20, your strength can almost sweep away all enemies. However, the rules have changed this year. I heard that any heavenly pride under the age of 30 can participate, in which case in terms of age, you'll be at a bit of a disadvantage, and I've also heard that for this competition, a lot of extraterrestrial pride also want to come and make a scene. There's a divine court's divine son, who is still a legendary Dao body, and has swept away all the enemies since his debut, so you mustn't take this lightly, and you need to prepare for the battle seriously," Liang Jiuxiu said. "Dao body?" Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Originally, he was not interested in the Heaven's Pride competition, and was even too lazy to participate. However, when I heard that there were such masters participating, a hint of wariness arose in my heart, and there was no harm in going to see it. Yi Chen had a solitary private residence within the Desolate God Academy. He brought the unconscious Xia Qingyan back to settle down, and then went to the Academy's cultivation field. "Young Yi, you've come to cultivate?" A slightly chubby teenager greeted him with a fawning smile. This teenager was called Zhang Xiu, and he was also the young master of a major power. His Mad Blade sect was a subordinate force of the Yi clan, so he was usually incredibly pleasing to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. Zhang Xiu added, "The kid just happened to have finished practicing, so if Yi Xiao doesn't mind, he can use this cultivation room of mine." "Good thing too." Yi Chen nodded. The cultivation grounds of the Desolate God Academy had about 1,000 unique cultivation rooms, but for tens of thousands of students, there was still a bit of an oversupply. Many students get up early to take their places. It's true that it's not easy to find a vacant room when you come at this time. Since Zhang Xiu was willing to let it out, Yi Chen wouldn't refuse. "Young Yi, just cultivate well inside. I'll keep watch for you outside." Zhang Xiu laughed. Immediately, Yi Chen walked into the cultivation room. With a wave of his hand, 10 pill bottles of heavenly diffusion pills flew out. The heavenly diffusion pill was a holy elixir that could drastically increase a martial artist's cultivation level. An ordinary divine infant realm cultivator would need at least 3 to 5 months to refine the medicinal power of a heavenly diffusion pill, and if they ate too much, they would explode and die. And since Yi Chen possessed the indestructible Dao body, it didn't matter even if he ate more, he could be refined in a matter of moments. With a movement of his mind, the 10 pill bottles in the void turned into pieces, and the golden pills flew out and were inhaled by him. Boom! A majestic medicinal power erupted. Like a floodgate opening, great rivers rushing through the tendons and veins with incomparable ferocity. He operated the undying Dao body, turning it into a dark vortex in his dantian and absorbing and refining as much of this power as he could. And his cultivation level, it was skyrocketing madly. Divine Infant Realm 2nd level. Divine Infant Realm triple. It didn't stop until the 9th level of the Divine Infant Realm. What a fast cultivation speed. Yi Chen was ecstatic. It had only been 2 days since he got married, and his cultivation level had already risen from the 7th level of the Yuan Dan realm to the 9th level of the Divine Infant realm. Such a cultivation speed was beyond the reach of even a divine body level heavenly pride. It goes on like this. Before the Heavens Pride competition in a month's time, what level of cultivation would one's own cultivation reach? Outside the cultivation room, when Zhang Xiu saw a few academy students approaching over, he said with a look of impatience, "You guys go to one side and cultivate. All the cultivation rooms before and after this cultivation room are not allowed to be used. You can't even get close to them. It's just as well that this cultivation room is used by someone else, but these nearby cultivation rooms are obviously empty, so why don't they let us use them?" "That's right, that's overbearing of you, isn't it?" a couple of students said, disgruntled. "Bully, do you know who practices in this training room?" Zhang Xiu sneered and said, "Who is it?" A few students also wanted to know who was so arrogant in the Desolate God Academy. "Young Lord Yi Chen of the Yi clan," Zhang Xiu said with a proud face. "What? It's Yi Chen. It's that bogeyman. We can't afford to mess with him. Let's go." A few students were silenced and turned away in a hurry. The Yi Chen of the past was all intimidating and no one dared to mess with him. And now, he even dared to kill the academy elders. And the old dean didn't hold him accountable and was incomparably biased, which made it even more difficult to mess with him. When they hear his name, they avoid him. Yi Xiao is getting more and more bullish. "I have to hug this thigh tightly before I can do anything." Zhang Xiu had chrysanthemums smiling on her face. In the other courtyard, Xia Qingyan woke up from her coma and a beautiful face appeared in front of her. "Qingyan student, you're awake." Liang Xia gently helped Xia Qingyan up. "Tutor Liang, Ma Xin sneaked up on me. I'm not doing anything right." Xia Qingyan panicked, remembering that before she passed out, Ma Xin wanted to do something untoward to herself. "Don't worry, it was Yi Chen who arrived in time to save you. Nothing happened to you." Liang Xia comforted. "Yi Chen saved me. Did he get hurt against Ma Xin?" Xia Qingyan's pretty face changed slightly. Yi Chen only had the cultivation of the Yuan Dan realm, and in the trial examination, he didn't know what tactics he had used, and his results had always managed to rank first. However, if he were to take on the Desolate God Academy's second-day pride, Ma Xin, he would still be in danger. "You're concerned about that brat?" Liang Xia narrowed her eyes and laughed. Where did I? I'm just afraid that, if he gets injured to save me, the Yi clan will take it out on the Xia clan." Xia Qingyan's pretty face reddened and whispered, "Don't worry, that kid is awesome. Not only is he fine, but he also killed that scum Ma Xin and helped you out." Liang Xia laughed. "Killed Ma Xin? Wouldn't that have caused him a lot of trouble? Where is he? Is he alright?" Xia Qingyan asked again. Even if Yi Chen had a heavenly background, he couldn't wantonly behead students in the academy. Otherwise he would definitely be held accountable by the Desolate God Academy, and might even be confined. "And you say no? Isn't that caring for him?" Liang Xia laughed. I. Xia Qingyan's pretty face blushed, and for a moment, she didn't know how to explain. "Remember I told you that you might like Yi Chen after you've spent time with him and seen the good things about him, and now that you've only been married for 2 days, you're falling for him?" Liang Xia laughed. "I'm not. It's just that he saved my life and I'm a little over it." Xia Qingyan lowered her forehead and murmured, "Since you don't care for him, it doesn't matter. Just let him stay in the brig." Liang Xia added. "What? Yi Chen is really confined? Tutor Liang, you must save him out. It's all because of me that he killed Ma Xin. I'm willing to take the academy's punishment for him." Xia Qingyan grabbed Liang Xia's sleeve and said with red eyes. Seeing that the other party was on the verge of crying, Liang Xia laughed. "Okay little girl, I won't tease you. Your husband is fine." Spinning around, he gave her a general rundown of what happened afterward. "How is this possible?" Xia Qingyan's eyes widened as she added. "So, he relied on his own strength to win first place in the trial test? It's natural." At this moment, Yi Chen walked in from outside the room. "Yi Chen, how dare you eavesdrop on us talking?" Liang Xia glared at Yi Chen in dissatisfaction. "No, I was just walking to the door." Yi Chen trail. "The hell with believing you." Liang Xia rolled her eyes. Are you okay?" Xia Qingyan was a bit overwhelmed when she saw Yi Chen. "What can I do? It's time for you to honor your bet." Yi Chen sat on the edge of the bed and smiled. "But Tutor Liang is still there?" Thinking of the bet the two had made earlier, Xia Qingyan's pretty face couldn't help but blush. "So what? The bet was meant to be honored in front of a large crowd, and now you're only allowed to do it in front of Tutor Liang." Yi Chen hummed. "Well then." Xia Qingyan was a bit embarrassed. What kind of strange bet did these two brats make and have to fulfill it in front of a big crowd? Just as Liang Xia was wondering, only to see Xia Qingyan closing her eyes. Her moist red little mouth kiss had already kissed on Yi Chen's face. Crap! Liang Xia's eyes were wide open, feeling that she A single dog had been viciously abused. Ding! On the third day of the wedding. Reward immortal bastard skill. Ding! On the fourth day of the wedding. Reward holy elixir *100. Ding! On the seventh day of the wedding. Rewarding the yin-yang dual cultivation technique. As time passed, it had already been 7 days since Yi Chen and Xia Qingyan had gotten married, and he had received generous rewards every day. For 5 days, he had been cultivating in the Desolate God Academy. The vast majority of the time was spent cultivating the Immortal Overlord body technique. It was an emperor-level martial art. It was also a body-refining martial art. Yi Chen took the route of a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators were extremely strong existences among all martial artists in terms of battle power, much higher than martial artists of the same level. But at the same time there are obvious shortcomings. The defenses of ordinary sword cultivators were generally not strong, even on the weak side. And this Immortal Overlord body technique just made up for Yi Chen's shortcomings. This was an ancient physical body cultivation martial art. This martial art is centered on the belief of toughness and indestructibility, and through the extreme stimulation at the cellular level, it enables the martial artist's physical body to gain unprecedented strength and vitality, thus practicing an immortal golden body. After spending 5 days, Yi Chen had already cultivated this emperor-level martial art to the small completion realm. He was once again easy to wash. The marrow, the skin and bones, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels shine. The whole body tendons like gold, bones like jade, sweat hair like halberd. The body is like filling lead. The diamond is unbreakable. Cultivators of the same level. In front of him, their fleshly bodies were as fragile as if they were paper mache. On top of that, these days, he had been taking a large number of extremely high-grade pills every day like he was eating sugar beans, then refine it with the indestructible Dao body. His cultivation was also growing by leaps and bounds. Break through the third level of the Daojak realm. The current me is able to crush even against a strong person at the first level of the Cave Void realm. Yi Chen said confidently. Yi Xiao, it's not good, something has happened. Right at this moment, Zhang Xiu's voice rang out from outside the door of the cultivation room. What is it? Yi Chen asked. The Horse Clan's #1 heavenly pride, Ma Yao, led a group of top geniuses from the Heavenly Law sect to the Desolate God Academy, naming you as the one who wants to fight a life and death battle with you. Yi Xiao, saying that he wants to seek justice for his younger brother, Ma Xin, and that if you don't dare to meet the battle, you'll go and kneel down in front of his younger brother's grave and go to guard the grave for 3 years. Zhang Xiu said with an ugly face. Ma Yao? Yi Chen pondered for a moment. I think I've heard that name before. This Ma Yao is the true #1 heavenly pride of the Ma clan, with a talent that is unknown to be many times better than Ma Xin. And it is only because he is not from the direct lineage of the Ma clan that he was not established as the young master. I heard that he later went to the ancient sect Tianfa sect to cultivate, and because of his outstanding talent, he was established as the 10th saint son of Tianfa sect, with a promising future. The Heavenly Law sect was one of the top forces in the desolate domain, with geniuses like clouds, and the fact that Ma Yao was able to stand out from it showed how talented he was. Young Yi, Ma Yao is already 23 years old this year, 5 years longer than you, and is not a genius of the same era as you. There is absolutely no need for you to accept his challenge. It's unfair to you. You can simply leave him out to dry as if he is shit. Zhang Xiu proposed. For a supreme genius, the difference in cultivation was like a chasm with a single thought. Ma Yao was almost a heavenly pride of the same era as Yi Chen's sister, Yi Yuqing, and by challenging Yi Chen, he was originally bullying the young with the big. Even if Yi Chen refused the challenge, he wouldn't be laughed at by anyone. Where are they now? Yi Chen asked. It's in the Academy's life and death arena. Zhang Xiu said. Let's go meet them. Yi Chen walked in that direction with his hands in his pockets. The Immortal Hegemony body technique has just been cultivated to the small completion realm, and I don't know what level of strength I have reached. So let's take Ma Yao to practice. Yi Xiao Yu. Zhang Xiu was taken aback and hurriedly followed. Life and death arena. Xia Qingyan, aren't you the #1 heavenly pride of the Desolate God Academy? Do you dare to go to the life and death ring with me? A heavenly Dharma sect's heavenly pride, whose body was like a small mountain and as strong as an ox, provoked. Why not? Xia Qingyan's face was as cold as frost, and with the point of her foot, her immortal posture landed on the life and death ring. She knew that these heavenly Dharma sect's celestial pride were rushing towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen had offended the Horse Clan for her own sake, and now that the Horse Clan had come to challenge her, she naturally wouldn't back down, willing to rush ahead of Yi Chen to defend the enemy. Die. The man's name was Xiang Koan. He was already 24 years old this year, a long-established pride of the Heavenly Law sect, and was at the 5th level of the Daojacking realm. The ground shattered underneath his feet, and his person had already transformed into a wild shadow, arriving in the air above Xia Qingyan's head. his hands holding a wide mountain-opening blade as he slashed down. A hideous blade cut down from the sky. Xia Qingyan's moth eyebrow frowned, and her sinful body dodged lightly, instantly avoiding the attack. Only a boom was heard. The life and death ring under his feet was chopped out with a crack more than 10 feet long. Xian Kuan let out another loud shout and closed in on Xia Qingyan in midair, his mountain-opening blade chopping out a dozen or so powerful blade awnings one after another. Xia Qingyan's bright eyes were icy cold. Without a single fluctuation, dodging calmly, a dozen or so blade-ons swept across from her side, but they didn't even touch her shirt. After coming out of the trial mystery realm, Xia Qingyan's cultivation had already broken through the 4th level of the Daojacking realm, although it was slightly lower than Xiang Kuan, but she possessed the unsullied god body. As the number 1 heavenly pride of the Desolate God Academy, he was also extremely experienced in battle, and his comprehensive battle power was already far superior to that of the other party. Soon she found a break in her opponent. Xiang Kuan attacked again, chopping down with his sword in both hands. Xia Qingyan's gaze flinched as a silver soft sword shot out from her sleeve, like a silver snake wrapping around her opponent's mountain-opening blade. This sword was called the Chopping Acacia, and it was a mid-grade saint artifact. It is also the first supreme treasure of the Xia family. Snort! Xiang Kuan's wrist was pierced through by the tip of the sword, and his palm was almost chopped off as blood flowed out. Not good. Xiang Kuan's face changed drastically. The hand holding the knife was abolished. He was no different from the fish on the chopping board. Thumbs up. Xia Qingyan took a step and instantly moved, brushing past Xiang Kuan. A trace of blood appeared on the latter's neck, and then the blood gradually enlarged. Blood surged out, and his mountain-like body fell down softly. Is this the pride of the previous generation? But that's all. Next, Xia Qingyan's cool voice echoed. The goddess of clear face bossy. Xia Qingyan's popularity in the Desolate God Academy was already high, which immediately caused the crowd to applaud. Outrageous. I'll do it. Another heavenly pride from the Heavenly Law sect flew up to the life and death ring. Xia Qingyan exchanged a dozen moves with him before obliterating him with another sword. Another person made an appearance. He didn't go past 20 moves under Xia Qingyan's hand and was wiped out again. Xia Qingyan killed 3 veteran Tianhua sect heavenly prides in a row. Applause rose and fell, and the atmosphere of the scene gradually reached its peak. Damn! The dozen or so people led by Ma Yao were in a rage. They were originally rushing towards Yi Chen, but they didn't expect that 3 of them had already folded without even seeing Yi Chen's face. We can't go on like this. The next person must decapitate this woman or we won't be able to finish. That's right. If we lose again, where will my Heavenly Law sect's face go? But who's on next? A dozen or so people looked at each other in dismay, but none of them dared to enter the ring. Against Xia Qingyan, none of them were sure of victory. Originally, they thought that as veteran Celestial Pride, they could easily crush those 17 and 18-year-old young Celestial Pride of the Desolate God Academy. However, they had still underestimated the depth of the Desolate God Academy, and the heavenly pride that had been cultivated was indeed terrifying. Not only did they not press, but they were countered with 3 kills. It's a shame to be ashamed of myself. I'll do it. Ma Yao's face was cloudy as he took a step onto the life and death ring. If he didn't make a move at this moment, the face of the Heavenly Law sect would be completely lost. Xia Qingyan instantly disappeared in place, taking advantage of his unsteady foothold. He approached with a sword and cut down with a silver light sword chi. Ma Yao let out a cold snort, and a swirling cavern of nothingness actually appeared behind him, emitting supreme pressure. He was already at the 1st level of the cave realm. Ma Yao's second finger probed out and flicked lightly on the silver soft sword, but it erupted with a mountainous force. Xia Qingyan flew out backwards as if she had been hit hard. Her pretty face turned white and a mouthful of blood was spat out. Lost in one move? What? The cheers of the many Desolate God Academy students on the stage came to an abrupt end. The difference in strength between the Daojak realm and the Cave Void realm was like a chasm. What? One move injured Goddess Qingyan? Worthy of being the holy son of an ancient sect, an old heavenly pride. It's really strong. The crowd of the Desolate God Academy was shocked. Unbelievable. Their Desolate God Academy's number 1 heavenly pride, the possessor of the unsullied divine body, was not even a match for the other party? Only slightly injured? It's worthy of being the possessor of the unsullied god body. Ma Yao was slightly surprised. In that strike just now, he had used about 50% of his strength. If it was an ordinary Daojak realm 4th level martial artist, he would most likely only have half a life left if he didn't die. And Xia Qingyan was only slightly injured? It was evident that the strength was far beyond that of an ordinary heaven's pride. If she grew up, she might be the next Yi Yuqing, an unrivaled existence in the younger generation. It seemed that if Yi Chen was going to kill today, this woman's life could not be left behind. With this in mind, Ma Yao approached Xia Qingyan with a flash and slapped his palm. A cavernous black hole instantly coalesced behind him, like a tornado storm that swept through heaven and earth. Not good. Ma Yao has aroused murderous intentions, a student from the Desolate God Academy exclaimed. Xia Qingyan's pretty face was grave, ready to fight to the death. Boom! Suddenly, a sword as black as ink chopped down from the sky and plunged into the earth in front of Xia Qingyan, sweeping up a monstrous killing aura. The sword of the underworld. What a strong killing aura. Ma Yao's face changed as he was forced back a dozen steps, and the cavernous sky condensed behind him was cut into pieces by the killing sword intent. He staggered to a stop and looked down. His palm cracked open with a bloody scar. Is he hurt? It's Yi Chen. There was a gasp of surprise from the students of the Desolate God Academy. Although many people hated Yi Chen, they still chose to support him in the face of a foreign enemy. Yi Chen slowly walked up to the life and death ring and looked at Xia Qingyan. Are you alright? Xia Qingyan shook her head. Fighting is between men. You go down. Yi Chen said indifferently. You have to be careful. He is at the cave realm cultivation level. Xia Qingyan's bright eyes flashed with a flash of worry. If he wasn't at the cave void realm cultivation, I wouldn't even bother killing him. Yi Chen said. It's too bossy. Xia Qingyan's heart trembled, and she felt a trace of admiration for Yi Chen. Then be careful. Xia Qingyan instructed another sentence and walked on. Sweetheart, it's nice to be protected. You're Yi Chen? Ma Yao's gaze was unkind as he sized up Yi Chen. The latter was at the third level of Daojacking realm cultivation. At his age, it was already an extremely high level of existence, so it was no wonder that his own brother had died at his hands. However, the current Yi Chen had absolutely no chance of winning against himself. So what if it is? Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back, a flash of disdain in his eyes. Since you went to the life and death ring, you have accepted my challenge. Today, no matter if you live or die, each one of you is based on your ability. No matter if it's the Yi clan or the Ma clan, they shall not be held accountable. Do you agree? Ma Yao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked like he was eating his opponent. That's a lot of nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Yi Chen scornfully said. Okay, don't say I'm bullying the small. How about I let you make 3 moves first? Ma Yao sneered. It's no fun. Yi Chen shook his head. You don't even dare to fight in 3 moves. Why don't you make it 5? Ma Yao sneered. I mean, you're too weak on your own. There's no point in killing you. All of you from the Heavenly Law sect should go together. That way I'll still have some desire to make a move. Yi Chen said. Harlot, how dare you be so arrogant? Ma Yao was furious, and behind him, the cave sky swarmed and condensed, and a golden lance flew out from it, gripping it in his hand. Shasta. He was united with his gun, and his body radiated an endless sharp aura. The Saint's son is worthy of being a golden gun saint body. The moment he gripped the gun, his entire aura changed. Although this Yi clan young lord isn't as wasted as the legends say, he's only at the 3rd level of cultivation of the Daojak realm, so he has no chance of winning against Lord Saint's son. The many celestial pride of the Heavenly Dharma sect had full confidence in Ma Yao. A few breaths later, Ma Yao's battle power had already reached its peak, even comparable to a cave void realm 2nd level powerhouse. The golden spear breaks through the void. He stabbed out with his gun, and his gun power unbeatably erupted. The void trembled and twisted, and endless golden light gunshots ran through the heavens and the earth. Is this the strength of a cave void realm martial artist? It's nothing more than that. Yi Chen's gaze flinched, and the underworld god's sword that was slanted on the ground automatically flew back into his hand, and the endless sharpness of his sword blossomed. Chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. The indestructible Taoist body. Killing sword intent. Immortal overlord technique. Yi Chen had no reservations, and all of his power was incorporated into this sword. The radiant sword awnings cut out diagonally, meeting the golden light spear awnings with a destructive force. Click here. As the two forces came into contact, the golden light spear awnings collapsed and opened up, annihilating all of them in the void. Not good. Ma Yao's sweaty hairs stood on end, feeling the threat of death in a split second. Snort. The sword chi penetrated through the body. The ground behind Ma Yao's body cracked open with a hideous fissure tens of feet long. How is this possible? Ma Yao's eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness. Immediately, his eyebrow cracked open with a gash, and with a bang, he exploded into a mist of blood. There was silence in the room. It was unbelievable that Ma Yao, who was at the cave void realm cultivation level, would be killed by Yi Chen in a second with a single sword. Impossible. How could the saint's son be decapitated by a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Daojak realm? This son is too eccentric. Simply not human. This is not a good place to stay. Let's go. No, run. The dozen or so Heavenly Dharma sect's heavenly pride had fearful eyes as they turned around and fled. Killing sword intent swept through the heavens and earth, enveloping them. Only Yi Chen's figure descended from the sky, the corner of his mouth raised in a touch of cruelty. Since you're here, you can all stay. Wait, We didn't go to the life and death ring and accept your challenge. A heavenly dharma sect heavenly pride exclaimed. The rules are made by the strong. I can kill you all if I want to. So why do I need to go to the life and death ring? Yi Chen let out a cold smile, and the underworld god's sword in his hand blossomed into a monstrous blood aura. Thumbs up. A dozen or so heavenly dharma sect's celestial pride's flesh exploded into a bloody mist. All of their life force was sucked up by the underworld god's sword. Only the light emanating from the underworld god's sword was even more piercing and bizarre. These are the top heavenly pride of the Tianfa sect, and they were killed by Yi Chen in a single second with a single sword? Yi Chen is too strong. Yi Chen's potential isn't even below that of his sister, Yi Yuqing. This bogeyman is so scary that he drives people out of business at the drop of a hat. We'll have to stay away from him from now on. The students of the Desolate God Academy whispered, looking at Yi Chen with even more awe and trepidation. Yi Chen, you killed so many Tianfa sect's heavenly pride. Aren't you afraid of offending the Tianfa sect? Xia Qingyan gazed at Yi Chen, feeling that the other party was becoming more and more mysterious. Are there fewer forces that I have offended? There is no lack of the heavenly law sect. If they want to come and take revenge, just come. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth raised in disdain. Although the heavenly law sect was a top force in the desolate domain, it was still quite a bit worse than the Yi clan in terms of its heritage, so he doesn't put it in perspective. Were you hiding your strength before? Xia Qingyan asked the question in her mind. Want to know? Go home to your bed and tell you. Yi Chen laughed as he wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Darn, you just know how to embarrass me in public. Xia Qingyan's pretty face flushed, and in her heart, she actually did not reject Yi Chen's flirtatious behavior. I recently acquired a dual cultivation technique. Walk back and study it together. Yi Chen laughed out loud, picked up Xia Qingyan, and turned into a ray of light to go away in the air amidst the envious eyes of the crowd. Horse Clan Headquarters. Lord Patriarch, young Master Ma Yao was also killed by Yi Chen. Ma Tianhong came before a grand hall and bowed slightly. Rumble. A supreme pressure came from the great hall. Even Ma Tianhong, a quasi-emperor powerhouse, was terrified under this aura. A few moments later, the doors to the great hall opened. A middle-aged man in black brocade robes walked out, exuding an imperial might that looked out of the world. He spoke coldly. An 18-year-old kid beheading a 23-year-old heavenly pride of my Ma clan? Ma Tianhong clenched his teeth. Yes, and it was a one-sword kill, so it's clear that this isn't this son's full strength. The black-robed middle-aged man's face was gloomy, unable to tell if he was happy or angry, and after a moment he added, so this son's natural talent is not below his sister Yi Yuqing? Ma Tianhong nodded unwillingly. This son has a ruthless and decisive nature, even more terrifying than his sister. The black-robed middle-aged man grunted coldly. The Yi clan's simultaneous emergence of two heavenly prides that overwhelmed the world is a sign of a rise. Is it possible that the Yi clan is going to become the dominant player in the desolate domain in the future? A murderous intent flashed in Ma Tianhong's eyes. Lord Patriarch, we have already formed a deep hatred with this son. If we allow him to grow up, he will definitely be detrimental to my Ma clan in the future. The black-robed middle-aged man nodded and then said, if we openly strike against Yi Chen, it will cause a conflict with the Yi clan, and it's not the best policy. Ma Tianhong asked, what does the Lord Patriarch mean? The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. Heavily paid assassins from the Dark World strike. Ma Tianhong frowned and said, that's a good idea, but Yi Chen's side is guarded at all times by Ying, a quasi-emperor powerhouse, and although the Dark World's assassins aren't weak, I'm afraid it'll only be difficult to kill Yi Chen. The black-robed middle-aged man sneered and said, no harm done, the Dark World is just a front. After the Dark World's assassin assassinates Yi Chen a few times, we'll launch a fatal strike on him. In that case, everyone will think that Yi Chen was killed by the Dark World, and that it has nothing to do with our horse clan. Ma Tianhong suddenly realized, Lord Patriarch, this move is really high. Ding, on the 10th day of marriage, reward 9 sons great tonic pill *30. Ding, on the 11th day of the wedding, rewarding the Emperor grade lower carriage phantom. Ding, on the 15th day of the wedding, rewarding the Emperor grade lower grade sword purple hiking. Without realizing it, Yi Chen had been married for half a month, and every day, he could obtain system rewards. These days, since he and Xia Qingyan had practiced the technique of dual cultivation, both of their cultivation levels had progressed by leaps and bounds, rising to the 6th level of the Daojacking realm. At this rate, before the Heaven's Pride competition, my cultivation is expected to break through the Cave Void realm. Xia Qingyan revealed a look of delight. Some can't believe it. After double cultivation with Yi Chen, it really received a strange effect. The feeling of a rapid surge in cultivation was simply too good to be true. How about it? Do you still want to sleep in a separate room from me now? Yi Chen wrapped his arms around Xia Qingyan's thin waist, his palms unbridled. You're annoying. You just know how to laugh at people. Xia Qingyan's pretty face flushed and buried her small head into Yi Chen's chest. Half a month together. The two had long since ceased to be rusty, and had developed a love for each other that was no different from that of an ordinary newlywed couple. By the way, a gift for you as a reward for being married for half a month. With a thought, a purple aura flew out from the nascent sacred ring. The purple light dispersed, and a purple crystalline sword condensed, engraved with lifelike purple lightning patterns, the blade sharp, and a sharp light flowed. An emperor-level sword? Xia Qingyan was surprised. In the desolate domain, an emperor-level sword was already a top weapon, and its value was immeasurable. That's right, this sword is called Purple Hiker. It's purple in color. It goes well with what you're wearing. Do you like it? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Xia Qingyan usually liked to wear purple dresses, and it was just right with this sword. Thank you, Yi Chen. Xia Qingyan was touched in her heart. Call your husband. Yi Chen pinched her little nose. Thanks, hubby. Xia Qingyan was still a bit rusty with this title. To tell you something, I'm planning to go out for a training trip, and I'll be back in about 10 days or so. Yi Chen felt that he was still somewhat lacking in terms of actual combat, intending to go out and find some strong enemies to kill, honing in life and death battles in order to become stronger faster. Then you take me with you. Xia Qingyan's pair of white and crystal lotus root arms hooked around Yi Chen's neck, sweetly pampering him. No. Yi Chen shook his head. Why? Xia Qingyan's eyes flashed with a touch of sadness. I killed so many people from the Horse Clan, the Heavenly Dharma sect and the rest of them. After I leave the Desolate God Academy, they'll definitely go after me in secret. It's too dangerous for you to follow me. Yi Chen stroked the other party's small head. After half a month of getting along, he also had feelings for Xia Qingyan. Naturally, he didn't want the other party to follow him into danger. Then wouldn't you be in danger alone as well? Xia Qingyan said. Don't worry, if I'm alone, even if I encounter a great emperor powerhouse, I'll be able to retreat in one piece. Yi Chen's eyes were confident. Besides Yi Ying and Xiao Yi, he had other means to save his life. Even an ordinary great emperor wouldn't be able to kill him. Really? You don't want to lie to me? Xia Qingyan said. I'll lie to the world, and I won't lie to you. Yi Chen said in a domineering manner. You're so good at making girls happy. Xia Qingyan revealed a sweet smile. Before I leave, we're exploring the art of dual cultivation? Yi Chen looked at her with fiery eyes. Don't. Xia Qingyan stared at the other party with wide eyes, her eyes sizzling. The two dry-humped each other. One day and one night. Ding! On the 16th day of marriage, rewarded with sacred Dan Ginseng * 200. Before Yi Chen left, he gave these 200 sacred Dan Ginseng to Xia Qingyan. Plus, they had already helped her improve her cultivation martial arts before. During this half-month, even if she didn't double cultivate with herself, it wouldn't be difficult for her cultivation to break through the cave realm. Immediately, Yi Chen went to the Academy's Bounty Pavilion, took on a 9-star mission to eliminate the Blood Refining Palace. After that, they left the Desolate God Academy. The Phantom Carriage was summoned. He stepped into the carriage and transformed into a phantom light, wind speeding and breaking through the air. And not long after he left the Desolate God Academy, the sky collapsed and tore apart, and a teleportation array appeared not far in front of Yi Chen. A terrifying pressure came and forced the phantom carriage to stop. That's some fast action. Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes as he sat under the Chinese cover of the carriage. It was unthinkable that he had just left the Desolate Gods Academy on the front foot, and a danger had sought him out. It was just what he wanted. 2. The more dangers there are, the more opportunities one has to get honed. In the teleportation formation, an upright figure dressed in black and carrying a long sword walked out. He was around his 30s. His eyes were grim. There was a cross scar on his stoic face, and a sinister ghostly aura wrapped around him. It was at least a martial artist at the 7th level of the cave realm. Someone is being paid for your life. So get offended. The man in black slowly drew his long sword. The sound of ghosts crying and howling rose in all directions, and a sinister ghostly aura enveloped this heaven and earth. Ghost Sword King Evil. Are you an assassin from the Dark World? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The Dark World was a very mysterious force in the Wasteland domain. Not a clan but an assassin organization that brought together a group of the top assassins in the Wasteland domain. They dare to kill anyone as long as they are paid. The price of a Dark World assassin was extremely high, so it was clear that the Horse Clan had put in a lot of blood in order to kill themselves. I can't help it. I'm an assassin. I get paid to do my job. So blame your employer for killing you. A murderous intent flashed in Wang Xia's eyes, sweeping up a monstrous ghostly aura as he chopped his sword towards Yi Chen on the opposite side. Yi Chen took a step out and met him. The power of the immortal hegemony technique operated. Yi Chen's hegemonic body coalesced, and his skin glowed with a bright golden light, like a copper wall, radiating an indestructible pressure. Boom! Yi Chen's fist clashed with Wang Xia, Immortal golden light filled the air. The roiling ghostly aura was shattered and scattered, and heaven and earth trembled violently. What? Wang Xia was shaken back 100 feet. His body's qi and blood were in turmoil, and his face was unsightly. Didn't the information say that Yi Chen was a sword cultivator? There is a sword cultivator with such a strong physical body? Yi Chen's eyes flashed with murderous intent. His body was covered in immortal golden light, and as he blasted out with his fist, the surrounding void trembled, and a golden haze shrouded the 8 directions of heaven and earth. Bully fist. The golden light fist seal slammed down, and before it could approach Wang Qi, the void around him was twisting and trembling, as if it might collapse at any moment. Wang Xia was even more shocked in his heart. Not only was Yi Chen a physical cultivator, his cultivation was also much more powerful than the information. Himself, a strong person at the 7th level of the cave void realm, was barely a match for him if he didn't go all out. Immediately, 7 caverns condensed behind Wang Xie, and endless ghost qi swarmed up from within, vast and majestic, just like the gates of hell opening. He had no reservations and met Yi Chen's fist with his sword. Boom! The moment the two collided together, the surrounding mountain peaks shook and the lakes rushed under their feet, as if the entire heaven and earth were shaking. Yi Chen laughed coldly and instantly threw out a set of combination punches and kicks. Each punch and kick exuded a shocking and dominating power that was incomparably fierce. Wang Xia was raging with a ghostly aura, holding his sword to meet him, blocking Yi Chen's attacks one by one, only to feel his body's qi and blood churning, incomparably uncomfortable. The 7 caverns behind them were also shaken with a burst of instability. This kid clearly only has a cultivation level of the 6th level of the Daojak realm, and he even managed to gain the upper hand against Wang Xia head-on? No wonder the Horse Clan was willing to spend 1 billion extreme spirit stones as a bounty. This kid really is a bit difficult to deal with. Let Wang Xia consume him for a while first, and then find a chance to kill him when he's exhausted. There are also hordes of Dark World assassins hidden in the shadows. Stupidly. Bang bang. Yi Chen swung away Wang Xia's long sword with a punch, then took a step out, his fleshly body like a bow, and struck a strike of the 8 extreme top elbow, which blasted on top of the latter's defensive light shield. Click. Wang Xia's defensive light shield shattered and flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood. His face was cloudy. Then he suddenly thought of something and laughed out loud. And why would I need to fight hard with you? A physical cultivator. Watch the move. Wang Xia moved his feet and disappeared like a ghost. In the next moment, he transformed into a dozen ghostly residual shadows, surrounding Yi Chen from all sides. The Yi clan blasted out a dozen punches in a row. The golden light erupted recklessly and dominantly, shattering each and every remnant shadow. And the last remnant shadow appeared behind Yi Chen, instantly chopping out 20 to 30 ghostly sword qi, bursting out horizontally and vertically, forming a sword net. Tinkerbell. Yi Chen condensed the immortal hegemony body protector. His body was invulnerable to swords and spears, and the sword qi cut into his body, emitting metal cutting sounds and sparks, but no defense was broken. What? How is this possible? Wang Xia was shocked. The long sword in his hand was a superb spiritual treasure, infinitely close to the existence of Xianbao, coupled with his power. But even the other party's defense could not be broken? That's bullshit. How dare you come out as an assassin with this much strength? Don't you mind the shame? Yi Chen sneered. I'll fight you. Wang Xia was infuriated, and his body blossomed with ghostly sword qi as he charged towards Yi Chen. Lives can be lost, but a killer's temperament cannot. A killing chance flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he activated his indestructible Dao body, and a force that was immortal and unending erupted. The power of the immortal overlord technique skyrocketed by more than a few times. Bully fist blasted out. Poof! Yi Chen's fist pierced through Wang Xia's chest, and his internal organs exploded in blood and gore. Immediately, Wang Qi's body fell from the air like a broken sack. Since you're all here, why don't you show yourself? Yi Chen's domineering and unrivaled eyes swept through the surroundings, and those killers hiding in the shadows were like street rats, with nowhere to hide. Now that we've been discovered, there's no point in continuing to hide. That's right, don't be a killer if you're afraid to die. Rich and famous. The surrounding void distorted, and 7 figures walked out from different directions, their eyes unkind as they surrounded Yi Chen in the center. The cultivation level of the 7 was around the 7th or 8th level of the cave void realm. The strongest person was at the 9th level of the cave void realm, a pudgy old man. You're all in this together. Yi Chen snorted coldly, and the immortal golden light on his body burned away, bright and scorching. He was like a blazing sun, standing between heaven and earth. Boom! A burly, bare-chested, muscular, giant sword-wielding assassin was the first to strike, the giant sword in his hand blossoming with a domineering sword aura. Immediately after that, 2 more twin sisters pinched from the left and right, bursting out with 2 long chain sides that were eerie and bizarre. Although the other 4 had not yet made a move, They were looking around with unkind gazes, and once Yi Chen revealed a crack, they would strike like vipers. Good timing. Yi Chen let out a low gulp and swept out as a golden light residue, instantly avoiding the twin sisters' attacks and appearing in front of the lanky man. Boom! The two collided together, and although the burly man was also a power type, against Yi Chen, who possessed the indestructible Dao body as well as the cohesive immortal hegemony body, he was still defeated down in terms of physical strength. Just a click. The tiger's mouths of the burly man's hands holding the sword cracked. Blood sword, and he fell back. There was disbelief in his eyes. Yi Chen's strength was so powerful? Immediately after, Yi Chen once again sprinted forward, instantly closing in on the lanky man. Both sides battled together. Despite the twin sisters' hold, the lanky man was still no match for Yi Chen and was beaten back. They're no match for Yi Chen. You guys get on, I'll look for a sure shot. The pudgy old man at the head of the group spoke. The other three nodded and disappeared into thin air. Among the three, there was a midget child who was a formation master, and his spell seals condensed, instantly condensing a dozen or so formations in the void, falling from the sky and suppressing them towards Yi Chen. The other two were both sword cultivators and flew towards Yi Chen as two sword lights. Facing a siege of 6 people, Yi Chen was instantly suppressed. The twin sisters took the opportunity to fling out their scythe chains and entangled Yi Chen's arms. The sharp tips of the scythe stuck at the location of his peepa bone. Although it didn't break defense either, it controlled Yi Chen's arms. At the same time, a dozen powerful formations descended from the sky like 10 great mountains, pressing down on his body. Come on! The other 3 sword cultivators attacked in a group, instantly chopping out hundreds of sword slashes and bombarding Yi Chen's body. Under the continuous bombardment, Yi Chen was finally broken through the defense, and a trace of blood flowed out from the surface of his golden skin. But it's all just a few superficial wounds. Seek death. Yi Chen's veins rippled on his forehead, and he hissed up to the sky as a terrifying force stirred. Immortal Overlord Technique. Overlord Unloading Armor. The scorching and radiant golden light raged, erupting into an indestructible and terrifying fluctuation, instantly shattering the 2 scythe chains and a dozen or so formations. Snicker. The twin sisters who were closest were shaken to death on the spot by this force, their flesh turning into 2 puddles of bloody mud, and the other 4, all of them spat out blood and retreated violently, suffering from very serious injuries. Only this one chance. The old man with the puffy head let out a low gulp. The power of the prohibition in his body opened, only to see his body blossom with a demonic blood aura, and his battle power instantly soared by more than 3 times. It could almost be comparable to a Dharma realm powerhouse. He took one step and instantly approached Yi Chen. It's fast as lightning. Snort. A sword pierced through Yi Chen's chest, and blood gurgled out. Did it work? The faces of the few killers around them were relieved. The pudgy old man said with a sinister smile on his face, "Kid, it's your honor to die in the hands of the old man." After saying that, he slapped Yi Chen out with a palm. Yi Chen spat out blood from his mouth. A transparent hole was stabbed out of his chest. Blood flowed straight out, and his internal organs were shattered. If it was an ordinary person, he would have died a long time ago. Cut off this kid's head and go back to collect your reward. A few other assassins revealed bloodthirsty expressions as they walked towards Yi Chen. Are you all worthy? Yi Chen let out a fierce smile as the power of the undying Dao body operated. The Dantian was flooded with indestructible golden light, containing the mysterious power of immortality and nirvana rebirth, only to see the blood and flesh of his chest writhing and nourishing and healing. And in just a few moments of effort, the wound had disappeared and was restored as before. And after his injuries were healed, the aura in Yi Chen's body surged wildly, and his cultivation skyrocketed. In a moment, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th level of the Daojacking realm. What? That's impossible. He actually has the ability to live and die. Flesh and bones. He seems to have gotten a bit stronger as well. This is too terrifying. Several assassins were alarmed, especially the old man with the puffy head. He knew how strong his sword was. It was almost a sword of certain death that would not leave half a chance of life. What I didn't realize was that not only was he fine, he was getting stronger. Who can stand that? Almost time to send you on your way. Yi Chen clenched his 5 fingers and the underworld sword appeared out of thin air, stabbing at the lanky man holding the huge sword. Don't even think about it. The burly man let out a low roar and swung his huge sword to block. Click! The underworld god sword cut through the giant sword like tofu and pierced through the burly man's brow. What? Inferior grade imperial soldiers. Several other people changed color. In the desolate domain, emperor's soldiers were the topmost weapons, usually only possessed by great emperor powerhouses. And Yi Chen, a Daojacking realm martial artist, even carried it with him. Was the Yi clan really that rich? In an instant, Yi Chen closed in on the other 3 sword cultivator killers and slashed down with his sword. This sword contained the overbearing astral energy of the immortal hegemony body technique and was invulnerable. and in a single glance, the long swords of the three-sword cultivator killers crumbled, and the sword energy penetrated through their flesh, spilling blood on the spot. If Wang Xia was still alive, he would realize that Yi Chen was really a sword cultivator. It was just that his strength didn't qualify him to make Yi Chen use his sword. Run! The old man with the puffy head turned into a swordlight and turned to flee. The midget tried to escape as well, while Yi Chen had already appeared in front of him, looking at him with cold eyes. The dwarf was creeped out, and his hands hurriedly made seals, laying down more than 20 formations consecutively in front of his body. The formation light was monstrous, the runes rotated, and it was as solid as a golden soup. Yi Chen coldly snorted in disdain and stabbed out with his sword. Bang bang bang! The seemingly impenetrable formation was as weak as papier-mâché under Yi Chen's sword awnings, and the layers shattered apart. In the next moment, the dwarf's head was shot out by the sword and exploded like a watermelon. Meanwhile, the old man with the pudgy head had already fled into the nearest teleportation formation. Just before the teleportation array opened, the underworld god's sword in Yi Chen's hand took the initiative to detach itself from his palm and flew away as a black swordlight. Snort! It pierced through the pudgy old man's chest. 7 assassins of the dark world were killed. After sucking the life force of these 7 people, the underworld god's sword returned to Yi Chen's hand, and actually fed a force back to Yi Chen. Yi Chen operated the indestructible Dao body and took a moment to refine this power. Shortly after, Yi Chen's cultivation broke through the 7th level of the Daojak realm. Yi Chen didn't stay here either. Little Yi, I'm going to the blood refining palace. A voice generated by the formation resounded. Received, connecting you to the nearest teleportation formation to the blood training palace. Immediately, the void shattered and a teleportation array appeared in front of Yi Chen. He stepped into it. After about 3 to 5 minutes, he arrived at an ancient city. This place was less than 10,000 miles away from the death swamp where the blood refining palace was located. Yi Chen sacrificed his phantom carriage and flew in the direction of the death swamp. Dark World Headquarters. In a dark palace, there were 10 huge black stone thrones. On top of each throne sat a man in a black robe, unable to see his face, all exuding an eerie and powerful aura. They are the 10 kings of assassins of the dark world, each in charge of one area. The existence with the highest power under the killing emperor. Black demon, they are all gone. A bone-thin black-robed man was the first to speak. What? Wasn't it said that Yi Chen only had a cultivation level of the 5th level of the Daojak realm? How could the black demon and the others not be able to kill him? Another slightly chubby black-robed man added. I've heard that Yi Chen's physique is very special, most likely a divine body, and with a lower-grade imperial weapon in his hand for defense. It's not surprising that he's able to decimate a cave void realm-level powerhouse. The bone-thin black-robed man spoke again. It's remarkable that 2 heavenly prides with divine bodies have appeared in the Yi clan at the same time. A red-haired, black-robed man said. A lower-grade emperor soldier? Why don't my slave personally go kill that little doll and bring back the lower-grade emperor soldier to offer it to Lord Emperor Slayer? I'm sure his old man will be very happy. A black-robed person with a slender and shapely figure, whose face could not be seen, opened her mouth, and her voice was a bit panting and seductive, making people's bones crumble when they heard it. When they heard that she was going to offer the lower-grade imperial weapon to the slaying emperor, the greed in everyone's eyes disappeared. Although inferior emperor soldiers were incredibly precious, no one dared to touch them if it was something the slayer emperor wanted. Color King, you're a Seal King realm-level powerhouse. Wouldn't it be a bit of a fuss if we have you to make a move? The bone-thin black-robed man said. No harm done. I love nothing more than abusing geniuses. Besides, he has a lower-grade imperial weapon. It's worth my trip. The King of Colors lifted her cloak, revealing her seductive and demonic appearance. Deep in the death swamp, in the last few days, martial artists from all the major forces had gathered here. Countless martial artists entered the death swamp in their carriages, flying swords, flying birds, mounts, and so on. Thousands of people. They seemed to be searching for some supreme treasure. Among these people, they included the Fire Country, the Heavenly Law Sect, and other first-class forces of the Desolate Domain. So it was evident that what they were looking for must be unusual. Half an hour later, the phantom carriage swung around and flew into the death swamp. The sky is dense with miasma, covering the sky. It is difficult to discern the direction. Yi Chen turned on the headlights. 2 columns of light pierced through the endless darkness. The miasma within a radius of 100 feet are dispersed. He had been traveling for about 10 minutes when suddenly a dozen or so figures wearing fiery red long shirts blocked his way. It's you! A young man at the head with a powerful face and a lofty instrument, around his 30s, recognized Yi Chen. Someone from the Fire Nation? Yi Chen surveyed the clothes of several people and also recognized the identities of these people. Humph! Yi Chen didn't expect you scum to come to the death swamp as well. Quickly tell me, where did you hide our princess? The other red-robed man ranted angrily. What am I doing hiding your princess when I have nothing better to do? Yi Chen didn't have the good sense to say. Who knows what you denizens want? That's right. The last time you participated in the trial at the Desolate God Academy, you did something untoward to our princess, and you still didn't want to take responsibility afterward. You're simply scum to the core. Who knows if you'll see Her Highness again today and see the color again. Quickly hand over Her Highness, or you can't leave. The many martial artists of the Fire Country angrily rebuked one by one. I'll only say it once. Your princess who wants boobs without boobs and ass without ass. I'm not interested. Even if it's upside down, I don't care about it. You and the others get out of the way. And if you dare to pester him again, he'll die. Yi Chen couldn't see any joy or anger on his face as he turned around and was about to leave. Outrageous. How dare you insult Her Highness with your words? If you don't make it clear today, you won't be able to leave. A man in red reached out and grabbed towards Yi Chen, a powerful force coming from all directions towards the latter to confine him. Yi Chen did not look back. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword, and the underworld sword was half-sheathed at his waist. A bloodlit sword burst out. Thumbs up. The pressure emanating from it tore apart. The sword pierced through the red-robed man's brow, and the blood mist exploded. What? The other Fire Country martial artists were greatly alarmed. In their impression, wasn't Yi Chen a waste of cultivation? How was it possible to kill a Cave Void Realm 3rd level martial artist with a single sword? Dare to kill my Fire Country's martial artists. Even if you are the Yi clan's young master, take him down for me. The man in his 30s at the head of the group let out a loud shout, and a dozen or so Fire Country martial artists all exuded a powerful aura and headed towards Yi Chen. I'll give you a ride if you want to get killed. A flash of cruelty flashed across Yi Chen's eyes as the phantom carriage under his feet was put away and the underworld sword was pulled out of its scabbard. Clank! The killing sword intent was rampant. A sword of blood light chopped through heaven and earth. Thumbs up. Of the 15 Fire Country martial artists, half of them had their flesh directly exploded, and 7 others were also severely injured and burst back. Only the man who was in charge remained. His face was horrified to the extreme. After just a few months of not seeing him, this denizen's strength has turned so strong. Could it be that he was hiding his strength in the past? Yi Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he disappeared in an instantaneous movement. Before the man in the lead could react, he only felt a terrifying killing aura approaching him. He hastily drew his sword, and his cultivation of the 9th level of the Cave Void Realm radiated unreservedly as 9 tornado storm-like caverns appeared behind him. Yi Chen's face was disdainful, and all his strength was condensed in the long sword in his hand, and he fiercely chopped. Chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. The blood-red hideous sword broke through the air. The heavens and earth were reflected in blood red. Boom boom boom. The 9 caverns behind the leading man exploded in unison. The heavens and earth trembled, and space shattered. He spat out a mouthful of reverse blood and flew out backwards, and his pair of arms exploded into blood mist. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. To be able to serve as the personal guard captain of the princess of the Fire Country, the other party really did have some strength. To be able to block his own heaven-slashing sword drawing technique and not die? Then another sword. Yi Chen approached with an instantaneous shift. Not good. The man in the lead only felt the monstrous killing intent enveloping him, and his heart chilled, thinking that he would surely die. Stop. Right at this moment, a powerful pressure descended from the sky. The void shattered, and it was as if the sky was about to collapse. Quasi-Emperor? Yi Chen's face changed, and he hurriedly urged Little Leaf to condense a sword formation in front of his body, and a brilliant sword of light condensed, incomparably sharp. Click here. The sword formation came into contact with the wisp of Quasi-Emperor pressure and instantly shattered, and the ray of light swords flew away and turned into nothing. It was a good thing that the other party had no killing intent towards Yi Chen, and only forced him back. The void shattered, and a stout, tortoise-backed, crane-shaped, red-haired old man stepped out of it, with terrifying flames burning behind him, like a fire god that descended from the sky. Greetings, High Priest. The man in charge as well as the other Fire Country martial artists hurriedly saluted. Little friend, why did you kill my Fire Country's disciples? The High Priestess spoke faintly, but exuded an unquestionable pressure. They are in my way. They deserve to be killed. Facing a strong person at the level of a Quasi-Emperor, Yi Chen was also undaunted and coldly snorted. High Priest, it is he who captured Her Highness. We looked for him to ask for people. He did not hand over the people we looked for him to argue. Who knew that he was going to kill people at the drop of a hat? A Fire Nation martial artist said. For the last time, I have nothing to do with this. Yi Chen's face sank. Humph. The princess disappeared in this neighborhood. We searched again and only saw you alone. Who else is it if you didn't capture her? The other man grunted coldly. Cut the crap and fight if you want to. Yi Chen said in a cold voice. The High Priestess gazed disdainfully at Yi Chen, his Quasi-Emperor level pressure surging like a tidal wave. At the same time, he felt a powerful aura locking him down, a feeling like a sharp sword hanging over his head. It made him fearful. A moment later, the high priest shook his head and said, "The princess was not captured by little friend. The high priestess is." The crowd's faces changed. "Little friend, our fire country was offended by today's matter, so be my guest," the high priest added. Yi Chen snorted coldly and flew away as a swordlight. "High priest, why are you letting him go before you've questioned him carefully?" The man at the head of the group couldn't help but say. "He has a quasi-emperor protector by his side. His strength is above mine. If he was the one who captured the princess, there's absolutely no need to deny it. Furthermore, as the Yi clan's young lord, his purpose of coming to the Death Swamp should also be to search for the ruins of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom, so he shouldn't be able to do something as boring as capturing the princess," the high priest said. "So the one who took the princess is someone else. Who could it be?" The man in charge frowned. The high priest snorted coldly and didn't bother with him. He had only left for a short while and the princess had disappeared. So what was the use of having this group of drunkards? Immediately, he spread out his soul power and carefully searched for the whereabouts of the princess of the fire country. An hour later, Yi Chen arrived at the headquarters of the blood refining palace, only to see the place in ruins. Not a single figure. What's going on? Could it be that the blood refining palace has been destroyed one step ahead of time? Yi Chen frowned. Numerous martial practitioners of great powers had suddenly appeared in the Death Swamp, and there were even quasi-emperor level Dao protectors, so it shouldn't be difficult to exterminate a small practicing blood palace with a single hand. Come what may, it's still a good idea to look around. Yi Chen thought for a moment and carefully searched through the ruins of the blood refining palace again, still finding nothing. Don't say silhouette, not even a hair. It's not right. If the practicing blood palace was destroyed by someone else, there should be traces of a fight. Even if it was destroyed by a single move of a supreme powerhouse, at least it should leave behind body mutilations or bloodstains, but there isn't even a single drop of blood in the entire scene, which is very strange. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately, he added, "There's only one possibility for this, and that is that the blood refining palace wasn't exterminated, but rather withdrew on its own accord." Little Yi, is it possible to track the whereabouts of the people from the blood practicing palace? Yi Chen asked. Gather the mutilated scent from the scene, scanning and analyzing, find the exact location of the target, start tracking. Sayaka's voice rang out one after another. Light blossomed around Yi Chen and shone in one of the directions. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he flew in that direction. Not long after, Yi Chen arrived at the location that Little Leaf had locked. This place he had just visited, exactly where he had gotten into conflict with the people of the Fire Nation. People from the blood refining palace are nearby? Could it be that the disappearance of the princess of the fire country is related to the blood refining palace? Yi Chen looked in all directions. Little Yi, is it possible to specifically find the location of the people from the blood refining palace? Yi Chen asked again. Searching for. Search failed. Try again. Search failed. After several attempts, Sayaka ended up failing. Is it nearby? Why can't I find it? Yi Chen frowned. In addition to this place being a swamp, there were only a few dead trees, dead silence and miasma. And you could see a long way off at a glance. There wasn't a place on all sides where someone could hide. Where could the people from the blood refining palace hide? Young lord, they're probably hiding underneath the swamp. A voice suddenly sounded from Yi Chen's ears. It's none other than Leaf Shadow. Are you sure? Yi Chen froze slightly and looked toward the swamp beneath his feet. Don't worry young lord. My attainments in the art of concealment can't be compared to even many great emperor powerhouses. It can't be wrong. Yi Chen's shadow moved slightly. All along, Yi Ying had been hidden in Yi Chen's shadow. It was like Yi Chen's shadow. Okay then, I'll try. Yi Chen's mind urged Little Leaf, and a sword formation instantly coalesced. A streak of light swords flew, densely coalescing together and transforming into a huge light sword hundreds of feet long, chopping down from mid-air. There was a click. The swamp in a circle of 100 feet was directly torn apart. The sticky land raged and tumbled, splitting in two and retreating to either side. Yi Chen's face changed slightly as he saw that hundreds of meters below the earth, there was actually a vast underground palace. No wonder even Sayaka couldn't find it. It turned out to be so well hidden. In the middle of the underground palace, a bat-like black shadow flashed past and came before a secret room, saying with a fawning face, Lord Palace Master, my subordinate has brought you an extremely high-quality furnace pot. It hasn't been noticed, has it? A voice rang out from the chamber. Don't worry, Lord Palace Master. This woman is so stupid that she fell into our blood refining palace's trap on her own accord, and no one noticed when I brought her back. The bat-like man glanced over his shoulder at the sack and laughed. Bring it up. The door to the chamber slowly opened. The bat-like man walked in and opened the sack, which contained a woman in red. She was about 17 or 18 years old. with bright eyes and white skin, a graceful figure, a pair of long, straight jade legs, and a pair of long red boots, being tied up in a quiver set off her figure even more. This woman possesses the fire spirit saint body, so she really is an excellent stove. In the secret room sat an evil-looking blood-clothed man, his eyes instantly glowing as he greedily stared at the other party's luscious and sinful body. Lord Palace Master, take your time to enjoy yourself. My subordinates will retire first. The bat-like man hemmed and hawed and left the chamber. You, don't mess around. I'm the princess of the fire country. If you dare to mess around, my father will definitely kill you. Fire Ying lost her color and shivered. Humph. This dungeon of my blood refining palace is in the depths of the death swamp. Even an ordinary quasi-emperor powerhouse would not be able to discover this place, and by the time your father would have found you, you would have long since been enjoyed by me and then sucked dry of your blood, destroying your body. And how would he know that it was me who did it without evidence? The blood refining palace lord said with a cold smile. Recently, the death swamp had seen a lot of strong and powerful people come, even at the level of the sacred realm and quasi-emperor, to search for the ruins of the Tao Sword Sacred Kingdom. The blood refining palace lord was very clear. Their blood refining palace was too weak, and such opportunities were not something they could dip into. In order to take shelter, he brought all the disciples of the blood refining palace to this underground palace to avoid trouble, intending to wait for the many powerful people to leave before going out. During this period, he planned to close his eyes and cultivate, striking the 10,000 laws realm cultivation level. I didn't expect a superb stove pot to be delivered to my door. It could help him impact the 10,000 laws realm faster. After I enjoy you and suck in that drop of emperor blood, I will be able to break through the 10,000 Dharma realm in one fell swoop, and then my blood refining palace's status in the desolate domain will be greatly elevated, even comparable to the level of a 1,000-year-old family. The blood refining palace lord laughed jealously as he approached towards Flaming Ying. No, don't you come over here. Fire Ying cried with pear blossoms, incomparably helpless. If she was given another chance, she would definitely not dare to run around again. Boom! Just then, an earth-shaking voice rang out. The entire huge underground palace was shaking violently. Not good. There's an enemy attack. The blood refining palace lord couldn't help but change his face. On the other hand, Yi Chen had already arrived at the underground palace and condensed his sword formation, destroying the underground palace's defense formation with a single sword strike. What a guy! Die! Hundreds of blood refining palace disciples killed their way out of the underground palace, each of them exuding a powerful force. Yi Chen stepped down and a sword formation coalesced. Behind him, densely packed light swords condensed and shot explosively toward the crowd. Thumbs up. In just a single glance, hundreds of blood refining palace disciples had already lost more than half of them. One by one, an individual's flesh was pierced through by the sword, turning into blood mist and exploding. Yi Chen brushed past the crowd, leaving behind him only the remains of corpses everywhere and rivers of blood. Outrageous! Dozens of figures flew out from the underground palace. These people were all the elders and deacons of the blood refining palace, all of them exuding an aura at the Daojacking realm level, and the Batman at the head of the group was even at the cultivation level of the Dharma phase realm. They struck out at Yi Chen at the same time, countless spiritual treasures flying and glowing in all directions, killing in every direction. Yi Chen waved his hand. The sword formation at his feet transformed. In an instant, the burning sky sword formation was formed. A huge furnace was formed between heaven and earth, enveloping the crowd. A searingly sharp sword chi burst out, like a terrifying flame that burned everything. Ah! Dozens of elders and deacons of the blood refining palace, one by one, screamed miserably, and in a moment's effort, they were refined and burned out. The blood refining palace was almost completely wiped out except for the palace master. Boom! The stone door of the secret room was blasted to pieces, and Yi Chen walked in expressionlessly. Yi Chen, how come it's you? In the secret room, Fire Ying froze in place. How could she not expect that the person who came to save her was this asshole? Boom! Suddenly, the blood light in the chamber flourished, transforming into a bizarre large formation that enveloped Yi Chen from all sides. It's not good. Yi Chen, you should go. Fire Ying cried out. With the strength of this bastard's battle 5 dregs, how could he save himself when he could hardly protect himself? The monstrous blood aura surged and transformed into a bizarre large hand that grabbed towards Yi Chen. The endless power of confinement pressed down. Yi Chen sneered. Sayaka goes into master protector mode. A sword formation coalesced above his head, and sword chi surged, instantly cutting and shattering the blood mango hand. Bang bang! The blood light array in the secret room collapsed open. The blood refining palace master spat out a mouthful of reverse blood as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and his breath instantly withered down, already seriously injured. Immediately, he didn't dare to stay in too much time and turned into a blood aura that flew out of the secret room and fled outside. Die! Yi Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent, and a flying sword erupted from the sword formation above his head, shattering the void. The void in front of the blood-refining palace lord shattered as flying swords chopped at him. "I'll fight you," the blood-refining palace master roared, his cultivation of the 7th level of the Dharma realm emanating unreservedly, gathering a wall of blood-red light in front of his body. Thumbs up! The flying sword pierced through the wall of light and stabbed into the center of the blood-refining palace master's brow. Blood erupted. 1 second with the sword. The blood-refining palace lord was killed by this bastard? Fire Ying sighed in relief, her big eyes staring at Yi Chen without blinking. "A few months have not seen. Just feel that this bastard has changed so much. Temperament cold and harsh off the beaten track. Like a different person. Young lord, there is a secret compartment in this secret room that contains a treasure you might be able to use." Leaf Shadow's voice rang out. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and slapped his palm out, shattering a wall in front of him. There really was a hidden compartment in the back, and there wasn't much space inside, only about a dozen square meters. Above a small altar, a golden blood bead was suspended. "This is Emperor blood?" Yi Chen was slightly surprised. Emperor's blood was a drop of blood from a great emperor powerhouse. With his current cultivation, if he refined this emperor's blood, he would definitely be able to skyrocket his cultivation, and it was also extremely beneficial to cultivating the immortal overlord body technique. Immediately, Yi Chen put away the emperor's blood. "Yi Chen, you bastard, do you think I'm air? Don't release me yet?" Fire Ying but saw that Yi Chen did not even look at himself from the beginning to the end, and said with dissatisfaction, "How do you know I treat you like air?" Yi Chen's eyes revealed a touch of playfulness. Fire Ying was once a student of the Desolate God Academy as well. The two of them were very familiar with each other, and Yi Chen always liked to flirt with her a few times. Each time, it made Fire Ying grit her teeth in anger. Fire Ying was furious and said, "Haven't seen you in a few months. You're still as much of an asshole as before." "Yeah, well, if it wasn't for this asshole me, I'm afraid you'd already be this devil's crotch plaything, right?" Yi Chen sneered. Well, count on you to have saved me this time, and consider it as me owing you a favor, okay?" Fire Ying knew that she was in the wrong and softened. "Humph, you don't just owe me this one favor anymore. There was also the last time in the secret realm of the trial. You were almost forced to jail by that demonic beast. It was also me who passed by and saved you. I didn't expect that in the end. You still bit me back and said that you were molested. Your face is not even wanted anymore." Yi Chen didn't have the good sense to say. During a trial test, Fire Ying encountered a sneak attack by a devil ape. After passing out, he was dragged back to the cave by the demon ape. Devil apes are lustful by nature and are also interested in human women. Just as it was doing something untoward to Fire Ying, it was saved by Yi Chen, who happened to be passing by. Later, when Yi Chen carried the unclothed Fire Ying out of the cave, he happened to be seen by a few passing students. After the trial ended, the scandal of Yi Chen molesting Fire Ying spread throughout the Desolate God Academy. The public outcry was so great that it eventually led to the withdrawal of Fire Ying. For all of this, Yi Chen had been too lazy to explain. "You really didn't knock me out and drag me into the hole last time?" Fire Ying asked with a red face. "Because she was attacked by a sneak attack. She lost consciousness when her eyes went black. It was 3 days after waking up. Rumors of the two have been circulating since then. If I'm interested in you, wouldn't it be better to just use force? Why do I have to sneak around?" Yi Chen didn't have the good sense to say, "Well, I believe you." A flash of loss flashed in Fire Ying's eyes. After that incident, realizing that she was still intact, she guessed that perhaps Yi Chen hadn't molested herself. At this moment, hearing the other party's personal denial, she was even more convinced of what she thought in her heart. But somehow, the heart actually created some small loss. "Your Highness, are you alright?" A voice rang out from a distance. A few moments later, the void tore apart and the High Priest of the Fire Country walked out from within. "Yi Chen, it really was you who kidnapped Her Highness. What else do you have to say?" Subsequently, dozens more martial artists from the Fire Country arrived, looking at Yi Chen with an unkind expression. A few of them were about to make a move. "Stop, do not be rude to Yi Chen." Fire Ying let out a chortle, and the steel rope binding her body spiraled to break and fall off. "The princess it was the people from the blood refining palace who kidnapped me, and it was Yi Chen who saved me," Fire Ying said. "Blood refining palace?" The many powerful people of the Fire Country were all stunned. Just now, on the outside of the underground palace, many corpses of blood refining palace disciples were indeed found. Immediately, the leading Fire Country martial artist and the others bowed to Yi Chen and apologized. "Young Master Yi, we acted recklessly. Please forgive us." Yi Chen ignored them and turned to leave. "Wait." A flash of reluctance flashed in Fire Ying's eyes. "Anything else?" Yi Chen asked. "You've also come to the Death Swamp to look for the ruins of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom, right?" Or should we join together? It's also good to have a caretaker. Fire Ying said. What is the ruins of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom? Yi Chen froze. You're not here to find the ruins of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom? Fire Ying froze. No, I'm here on a mission to exterminate the blood refining sect. Yi Chen said. So it is. Fire Ying nodded and added. The Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom was once one of the top forces in the desolate domain, and in a million years, when it was destroyed in a battle with the extraterrestrial demon race, this death swamp was once the capital city of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom. 3 days ago, a vision appeared in the sky of the death swamp. Golden light filled the sky. A magician projected that it was a sign that the ruins of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom were about to appear. The Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom. As a former colossus in the desolate domain, there must be many worldly treasures buried in the ruins, the legacy of the great emperors, which is why it attracted forces from all sides to come to search for the treasures. Yi Chen nodded and said, I see. Thanks for telling me. After saying that, he was about to leave. Yi Chen, aren't we going to be together? Fire Ying added. I'm still getting used to being alone. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he disappeared as a sword light. You, Fire Ying lost her heart and secretly said, why aren't you interested in me? Am I not as pretty as Xia Qinyan? In fact, after the academy spread the scandal, Fire Ying knew that it was not Yi Chen who molested himself. The reason why she didn't stop her father from going to the Yi clan to ask for an explanation was because she wanted to go along for the ride and facilitate her marriage to Yi Chen. Who knew that Yi Chen had only been treating her as a friend, said he wouldn't marry her for anything, which led to a bad breakup. There was something in her heart. Was she really much worse than Xia Qinyan? Walking out of the underground palace, Yi Chen arrived in a barren forest. He sat down on his knees, and with a thought, Little Leaf laid a sword formation around him. The golden drops of blood floated in front of his eyes, emitting a mysterious and powerful aura. Immediately, Yi Chen activated the power of the indestructible Dao body, and a deep vortex condensed in his dantian, drawing the drops of blood into his body. Boom! A godless might emanated from Yi Chen's body, vaguely transforming into a magnificent great emperor's phantom, with his eyes open, looking down upon the world in a majestic manner. Fortunately, Yi Chen possessed the undying Dao body. If it was an ordinary martial artist, it would definitely be difficult for them to withstand this pressure and burst into flames. Yi Chen began to activate the immortal hegemony body technique, his power running, an endless overbearing astral energy emanating to refine the power of the emperor's blood. Rumble. His dantian was like a huge furnace. The power emanating from the indestructible Dao body and the immortal overlord body technique was like an endless divine fire, burning and quenching this emperor's blood and absorbing the strands of golden energy. Pounds of majestic emperor blood power flowed from his meridians and veins to all parts of Yi Chen's body, only to see his skin all over his body turn into golden textures, quenching every piece of flesh and blood, every inch of skin, thousands of hammering and refining, just like casting a supreme weapon. Just like that, Yi Chen was wrapped in golden light until late at night. After the early hours of the morning, the system's voice rang out. Ding! On the 17th day of marriage, reward the Yin Yang Compass King. Fizzle. At this time, a group of demonic beasts hiding in the swamp were attracted. Some like alligators, some like water snakes, and some like piranhas. One by one, they revealed a greedy look, spreading towards Yi Chen, who was wrapped in golden light. Shoo shoo shoo. The sword formation was touched by a crocodile demonic beast, and a sword light slashed across the sky, directly shooting its head off. Immediately after that, the sword formation light diagram rotated, and a sword light burst out, blasting each and every demonic beast to death, with corpses all over the place, and the surrounding swampy rivers were dyed a dark red color. In one part of the death swamp, dozens of mysterious black-clothed men were looking around for something. They didn't behave like the other forces, and seemed to be intentionally hiding their tracks and acting strangely. Just then, a teleportation array appeared in the void. Inside came out a Qian torso exquisite black-robed figure. Under the hood there were a few strands of green silk exposed outside. Vaguely can see a stunningly beautiful and bewitching face. The black shirt swayed. A pair of long, straight and white long legs were hidden, and the beautiful jade feet stepped on top of the void, creating lotus flowers in their steps. My subordinates pay their respects to Lord Color King. Dozens of black-robed men's faces were tense, and there was not a hint of blasphemy in their eyes when they faced the beautiful figure. Instead, they were chilled with fear. Did you find Yi Chen? The Color King questioned. Back to Lord Color King. The death swamp is too big, perennially filled with miasma, and with all the major forces coming here, we don't dare to expose our whereabouts. A black-robed man at the head had a fearful expression on his face. Lost them? The pretty face under the Color King's cloak chilled. Yes. As soon as the man's words fell, dozens of blood snakes glowing with red light surrounded and entangled him. each opening their bloody mouths and tearing him apart. Ah! The screams echoed through the swamp, and before long the whole man was nothing but a skeleton. The other black-robed men were sweating coldly and their eyes were fearful. Although they were killers who licked blood at the edge of their swords, they feared this serpentine woman from the bottom of their hearts. And right at that moment, a sword light shot up into the sky, illuminating the dim sky with incomparable brightness. There! The Color King locked onto his target and disappeared into place first. Finally, I've refined the Emperor's blood. Yi Chen opened his eyes, his imperial might divine charm restrained internally, and the protective golden light of his body dispersed. After refining the power of the Emperor's blood, his cultivation had come to the peak of the 9th level of the Daojak realm, and the immortal hegemony body technique had come to a great completion. Every inch of the flesh, every piece of flesh and blood, every piece of bone, sinews, internal organs, and so on, were once again quenched and sublimated into one. His fleshly body was already comparable to that of an emperor soldier. Nowadays, my battle power can at least forcefully fight with a Dharma phase realm powerhouse or two, right? Yi Chen said confidently. And just then, a terrifying killing intent locked him down, like a deadly viper hidden in the darkness. Good timing. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and the underworld sword was sheathed with a clang. A pithy sword blade erupted and chopped towards a direction in the darkness. Snort! A black-robed man was forced to show himself and fell back a dozen feet. Didn't I say that you were only at most at the Daojak realm? How could you be so strong? The black-robed man revealed a shocked look. He was already at the first level of the Dharma phase realm, but he didn't expect to be forced back by Yi Chen's sword? Yi Chen didn't say anything and stabbed out with another sword. The immortal hegemony body skill of the grand completion was in operation, and the immortal golden light flourished, blazing hot and terrifying. The entire person was like a round of blazing sun, containing endless energy. The Jintian sword drawing technique was cast. The two forces merged into one. The sword blade chopped through the sky, and space was torn apart in a long trail. The black-robed man's face changed as he formed seals with both hands and ran his power to resist, but he had still underestimated Yi Chen's terrifying strength. The sword flashed and tore apart the protective light shield he had condensed. Snort! The black-robed man's flesh exploded. What? The old demon was killed by a sword in a second. The other black-robed men hidden in the shadows were shocked. Hadn't the news they had gotten said that Yi Chen was invincible under the cave void realm at most? To be on the safe side, the Dark World headquarters directly sent out Dharma realm level assassins. It was thought to be foolproof. However, the strength that Yi Chen had displayed had caused the crowd to be terrified. How dare they not have the confidence to take down Yi Chen? All out. Yi Chen held a long sword and stood in the void, displaying a domineering posture. More than 30 black-robed men appeared from all directions, each exuding a Dharma phase realm level of pressure, surrounding them like vicious wolves. Come on! Yi Chen let out a low roar, and the undying hegemony skill was activated without reservation, his entire body transforming into a golden body hegemony, emitting an incomparably terrifying pressure. He turned into a golden light and rushed in a direction with the most killers. Go together. Don't leave any chance for this kid. The 30-odd black-robed men all exuded a powerful aura, each exercising their martial arts, their weapons blowing in all directions, blasting at Yi Chen like a mountainous roar. Rumble! The earth and sky were constantly trembling, aura fluctuations were rampant, and Yi Chen was battling with more than 30 Dharma phase realm powerhouses, with no moves, no style, and no defense, like a ferocious tiger charging back and forth. One by one, the black-robed men were forced back, and some of them were even injured. Frightened by Yi Chen's life-threatening style of play, everyone didn't dare to push too hard. After a dozen rounds, Yi Chen's protective golden light was also broken open, covered in blood and bruises. While he did not care, a sword stabbed towards the closest person, chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. The bloodlight sword blade broke through the air, instantly piercing through the black-robed man's brow. One could only see Yi Chen with a fierce smile on his face, exuding a shocking killing intent, while the wounds on his body were healing at a visible speed and his cultivation level was rising. What a freak! The eyes of the 30-odd black-robed men were fearful. Clearly they had the upper hand. Yi Chen was nothing more than a caged beast. Why were they the ones who were afraid? Come and fight. Yi Chen's face was grim, his killing aura entwined around him as he rushed toward the 30 or so people. He wasn't in a hurry to summon Little Leaf, wanting to take these 30 or so Dharma phase realm powerhouses and imprint them. Try to see where your limits are. Together, I don't believe we can't kill him. The 30-odd black-robed men also gritted their teeth, and like a pack of vicious wolves, they surrounded and attacked, each of them erupting with a powerful aura. Yi Chen slashed out with his sword, chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. A bloodlight pike swept across the void. The attacks of the oncoming dozen or so people were annihilated by the sword and flew out backwards, some with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. And right at this moment, a black-robed man made a seal, and a talisman condensed and transformed into a blue light that bombarded Yi Chen's back. The immortal golden light shattered, and many cracks appeared in Yi Chen's condensed hegemonic body. Yi Chen turned around and looked at him with an icy gaze. In the next moment, Yi Chen disappeared in place. The black-robed man's heart trembled steeply, as if he was being stared at by a demonic god, as he made seals with his hands and offered dozens of green light talismans to cover his body. Boom boom boom! Yi Chen chopped down with his sword, blasting the green light talismans in the sky to smithereens, and a storm of explosions swept through the air, and without caring about the destructive power of the storm, Yi Chen rushed in and stabbed his sword at his opponent. Thumbs up! The black-robed man's brow was pierced through and he fell from mid-air. Outrageous! Another stout black-robed man hissed, the power of the third level of the Dharma phase realm emanating without reservation, like a bushel-sized hand slapping at Yi Chen. In an instant, he blasted out hundreds of palm prints. A single palm print fell from midair like a mountain, temporarily suppressing Yi Chen. Seeing this, the other black-robed men also struck out, and countless attacks swept in, completely shrouding Yi Chen, so airtight that even his silhouette could not be seen. Humph! This kid is dead now. More than dead. I'm afraid there's not even a crumb left. A few black-robed men sneered. Suddenly, a bloody aura broke through the crowd's attacks. Immediately afterward, more and more blood-ons pierced through the airtight attack fluctuations. Boom! Everyone's attacks fragmented, and fluctuations swept across the 8 directions around them. What? How is this possible? The crowd was shocked and retreated violently one after another. Suddenly, a terrifying aura approached. Everyone beware! Someone yelled, but it was still too late. Yi Chen's figure suddenly appeared and swept his sword across the room. Thumbs up! The heads of the 4 black-robed men were thrown up into the sky, blood like pillars. Above the void, there were still 27 black-robed men left, and they were all lightly and severely injured. On the contrary, Yi Chen's breath was still vigorous and his fighting spirit was high. The many black-robed people were scared to death. If the battle continued like this, it was likely that the entire army would be wiped out. Bunch of losers, all of you stand down. What's the use of having you? A seductive imperial voice sounded. Immediately after, a pair of wonderful jade feet stepped into the sky, emitting supreme pressure. Lord of Colors, the crowd hurriedly bowed their heads in silence. Little brother is so strong. If the price offered by the employer wasn't too high, sister, I really couldn't bear to kill you. Underneath the Color King's cloak, the delicate red lips slowly spoke. Countless bizarre blood-red snakes crawled out from the surrounding space cracks and surrounded Yi Chen. To deal with me? A martial artist of the Daojak realm. And even send out a Seal King realm level expert. Do you still want to be shameless? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Color Wong's long white legs that were hidden from view. There's no way. Who let stinky brother? You're too strong. It can only be done by sister herself. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. It'll pass soon. A killing chance flashed in the eyes of the Color King, and with a wave of her veiled hand, the surrounding blood snakes instantly transformed into a streak of blood-red lightning and swept away. Yi Chen didn't say anything, and Little Leaf took the initiative to turn on the mode of protecting his master. A sword formation coalesced from underneath Yi Chen's feet, blossoming out countless powerful sword awnings, like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, covering the 8 directions of heaven and earth. What? A flash of scorn flashed in the eyes of the King of Colors, and with a little bit of her jade foot, she flew backwards. The hundreds of blood snakes around them, as well as the 27 black-robed men, were also covered by the roiling sword awnings before they had time to react. It turned into a mist of blood and dyed the sky red. Prisoner of Heaven sword formation. Sayaka transformed the formation. As soon as the Color King landed on the ground, a sword light broke through the void and imprisoned the piece of space she was in from all sides. This formation is almost comparable to the attacks of a Saint Realm powerhouse. The Color King gritted her teeth and condensed a blood whip in her hand, extending infinitely, like a giant python twisting around her sinuous body, forming a blood light shield. Thumbs up. Endless sword awnings chopped down, tearing that blood python to shreds in an instant. The Color King's eyes were filled with horror as he hurriedly bit through his tongue and performed a forbidden technique, his body's power surging by more than 3 times. A slap to the face. Boom! The imprisoned sky sword formation broke open an opening, and the Color King flew out of it. The black robe she was wearing was ragged, leaving only strands of black cloth hanging above her white, plump, and sinful body. What a mean body! Yi Chen's eyes were as wide as bronze bells. As the Yi clan's young lord, he had seen a few beautiful women, but at this moment, he was also attracted by the woman's figure. She grew a delicate and bewitching jade face, her eyes like autumn water, her skin as crystalline and delicate as sheep's fat jade, her sinful body exquisite and slender, her peaks raging, and a small snake tattoo on top of her left breast. Willow waist, without a trace of flab, Long legs straight and slender. No one exudes charm. It's simply the best thing on earth. I'm going to gouge your eyes out. The Color King gritted his teeth in anger. The forbidden power in his body hadn't dissipated yet, and the bizarre blood awnings wrapped around his sinful body as he viciously lunged towards Yi-Chen. Her cultivation level was temporarily comparable to the Saint Entry realm. Half of this woman's bloodline is of the cultivator demon race, so be careful, Major, Leaf Shadow's voice warned. The Shura demon race? Yi-Chen's facial gaze blazed for a few moments as images of the cruelty of the extraterrestrial battlefield flashed through his mind. The extraterrestrial demonic invaders, cruel and powerful, had long been eyeing the desolate domain. If it wasn't for Mom and Dad's group of great emperor powerhouses guarding the Great Wall outside the domain, I'm afraid that the desolate domain would have long since been destroyed by the demon race. Humph. Sooner or later, one day, he himself will sweep across the entire demon race with one person and one sword. Burning Sky Sword Formation. The Sky-Splitting Sword Formation. Prisoner of Heaven Sword Formation. In front of Yi-Chen, hundreds of sword formations opened at the same time. A streak of sword light rose up to the sky, flying across the sky with a great sound, shrouding the heaven and earth in a 100-mile radius in a piercing haze of light. Every inch of air was filled with an impenetrable sharpness. Xiao Yu was already on fire, fighting against this woman. Boom! The earth and sky trembled, space collapsed, and endless sharpness swept across the 8 directions, and wherever it went, everything flew into ashes. One by one, the sword formations shattered. The Color King was getting closer and closer to Yi-Chen, and the cultivation demon flame burning on her body was gradually becoming weaker, and it was obvious that she was also a bit overwhelmed and at the end of her strength. But there was no turning back for her. He could only break through the entire sword formation to kill Yi-Chen, or else he would be the one to die. Boom! And when the Color King broke through the last sword formation, he had also been seriously injured and exhausted, and was no longer a threat to Yi-Chen. At that moment, a red and blue light flew out from Yi-Chen's brow, instantly disappearing into the Color King's brow. Ah! The Color King screamed and flew backwards. Good. So painful. The King of Colors fell to the ground and rolled around as a frosty aura covered her white and delicate body, quickly freezing her into an ice sculpture. The King of Colors only felt the icy coldness seeping into the bone marrow and the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and the blood in his body was almost frozen. She hurriedly ran her power to ward off the cold. A moment later, it was hard to suppress the cold of it, while there was a rolling sizzling heat covering the whole body, scorching hot, like a flame burning the body. The white, crystalline ketone body instantly burned red. The feeling is like, just being frozen into an ice sculpture, and then in the blink of an eye, being thrown into a furnace. So you can imagine how cruel it is. The King of Colors cried out in pain and misery. If she resisted the cold with her aura, the fire would erode her body, and if she resisted the fire, the cold would take advantage of the situation. Week after week of torture is worse than death. No matter how hardy a person is, he cannot withstand such torture. My lord, spare my life. I am willing to repay you by being a cow or a horse. If you are not willing to keep me, please give me a pain in the ass. Not long after, the Color King's mind had long since collapsed, and he knelt in front of Yi-Chen's body and begged, "Is this the Yin-Yang Compass King?" The corner of Yi-Chen's mouth lifted into a smile. This Yin-Yang Compulsion King was able to cause the heart and mind of a strong person at the peak of the 9th level of the Seal King realm to collapse? The system's rewards are really all fine. Do you work as a cow to repay me? I'll think about it. Yi-Chen looked at the colorful king who was kneeling in front of him, naked, and fell into deep thought. Please master, take me. No matter what I'm asked to do, I'll definitely try to fulfill all of master's requests. The King of Colors begged bitterly. Yi-Chen felt that the time was almost right, and with a movement of his mind, the Yin-Yang Compass King planted the compulsion in the body of the King of Colors, and then transformed into red and blue rays of light and flew back to his brow. Thank you, master. The Color King groaned and his body went limp. I have planted a compulsion in your body. If you dare to play tricks, I only need one thought to make you suffer from the pain of ice devouring and fire burning, and if the two forces erupt at the same time, you will instantly explode and die. Understand? Yi-Chen squatted down and stroked the Color King's small head, smiling coldly. Well, don't worry, master. I will be obedient from now on. The King of Colors was completely conquered, just like a kitten, enjoying Yi-Chen's caresses with great acceptance. What's your name? Yi-Chen asked. I grew up as an orphan without a name. Then I was adopted by the Dark World, survived countless killings, and became one of the 10 great killing kings of the Dark World, and others call me the Color King. The King of Colors replied. From now on, you'll be called Yi Nuer. Yi-Chen said indifferently. Thank you, master, for the name. Yi Nuer said. It was the horse clan that tried to kill me? Yi-Chen asked. Yi Nuer nodded. Yes, master. It was Ma Tianhong who offered a price of 1 billion extreme spirit stones for the dark world to step in and kill you. 1 billion extreme spirit stones. What a huge amount of money. Yi Chen snorted coldly. Although the Horse Clan was a top power in the desolate domain, 1 billion extreme spirit stones was not a small amount for them. It seems that in order to kill themselves, they have put in blood. Master, would you like me to help you against the Horse Clan? Yi Nuer asked. No, you go back to the dark world first. When I leave from the death swamp, I'll go back to you and help you take control of the dark world. Yi Chen said. Master, the leader of the dark world is named Emperor Slayer, a quasi-emperor level powerhouse with terrifying strength. You should be careful when the time comes. Yi Nuer reminded. It's not your concern. Yi Chen said. Yi Nuer hurriedly said yes. You can go. Yi Chen added. Yes, Master, take care. Yi Nuer nodded her head obediently and left in a whirlwind. All the forces are searching for the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom ruins, so I'll go and join in the fun. Yi Chen looked toward the distant sky. The Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom. As a giant in the desolate domain millions of years ago, with countless great emperor powerhouses, must have left behind quite a few legacies and supreme treasures. It's a good idea to check it out. Maybe there's a gem you can use. Then again, where there is profit, there will be tussle. The purpose of one's own training is to polish one's strength in life and death battles, and it also happens to meet with the heavenly prides of various forces. Immediately, he disappeared into a sword light. As recorded in the ancient books, the ancient capital city of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom should be at this location. That's right, the location projected by our clan's high priest is also here. According to the projected time, the ruins of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom should appear just today. My master told me that the power of law exists in the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom ruins, and that only martial artists under the age of 30 can enter, and that no one else, even if they are great emperor powerhouses, can enter. Seriously, I just happened to be 31 fucking years old and finished coming here for nothing. Thousands of martial artists had come to the deepest part of the death swamp and were communicating with each other together, waiting for the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom ruins to appear. Fire Ying and other powerful people from the Fire Country were also among them. Fire Ying looked around as if she was searching for something. After searching for a long time I couldn't see the figure I was looking for. The heart is disappointed. Ying, the laws in the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom's ruins only allow martial artists under the age of 30 to enter. Your protector can't follow, so when you go and you follow me and I'll protect you. At this moment, a 25 or 26-year-old, handsome, white-clothed male came to Fire Ying's side, revealing a smile like a spring breeze. Your Highness, Mr. Ho is a Dharma realm powerhouse. With him around, he will definitely be able to protect your safety, so let him follow. Yes, Princess, if Mr. Ho follows each other, the many geniuses from the Tianzi mansion will follow as well, and with our two forces united, we won't be afraid of anyone. A few of the Fire Country's powerhouses also persuaded. Obviously, they are all white males. His name was Ho Xiaotian and he was the young master of the Tianzi mansion. The Tianzi mansion was the number one power outside of the Fire Country's royal family. As for Ho Xiaotian, he was known as the Fire Country's number one heavenly pride, a veteran genius of the desolate domain, and in the last desolate domain heavenly pride competition, his name also made it onto the heavenly pride ranking, with an unlimited future. All the martial artists of the Fire Country chose to curry favor with him. No, someone will protect me. Fire Ying flatly refused. Oh, I wonder who it is. Ho Xiaotian's face stiffened and he couldn't help but ask. And right at this moment, a bloodlight sword on came from beyond the sky, emitting a supreme sharpness that illuminated the sky in a blood-red color. What kind of person is that pretentious? Many eyes were drawn. Yi Chen, you're finally here. Fire Ying smiled like a flower and immediately flew towards the figure that stepped out from the swordlight. Don't get so close to me, it's easy to get the wrong idea. Yi Chen's face was high and cold. Hey, I'll be close to you. What can you do to me? Fire Ying pulled Yi Chen's sleeve and playfully said, Who is this man? Ho Xiaotian's face immediately grimaced. This person is none other than the Yi clan's young lord, Yi Chen. A Fire Country martial artist couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Humph, if it's Yi Yuqing, maybe I'll still put it in my eyes. Her brother is just a junior. He still has to sit at the kids' table for dinner. So how will I put it in my eyes? Go and meet him. Ho Xiaotian snorted coldly and walked towards the two Yi Chen. Ying, this is your friend. No introduction? Ho Xiaotian walked over, his eyes flashing a warning color as he looked at Yi Chen. He's Yi clan young lord Yi Chen, my best friend at the Desolate God Academy. Fire Ying looked a little reluctant. Although she disliked Ho Xiaotian, the Tianzi mansion's extremely high status in the Fire Country made her wary. So you're the Yi clan's young master long time ago. Since you're Ying's friend, you're also my friend. When we enter the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom's ruins, how about you and Flame Ying stay close to me and I'll cover you? Ho Xiaotian's skin smiled. Although the other party was the Yi clan's young master, his cultivation was not high, and after entering the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom's ruins, the protector was unable to follow, so he must have hoped to find a backer to cover him. He, a Dharma Phase realm level expert, took the initiative to ask, and I believe that the other party would definitely be grateful to show their appreciation. Yi Chen glanced at Ho Xiaotian and did not say anything. The eyes are like looking at big dumbasses. Thank you for your kindness. We don't need your protection. Yi Chen, let's go over there. Fire Yingying's face was cold. Then she pulled Yi Chen's hand and was about to leave. Stop, kid. Your sister and I are the same period of heavenly pride. How dare you ignore me? Ho Xiaotian was a bit annoyed. Who are you to compare yourself to my sister? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth raised in disdain. Outrageous. How dare you insult this young lord? Kneel down and make amends. Ho Xiaotian was furious. A pressure of the second level of the Dharma realm emanated from his body, and his 5 fingers were like hooks as he grabbed towards Yi Chen. Clank! Yi Chen's gaze flinched as the underworld sword was half-sheathed, erupting with a blood-colored sword aura. Killing sword intent surged. Invulnerable. Snort. Half of Ho Xiaotian's palm was directly sliced off, and blood flowed out. He cried out miserably, his eyes horrified. Imperial soldiers? Young lord, are you alright? The faces of the strongest members of the Heavens Policy Mansion changed drastically, and they all drew closer to the area. I'm fine. Ho Xiaotian's face was cloudy. With his strength, he would not have been able to have his palm chopped off by a sword. It was just that he didn't expect Yi Chen to possess an emperor's soldier, and even more so, he had underestimated Yi Chen's strength. That's why it's a big loss. Kid, you dare to hurt our young master. You seek death. Dozens of strong men from the Tiansu mansion stared in anger, and among them, there were also 3 Dao protectors of the sacred realm cultivation, all of them exuding a powerful aura, ready to strike at a moment's notice. He's Yi Chen. Sure is good at getting into trouble. Should we take this opportunity to kill him? Let's observe for a while. Not far away, the line of people from the Heavenly Law sect also showed murderous intentions and were ready to move. Firing Ying's pretty face changed color and wanted to speak, but was pushed aside by Yi Chen, who sneered coldly. I'll only say this once. The moment you strike out at me, you will surely die. Brat, who are you scaring? One of the Heavens Policy Mansion's sacred realm protectors was furious and was about to make a move. Whoever dares to hurt my senior brother, I will definitely poke 860 transparent holes in him. A thunderous and angry voice rang out from the sky. Who? All of them were shocked, only to see that 5 figures had already arrived in front of Yi Chen and the others. At the head is a stout, tiger-backed, a face of horizontal meat, eyes ferocious young people, exudes a martial arts style, and behind him, followed by 4 men in white, with upright and handsome appearance, dusty temperament, long knives tied at the waist, a white dress immaculate, and exuding a mysterious aura. It's the Mending Pavilion by Xiao. Ho Xiaotian's eyes flashed with a flash of panic. Senior brother, are you alright? Bai Xiao held Yi Chen's shoulders and carefully looked him up and down. Even this big dumbass can hurt me. Does he deserve it? Yi Chen sneered. You? Ho Xiaotian was furious, but he didn't dare to snap in front of Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao was the #1 heavenly pride of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, ranked 5th amongst the old geniuses of the desolate domain, and had a ferocious reputation, as long as the opponents who had fought against him were either dead or crippled. Don't worry, senior brother. With senior brother here, no one dares to hurt you. What do you want to do with this big idiot? Bai Xiao's fierce face squeezed out a doting smile. He was Yi Chen's mother's disciple, 7 or 8 years older than Yi Chen, and had watched him grow up from a young age, and had long since treated Yi Chen as his own brother. Even if a great emperor powerhouse dared to bully Yi Chen, he would still dare to go up and fight for his life. You watch over it, elder brother. Yi Chen didn't bother to look at Ho Xiaotian more than once and turned to leave. Bai Xiao nodded his head and looked at Ho Xiaotian with an unkind gaze. I'll give you 2 choices. First, kneel down and apologize to my senior brother. Second, I'll waste both your hands and feet and sharpen you into a human stick. Take your pick. Bai Xiao, don't go too far. I'm at least the young master of the Tiansu mansion. How can you make me kneel down and apologize to a junior? Ho Xiaotian couldn't help but say. Well, I'll pick third for you and unload you big time. Bai Xiao's eyes flashed with a touch of cruelty as he lunged towards Ho Xiaotian. Bai Xiao, don't go too far. Naturally, the many powerhouses of the Heavens Policy Mansion would not stand idly by and were about to make their move. Phew! Suddenly, 4 white-clothed men appeared in front of the crowd, long knives sheathed at their waists, radiant blade-ons blossoming and emitting supreme blade intent. The 4 were surprisingly all quasi-emperor level powerhouses. It's the Heavenly Guard of the Mending Pavilion. The people of the Tiansu house were like falling into an ice cave. The blade covered the entire field, and everyone's flesh exploded into a rain of blood, leaving no one behind. And with a cruel look on his face, Bai Xiu drew the long knife at his waist and had already arrived in front of Hou Xiaotian. Wait, I choose to kneel. Hou Xiaotian's knees went weak with fear and he knelt down, facing Bai Xiu. He didn't even have the courage to resist a little. Late, Bai Xiu slashed down. One of Hou Xiaotian's arms flew out. Immediately after that, his other arm, both legs, and then a piece of flesh and blood, were all chopped off by Bai Xiu in a single slash. The scene was incomparably bloody. Is this the human slayer Bai Xiu? It's even more terrifying than the legends. Simply too terrifying. When we enter the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom ruins, we must stay far away from this person. Not only should we stay far away from Bai Xiu, but we should also stay far away from Yi Chen, who in Bai Xiu's heart is even better than himself. Hearing Hou Xiaotian's miserable screams, everyone present shuddered. Even the foolish Heavenly Law sect and the others had curbed their killing auras. A few moments later, Hou Xiaotian had turned into a bloody skeleton. Long dead. So dirty. Bai Xiu glanced at the white clothes on his body rendered in blood, then took them off with a look of disgust and replaced them with a brand new one. Senior brother, when we enter the ruins of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom, you just follow me. Senior brother will take you on a treasure hunt and give you whatever good things you have. Bai Xiu came to Yi Chen's side and smiled nervously. No, I prefer to be alone, Yi Chen said indifferently, but it can be dangerous to go in there. Bai Xiu was a little hesitant. Don't worry senior brother, I'm not what I used to be. Just now, even if you didn't make a move, I would have been able to decapitate Hou Xiaotian, Yi Chen said indifferently. Haha, that's fine. Senior brother is worthy of being Master's good eldest son. He has Master's demeanor. Bai Xiu laughed. Just then, a battleship appeared above the void, incomparably vast, covering the sky, and as it sailed forward, the surrounding void was crushed and shattered. It exudes an aura of destruction. What is this? The people present were all in a state of panic. Two young masters, be careful. It's an external force. The four heavenly guards' faces changed as they blocked in front of both Yi Chen and Bai Xiu. The ancient warship slowly sailed from the sky, looking slow, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in the sky above the crowd, covering the sky and bringing a supreme sense of oppression to the crowd. Are these the top geniuses of the desolate domain? They are simply too weak. If they were in the Xian domain, they wouldn't even rank as third-rate geniuses. On the deck of the ancient battleship, a magnificently dressed man with an arrogant face stood with his hands in the air, standing tall, his eyes gazing contemptuously at the death swamp. One young face after another, including Bai Xiu. He couldn't look at any of them. The desolate domain is now the weakest among the 8 domains of the lower realm, with its aura drying up and its celestial pride withering away. But the legacy left behind by the desolate domain in the ancient times is still worth exploring. A grey-clothed old man with eyes like a falcon and a hunched back came behind the young man and laughed. This old man looked unimpressive, but he was actually a genuine great emperor powerhouse. Xian Tianxi nodded and said, not bad. This Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom was not even below our Xian clan in terms of comprehensive strength a million years ago. The legacy and supreme treasures left behind are bound to be good. I'm determined to win these treasures, and if this group of trash present dares to fight with me for them, all of them will be killed. Here they come. A flash of caution flashed across the ickle old man's old face. Suddenly, a 9-colored haze flashed by. It's like instantaneous transportation, flying in from out of the sky. It was actually a 9-colored fire phoenix. Its body was flooded with divine light, and its 9 colors were colorful and beautiful. On the back of the 9-colored fire phoenix stood 2 delicate and beautiful figures. One was a wonderful young girl in her early 20s, with long hair like a waterfall that fell between her willow waist, wearing a beautiful long dress of 9 colorful splendor that set off a long and slender body, revealing a pair of fascinating collarbones, and her skin was crystalline and white, glowing with divine light. Her cheeks were covered by a translucent veil, making it impossible to see her face, but the pair of phoenix eyes were incomparably beautiful, clear and bright, with long eyelashes and water vapor. It was like a fairy coming out of a painting. Behind her, there was a beautiful woman in her 30s or so, with a palm-sized melon face, bright eyes and white teeth, skin like snow, green silk like waterfalls, cool and charming, just like a fairy who had been tainted by the world. This beautiful woman was also a great emperor powerhouse, and was the protector of the myriad young lady. Illusory Moon Cicada, you illusory clan also want to come and get a piece of the pie? Shen Tianxin's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, a masterless chance is given to those who have the ability. If you can come, why can't I? The illusory Moon Cicada's voice was domineering in its coldness, echoing above the 9 heavens. The Mirage clan was likewise a top force in the Xian domain, and its comprehensive strength could be ranked in the top 3. Although it was slightly inferior to the first Xian clan, it was not afraid of the other party in the slightest. Humph, to each his own then. Shen Tianxin snorted coldly. In his eyes, There was only one opponent, the illusory moon cicada, and no one else was in his sights. Senior brother. These two are at the peak of the 9th level of the Dharma phase realm. You must be careful if you encounter these two in the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom ruins. Bai Xiu's face was unprecedentedly grave as he said to Yi Chen, "Is it the peak of the 9th level of the Dharma realm?" A touch of wariness flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. I wondered if he could fight head-on with a heavenly pride of this level with his current strength. As far as I know, the strength of these two people can only be ranked into the top 100 in the Xian domain. Yet they are far above me, the 5th heavenly pride of the Desolate domain. It seems that my Desolate domain's comprehensive strength is not 1.5 points worse compared to the Xian domain. Bai Xiu sighed. Yi Chen sank down. The 8 domains of the lower realm are, the 8 domains of heaven and earth, the 8 domains of the universe and the 8 domains of the flood. Each of these territories is immensely vast and boundless, with a population of trillions. Among them, the heavenly domain was the strongest. Third in the Xian domain. Wasteland is at the bottom of the list. The strength of the heavenly pride of the Xian domain all exceeded the Desolate domain by so much. It was hard to imagine how big the gap between the Desolate domain and the heavenly domain would be. In fact, 100,000 years ago, the strength of my Desolate domain is not below the other 7 domains. Only later the extraterritorial demonic invasion. My Desolate domain backed by the extraterritorial battlefield. 100,000 years, has been resisting the invasion of the demonic invasion. Under the long-term consumption, my Desolate domain strong withered, the strength of the weaker and weaker. Firing inside. Bai Xiu nodded, also indignant. That's right. What's even more detestable is that the Desolate domain is almost resisting the invasion of the demon domain by virtue of the power of a single domain. And the other 7 domains are either standing on the sidelines or giving limited support. They are playing a good game. They are wanting to watch us, the Desolate domain, fight with the extraterrestrial demon race in a fight that will result in a loss of life, and then sit back and reap the rewards of it all. Hearing this, anger flashed in the eyes of the surrounding crowd. The geographic location of the Desolate domain was very special, with its back to the extraterrestrial battlefield. It was a necessary route for the invasion of the demon race, and only after destroying the Desolate domain could it be used as a springboard to attack the other 7 domains. So the Desolate domain was forced to become cannon fodder for the other 7 domains, used to constantly consume the strength of the demon race. For 100,000 years, the Desolate domain and the demon race had fought incessantly, almost scraping the bottom of the barrel. It doesn't last long anymore. In some ways, the other 7 domains were more hateful than the demon race. They had been waiting for the day when the Desolate domain would be defeated, so they could take the opportunity to divide up the resources of the Desolate domain. Nowadays, the forces of the 7 domains frequently entered the Desolate domain, and they were probing the Desolate domain's reality. Once they realized that the Desolate domain couldn't take care of itself and the void was unbearable, they would definitely swarm the Desolate domain and eat all the dregs of it. The situation in the Desolate domain is precarious. My parents and the elders of the Yi clan are still in the extraterrestrial battlefield in a dangerous situation. It seems that I still need to speed up my steps to become stronger before I can do so. Yi Chen clenched his fist and said in his heart. Immediately, his eyes flashed with murderous intent as he looked at Xin Tianxin and the illusory moon cicada. It wasn't that easy to come to the Desolate domain to get a piece of the pie. 1 hour later, a brilliant treasure light burst out from the swamp, reflecting the sky full of haze. And the sky appeared to be a vision of splendor. The ruins of the Taoist Sword Sacred Kingdom are about to be revealed. The crowd was thrilled. A few moments later, the sky collapsed and the swamp tore apart, appearing as a huge abyss that was so deep that it couldn't be seen from the bottom, while endless precious light blossomed from within. Vaguely, one could see that at the end of the endless abyss, there were some ancient city walls, building constructions, and so on, exuding a mysterious and long-standing aura. There is the entrance to the ruins of the Daojian Sacred Kingdom, Bai Xiu said with an agitated expression. Anyone who dares to compete with this young lord for the chance to die. Xin Tianxin leapt down from the ancient battleship, exuding a domineering and unparalleled pressure as he rushed into the entrance of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom ruins ahead of the others. Aunt Yui, I'm going too, Phantom Moon Cicada said. Beware of Xin Tianxin. Aunt Zhu glanced at Xin Tianxin, who had entered the entrance. Don't worry, if it's a head-on battle, I may not lose him. The illusory moon cicada nodded and flew towards the abyss as well. The other forces' heavenly prides were also like locusts as they flew and swept away. Senior brother, you really don't need me to follow you? Bai Xiu asked. No. Yi Chen shook his head. Then be careful. Bai Xiu nodded. Immediately, Yi Chen and the others also flew off. In the next moment, Yi Chen appeared in another space of heaven and earth. The void was dim, and on all sides was a vast wasteland that was as far as the eye could see. In the wilderness there were hills, deep forests, ancient cities, mysterious temples, and so on, and everywhere was filled with a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. Is this the ruins of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom? I heard that the opening time is 3 days. After 3 days everyone will be forced to teleport out, and this site will once again fall silent on the earth. And the next time it opens I don't know what year or month it will be. Yi Chen muttered. One needs something in 3 days, and time is still a bit tight. Immediately, he turned into a sword light and flew into the distance. An hour later, Xiaoya's voice suddenly rang out. Young lord, the sense of the sword ahead is very strong. It is suspected that there are valuable treasures. With a thought, Yi Chen headed in the direction that Little Leaf had guided him and landed in the middle of a dilapidated ruin. He walked forward slowly. Suddenly, a sinister aura floated out from the dilapidated buildings on all sides, then transformed into 4 black-robed figures around Yi Chen. The 4 black robes were devoid of any life, floating in midair with no limbs, and holding a bizarre scythe in their black air-condensed palms. A pair of blood-red eyes could be vaguely seen above the black airy face. Is this a ferocious spirit that was transformed from the grievances of the dead martial artists in the ancient times? Yi Chen froze. The 4 grudge-fierce spirits suddenly attacked. The sickles in their hands transformed into a bizarre arc, attacking Yi Chen from 4 directions. Yi Chen snorted coldly as his immortal hegemony body coalesced, and his skin blossomed with an immortal golden light that was brilliant and domineering. Boom! The 4 black gas scythes chopped at Yi Chen's protective golden light, but they were countered by the immortal golden light, and together with their soul bodies, they disappeared into annihilation. These grievous ferocious spirits only had a cultivation level of the Daojak realm at most. For the current Yi Chen, he could kill them in seconds by simply utilizing his protective golden light. Yi Chen continued to move forward, and along the way, he encountered many more monsters such as the grudge-fierce spirit, all of which were killed by him in seconds. 20 minutes later, he came to the entrance of a dungeon. Looking inward, the deep, dark passageway vaguely flashed with a harsh light. There seemed to be sword light wandering around. This should be the place with the strong sense of the sword. As Xiaoye said, Yi Chen headed inside. A few moments later, he came to the depths of the underground and was greeted by an ancient vermilion portal that looked incomparably ancient. Your Yi clan young lord Yi Chen? In front of the vermilion red gate, 7 young men wearing uniform green clothing, carrying long swords on their backs, looked at Yi Chen with a vigilant expression. You are? Yi Chen's eyes were indifferent. We are disciples of the Flying Sword sect. This place was found by us first. The treasures inside should rightfully be ours. Please go elsewhere to search for treasures. Young Master Yi. The tone of the leading Flying Sword sect disciple looked polite, but in reality, he had a commanding tone that made people sound very uncomfortable. I'm sorry, the supreme treasure of this place and I are destined to be together, so you guys can go elsewhere to look for your chance. Yi Chen said indifferently. The greatest treasure in the world is not first come, first served, but for those who have the ability to get it. Wanting to get yourself out of the way just based on the other party's words? Yi Chen, this place was discovered by us first, and all the organs and formations here were also cracked by us with a lot of effort, so why should we let you have it? That's right, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're the young master of the Yi clan. You're only one person, while we from the Flying Sword sect have come with dozens of people, and our eldest senior brother Shangguan Chang is also in there, so if we really go to war, do you have a chance of winning? The crowd from the Flying Sword sect naturally wouldn't give it up easily, and each one of them gawked intently. You're not leaving? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Never go. That's right, if you want to fight, fight, the crowd said. Then you can all go to hell. Yi Chen snorted coldly. A finger pointed out, and a bloodlight sword aura burst out. Thumbs up. The 7 Flying Sword sect disciples were instantly killed in seconds, their chests exploding with blood mist as they fell unwillingly into a pool of blood. Without a trace of pity in his eyes, Yi Chen walked into the portal. The way of heaven is merciless. The weak and the strong are the laws of this world. Since they didn't want to give up their treasures, they were prepared to be plundered and killed, and they could only blame their own lack of strength. In the deepest part of the underground palace, there was a huge sword pool, in which hundreds and thousands of ancient swords were densely inserted. The sound of swords chiming rose and fell. The sword intent was intertwined, radiating in endless sharpness. In the center of the sword pool, there was a round blood-red Dharma altar, on which was placed a brocade blood-patterned wooden box, sealed by ancient runes, glowing red with a flash. At this moment, the Flying Sword sect's eldest senior brother, Shangguan Chang, was leading dozens of disciples, urging their flying swords and attacking the defense formations around the sword pool. It took them 9 cows and 2 tigers to finally break the formation. In the sword pool, an endless sword might swept through like a sea tide, forcing the crowd back. So many precious swords, all of them are at the level of spiritual treasure Xian treasure. And there's also saint weapons. We're rich. That's right, Bringing these precious swords back to the Flying Sword Sect will definitely greatly strengthen our Flying Sword Sect. What's in that box in the center of the Dharma altar? It might be more precious than all these precious swords. The people of the Flying Sword Sect were overjoyed. After all this effort, it hadn't been in vain after all. Just then, footsteps sounded in the deep, dark, long hallway. Who? Shangguanchang and the others' faces changed, only to see a young man wearing a basalt-colored brocade garment, with a straight and slender figure, handsome features, and starry black and cold eyes walked out, the corner of his mouth raised with a touch of evil. Yi Chen, the supreme treasure of this place was found by our Flying Sword Sect first. We have gone through a lot of effort to break the formation of this place. Do you want to come and get a piece of the pie? Shangguanchang's cold and stern voice said. I don't want a piece of the action. Yi Chen said. So what do you want? Shangguanchang asked. All the treasures here. I want them all. Yi Chen opened his mouth indifferently. You're so arrogant. Shangguanchang and the others were furious. They did not expect Yi Chen to be so arrogant, not putting them in their eyes in the slightest, only to hear Yi Chen say again, I'll give you 10 breaths of time to evacuate this place, or die. The icy voice was like a sword, as if it went through everyone's hearts, chilling them both physically and mentally. If we leave like this, what face will the Flying Sword Sect have? That's right, if Bai Xiu was by your side, we would have immediately turned around and left. But now, even if we kill you, who would know? Cut the crap. If you want to rob our Flying Sword Sect's greatest treasure, it depends on whether you have the ability. The crowd from the Flying Sword Sect said. Good. As you wish. Yi Chen sneered. The underworld god sword at his waist had long been hungry and thirsty, automatically leaving its sheath and flying away as a dark sword. The faces of the people of the Flying Sword Sect changed, and the flying swords behind them were sheathed, transforming into a sky full of sword light as they met that sword on. It was as if the underworld god sword had come to life, and the sword soul seemed to be laughing as the blade blossomed into a bizarre sword aura, like a black hole that sucked in the flying swords that filled the sky. What? All our flying swords have been eaten. This is a most ferocious devil sword. The crowd of the Flying Sword Sect was shocked, and the next moment, the underworld god sword was as fast as lightning, penetrating through dozens of people's bodies, blood mist exploding, and a bloody scent emanating from the air. Yi Chen, you devil cultivator, I won't share a single day with you. Shangguanchang looked at all of his brothers and sisters who had been decapitated. His eyes were covered with anger, and the sword box behind him flew up into the air, presenting a fan wide open. Immediately afterward, hundreds of flying swords flew out from the sword box, transforming into a sharp sword on, forming a sword formation and chopping towards Yi Chen. Shangguanchang, as the eldest senior brother of the Flying Sword Sect, at the age of 27 or 88, was at the third level of the Dharma phase realm, and was also a pride that could be ranked in the top 100 in the Desolate Region's Heavenly Pride ranking. A hand of sword art is also made out of the gods, can drive hundreds of flying swords at the same time to defend the enemy. The killing power is extremely terrifying. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a stretch of his 5 fingers, the underworld god sword automatically flew back into his hand, emitting a bizarre sword chirping sound, just like a demon god laughing, chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. His entire strength instantly condensed into the sword. With a diagonal chop, a black-on pike pierced through the sky, and the chi penetrated through the rainbow. In the void, the sword formation formed by 100 flying swords collapsed at the touch of a button and was directly torn in half. Snort! Shangguanchang was pierced through his body by the sword blade and collapsed unwillingly. Hey hey hey! The underworld god sword emitted a bizarre sword sound, as if it was a demonic god, greedily looking at the hundreds of treasured swords on the sword pool. Go ahead and eat if you want. Yi Chen spoke faintly. The Yi clan's least shortage is the sword. The sword pool in these swords although precious, but he does not see. Left to the underworld god sword devouring also no harm. The underworld god sword immediately became excited and lunged towards the sword pool, devouring one of the swords in the pool. Yi Chen beckoned, and the nascent rings on the fingers of Shangguanchang and the others flew to him. As the pride of the Flying Sword Sect, they were naturally worth a lot of money, pills, spirit stones, swords and countless other things, but none of these Yi Chen could see. With a sweep of his soul power, he locked onto a jade slip. It was a sacred grade extreme martial art, imperial sword art. This is the Flying Sword Sect's town martial art. It's a bit interesting. Yi Chen's soul force probed into the jade slip, and its contents transformed into a single golden rune that was injected into his mind. After possessing the undying Dao body, Yi Chen's natural talent was incomparably heaven-defying. A few moments later, Yi Chen mastered the cultivation tricks of the sword royal art. After about half an hour, the underworld god sword devoured all the precious swords in the sword pool, and then flew towards the treasure box at the central altar with a tiger's eye. Click! The treasure box shattered. and a blood-colored sword aura burst out, exuding the pressure of an emperor weapon level. It's actually a lower-grade imperial weapon? Yi Chen was slightly surprised. The blood mango and the underworld god sword fought together, only to see it transform into a huge sword, sometimes into a sky of sword rain, and sometimes a mountain of swords, and it could actually change in 1,000 different ways, turning into any form. The two emperor soldiers fought back and forth, and after hundreds of rounds they were still indistinguishable. Since you are unowned, you will follow me from now on. Yi Chen took one step. The power of the undying Tao body emanated, and an ancient, mysterious, endless and undying aura emanated, shrouded in heaven and earth. Boom! The blood mango was confined in one side of space by the power emanating from the indestructible Tao body, transforming into a blood-red ball of light that dripped and twirled in place. It's a sword pill? Yi Chen was slightly surprised. The light emanating from the ball of light was bright and dim, and the sword spirit seemed to be communicating with Yi Chen. You are saying that you are called the Divine Blood Sword Pill, which was refined with a drop of divine blood, and was once the supreme treasure of an ancient great emperor powerhouse, who followed him in his great slaying, and then at the end of the last epoch, that great emperor died in battle and fell, and you sealed yourself here, waiting for someone with a destiny to come, and you are saying that I'm qualified to be your master, and that you're willing to come with me? Yi Chen interpreted what the Divine Blood Sword Maru had said. The Divine Blood Sword Pill floated slightly, as if nodding. Good. In that case, you'll follow me from now on. Yi Chen did not refuse, and with a single reach, he summoned the Divine Blood Sword Pill, which then transformed into a bloody textured bracelet that wrapped around his wrist. I didn't expect to have collected an imperial soldier so quickly. It really wasn't a wasted trip. Yi Chen was quite satisfied with his harvest and immediately left the underground palace, flying deeper into the ruins of the Tao Sword Sacred Kingdom. As he traveled along, he passed by several mountain ranges, cities, temples, and other places, and killed quite a few grievous and ferocious spirits, corpse puppets, and so on. He had harvested quite a few ancient martial arts, ancient spirit medicines, and so on. Only Yi Chen didn't think much of any of these treasures. It's still the same. It's not that you guys are bad, it's that brother is too demanding. Soon, it was already late at night. The ruins of the Daojian Sacred Kingdom alternated between day and night, just like the time in the outside world. Darkness descended during the night, and the sky, which was already dim, was completely devoid of any light. Reaching out for the sky, with a movement of Yi Chen's mind, the Divine Blood Sword Pill left his wrist and blossomed in midair with a brilliant blood aura, like a bright lantern that illuminated the darkness. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying dragon roar resounded, and the entire heaven and earth were shaken. Yi Chen froze and looked ahead. In the darkness, one could vaguely see that not far away, there was a huge ruined ancient city, a ray of light blooming inside the city, and the sound of the dragon's roar came from there. Go there and see. Yi Chen then flew towards there. In the ruined ancient city, there was a magnificent and incomparable palace that was even more gigantic than an ordinary mountain, and people were as small as ants in front of this palace. The palace was brightly lit, just like daytime. A prime pillar held up the palace, and there were many huge stone statues of gods inside, solemn and somewhat indescribably bizarre. By this time, 200 to 300 martial artists had already walked into the palace, and all of them could see that this place was unusual, so they searched around, hoping to find supreme treasures. Roar! Suddenly, a huge figure barged into the palace, a huge corpse dragon with a hideous face and a terrifying death aura wrapped around its body. Roaring, he rushed at the crowd and tore into them. Not good. This corpse dragon is at least at the 5th level of the Dharma realm cultivation. Run! Most of the many geniuses present were at the Divine Infant realm and Daojak realm cultivations, and were far from being a match for this corpse dragon, so they panicked in fear and fled in all directions. Click! Although the corpse dragon's body was huge, it was incredibly agile, just like a shark chasing a group of small fish, and with one bite, it was eating a dozen or so geniuses into its mouth. Then another dragon claw slapped down, and the flesh of another 1 to 20 geniuses exploded. In a short while, 200 to 300 martial artists were almost completely obliterated, with only a dozen or so figures remaining. Your Highness, run! Let's stall this monster. These dozen or so people were geniuses of the Fire Country, and they embraced firing to escape, each using their flesh to fend off the corpse dragon in an attempt to slow down the monster. The corpse dragons came barreling in, smashing each and every one of the Fire Country's heavenly pride to pieces, getting closer and closer to Firing Ying's back. Moments later only Firing Ying was left alone. She was getting closer and closer to the entrance of the palace, just one step away from escaping with her life. Suddenly, 5 or 6 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the palace, blocking her way. One of the leaders, the corners of his mouth raised in a smile. You are the princess of the Fire Country. Fire Ying? I heard that you and Yi Chen are very close. You're from the Heavenly Law sect. Fire Ying lost her color. A roar. The corpse dragon pounced over, opening its hideous mouth and tearing down towards Fire Ying. Click. A jade pendant on Fire Ying's body shattered, and a pillar of flaming light erupted, emitting a terrifying temperature that burned everything. Bear. Half of the corpse dragon's head was pierced by the flames, dark and charred, and it looked terrifying. As expected of a princess of the fire country, there is such a powerful life-preserving treasure on her body? The person at the head of the Heavenly Law sect was slightly surprised. The corpse dragon was completely enraged after receiving a heavy blow, hissing and pouncing towards Fire Ying once again, and as the person in charge snapped his fingers, the furious corpse dragon immediately stopped attacking and stood quietly in place, just like a puppet. You guys can even manipulate corpse dragons? Fire Ying's pretty face changed slightly. The man at the head smiled and opened his 5 fingers. A golden glittering circle emerged, emitting mysterious golden runic power. At the same time, a golden circle of light appeared on the corpse dragon's neck, exactly the same as the one in the hand of the man in charge, mirroring each other. Immediately, the man at the head of the group said, "This is my Heavenly Law sect's supreme treasure, the prisoner dragon ring, which can subdue any demonic beast below the sacred realm of entry. With this supreme treasure, our 10,000 Laws sect is an invincible existence in the Daosword Sacred Kingdom ruins, and we won't be afraid of it even if we are up against Xin Tianqin and the others. Cut the crap. If you want to kill me, let me have it." Fire Ying held a fire-colored longsword, ready to fight for her life. "My Heavenly Dharma sect has no grudges against your fire country, and it's not like I have to kill you, so if you can satisfy me, maybe the Saint's son can even let you live." The person in the lead was named Wang Yi, ranking 4th amongst the 10 great sacred sons of the Tianfa sect, and was much higher in status than the Ma Yao that Yi Chen had beheaded. It was a martial artist of the 4th level of the Dharma realm. "What do you want?" Fire Ying had a wary look on her face. "It's nothing much. I heard that you and Yi Clan's young master Yi Chen have a great relationship. As long as you curse Yi Chen a few times in front of me, how about I let you go?" Wang Yi sneered. Yi Chen had decapitated a dozen or so Tianfa sect's heavenly pride, including Ma Yao, at the Desolate God Academy, and it was a great shame for the Tianfa sect. They harbor a grudge. He had thought of seeking revenge on Yi Chen after entering the ruins of the Daosword Sacred Kingdom. It was just that this space was too big, and there had been no search for Yi Chen's whereabouts. At this moment, he encountered Fire Ying, who was on good terms with Yi Chen, and it was just right to humiliate her and take out some anger. Fire Ying was the princess of the fire country, the pearl of the fire emperor, and she didn't know if there were any powerful life-preserving cards on her body, so they didn't dare to push too hard, and just let her curse Yi Chen a few times. "Want me to scold Yi Chen? Screw you. This princess's life is right here. Come and get it if you can." Fire Ying's pretty face snapped, the restrictions on her body opened, and a power that didn't belong to her radiated out. As the princess of the fire country, she naturally had a life-preserving chassis on her body. The reason why she was captured by the people from the blood refining palace last time, it was because she had accidentally stumbled into the blood refining palace's trap, and before she had the chance to open the restraints on her body, she had been tied up with 5 flowers, and at this moment, the aura emanating from Fire Ying was almost comparable to a 10,000 Laws realm powerhouse. There really is a bottom. Wang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he maneuvered the corpse dragon and pounced towards Flaming Ying. Fire Ying and the corpse dragon collided together, and terrifying fluctuations exploded in the huge palace. The materials used in the construction of the palace were very special, and after being bombarded by these powerful fluctuations, it was almost intact and did not suffer much damage. In a few moments, Fire Ying fought with the corpse dragon for 40 to 50 rounds, and a flaming sword blade chopped down, leaving 1,000 wounds on the corpse dragon's body. The corpse dragon suffered a huge heavy blow and fell to the ground dying, and Fire Ying's pretty face was pale, and her breath gradually withered down. With her current cultivation level, using this kind of prohibition was still a bit too much of a stretch and wouldn't last long. "What? That won't work?" Wang Yi laughed coldly. His hands formed seals one after another, and the prisoner dragon ring flew up into the air, blossoming with a blinding light. The dozen or so prohibitions of the prisoner dragon ring were opened in succession. This supreme treasure can not only subdue demonic beasts, but also enchant them and enhance their battle power. Roar! The corpse dragon hissed up to the sky, and the grievances within 100 miles radius all coalesced crazily in the direction of the palace, blending in with its massive body. In a few moments, the injuries on the corpse dragon's body were all healed, and the terrifying aura it emitted gradually recovered to its peak. "What?" Fire Ying lost her color. The corpse dragon hissed and slammed towards Fire Ying. Thud! The defensive light shield around Fire Ying shattered and crashed into a pillar 100 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The corpse dragon roared and slowly approached towards her, emitting an unrivaled and terrifying pressure. I'll give you one more chance. As long as you curse Yichen, I'll let you go. Otherwise I'll cut you down here. Wang Yi's eyes were cold. He didn't believe that Fire Ying would rather die than scold Yichen. I'll be damned. Fire Ying's face was like frost as she angrily rebuked. Go to hell. Wang Yi was infuriated. And with a wave of his hand, the corpse dragon opened its bloody mouth and tore towards Fire Ying. Fire Ying closed her eyes and prepared to die. And just then, a sword light flew from the door of the palace. Before the crowd of the Heavenly Law sect had time to react, the sword light flashed by, and 4 disciples were killed on the spot. Heads fly up into the sky. Wang Yi sacrificed the prisoner dragon ring in front of his body to block the fatal blow, but he was shaken out and crashed on top of a wall hundreds of meters away. In the meantime, a bloodlight sword pellet flew out, turning into a skywide rain of bloodlight swords in midair, furiously bombarding the corpse dragon's body. The corpse dragon's huge body was pierced through 1,000 holes and collapsed on top of the earth. Fire Ying opened her eyes, and after seeing the slender and upright figure in the void, she was so aggravated that she almost cried out. Yichen, it's you. Don't worry. Whoever dares to bully my Yichen's friend, I'll make him regret coming to this world. Yichen looked at Wang Yi with a cold gaze. The Tianfa sect had messed with Yichen twice and thrice, completely pissing him off, and would definitely destroy his clan when they found an opportunity. Humph. Do you really think you're invincible? Wang Yi stood up with a grimace on his face and opened all the prohibitions on the prisoner dragon ring, and mysterious golden light runes blossomed, enveloping the huge palace in a golden haze. Roar! The corpse dragon that had been dying a moment ago stood up once again, and endless power of resentment swept in from all directions, injecting itself into its shattered body. The corpse dragon's shriveled breath returned to its peak at a visible speed. Yichen, in Wang Yi's hand is the third-ranked supreme treasure of the Wanfa sect, the prisoner dragon ring. Not only can it subdue ancient beasts, but it can also suck the power of the heavens and earth, giving the demonic beasts a constant supply of power. As long as it can't decapitate this corpse dragon with a single sword, it will be able to regain its strength an infinite number of times. You're not a match for him. Don't worry about me, you should run away. Fire Ying revealed a worried look and said, kill it with one sword? Yichen snorted coldly as the undying Dao body opened, coalescing a mysterious black hole in his dantian, radiating a living, majestic and infinite power. He swung his sword. The power of the undying Dao body was infused into this sword, containing a terrifying might that obliterated everything. Boom! 100-foot sword blade chopped down, cutting a long sword mark over an inch deep into the impenetrable ground. Click! The corpse dragon's huge head rolled off, and its flesh crumbled away into black pieces. This is impossible. How on earth did you do this? Wang Yi's heart was like a pit of ice as he turned around and tried to escape, and the divine blood sword pill flew down from midair and swept past as a flying sword of bloodlight. Snort! Wang Yi's head flew directly into the sky. Yichen beckoned, and the prisoner dragon ring that had fallen to the ground flew to him. Buzz! After the prisoner dragon ring landed in Yichen's hand, it emitted a violent tremor, as if there was a powerful magnetic field that wanted to suck it away, attempting to escape Yichen's control. Yichen snorted coldly as the power of the indestructible Dao body emanated, and the terrifying pressure of the ancient indestructible fell, instantly suppressing the prisoner dragon ring and severing the connection between the prisoner dragon ring and the magnetic field. Immediately, Yichen put away the prisoner dragon ring, then said to Fire Ying, go, I'll take you to a place. Where to? Fire Ying asked. The people from the Heavenly Law sect dared to injure you, so I will naturally make them pay. Yichen coldly grunted. But didn't you kill them all already? Fire Ying was curious. If I'm not mistaken, there's still a portion of the Heavenly Law sect's people searching for treasures in the vicinity, and there's no need for them to be alive. Yichen's gaze was austere. For his enemies he had always cut them down, leaving no one behind. How do you know there are still people from the Heavenly Law sect nearby? Fire Ying asked again. You'll see if you come with me. After Yichen finished speaking, he walked towards the direction where that magnetic field was just now. Fire Ying also stopped talking and instead followed behind Yichen in a well-behaved manner, froze a bit mesmerized as she watched his upright back. A moment later, Yichen came to a stop in front of a huge idol. This idol was tall and majestic, solemn and dignified, with a flame texture carved behind it, like a fire god. Little Yi, break the formation here. Yichen's mind moved. A sword formation condensed behind him. A lightsaber erupted and disappeared into thin air in front of the giant stone idol. A few moments later, a wall of light appeared in the air, which had been cut to pieces by the sword light and finally collapsed away. The phantom array shattered. A glowing teleportation array was exposed in front of the two Yichen. This illusion formation was left behind by someone from the Heavenly Law sect? Fire Ying asked. Guess what? Yi Chen smiled. Fire Ying nodded. I see. Wang Yi's few people with that corpse dragon are in charge of keeping a lookout inside the palace, clearing out the other celestial pride that came to the palace. And their real plot is under this teleportation array? Looks like you're not too stupid. Yi Chen laughed. People are already smart. Okay. Fire Ying blankly glanced at Yi Chen in dissatisfaction. Since the Heavenly Dharma sect has set up such a big setup here, they must be aiming for something big. There should be a supreme treasure or inheritance left behind by an ancient powerhouse down here. Let's go and take a look. Yi Chen smiled and entered the teleportation array with Fire Ying. Beneath the huge palace, there was an even larger underground palace. Huang Ting, the third saint son of the Heavenly Law sect, had brought dozens of celestial pride with him and had long since arrived here for a long time. In an open area of the underground palace, they had laid hundreds of formations, countless prohibitions, and dragnets. With such a killing situation, even if a strong person at the 9th level of the Seal King realm entered, they might not be able to retreat in one piece. Then they ambushed the neighborhood and seemed to be waiting for something. 100 years ago, my master's father had also entered the ruins of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom and came to this dungeon, where he had discovered an ancient fire qilin. Only that at that time, he wasn't adequately prepared and couldn't capture this fire qilin, which has been a major regret of his old man all along. Huang Ting shook his head inside. Senior brother Huang, if you can capture this fire Kirin and obtain the blood of the Kirin to quench your flesh, I believe that your strength will definitely increase greatly, and at that time, even the second Saint Sun Lord may not be able to compete with you. A fawning smile appeared on the pretty face of a female disciple of the Heavenly Law sect. Humph, don't worry, you guys, help me capture this fire qilin. When the time comes there will be no shortage of benefits for you. Huang Ting slapped at the female disciple's arse and laughed. Then thank you in advance, Senior brother Huang. The female disciple smiled like a flower, her plump and delicate body rubbing against Huang Ting's body as much as possible. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar rang out from the deep, dark grotto. It's that fire unicorn. Dozens of Heavenly Law sect celestial pride were instantly on alert, and a few moments later, fire spread in the grotto, illuminating the cold and dark underground palace as if it were day, only to see a huge and hideous fire qilin walk out from inside. This fire qilin is quite a bit more powerful than it was 100 years ago, almost a half step into the saint realm of cultivation. Huang Ting and the others held their breath, their hearts tense. The ruins of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom was a collapsed wasteland with a drying up of spiritual qi. So whether it was the human race or demonic beasts and so on, it would be very difficult to improve their cultivation if they cultivated here. And this fire qilin has been sleeping in these ruins for 100 years, and its cultivation has still improved. So it can be seen that its qilin bloodline is terrifying. Huang Ting's mind was a little apprehensive. Although all these formation prohibitions had been improved by his master and could suppress demonic beasts at the 9th level of the Seal King realm, this fire qilin was even stronger today than it was 100 years ago. Will it still be possible to suppress this fire qilin? Roar! The fire qilin was attracted by an aroma, and the moment it stepped into the clearing, the first formation was activated, and the sky of sword light instantly condensed and blasted on top of its strong body. Immediately afterward, one formation restriction after another was activated. Just like dominoes, countless attack fluctuations came one after another like a tidal wave, trapping the fire qilin in the center. Come on, don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Huang Ting roared, and dozens of Heavenly Dharma sect celestial pride struck out together, pushing the power of the hundreds of formations to the extreme. He wanted to blast the fire qilin to death as soon as possible while it was still unsteady. Roar! The fire qilin instantly became furious, hissing up to the sky. Scorching flame runes blossomed on its fiery red scale armor, and monstrous flames crazily erupted. In an instant, the fire qilin was like an ancient sun, emitting endless heat, and everything seemed as if everything could be melted. Click here. In an instant, 30 to 40 formations were like papier-mâché, instantly collapsing and shattering, and 20 Heavenly Dharma sect celestial pride couldn't make it much later, being engulfed by the flaming storms. Their corpses and bones were nowhere to be found. The fire qilin fell into a frenzy, its two front paws frantically slapping. Each time, 3 or 5 formations were slapped to pieces, the berserk fluctuations raging, shocking Huang Ting and the others into spitting out blood one after the other and retreating violently. Seeing that these formations couldn't trap it for too long, outrageous! Huang Ting hissed, and a golden circle flew out above his wrist to the top of the fire qilin's head, radiating ancient mystical power. It was like 100,000 great mountains, suppressing the fire qilin. Boom! As if the fire qilin had met its nemesis, it was instantly crushed to the ground and couldn't get up. Prisoner Dragon Ring? Fire Ying, who was hiding in the shadows, changed color slightly before looking at Yi Chen beside her. Yi Chen sneered and said, The prisoner dragon ring is the top 3 ranked treasure of Tianfa sect. It is the natural nemesis of demonic beasts and is said to be capable of trapping and killing true dragons. This treasure is divided into 2 male and female. The one that I got should be the female ring, and the one that Huang Ting used to subdue the fire unicorn is the male ring, and the 2 can only be combined together to bring out the true power of the prisoner dragon ring. I see. Should we make a move to help this fire Qilin? Fire Ying asked. There's no rush. It's not too late to wait for them to fight to the death. Yi Chen sneered. Ho ho ho. The fire Qilin roared repeatedly, and the power of the ancient flood in its body erupted, resisting the suppressive power of the prisoner dragon ring. It was just that the prisoner dragon ring had an innate restraint on demonic beasts, and could even trap and kill true dragons, and even though the fire Qilin was an ancient beast, it was still restrained. There was a feeling of powerlessness, unable to break free from the suppression of the prisoner dragon ring. Taking this opportunity, the other heavenly Dharma sect celestial pride drove up the surrounding formations, turning them into countless storms of attacks that bombarded the fire Qilin's body. Soon, the fire Qilin was already bruised and bleeding. Its injuries were still not light. And right at that moment, its gaze looked ferociously at Huang Ting, its ferocious beastly aura revealed. The fire Qilin had long since opened its spirit and its intelligence was not below that of the human race. It understood the principle of capturing the thief first. As long as it blasted Huang Ting to death, all other attacks were not enough to worry about. At the cost of burning its ancient bloodline, the fire Qilin temporarily broke through the suppression of the prisoner dragon ring and recklessly charged towards Huang Ting. Stop him. Huang Ting was covered in sweat. He was only at the level of the Dharma realm. If he was hit by the fire Qilin, he would have to be shattered into pieces. The others were also desperately urging their formations, transforming into a wall of forbidden light and blocking the fire Qilin's face. Click here. One by one, the walls of forbidden light were smashed to pieces. The fire Qilin made a tiger pounce and was already approaching. Suddenly, Huang Ting pushed the female disciple beside him forward. Elder brother Huang Yu. The female disciple lost her color. Just now the other party had said that they would not be able to do less good to themselves, but now they even took themselves to block the gun? Pust! The female disciple was torn to shreds by the fire Qilin's front claws, her blood mist exploding, and Huang Ting instantly arrived hundreds of feet away. Taking the opportunity of the fire Qilin's pounce, he once again activated the prisoner dragon ring, and the golden light shone brightly, suppressing the fire Qilin's head from above its head. Bang bang! The earth collapsed beneath the fire Qilin's feet, and he was pressed into the rubble, unable to move. At this time, the other heavenly Dharma sect celestial pride also came forward, controlling one formation after another and bombarding the fire Qilin's body. Click click bang thud rumble. After a burst of wild bombardment, the fire Qilin was lying in a deep pit, unable to move, its scales and armor broken, bloody and dying. It's not going to survive. Has it finally been suppressed? The corners of Huang Ting's mouth lifted into a victor's smile. The mind envisions a bright future. After he obtained the fire Qilin's essence blood, his strength would definitely be able to skyrocket. At that time, in the Heavenly Law sect, other than that top-ranked freak, who would be able to compete with himself? You think you've won? A teasing voice rang out. Who? Huang Ting's face changed, only to feel a killing intent approaching. Before he had time to react, his right arm that was controlling the prisoner dragon ring was chopped off by a swordlight, and blood flowed out. The golden light emanating from the prisoner dragon ring disappeared and fell from midair, only to be collected by a figure. It's Yi Chen. You old six. When the crowd from the Heavenly Law sect saw the figure, they gnashed their teeth in anger and cursed. Roar! The fire Qilin lying in the deep pit suddenly opened its eyes and erupted with unprecedented power as a pillar of fire shot up into the sky, piercing through all the surrounding formation restrictions. Dozens of Heavenly Dharma sect's heavenly pride were instantly killed or injured, leaving less than 20 people, all of whom were also heavily injured. Then it whimpered and fled into the deep cavern and disappeared. Yi Chen, do you really want to confront our Heavenly Law sect to the end? Huang Ting was jealous with hatred. He came so close. As long as one obtained the blood of the fire Qilin, they could temper their flesh and be invincible to the Heavenly Law sect. A great future was only one step away, but it was ruined by Yi Chen, who could not be angry about this. I'm curious, if we destroy the Heavenly Law sect and take all the resources of your ancient sect for ourselves, will it be possible to make the Yi clan even more powerful? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and laughed. You are so arrogant. Do you know that my Heavenly Dharma sect has existed for hundreds of thousands of years? The depth and cards it possesses are not something you can imagine. Even your Yi clan will never be able to easily shake it. You'd better die of this heart. Huang Ting said angrily. Really? It's a pity that you won't be able to see the day when I destroy the Heavenly Law sect. Yi Chen let out a cold smile and charged towards Huang Ting. Protect senior brother Huang Ting. The less than 20 remaining heavenly Dharma sect celestial pride were enraged and surrounded Yi Chen. Bunch of trash. Die. The blood god sword pill on Yi Chen's wrist flew out as a bloody aura, transforming into millions of blood-colored swords in midair. These heavenly Dharma sect celestial pride, all of whom were at the Daojak realm cultivation level, were unable to block the sharpness of the blood god sword pill even if they had a slightly more powerful supreme treasure to protect their bodies. Everyone was instantly obliterated by the roiling blood swords. As for Huang Ting, who had consumed most of his physical strength and had broken an arm, he was also far from being Yi Chen's opponent, and after blocking Yi Chen's third sword, Yi Chen's fourth sword came out. The sword blade instantly pierced through Huang Ting's brow. Immediately, Yi Chen put away their nascent sacrifice rings and said indifferently, "Go." "Where to?" Fire Ying asked. "Go meet that fire unicorn," Yi Chen said. "That's a half step into the Saint realm of the ancient fierce beast. Even if it's severely injured, would it be dangerous for us to get close?" Fire Ying was worried. "That's right. You're a pampered little princess. You can't afford to slip up. Why don't you wait here for me? I'll go check it out?" Yi Chen laughed. "Who's being sarcastic? If you want to go, go. Who's afraid?" Fire Ying was unconvinced and stepped into that grotto first. The two of them flew through the winding and deep grotto for a long time, only to hear the mournful roar of a beast from up ahead. "Is that the fire unicorn?" Yi Chen looked at each other and quietly approached over. The end of the grotto opens out into a wide expanse of land, and on a flat plateau a tall, luxurious palace is built. And right now, the fire Qilin was lying in the open space in front of the palace, licking its wounds. The injuries it sustained were too severe, even to the point of injuring its origin, and it didn't look like it would live for long. "Xiao Yi, make a move." Yi Chen took a step out, and the sword formation condensed behind him, and a sword light flew out, condensing into a giant sword over 100 meters long above his head. The blast chopped towards the fire Qilin. The power of the sword formation that Xiao Yi had condensed was almost comparable to the power of the first level of the sacred realm. The fire Qilin was already running out of gas at this moment, so naturally it couldn't resist and was pierced through the skull by a sword. With a whimper he fell to the ground, the flames burning all over his body dying out. Yi Chen pressed his 5 fingers forward, the power of the indestructible Tao body emanating, and a vortex condensed in the center of his palm, drawing the fire Qilin's blood, which was still somewhat hot, away from its body. The ancient Qilin blood pumped away and transformed into a ball of blood in front of Yi Chen's body. "If I temper my flesh with the blood of this ancient Qilin, I should be able to cultivate the immortal overlord body technique to the peak realm, right?" The corner of Yi Chen's mouth lifted into a smile, and just then, a voice came from the palace. "It's not too good to slaughter my spirit pet in front of me, is it?" Immediately, an aura of unruffled authority emanated out. Yi Chen and Fire Ying instantly felt the supreme pressure and their faces changed greatly. "Is it a great emperor powerhouse?" The door to the palace opened. A tall, middle-aged man wearing a fire-colored tunic with thick eyebrows and tiger eyes and a country face walked out. A divine fire phantom condensed behind him, scorching and distorting the surrounding space. "Elder, this fire Qilin of yours was severely injured by the group from the heavenly Dharma sect. Even if I don't make up for it, it won't be able to live much longer. I'm just helping to ease its pain again." Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of vigilance as he cupped an ancient jade pendant in his hand, threatening to crush it at any moment. This jade pendant was also Yi Chen's last card. Facing this great emperor powerhouse of unknown origin, he took it out without hesitation. What a sharp-tongued brat. A few moments of the old man's style back then, and with excellent talent. The only thing I've ever seen in my life. It's just a pity that you're not suitable to become my heir. A flash of regret passed through the middle-aged man's eyes. Immediately, his eyes looked to the fire Ying on the side and said, "Little girl, you possess the fire spirit holy body. You are the perfect candidate to inherit the old man's legacy. Are you interested in worshipping me as a teacher?" "Senior, we killed your spirit pet. Are you really not going to take the blame?" Yi Chen asked, still alert. "Little fellow, you don't need to be nervous. If I had any malice towards you guys, just now before you killed my spirit pet, I could have made a move." The old man had already fallen 100 years ago. The remaining nowadays this wisp of residual soul is just trying to find an heir to carry on my mantle. For me, compared to a spirit pet, it's much more important to find a perfect heir to carry on the mantle, the middle-aged man faintly said. Also, Yi Chen nodded, then put away the jade pendant in his hand. Turning back to Fire Ying, he said, "Silly girl, don't be quick to worship the master. This is a rare chance for you. May I ask who Senior is and why he wants to take me as his disciple?" As a princess of the fire country, Fire Ying also had her own arrogance. Even if the other party was a great emperor powerhouse, one wouldn't casually worship a teacher without knowing the other party's origins. "I am an elder of the Tao Sword Sacred Kingdom from 1,000,000 years ago, named the Fire Lin Emperor. who fell during the Emperor Fall battle in the last epoch, and left behind this wisp of residual soul in order to find a perfect successor. And you, a little girl, have the fire spirit's sacred body, which makes you the perfect candidate to inherit my Firelin lineage, and that's why I'm choosing you. The Firelin Emperor revealed a kind smile and said, the Empyrean Fall War? Could it be that millions of years ago, the demon race invaded the desolate domain? It even caused many great emperors to fall? Yi Chen was slightly surprised. Humph. Although the demon race is powerful, it is not so powerful as to cause the desolate domain of 1,000,000 years ago to suffer from a catastrophe, and not so powerful as to cause countless great emperors and strong people to fall in that battle. The enemy we had 1,000,000 years ago was unknown to be many times more powerful than the demon race. The Firelin Emperor's eyes recalled that unbearable past. What? An enemy stronger than the demons? What is it? Did we win in the end? Yi Chen was horrified beyond belief, and had many questions in his mind. Millions of years ago, what kind of enemy was it that was countless times more powerful than the demon race? Little fellow, your cultivation is too low right now. There are many things you know more about that won't do you any good. Cultivate well. When you become a great emperor powerhouse, you'll know many things sooner or later. Emperor Firelin did not answer Yi Chen's question. His eyes looked towards Fire Ying and said, how is the little girl considering it? Is she willing to worship me as her teacher? Fire Ying glanced at Yi Chen, who gave her a nod, and then said, Senior is willing to worship Senior as a teacher. Okay, you're coming in with me. The Firelin Emperor revealed a look of delight, and then he glanced at Yi Chen and said, little fellow, I'm giving you the entire essence blood of this spirit pet of mine. Meeting each other is destiny. Consider it as a gift of creation for you. Thank you, Elder. Yi Chen made a bow of thanks. Immediately, Fire Ying followed him into the grand hall. The vermilion-thick door closed, isolated from the outside world. Yi Chen also immediately began to refine the Fire Qilin's ancient Qilin blood. The power of the indestructible Dao body was pushed to the extreme, drawing the blood ball in front of his body into his dantian. Roar! After the unicorn blood entered Yi Chen's dantian, it immediately transformed into a fire unicorn, hissing up to the sky and emitting endless flames. It was like a round of sun, bright and colorful, with endless energy. Suppress me! Yi Chen let out a low roar as the power of the indestructible Dao body erupted. A power that was undying and unending, as if it could suppress everything, only to see his physical body as a furnace. Using the power of his undying Dao body as a flame, he began to refine the Fire Qilin's essence blood. At first the Fire Qilin resisted violently, and moments later, it was suppressed by the power of the indestructible Dao body, and strands of blood were refined, fusing with Yi Chen's blood and nourishing everything in the flesh. Yi Chen's physical body was quenched by a supreme Qilin power, only feeling his body's qi and blood surging, his heartbeat as heavy as a drum, and his tendons and bones roaring in unison like a Qilin hissing. It exuded an endless aura of ferocious beasts. He hurriedly revolved the immortal overlord body technique, wanting to use this Qilin's power to impact the higher realms of martial arts. The hegemonic body condensed, only to see Yi Chen's protective golden light, vaguely turned into a fiery red, blazing burning, the clothes on the body in a flash Huawei ashes flying. The perfect body was sitting on its knees. The muscle lines of the body were well proportioned and fit. The flame runes were entwined, and above the left shoulder, and over the shoulder fire unicorn tattoo also appeared. With every beat of the heart, the Fire Qilin tattoo flickered, emanating the aura of an ancient ferocious beast. After spending 3 hours, Yi Chen refined all the power of the Qilin's blood, and the strength of his physical body instantly skyrocketed by more than 3 times. With the help of this Qilin's power, Yi Chen had also refined the immortal overlord body technique to the peak realm. In an instant, a monstrous aura erupted like a dike-breaking flood, breaking through the bottleneck and suppressing the crazy surge. Yi Chen's cultivation broke through the first level of the cave void realm, and it was far from over. His cultivation was still insanely skyrocketing. The Fire Qilin is worthy of being an ancient ferocious beast. Its blood is comparable to an imperial spirit medicine. Not only does it nourish my flesh, but it can also multiply my cultivation. Yi Chen's black hair flew as endless power emanated from his body. Behind him, a huge swirling cavern condensed, sweeping heaven and earth in all directions. In my first cavernous sky, I will use this Qilin's power to gather my will, Yi Chen muttered in his heart. After stepping into the cave void realm in cultivation, a martial artist could condense the power of the cave heaven, and with each subsequent breakthrough level, they could condense one more cave heaven. At the 9th level of the cave realm, one could condense the 9 great cavernous heavens. In each cave, the power of will could be condensed, and when defending against the enemy, exercising the power of will in the cave would enhance the martial artist's battle power. Immediately, Yi Chen injected a steady stream of Qilin power into the cave heaven behind him. Immediately, in the midst of the raging cavernous sky, a fire qilin appeared, hissing and roaring to the 9 heavens. Yi Chen's first cave coalesced, containing the fire qilin's will, and just then, Yi Chen's cultivation was still skyrocketing, breaking through the second level of the cave void realm. Behind him, the second cave sky was frantically coalescing, its embryonic form basically taking shape. For the second cave, I will merge the killing sword intent with it. Yi Chen's mind moved, and the killing sword intent between his eyebrows burst out, like blood-colored lightning, crackling and killing, and it was continuously injected into the second cavernous sky. Half an hour later, the second cave coalesced, containing killing sword intent. Boom! And right at this moment, Yi Chen's cultivation broke through the third level of the cave void realm, and behind him, the prototype of the third cavernous sky condensed, and a terrifying pressure swept out. Good fellow, after refining the qilin blood, it even allowed my cultivation to directly break through the third level of the cave void realm? Yi Chen was ecstatic in his heart. What will did one have to gather in the third cave heaven? Just as Yi Chen was considering what will to coalesce in the third cave heaven, a flash of light flashed through the nascent sacred ring and flew in front of him. It's the king of yin-yang compulsion. It waved its short paws as if to say something. You want to enter my third cave heaven to cultivate and become the will of the third cave heaven? Yi Chen froze. The yin-yang compound king nodded. Good, then as you wish. Yi Chen nodded, and with a wave of his hand, opened the third cavern behind him. The yin-yang compass king then flew in and melted into one with the cave sky. The will of the third cave yin-yang compass king. Boom boom boom. The three great cave heavens took shape, and an endless riot of energy swept through the 8 directions of heaven and earth, and the entire gigantic underground palace trembled violently, vaguely visible. In the first cave, there was a griffin coalesced by scorching fiery light, roaring up to the sky, unbeatable. In the second cavernous sky, there was a small sword of blood light coalescing from the rampant killing intent, and an endless killing aura covered the area. In the third cave was a mysterious dark little bug that normally had its eyes closed, but the moment it opened them, it could explode with a shocking fury. Yi Chen operated the indestructible Dao body and inhaled the will of the 3 great caves into his body, and his flesh was like a giant divine furnace with a blazing divine fire burning inside. Begin to quench and solidify these 3 great wills. 2 days later, Yi Chen had comprehended a new divine ability from the 3 great cave wills. He moved with a thought. The power of the first cave heavenly Kirin emanated, and the flame Lin pattern twirled around his entire body, emitting a mysterious power, and as he clenched his 5 fingers, rolling hot flames coalesced crazily, transforming into a flaming fist seal. First avatar fire forest fist seal. Boom! The flaming fist seal blasted out like a roaring fire unicorn, erupting with endless power and sweeping across everything. Even a strong person at the 5th level of the Dharma realm would be left with at least half a life if not obliterated under this punch. Immediately, Yi Chen activated his second cave, the will to kill. The blood-colored small sword in the second cave sky suddenly blossomed with blinding bloodlight, like a blood-colored flying sword that pierced through the void and decimated everything. Second divine ability extreme realm killing sword. With the power of the soul and killing intent condensed into a killing sword, it could pierce through the void, and with a single thought, it could kill enemies thousands of miles away. The third cave. Yi Chen let out a low gulp, and the yin-yang compass king within the third cave heaven had already been stirring, and a pair of ferocious eyes opened and flew out as a black aura. In an instant, the yin-yang compass king spat out countless parasites from his mouth, densely packed and black as black mist, shrouding everything around him. Third avatar compulsion eating. These parasites are endless, can reproduce indefinitely, and can devour the souls of all living beings, which is terrifying. After the yin-yang compass king became the will of my third cave heaven, all of its abilities can be used for me, and these abilities still need to be slowly tapped into by me. Yi Chen muttered. In less than 2 days, he was able to condense the will of the 3 great cave heavens and was also able to comprehend the cave heavenly divine ability. This kid's natural talent, even if placed in the last era, the era when great emperors were inundated, is an overwhelming existence. I hope that he will be able to grow up before the desolate domain cataclysm arrives, and will be able to become a unique existence by that time. The Fire Lin Emperor stood in the distance, looking at Yi Chen who was cultivating on his knees, revealing a look of relief. Ding! On the 18th day of marriage, rewarded with a 5-colored Dao stone. Ding! On the 19th day of marriage, rewarded with the secret art of opening the sky. Yi Chen had gained rewards every day during the 2 days he had been cultivating. He immediately checked the use of these 2 rewards. The 5-colored Dao stone contains the 5 wills of heaven and earth. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. So when my cultivation rises to the 9th level of the cave realm and I open up 5 other cave heavens, I can incorporate the 5 wills of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth into the cave heavens and even comprehend new cave heavens aptitudes. As for this heaven opening secret art is, Practicing a special secret art to open up the 10th cave? Yi Chen revealed a look of surprise. Normally, a cave realm martial artist could only open up a maximum of 9 cave heavens, each of which could only condense one type of force of will. And this heaven opening mysterious technique can even open up the 10th cave heaven? Yi Chen possessed the indestructible Dao body, and his battle power was already far ahead of his class. So if he could open up the 10th cave heaven, what level of battle power could he reach? It won't be too late when I step into the 9th level of the cave realm in terms of my cultivation. Before I perform the heaven opening mysterious art and open up the 10th cave heaven, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. Immediately, he gazed in the direction of the palace. Senior can directly teleport that girl out of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom's ruins after imparting the technique to her. So I'll go ahead. There was still one last day left for the opening of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom ruins, and time was limited. So Yi Chen had to go and look for his own chance as well. A moment later, the voice of the Flame Lin Emperor rang out. Lord Dao Sword Emperor is also searching for an inheritor, so you can take your chances near the Sacred Imperial Palace. Many thanks to Senior for pointing it out. After Yi Chen made a bow of thanks, he turned into a swordlight and flew out of the underground palace. There is only one last day left for the opening of the Daojian Sacred Kingdom ruins. The competition between the forces of each side also gradually reached a white heat. For the sake of inheritance, supreme treasures, and so on, they kill each other and fight each other with incomparable cruelty. The core of the secret realm, the Holy Imperial Palace. Hundreds of celestial pride approached towards this place. This was once the place where the #1 powerhouse of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom, the Dao Sword Emperor, lived, so it must have a supreme inheritance or a supreme treasure. So many people come here to try their luck. Suddenly, a white-robed maniacal shadow came from afar and landed on top of a peak close to the Sacred Imperial Palace, standing with his arms folded as he gazed into the distance. It's that bogeyman by Xiao. Hundreds of celestial pride's eyes showed scorn when they saw that white figure, and their legs and feet couldn't stop trembling. Ha ha, those who are not afraid of death will come and fight with me for the treasures in the Sacred Imperial Palace. Bai Xiu glanced at the crowd, laughed, and flew in the direction of the Sacred Imperial Palace. The crowd looked fearful and no longer dared to take a step towards the Sacred Imperial Palace. Bai Xiu was the 5th heavenly pride of the desolate domain and was extremely ferocious, killing people at the drop of a hat. None of the prides in the desolate domain feared his fierce reputation, since he has given his word. Who would dare to go forward to seek death? And just then, a sudden arcane light pierced through 10,000 miles of emptiness and swept in, exuding an unrivaled and domineering aura. In just an instant, he had already arrived in the sky above the Sacred Imperial Palace. It's Xian Tianxin of the Xian clan. The crowd was again taken aback. Obviously, Xian Tianxin was also rushing towards the Sacred Imperial Palace. Between him and Bai Xiu, I'm afraid that they can't avoid having a big battle. All the supreme treasures in the Sacred Imperial Palace. I want them all. I'll give you a chance to leave now or die. Xian Tianxin was dressed in a dark golden-colored robe and stood with his arms folded, his eyes looking towards the Sacred Imperial Palace not far away, not putting Bai Xiu behind him in the slightest bit in his eyes. Humph. The Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom ruins were left behind by our desolate domain's predecessors. How could it be cheapened to you? An outlander dog? The chances here can be given to anyone. There's no door for me to let you have it. Bai Xiu coldly grunted. You're really not afraid to die? Xian Tianxin's eyes flinched as he turned around. Humph. It's not certain who will die and who will live. Bai Xiu grinned, a long sword already in his hand. Standing by. One hand is enough to deal with you. Xian Tianxin's eyes flashed with scorn. One hand behind his back. Against you. I'm old enough without using my hands. Bai Xiu let out a low roar as he chopped towards Xian Tianxin with a blade. The monstrous blade momentum instantly condensing, transforming into a hundreds of feet long gigantic blade mane between heaven and earth, chopping down in the air. The heavens and earth trembled, and the void fragmented into pieces. Bai Xiu, as the 5th ranked heavenly pride of the desolate domain, had reached the 9th level of the Dharma phase realm. This slash of his was enough to match the battle power of a half-step 10,000 laws realm. It was not trivial, and in the face of this attack, Xian Tianxin remained calm, the corners of his mouth even raising a touch of disdain. Just as the monstrous blade power chopped down, his right hand violently clenched his fist. Endless arcane light blossomed. The heavens and earth trembled tremendously, and space shattered. He threw a punch. The monstrous blade momentum directly collapsed and disintegrated, and the fluctuations swept across the 8 directions. Pust. Bai Xiu was swept by a wave of light. His protective light shield shattered, and he fell backward hundreds of feet. He spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, even spitting out the crumbs of his internal organs, showing that he was extremely injured. You are already at the 10,000 laws realm cultivation level. Bai Xiu's face was ugly to the extreme. Before he had entered the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom ruins, Bai Xiu was clearly only at the peak of the 9th level of the Dharma realm. Within 2 days, the other party's cultivation had actually broken through the 10,000 laws realm? Who would dare to believe that he couldn't even carry a single move from the other party? Damn! You wait for me. Bai Xiu knew that he wasn't the opponent's opponent and didn't choose to fight hard. Immediately, he bit the tip of his tongue and performed a secret technique, transforming into a bloody mane to vanish into the distance. What? Bai Xiu is the 5th-ranked pride of my desolate domain, and he lost to the other side in one move? I heard that Xian Tianxin is in the desolate domain. His strength can only be ranked in the top 100 at most, and he defeated our desolate domain's 5th-ranked heavenly pride in a single move. The strength gap between our desolate domain and the Xian domain is too great. My desolate domain's strong men are increasingly withering away. It's hard to imagine how big the gap between us and the other 7 domains will be in another 10 or 20 years. The many celestial pride who were watching the battle from afar had gloomy colors flashing in their eyes. A sense of despair gripped the room. Was the future fate of the desolate domain destined to be annexed by the other 7 domains? Humph. Other than one Yi Yuqing in the desolate domain who was still okay, all the other heavenly prides are trash. Xian Tianxin shook his head disdainfully and was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, a dark storm that covered the sky came from afar, accompanied by the sound of storms, the hissing of demonic beasts, the cries of ghosts, and so on. A horrifying aura spread across the heavens and earth. You guys see that? The crowd was alarmed and looked into the distance. This dark storm was composed of countless grudge murderous spirits, corpse dragons, white bone birds, grudge giants, and countless other monsters in endless numbers, like a dark tide swarming in. Everywhere it went, everything was reduced to rubble. It's you! Xian Tianxin's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared coldly at the body of a corpse dragon as huge as a mountain in the dark storm. On top of a skeleton throne sat a stunningly beautiful figure dressed in colorful clothes and wearing a veil, with an immortal posture, like a picture of a fairy in the 9 heavens and a ferocious beast in hell together. It was none other than the illusory moon cicada of the illusory clan. Her illusions were unrivaled in the world and could confuse all living beings, and in the ruins of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom, these monsters, which were the most mean and deadly, became her tools to be used for her. Soon, the dark storm came outside the Holy Imperial Palace, and countless ferocious monsters roared, loud and terrifying. You want a piece of the action too? Xian Tianxin's stout figure stood before the monster army. The figure looked very small while emitting an aura that could rival an entire army of monsters. As I said, what is unowned is owned by those who can. The illusory moon cicada sat on top of the skeleton throne, her gaze cold and domineering, like a goddess in charge of killing. Fine. I'll see what you're really capable of. Xian Tianxin's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he was about to strike. The other side. Bai Xiu disappeared far away to 100,000 miles away to a gloomy and dark mountain forest and stumbled to an ancient temple where he sat on his knees. Wow. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood again in succession. The Xian power cultivated by the Xian clan is even more terrifying than the legends. Bai Xiu took several pills before his face looked better. Spinning around, he gritted his teeth and said, losing to that kid in a single move is simply a battle of shame. Disgrace to the grandma's house. It's good to know shame. To know shame. The idol in the temple suddenly came to life and turned into an odd old man with skinny bones and a fierce face, who hemmed and hawed and jumped down from the desk. What are you? Bai Xiu's face was alert, and his long sword was already in his hand. Humph. That's not how you use a knife. The eccentric old man flexed his fingers and the knife in Bai Xiu's hand actually flew into the old man's hand on its own. What do you want? Bai Xiu's words just fell. The eccentric old man's supreme blade intent emanated, bringing Bai Xiu into another world. One could only see that this was a world of killing. The sky was dyed with blood, corpses were piled up like mountains, and the blood flowed into a sea, terrifying to the extreme. Bai Xiu saw that the bone-thin body of the eccentric old man stood at the highest peak of the corpse mountain, his killing aura wrapped around his body as if he was a god of killing. One of his glances back at Bai Xiu contained endless killing intent, as if it could obliterate everything. What a horrible killing aura! Bai Xiu locked eyes with the other party, and instantly his legs went weak with fear. This old man's murderous aura is too heavy. He himself was usually addicted to killing, but compared to this old man, he was scum. Kid, would you like to become my Shura killer emperor's disciple? Inherit my supreme Shura killing Tao, and become a fearsome god of killing in this heaven and earth? The eccentric old man stood tall, overlooking everything as supreme pressure swept through the heavens and earth. Hey, master on top, disciple kowtows to your old man. Bai Xiu hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, a sinister smile on his face. Xian Tianxin, when Laozi inherits this supreme cultivator killing Tao, I will avenge today's hatred. Sooner or later one day Laozi will kill your Xian clan and stir up your Xian clan's lair. An hour later, Yi Chen also arrived near the sacred imperial palace. From afar, The sky of the sacred imperial palace was dim, and a horrifyingly sinister aura shrouded the 8 directions of heaven and earth. Yi Chen was slightly stunned, his gaze piercing through 100 miles of emptiness as he took a closer look, only to see that the storm was formed by countless sinister monsters, like a dark torrent, pushing across in their direction. Wherever they went, all palaces, buildings, temples, and other buildings were crushed and shattered into ruins, and the sound was very powerful. And what made Yi Chen feel strange was, the monsters were seen scavenging hordes of treasures from the shattered buildings and sending them to the head of a giant corpse dragon in the sky. And on top of the corpse dragon's head sat a stunning silhouette in colorful clothes, and in front of her a nascent ring hovered, loading all the treasures into the nascent ring. It's that woman from the illusion clan. I didn't realize she could manipulate so many monsters to her advantage. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. Previously, Wang Yi of the Heavenly Dharma sect had used the prisoner dragon ring to control a corpse dragon, and was then able to call the shots in the Daojian Sacred Kingdom ruins, and this illusory race woman was able to manipulate an entire army of monsters. Wouldn't she be like a godlike existence? I believe she should have scavenged a lot of treasures in the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom ruins, so if I rob her, I should be able to make a big profit. A flash of greed flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he flew towards the illusory moon cicada. Desolate domain heaven's pride? Illusory Yue Chan's bright eyes glanced at Yi Chen, who was flying towards her, revealing a look of surprise. When the other desolate domain pride saw themselves, they all hid far away and ran before it was too late. And this man had the audacity to come closer? What does he want? With a thought from illusory Moonchan, a huge corpse dragon broke away from the group, hissed, and ferociously lunged and bit at Yi Chen. In her opinion, Yi Chen was nothing more than a mole. No matter what he wants, just kill him. A murderous intent surged out of Yi Chen's eyes with a flash of killing intent. A sort of blood-colored light shot out from between his eyebrows, instantly cutting the corpse dragon's massive body in half. And Yi Chen's speed did not decrease at all as he broke through the air. Illusory Moonchan looked squarely at him, surprise flashing faintly in her eyes. Immediately, she waved her veiled hand. Hundreds of monsters roared and hissed. There were white-bone monstrous birds, grudge giants, corpse dragons and so on, like a black torrent of baleful energy, pushing horizontally to close in on Yi Chen. Even a strong person at the 7th level of the Dharma phase realm would find it difficult to retreat in one piece in the face of such an attack. Finally, I'd met a decent opponent to let go and have a big fight. Excitement flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he clenched his fists, and an endless overbearing aura emanated from his body. 3 cave storms condensed behind them. The flame Qilin in the first cave heaven hissed and roared like a volcano erupting. A pillar of fire rose up into the sky, coloring the surrounding sky red. The first divine ability, Fire Forest Fist Seal. Yi Chen blasted out with one fist. The blazing and terrifying magma raged. The blazing heat scorched the space with some distortion. A fire unicorn-like fist seal condensed and hissed, pouncing forward. Rumble. The fire Qilin exploded with a loud bang. Endless flames fluctuations swept across heaven and earth, and the monstrous black aura of resentment swept away. One by one, white bone monster birds, grudge giants, corpse dragons, and so on all screamed miserably and instantly carbonized and disappeared. One punch instantaneous seconds. What? He is only at the 3rd level of the cave void realm. How can he be so strong? Illusory Moonchan's pretty face under the veil revealed a look of shock. Cave void realm 3rd level cultivation, with a battle power not below the 7th level of the Dharma phase realm? This kind of freak she had only seen from that number 1 heavenly pride of the Xian domain. It was hard to believe that there were still such demons in the desolate domain where heavenly pride was withering away. Immediately, the coldness in Illusory Moonchan's eyes intensified. She would not allow such a demon to grow up. Illusory Moonchan's cold and overbearing voice rang out. What is the reason for coming here? Isn't it obvious? I'm here to rob. Obediently hand over the valuable treasures on your body, or else you'll end up with 2 empty pockets. Yi Chen's eyes looked up and down at Illusory Yue Chan's exquisite and sinful body, lingering on her plump and firm chest for a few more seconds. Outrageous. Illusory Moonchan's bright eyes flashed with a murderous intent. In the Illusory clan her status was also extremely high, and she had always been the image of an exalted, holy and incomparable goddess. Now that she was being recklessly molested by Yi Chen, her heart was incomparably angry. In the previous battle with Xin Tianxin, she had lost. One could only give up the resources in the core of the Holy Imperial Palace to the other side. That would have made her hold her fire. At this moment and being molested by Yi Chen like this, his heart became even more furious. Immediately, he struck out at Yi Chen. Roar! The tens of thousands of monsters around Phantom Moonchan simultaneously hissed up to the sky, and a horrifyingly ferocious aura swept across the heavens and the earth. And under the leadership of that mountain-like corpse dragon, it was like a black flood that pushed horizontally in the direction of where Yi Chen was. The sound is so powerful that it destroys the sky and the earth. Good timing. Yi Chen took one step, and behind him, the three great cave heavens simultaneously erupted with terrifying energies, causing the heavens and earth to lose color. The pressure he emitted alone overshadowed even the aura of these tens of thousands of monsters. Only Yi Chen transformed into an immortal golden body, and radiant golden light blossomed, shining incomparably brightly in the dimly lit heaven and earth. He took one step to kill the monster army, and every punch and kick erupted with a domineering and incomparable might, obliterating large swathes of monsters. He was like nobody's business, and where the golden light enveloped, all the monsters around him turned into black smoke and disappeared. Roar! Suddenly, the largest corpse dragon blocked in front of him, its terrifying bloody mouth hissing as it erupted with an endless aura of resentment. Its battle power was comparable to a martial artist above the 5th level of the 10,000 Laws realm. It was much more powerful than the corpse dragon that Wang Yi controlled. Yi Chen blasted out with a single punch, the power of the immortal hegemony body technique exploding to the extreme and fusing with the overbearing Qilin's power, which was so powerful that it was comparable to a 10,000 Laws realm powerhouse. Bully fist. The bright golden light crazily condensed into a golden fist print and blasted above the head of the gigantic corpse dragon. Just a rumble. The heavens and earth trembled, and the charging corpse dragon was forced to stop while its huge claws slapped on top of Yi Chen's protective golden light. Yi Chen was also shaken back more than 100 meters, his chi and blood churning, nearly suffering internal injuries. Luckily, he had the immortal overlord body to protect his body, or else he would have been seriously injured if this claw went down. The corpse dragon hissed, shaking the heavens and the earth as it charged towards Yi Chen once again. Yi Chen stood above midair in vain, his metaphysical colored sleeves dancing wildly as he watched a black shadow that covered the sky approaching. While he was not panicked in the slightest, his ancient well was unperturbed, and just as the corpse dragon closed in, Yi Chen spread out his 5 fingers, and a golden halo emerged and flew into midair, emitting a mysterious and ancient golden dragon pattern. Prisoner Dragon Ring. Immediately, the golden halo was like a tight band around the corpse dragon's head, and it disappeared in a flash of golden light. Roar! The corpse dragon hissed and stopped moving in front of Yi Chen. This is... Illusory Moonshan's pupils floated in a dreamy color, wanting to continue manipulating the corpse dragon with her illusions, but she found that the connection between herself and the corpse dragon was cut off by a powerful force. Ho ho ho! Just then, the other monsters had already rushed to Yi Chen's body. A huge white bone bird bore the brunt of the attack, swooping down from midair, its sharp beak pecking down. Snap! The corpse dragon's huge claws suddenly fell, smashing this white bone bird to pieces, and the terrifying fluctuations shook the other monsters back. What? Illusory Moonshan's pretty face revealed a shocked expression. Kill her! Yi Chen looked at Illusory Moonshan with a cold gaze and muttered. The corpse dragon let out a low roar and led the countless monsters to turn around and charge in the direction where Illusory Moonshan was. The torrent of darkness pushed back. How is this possible? Illusory Moonshan's pretty face changed, and it was as if the illusion technique had failed. No longer able to manipulate these demonic beasts, her sinful body flew backward, her colorful skirt fluttering in the air, as ethereal as a fairy, while her eyes, however, radiated icy killing intent. Phantom Clan's secret technique, fantasy killing. A great river of illusory light appeared in front of Illusory Moonshan, huge waves of monstrous illusory light raging, hiding killing opportunities. And after those monsters stepped into the river of phantom light, they were as if they were caught in a quagmire, and were instantly cut and dismembered by the overpowering phantom light, and their flesh was turned into fragments that sank to the bottom of the river and disappeared. In no time, thousands of monsters were wiped out. This bitch is quite good looking, but I didn't expect to come down quite hard. Yi Chen snorted coldly and pinched his hand. The prisoner dragon ring surfaced in front of his body, the male and female rings merging together, the hundreds of prohibitions on it opening up in full force, blossoming with brilliant ancient runes. Above that corpse dragon's head, golden rings condensed and countless forbidden powers were injected into its body, instantly increasing its battle power by more than several times. Rumble! The corpse dragon broke free from the dream mire. An endless baleful chi surged forth, completely destroying Illusory Moonshan's illusion technique and charging towards her. Roar! Although the corpse dragon's body was huge, its movement speed was astonishingly fast, instantly appearing in front of the Illusory Moon cicada's body, its huge dragon claws, entangled with death grievances slapping down. A flash of scorn flashed through the dreamy pupils of the Illusory Moon cicada's eyes. Before, she had relied on the Illusion Clan's powerful forbidden arts to control the corpse dragon. Now that the forbidden technique was ineffective, with her cultivation level that had just stepped into the 10,000 Laws realm, she was still far from being a match for the corpse dragon. Boom thud! The phantom moon cicada disappeared into a flash of phantom light, and the corpse dragon shattered space with a claw. And the next moment, Yi Chen's behind was enveloped by a killing intent. With a flash of illusory light, the illusory moon cicada's sinister body condensed. A pair of phantom pupils erupted with roiling starlight runes, strangling towards Yi Chen. She was extremely experienced in combat, so naturally, she would not tangle with the corpse dragon, but came to obliterate Yi Chen in close quarters. In her opinion, Yi Chen's cultivation level was only the third level of the cave void realm, and the only reason why he was able to control the corpse dragon was because of nothing more than a supreme treasure. As long as he was close, he could be killed instantly. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as his killing sword intent condensed. A sea of blood-like killing swords condensed behind him in a crisscross pattern, turning into a sea of blood-colored swords. The two forces bombarded together, erupting into shocking fluctuations. Surprise flashed across the illusory moon cicada's eyes. Incredulous that Yi Chen could fight himself head-on, Yi Chen took a step out, and the immortal overlord skill operated without reservation, his body blossoming with a brilliant immortal golden light. A fist tore through countless voids, and the fist print instantly approached the illusory moon cicada. Bang bang! A piece of illusory light in front of the illusory moon cicada shattered, and her body instantly flew backwards 100 feet away, her pretty face pale, and her body's chi and blood surging. It's tough. The Mirage clan's lineage was based on cultivating the soul, and although her cultivation was far above Yi Chen's, a frontal physical fight was actually not Yi Chen's match. Yi Chen was like a furious Vajra, letting out a low roar. The immortal golden light all over his body burned crazily, and his physical body was an indestructible divine weapon as he approached the illusory moon cicada. Never! The illusory moon cicada had seen the power of Yi Chen's physical body, and a flash of scorn flashed in its eyes as it once again flew backwards hundreds of feet away, distancing itself from the other party. At the same time, within a pair of phantom pupils, two channels of supreme divine light burst out, interweaving his soul world in front of his body. The world of illusion is extinguished. Yi Chen was instantly trapped in this world of illusory light. The heavens and earth collapsed, countless stars shattered, and a destructive storm of souls swept up. This strike was enough to completely obliterate his soul, and in the face of the illusory moon cicada's killing move, Yi Chen didn't dare to take it lightly. The power of the indestructible Tao body was in operation, and a terrifying aura from the cosmic wasteland of the universe, immortal and indestructible, emanated. Mysterious Tao light bloomed. This power seemed to come from the beginning of heaven and earth, when chaos was not yet divided. Vast and mysterious, deriving everything, and endless. Those soul storms all turned into nothing and disappeared after coming into contact with these Tao lights. What? The illusory moon cicada's pretty face changed color once again. One of her strongest killing moves could not even help the other party. There was even a feeling in her mind. The opponent's strength is even stronger than Xian Tianxin. Strong enough to be unbeatable no matter what. It's outrageous. With an instantaneous movement, she once again distanced herself from the other party by hundreds of feet. The mind was in retreat, ready to run away. Trying to run? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The other party's mental changes, every move, could not escape his eyes. The divine blood sword pill on top of his wrist flew out, transforming into tens of thousands of blood-colored sword rains in midair, chopping down towards the illusory moon cicada from all directions. Imperial soldiers. The illusory moon cicada couldn't believe that a cave void realm level martial artist could hold an imperial soldier. How many secrets is he hiding? Immediately, she let out a low roar, and her power exploded to the extreme. Thumbs up. A rain of bloodlight and swords engulfed her and disappeared, and the space around her was cut to pieces. Is it dead? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Even if the other party was a heavenly pride ranked in the top 100 of the Xian domain, a 1FA realm powerhouse, under the attack of the divine blood sword pill, most likely they wouldn't be able to survive. Bang bang! Suddenly, a phantom light broke through the rain of blood-colored swords in the sky. The illusory moon cicada flew out, but it was also badly injured. Her colorful dress was cut to pieces, and many bloody sword marks appeared on her white and crystal skin. It's pitying to watch. Yi Chen snorted coldly and took a step out, instantly closing in on the other party, sheathing the underworld god sword at his waist and cutting out a pithy sword blade, chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. A snort of the sword. The phantom moon cicada was cleaved by a sword and sent a large building crashing through it, collapsing into a mass of rubble. Her pretty face was pale to the extreme, and she was still injured as she continuously spat out blood. Just as she was about to make a move, Yi Chen had already appeared in front of her and stabbed down with his long sword. The illusory moon cicada's veil was picked off by the tip of the sword, and a stunningly flawless jade face appeared in front of Yi Chen. Her features were exquisite. Her eyebrows were picturesque. Her nose was high and straight. Her cherry mouth. Her skin was as fair as lamb's fat jade. Her beauty was impeccable, even more beautiful than a fairy coming out of a scroll. What a beautiful girl piece. I suddenly changed my mind. I don't want to rob money. I want to rob color. Yi Chen revealed a villainous smile. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Kill me if you can. The illusory moon cicada was infuriated. The women of their illusory clan had to use a light veil to cover their faces since they were young because their looks were too beautiful and they could easily charm the people and wreak havoc on the country. The veil is only lifted by the husband when he marries. Usually, the first person to see their face is their husband. And to have their veils opened by Yi Chen at this moment was a great humiliation for them, the women of the illusory race. The heart was so indignant that it even wanted to die. Begging for death? I was going to kill you, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to take you back as my personal maid. Yi Chen sneered. Don't you dare. The illusory moon cicada's silver teeth clenched, and a dagger suddenly appeared in her sleeve, wanting to lead her neck to kill herself. Snap! Yi Chen flicked his wrist, the back of his sword whipping above the illusory moon cicada's wrist, and the dagger flew out, impaling itself on top of a large tree nearby. Immediately, Yi Chen's third cave heaven opened, and the yin-yang compass king flew out and disappeared into the center of the illusory moon cicada's brow. Ah! A few moments later, the illusory moon cicada let out a miserable groan. The torment of ice and fire made her life worse than death. The toxicity of the king of yin-yang compulsions was comparable to the most horrible torture in this world. Even Yi Nuer, who had crawled out from the dead since she was a child and had experienced countless lives and deaths, could not stand it. Not to mention this little girl. Will you submit to me? After a while, Yi Chen asked in a cold voice. Don't even think about it. The illusory moon cicada almost gnashed its teeth together as a large amount of blood flowed out of its mouth. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. The illusory moon cicada's willpower was somewhat beyond reason. Experiencing such a long time of torture from the yin-yang compulsion king and still refusing to bow down? Right at this moment, in the heart of the sacred imperial palace in the distance, a holy light shot up into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds, and the dome of the sky was shrouded by a golden haze. The holy imperial palace's greatest treasure has appeared? A flash of greed flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. I don't have time to continue to spend with you. I'll give you one more chance. If you are unwilling to submit, I'll have no choice but to give you a pain in the ass. Yi Chen suspended the tip of the underworld sword at the illusory moon cicada's neck, and as soon as he let go, the underworld sword would pierce through her throat. Phantom moon cicada's mind was constantly struggling. It suddenly occurred to me that I couldn't die yet. She also has to avenge her wronged mother. If he chose to submit to Yi Chen, he would at least have a chance to take revenge in the future. But if you die, no one will ever be able to get justice for your mother. With this in mind, she slowly spoke. I wish to submit. Great. Yi Chen nodded. And with a thought, the yin-yang compulsion king flew back to the cave behind him after leaving the compulsion in her body. Master, this is all the treasures Yuachan scavenged in the secret realm. Illusory moon cicada's shell teeth clenched. Coming from a noble and holy background, she was still not used to the status of being a slave and a maidservant. However, he still knelt in front of Yi Chen in a decent manner and offered a dozen or so nascent sacrifice rings with both hands. No need. You keep it. Yi Chen waved his hand indifferently. If the other party was unwilling to submit, one would not hesitate to kill her and take away all the treasures on her body. But now that she recognizes herself as her lord, it would be uncouth to rob her. Yi Chen wasn't a good person, but he was still principled. He never treated his own people badly. Furthermore, Yi Chen was from a large family and did not lack supreme treasures. If you continue to rob your own slave girl, won't you let others laugh at you? A flash of surprise passed through the illusory moon cicada's bright eyes. It seemed the other side wasn't as bad as he thought. At that moment, the corpse dragon flew over, and the two of them flew above its head, heading in the direction of the flash of holy light emanating from it. Recently, martial artists from the 7 domains have been frequently entering the desolate domain. Are there any plots? Yi Chen stood on top of the corpse dragon's head, standing with his arms folded, his domineering gaze looking into the distance, showing off a few of the Lord's colors. The illusory moon cicada stood behind him playfully, her beautiful illusory pupils looking at his upright back as she nodded and said, several of the top forces in the 7 domains do have a conspiracy against the desolate domain, and it seems to be related to the desolate god's inheritance. Desolate god inheritance? Yi Chen was slightly stunned. The desolate god was the legendary number 1 powerhouse of the desolate domain throughout the ages, an existence more powerful than even a great emperor. The Desolate God Academy was named after the desolate god in order to honor this powerful and mighty person. The desolate god. Legend had it that the desolate god had left the desolate domain countless years ago, nor have we heard of him leaving any legacy in the desolate domain. So what is it that the 7 realms are conspiring about? The illusory moon cicada added. That's all I know. As for the specific details of the conspiracy of the 7 domain executives, I don't know. Yi Chen didn't say anything. Whatever they were plotting, one thing is for sure, they must not have been holding back any good farts. This is bad news for the wasteland. The crisis in the desolate domain today was even more severe than he had imagined. It was likely that before the demon race could attack in, the other 7 domains would have to join forces and divide up the resources of the desolate domain. The time to strike may be sooner than one thinks. Not much time left to grow. A palace at the very core of the sacred imperial palace was incomparably magnificent and luxurious, resplendent in gold and blue, with jade walls and golden tiles, carved dragons and phoenixes, and emanating an ancient and mysterious aura, and that thick holy light was bursting out from this palace. It was like a gigantic pillar in the sky, reaching through the heavens and emitting an endless mysterious light. If I'm not mistaken, the inheritance of the Tao Sword Emperor should be here, and only a heavenly prodigy like me is worthy of the inheritance of this ancient great emperor. A look of disdain flashed across Xian Tianxin's eyes as he carried his hands behind his back and took a step toward the palace's gate. And right at that moment, a huge shadow covered the heaven and earth, and the golden haze that filled the sky dimmed. Xian Tianxin turned his head to look, only to see a huge corpse dragon approaching this way, sweeping up a storm of fiend in the sky. At the top of the corpse dragon's head stood a male and a female figure. Xian Tianxin's eyes narrowed as he said, "Illusory moon cicada, you're already my underdog, and you're still not dead?" The illusory moon cicada did not speak, but stood quietly behind Yi Chen. Her current status was Yi Chen's maidservant, so she naturally had to play the role of a good maidservant, and she wouldn't snatch words before Yi Chen spoke. Yi Chen smiled coldly and said, "You're wrong. The person who came to compete for the chance this time is not her. It's me. You." Xian Tianxin's eyes were scornful as he laughed. "Illusory moon cicada. You don't think that by teaming up with this cave void realm mole, you can fight against me, do you?" The illusory moon cicada spoke coldly. "You're wrong again. I'm not joining forces with anyone, but rather accompanying my master." "Master? You mean this boy?" Xian Tianxin froze, incredulously sizing up Yi Chen squarely. "Yes, he is my master." The illusory moon cicada glanced at Yi Chen and faintly said, "Ha ha ha, illusory moon cicada. You are at least one of the illusory clan's holy maidens, but you have been reduced to recognizing a cave void realm griffin as your master. Despicable or not, could it be that this mole cricket's room technique is more powerful and satisfied you? Which made you so degraded?" Xian Tianxin glanced at the illusory moon cicada's veil was gone, and his eyes narrowed slightly in mockery. "There's no point in talking more. Let's go to war." Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Start a war? Your desolate domain's 5th pride, Bai Xiao, was defeated by me in a single move and fled like a lost dog. So what are you going to fight me with?" Xian Tianxin's eyes scorned. "You hurt Bai Xiao?" Yi Chen's eyes stared at the other party with deadly intent. "Not bad. Scared?" Xian Tianxin sneered. "Originally, if you had taken the initiative to leave, perhaps I would have let you live. Since you injured senior brother Bai, even if you kneel down and cry out for your father today, I will still kill you." Yi Chen's fists in his sleeves clenched slightly as his killing aura wrapped around him and said, "Kill me? Don't think you can defeat me just because you've conquered the illusory moon cicada with the art of the room. The two of you combined are no match for me." Xian Tianxin snorted coldly. His body Xian light blossomed, burning and raging, and the surrounding void was twisted and melted. "It's like a blazing sun. Master, Xian Tianxin's cultivation is above mine and has a very powerful supreme treasure protecting his body. Why don't we team up together to kill him?" Phantom Moon Cicada said. "No, the stronger he is, the better, just practicing with him today." The corner of Yi Chen's mouth lifted up in excitement as he took a step out of the corpse dragon's head. The immortal hegemony body condensed and the immortal golden light was dazzling and unbeatable as it charged towards Xian Tianxin. "Seek death." Xian Tianxin's eyes narrowed slightly as the power of the Xian heavenly god body operated. His body was wrapped in Xian light before he blasted out with a fist, erupting with a touch of destructive power. Boom thud. The power of the two collided together, and with the two as the center, a storm of destruction swept through, and the surrounding void collapsed open. Both of them fell back 100 feet at the same time. Xian Tianxin was incredulous. This cave void realm 3rd grade kid could actually fight against himself head-on without losing the battle? Humph. That's surprising? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth raised in contempt as he blasted out a fist. The might of the immortal hegemonic body skill operated to the extreme. His body burned with a scorchingly terrifying protective golden light, immortal and imperishable, and a domineering and rigid pressure erupted. The Xian power around Xian Tianxin's body shattered and he fell backward by more than 100 feet. Disbelief in his eyes. He himself would be forced back 100 feet with a single punch by a martial artist at the 3rd level of the cave void realm? A flash of disdain flashed through Yi Chen's eyes as he turned into a golden light and wild shadow and swept away. The aura emanating from his body was still getting stronger, like a round of blazing sun that destroyed everything. Golden light covered the sky, piercing the eyes and burning them, making it impossible to open them. "Come to good." The battle intent in Xian Tianxin's heart was also ignited, and the Xian clan bloodline in his body activated as a brilliant Xian light blossomed from his body. Intertwining on his body, it transformed into a set of arcane light armor. His battle power also soared crazily in a short period of time. Boom! The fists of the two men blasted together, and the surrounding void fragmented as a storm swept through. Both of them backed away at the same time. Yi Chen's face was fierce as he took a step out, and an instantaneous shift appeared in front of Xian Tianxin. A fist slammed down, striking above the latter's chin. The light armor on Xian Tianxin's chin shattered and he spat out a mouthful of blood with teeth. Immediately, he shouted angrily and kicked at Yi Chen's abdomen. Poof! Yi Chen also spat out a mouthful of blood. Instead, a flash of excitement flashed across his face as he swung his fist at Xian Tianxin's chest again. The latter was once again hit and spat out blood before returning the favor with another punch. The two of them were directly in close combat, and they did not defend themselves. You and I were going back and forth, punching to the flesh, intense and incomparable. In no time at all the two were covered in blood, bruised and battered, their flesh tattered. What two crazy people! The illusory moon cicada clenched her silver teeth, her heart incomparably shaken. The strength of these two people's fleshly bodies was as terrifying as it was, especially Yi Chen, who only had the third level of the cave void realm cultivation, yet he was able to fight Xian Tianxin, who possessed the Xian Shen battle body, back and forth without losing? It's simply the demon of all demons. Bang bang! After more than 100 rounds of fierce fighting, the two exchanged punches and both flew backwards hundreds of feet away. Painful. Yi Chen let out a fierce laugh and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The hideous wounds on his body were recovering at a visible speed, while his breath was gradually returning to its peak. Spinning around, he once again charged towards his opponent. What the hell is this kid's body made of? Xian Tianxin continuously spat out blood, even the scum of his internal organs, and it was hard to hide the shock in his eyes. No longer dare to underestimate Yi Chen. Their Xian clan had entered the Tao with physical cultivation. Their fleshly bodies transformed into saints, and they were invincible existences in the same cultivation, and under close physical combat, he was actually a bit unable to carry on. Faced with Yi Chen, who was once again bursting forward, Xian Tianxin's eyes flashed with a touch of scorn, and he immediately flew out backwards, pulling away from Yi Chen by tens of feet. What? Xian Tianxin wimped out first. The illusory moon cicada was taken aback. It was the first time he himself had seen a person of the Xian clan admit defeat first in a clash of flesh, worthy of being the master of her phantom moon cicada. As Xian Tianxin retreated, his hands formed seals and his body was wrapped in mysterious arcane light. Xian Tian Divine Seal. Strong people of the 10,000 laws realm could pull the laws of the heavens and earth, only to see the sky appearing to be a vision. The arcane light filled the sky, and a huge palm print like a mountain condensed. It crushed down with the great power of heaven and earth. Boom! The palm print descended with an unstoppable momentum. Before he could approach, Yi Chen felt the supreme pressure, which suffocated him a little, and the bones in his body creaked. Yi Chen snorted coldly, and the blood-colored bracelet wrapped around his wrist flew out. In front of his body, he transformed into the body of the divine blood sword Maru, dripping and spinning. The supreme sword intent emanated, and the surrounding void was dyed blood red. Shoo shoo shoo! The divine blood sword pill changed in 1,000 ways, suddenly manifesting a sea of sword chi and blood. Waves of sword chi surged, killing aura entwined, radiating a heaven-destroying might. Imperial soldiers. Xian Tianxin's eyes narrowed slightly. The sea of sword chi and blood surged up in the sky, setting off huge waves more than 100 feet high. Monstrous, endless, and destructive. Boom boom boom. As the two forces collided, countless blood-colored sword chi swarmed out, crisscrossing and densely packed, cutting on top of the great handprint of arcane light. A moment later, the roiling arcane light was swallowed up by the blood-colored sword chi, and the mountain-like large handprints began to dismember and break, collapsing away in sections. What? Xian Tianxin's face changed abruptly, as he watched the sky filled with bloodlight and sword chi covering towards him. Everything in heaven and earth turned into the color of blood. Dang! Suddenly, Xian Tianxin's brow offered up a metaphysical colored ancient bell, emitting a loud bell sound like a flood of bells, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Again, it's an imperial soldier, the Xian clan's topmost treasure, the Xian bell. Immediately, the Xian bell burned with scorching Xian light, like a small sun, and crashed toward the roiling sea of blood sword chi. Clang! Endless sound waves swept, sonic booms exploded, and space shattered, sweeping in all directions. Yi Chen instantly felt his soul roar, and his soul was nearly shaken out of his body. A mouthful of reverse blood was spat out, and the illusory moon cicada hastily retreated to 100 miles away, its eyes flashing with scorn for Xianzhong. Her illusory race majored in the way of the soul, and this Xian clock was an innate restraint for her. The last time he fought with Xian Tianxin, he was defeated by this supreme treasure. At this moment, her eyes flashed with a flash of worry, wondering if her master could crack the other party's Xian bell? Ha ha, suffer. Xian Tianxin let out a wild laugh and rushed towards Yichen, while the Xian Zhong beside him followed in his footsteps, like a small round of sun, smashing down. Yichen wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth as the undying Tao body operated, and supreme power radiated out to protect his soul. Immediately, the divine blood sword pill changed in 1,000 ways in midair, instantly transforming into an evil dragon of blood light entwined with sword chi, hissing up to the heavens and changing the colors of the sky and earth as it whistled towards Xian Zhong. Tinkerbell. The sword ons on the bloodlight evil dragon swarmed up and bombarded on top of the Xian clock, continuously emitting a bell-ringing sound, and sound waves swept through the 8 directions of heaven and earth. The surrounding void was shaken and shattered, and the power of the indestructible Tao body within Yi Chen's body emanated, protecting the soul in the sea of souls and annihilating all the sound waves that came whistling. And at that moment, Xian Tianxin also ferociously pounced over. A fist blasted out, endless Xian Li surging like a terrifying storm. A flash of contempt flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, and the underworld sword clanked out of its sheath at his waist. A brilliant sword aura blossomed, emitting an indestructible and terrifying sharpness. Chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. Snort. Xian Tianxin's protective Xian power was instantly torn through a hideous crack. His chest was cracked open, blood burst out, and his heart was vaguely visible beating. He flew backwards as he gritted his teeth and said, "You have a second imperial weapon?" Yi Chen snorted lightly and charged towards him with his sword. Outrageous. I'll fight you. Xian Tianxin was injured and infuriated. He didn't expect a martial artist at the 3rd level of the cave void realm to be able to push him to such a point. Immediately, a metaphysical light bloomed between his eyebrows, and supreme power emanated, only to see that hundreds of meters away, the Xian clock that was entangled in the sky of blood-colored sword awnings also bloomed with light. A prohibition opened, forcing the divine blood sword pill back. The power emanating from the Xian clock was still getting stronger, and with all the prohibitions on it fully opened, it was almost comparable to the aura of the Seal King realm level. Terrifying pressure crushed everything. You're proud enough to be able to push me to this extent, so you can go to hell in peace. Xian Tianxin let out a sardonic laugh and manipulated the Xian clock, blossoming out endless fluctuations of Xian light as he suppressed Yi Chen. Before even approaching the latter, the surrounding void was already shattered. Not good. A strong person has placed a forbidden force on the Xian clock. Illusory Moon Chan's pretty face lost its color. This power was almost an invincible existence under the sacred realm. Can the master stop it? Is this your last resort to save your life? Yi Chen laughed contemptuously and coldly as he lifted his arm. The power of Little Leaf catalyzing. A sword array with sword chi surging appeared in front of Yi Chen. A stern aura emanated, and the surrounding space shattered like glass. Giant sword formation. A sword light surged. In an instant, it formed a giant sword more than 100 meters long, so powerful and incomparable that it seemed to be able to obliterate all enemies. What a strong sword formation. How is it possible? Xian Tianxin's face changed once again. It was hard to believe that Yi Chen not only had 2 imperial armaments to defend himself, but also carried such a powerful sword formation with him? Who the hell is he? Boom! The giant sword chopped towards Xian Zhong, and a shocking fluctuation erupted between the two, sending Yi Chen and Xian Tianxin flying out at the same time. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood, their flesh shattering into pieces, and a few moments later, the scabs on Yi Chen's wounds all over his body fell off, and his skin was crystal white, leaving no scars. His cultivation level was also rising, coming to the peak of the 3rd level of the cave void realm. On the contrary, Xian Tianxin, his flesh was in pieces and blood was flowing, and he had turned into a bloody man, and the injuries on his body are still worsening. Already a little too much to carry. Who exactly are you? Could it be a heavenly pride from the heavenly domain? Xian Tianxin was scared to death, and no longer had the high spirits he had before, staring at Yi Chen with a deadpan question. Yi Chen had seriously injured himself with the 3rd cultivation of the cave void realm, and possessed 2 imperial armaments and a powerful sword formation to defend himself. His background must be very powerful. Only the heavenly domain, which was the strongest of the 8 domains, could have such a perverted demon, right? Humph. You're a piece of trash. What qualifications do you have to know my name? Disdain flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. When Xian Tianxin first appeared on the scene, he was so arrogant and unselfish, treating all the pride of the desolate domain as trash. And at this moment, let him feel what it's like to be treated like trash by others. You. Xian Tianxin was so angry that he almost spat out blood. But on second thought, the other party, with a cultivation of the 3rd level of the cave void realm, had been suppressing himself. In the other party's eyes, what was he if not trash? At this moment, His condescension was completely trampled on the ground by Yi Chen. Unprecedented feelings of humiliation surged to the surface. It's over. Yi Chen sneered and moved his mind. Sayaka immediately changed positions. The giant swords in the sky that kept fighting with Xianzhong dissipated and turned into a small light sword, which then intertwined with each other to form a deep vortex of sword light. Devouring sword formation. Xiaoya's power contained hundreds of types of sword formations, each with a different function and an extraordinary power. And the sword devouring array functioned as, it could devour all the power of the enemy, only to see a powerful devouring force emanating from the vortex of sword light, directly sucking Xianzhong into the vortex and disappearing. You dare to take my greatest treasure. Xian Tianqing growled. Humph. More than taking away your greatest treasure, I will also take away your life. With a flash of killing intent in Yi Chen's eyes, a sword light swept out of the sword formation and chopped towards the other party. You. Xian Tianqing knew that the other party really dared to kill him. His face changed greatly and he turned around to run, and that sword light was extremely fast, piercing through the void like a shadow. In a moment's effort, he had already arrived behind Xian Tianqing, and before he could close in, the surrounding void was cut to pieces, and his flesh was annihilating in a little bit. Wait, if you dare to kill me you're making an enemy of the entire Xian clan. Aren't you afraid of encountering the Xian clan's crazy retaliation? Xian Tianqing hissed, and the sword light was already penetrating his body. His physical body turned into flying dust and disappeared into the heavens and earth in a moment. Master's strength is too terrifying. Illusory Moon Chan looked at the scene in front of her, unable to calm down for a long time. Xian Tianqing was not considered the topmost heavenly pride in the younger generation of the Xian domain, but it was definitely not weak either, and was an existence that could be ranked in the top 100. Yi Chen was only at the third level of the cave void realm, but he was able to kill him. How terrifying was his strength? In the future, he will have the qualifications to compete with the top heavenly prides of the heavenly domain and Xian domain. The future is unlimited. You go. Just as Illusory Moonchan was lost in thought, Yi Chen came to her and said, I'm leaving? Didn't my master ask me to be your valet? Illusory Moonchan asked with a blank stare. I don't need to be served for a while. I have more important things for you to do. Yi Chen said. What is it? Phantom Moonchan asked. When you return to the Xian domain, if you pry into the next step of the 7 domains senior management's plans for the desolate domain, send a message to me. Yi Chen said. Yes. Illusory Moonchan didn't dare to refuse, but her eyes flashed with a flash of complexity. I don't know why. Hearing that he was going to leave Yi Chen, his heart would actually produce a trace of reluctance. What's this for? Isn't it logical to deal with enslaving yourself and hate him for it? How can you have unforgiving feelings for him? Immediately, Illusory Moonchan shook her head and muttered, Don't be silly. I'm just a tool of his. If there's a chance, I must get rid of his control before I can. Next, Yi Chen transformed into a sword light and flew towards the palace that was emitting holy light. Come in, little one. An ancient, unruffled voice rang out. You're the Dao Sword Emperor? Yi Chen hesitated and asked. Yes, the voice replied. Yi Chen walked straight in. In the magnificent palace, a middle-aged man with a body flooded with holy light, a white robe of the white moon, and a dignified appearance and elegant temperament walked out. He was the former #1 powerhouse of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom, the Dao Sword Emperor. Dao Sword Great Emperor smiled gratefully and said, The ruins of the Dao Sword Sacred Kingdom appear every few hundred years, and many of our great emperors take the opportunity of the present to look for someone who can inherit their mantle. And over the past 100,000 years, there have been countless heavenly prides who have come here, but none of them have been able to get into my eyes. And you have the Dao body, a powerful battlefield, and a murderous and decisive temperament, which makes you qualified to inherit the mantle of this emperor. You can actually tell that I'm a Dao body? Yi Chen was taken aback. This was the first time that someone had discovered his secret. This ancient great emperor was truly unusual. Junior, time is running out. Next I will pass my chaotic sword intent to you. How much you can comprehend depends on your fortune. The Dao Sword Emperor didn't say anything. His second finger pointed, and a ray of light shot into Yi Chen's brow. Boom! Yi Chen was struck by lightning. The next moment it came to another vast cosmic world, which seemed like a chaotic world where heaven and earth had not yet opened. Yi Chen was in the middle of a chaotic world, a vast universe, a sky full of stars, time like a shuttle, heaven and earth changing. The wonders were endless. Yi Chen walked through this vast universe, not knowing how long it had been, as if countless epochs had passed. As he walked and realized, he gradually could no longer feel the passage of years, as if he had become one with this universe. Finally, one day, he came to his realization. He opened his clear eyes and exuded a heaven-opening power. The monstrous sword intent cut through the universe, with a great momentum of opening up the sky and the earth. only to see that wherever the sword intent passed, the chaos was chopped open and transformed into two chi, one rising into the sky and one sinking into the earth. Countless star rivers shattered, and the stars in the sky fell into the heavens and earth, containing a mysterious and infinite power that actually transformed everything into everything. The heavens and the earth were formed to give birth to all things. Ding! On the 20th day of the wedding, 10 years of cultivation is rewarded. As soon as the early hours of the morning passed, the system's beep sounded, pulling Yi Chen back to the real world. I've come to an epiphany. Yi Chen in the middle of the palace muttered, his body exuding an ancient and majestic chaotic aura. And he stood there as if he had become a universe of his own. He had been in the unique world for countless epochs long, and only a few short hours had passed in the real world. It was a good thing that the chaotic sword intent had already been thoroughly comprehended. System, I want to fuse 10 years of cultivation. There was still some time before he could forcefully leave the Tao Sword Sacred Kingdom ruins, so Yi Chen planned to fuse his cultivation first and then leave. Immediately, a majestic power surged into Yi Chen's body. His cultivation began to skyrocket crazily, and moments later, he had already broken through the 4th level of the Cave Void Realm, the 5th level of the Cave Realm, 6th level of the Cave Realm. It's still climbing in knots. This kid's cultivation. The Tao Sword Emperor's face changed slightly, incredulous that Yi Chen had not only comprehended his own chaotic sword intent within a short period of time, but his cultivation had followed suit. Is this the power of his Tao body? Or does he have other secrets? Tao Jian Emperor feels more and more unable to see through Yi Chen. This teenager must be a character with great opportunities, and in the future, he can even surpass himself. After 10 minutes, Yi Chen's cultivation level rose to the 9th level of the Cave Void Realm before he stopped. Next I'm going to open up a cave and fuse my will. Yi Chen pondered in his heart, his power surging wildly, the space behind him ripping apart as the endless power formed 9 swirling caverns. It broke through the sacred palace and swept straight into the deepest part of the firmament. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, it was covered by a terrifying pressure. Immediately, a colorful light flew out from between his eyebrows and hovered in front of him, the very same colorful immortal stone, emitting the light of the 5 elements and filled with mysterious power. He clasped his hands together and pressed hard. The 5 colored immortal stones clicked and shattered the 5 wills of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, turning into 5 colored rays of light that flew into the other 5 cave heavens. A moment later, the 5 elements of will merged with the 5 great caves. In the darkness of the cavernous sky, the 5 luster of gold, blue, red, and brown faintly emanated, connecting and complementing each other, as if they could form a large cavernous sky. After fusing the 5 elements of will, there were many benefits, and when fighting in the future, as long as there was a place where there was the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, it could attach some power to Yi Chen, and there was a bonus to his battle power. Not only that, but when practicing a martial art that contained the 5 elements of will, it could also help Yi Chen comprehend the martial art faster, and when using this martial art, it could also add to his battle power. Unlike the previous 3 wills, the 5 elemental wills were more useful for aiding in combat, sometimes more so than the will to fight. Now that my 9 cavernous heavens have been completed, it's time to open the 10th cavernous heaven. Yi Chen's mind moved, and the contents of the heaven-opening mysterious art transformed into a single runic ancient character, drilling into his mind and forming a profound ancient text. The heaven-opening secret art was rewarded by the system, and the system helped Yi Chen to integrate it, and coupled with the undying Tao body's heaven-defying comprehension power, he soon understood the contents of the heaven-opening secret art completely. Immediately, his undying Tao body, immortal overlord body technique, chaotic sword intent, killing sword intent, Kirin power, and all the other powers coalesced and transformed into a divine sword that shone with divine light. The divine sword flew out from the 100 clubs, emitting a bright and dazzling light that enveloped the entire sacred palace in a divine haze and emitted an immeasurable amount of pressure. He's trying to. The Tao Sword Emperor's face was unprecedentedly grave. Boom! The divine sword suddenly chopped down, and the endless sharpness tore through the void, opening up the 10th cavernous sky behind Yi Chen, as a supreme pressure inexorably erupted. Although this holy palace was sturdy and incomparable, it was somewhat unable to withstand this force, cracking and collapsing everywhere, falling apart, vaguely showing signs of collapse. He's really opening up the 10th cavern. The Tao Sword Emperor's face froze, his eyes glaring. In the history of the desolate domain, no one had ever opened the 10th cavernous sky. Only the legendary upper realm had such a secret art of opening up the sky and the earth. And the teenager in front of him had literally opened up the 10th cave heaven? This teenager brings so much shock. I thought that this teenager's upper limit might be himself, but now he seems to be a bit out of his depth. This teenager was an existence that was not inferior even to the heavenly pride of the upper realms. A lower realm powerhouse was by no means his upper limit. Perhaps one can take a big gamble on this teenager. 10 minutes later, the opening of the 10th cave sky behind Yichen was completed and stabilized. Then, Yichen sacrificed his chaotic sword intent and merged into the 10th cave heaven. The black chaotic chi surged madly in the 10th cavernous sky, actually condensing into a dark black chaotic lotus that slowly opened, enveloping the surroundings in a chaotic storm. The 10 cave heavens were formed. Yichen's eyes slowly opened. He sat on his knees in the void, just like a world-destroying god, terrifying and mysterious. Nowadays, with my battle power, if I were to encounter a Shin Tianxin level martial artist, I could basically do it in seconds. Yichen muttered. I just passed on a chaotic sword intent to you. I didn't expect you to have an epiphany of so many things, and even opened up the 10th cavernous sky. Marvelous, worthy of being a heavenly pride coming out of the Yi clan. Really perverted. The Dao Sword Emperor couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Elder knows about my Yi clan? Yichen faintly said. Not bad. In our era 100,000 years ago, this seat was almost a sweeping and invincible existence. Only a few of your Yi clan's old ancestors still made me fearful, and in the end it was only a few of us who set foot on the path to the upper realm. Dao Sword Emperor said. My Yi clan's old ancestor went to the upper realm, and so did Senior. May I ask Senior, what exactly is the upper realm? Yichen asked curiously. Not bad. Your Yi clan out of the celestial pride are very perverse. In addition to our era, almost every era, your Yi clan will have a celestial pride to break through the prison of the lower world, to the upper world, and in the upper world also established the Yi clan. The power is very big, almost no one dares to mess with. The Dao Sword Emperor said indifferently. So my Yi clan is so awesome that it has people in the upper realm as well? Yichen muttered, only to hear the Dao Sword Emperor add. As for what the upper realm is, it's still too far away from you. There's no benefit for you to know too early. When your cultivation breaks through to the Great Emperor, you'll naturally understand everything. Now that I've passed on the chaotic sword intent to you, seeing as you're a makeable talent, I'll pass on 2 more treasures to you, neither of which is worth less than the chaotic sword intent. 2 supreme treasures worth no less than the chaotic sword intent? Yichen's eyes lit up. Chaotic sword intent was already a supreme sword intent amongst the countless sword intents, and was incomparably precious. What was a supreme treasure that could rival chaotic sword intent? The second supreme treasure is a Dao diffraction sword scripture that I wrote before I didn't travel to the upper realm, which contains all of my understanding of the Dao of the sword from my time in the voice of the desolate realm. So I hope that it will be helpful to you in your cultivation of the Dao of the sword. With a movement of the Dao Sword Emperor's mind, a glowing jade sketch flew up between his eyebrows and floated to the other party. Yichen reached out and took it, his soul force probing into it, and an ancient glowing text pulsed, forming a piece of writing. There were a total of over 3,000 articles on the way of the sword, all of which were the Dao Sword Emperor's comprehension and insights on the way of the sword. The Dao Sword Emperor was the #1 sword cultivator of that era, 100,000 years ago, and his understanding of the Dao of the sword had reached an incomparably profound realm. This would be extremely helpful to Yichen's future path of sword Dao. This was indeed a treasure comparable to the chaotic sword intent, simply priceless. There is also a third supreme treasure, which is this sword. The Dao Sword Emperor waved his sleeve, and a sword light tore through the void, cutting down diagonally, transforming into a stone sword in front of Yichen. The sword looked ugly, black and gray all over, no different from ordinary stone carvings, and was so roughly made that the blade was unopened. This, Yichen froze, this sword cannot even be considered a broken copper. Right, this sword is called Dao. It used to be my #1 weapon when I was in the desolate domain. The grade even far exceeded that of an extreme imperial weapon. It's just a pity that in the last battle of the Emperor Fall era, 100,000 years ago, it suffered from a very serious injury, as did I, and sealed itself, because I left in too much of a hurry back then, and didn't have a chance to take it with me, and so I let this wisp of my divine mind seal it in this sacred Emperor's palace, and today you have become my successor, and also happen to be its second master, the Dao Sword Emperor explained. Far beyond an extreme imperial armament. What kind of existence is that? Yichen was taken aback. In the desolate domain, the extreme great imperial armament was already the strongest weapon, unrivaled, and this unimpressive stone sword in front of him was actually an existence that far exceeded the extreme great imperial armament. So what kind of weapon was it at its peak? Yichen whirled around and asked, Senior, how do I get it to reopen again? This one? The Dao Sword Emperor pondered for a long time before saying, perhaps in the desolate mysterious realm, there is a supreme treasure that allows it to be reopened. The mysterious realm of desolation? Yichen froze. He had heard from the illusory moon cicada that the other 7 domain forces were also searching for the desolate mysterious realm. Just where exactly was this legendary desolate mysterious realm? He was just about to ask when the Tao Sword Emperor replied, "There's no need to ask. I don't know where it is either. Yi-chun. But you are the one who possesses a great chance, now that the desolate domain cataclysm is approaching. Under the impetus of various great fortunes, the legendary desolate mysterious realm will most likely appear, so perhaps you can obtain a chance to reopen the seal for the Tao Sword as a result." The Tao Sword Emperor smiled and explained. Rumble. Suddenly the sky collapsed, the ground shook, and the entire sacred imperial palace shook violently, as if it was about to collapse at any moment. Tao Sword Great Emperor looked beyond the palace and sighed. The Tao Sword Sacred Kingdom ruins will soon be closed. I have no more attachments. From now on, the Tao Sword Sacred Kingdom ruins will be buried underground forever, never to appear in the world. I've accepted so many benefits from Senior. I wonder if Senior has a wish that needs to be fulfilled by the late generation. Yi-Chen put away the Tao Sword. No credit is due. Yi-Chen was never stingy with those who were kind to him, and if the other party needed help, he would do everything he could to help. Not for now. When you step into the upper realm, maybe I really need you to do something for me, Tao Sword Emperor said. What is it? Yi-Chen asked. I'll tell you when you go to the upper world. Of course this is something you do voluntarily. If you don't want to, I won't force you to do it, the Tao Sword Emperor added. Well, in that case, I'll see you later. Yi-Chen bowed to the Tao Sword Emperor before leaving as a swordlight. Almost all of the celestial pride left the Tao Sword Sacred Kingdom ruins and left the Death Swamp one after another. Only a small number of people were still waiting at the entrance. Almost everyone has come out. Only Yi-Chen and that Xian clan's Xin Tianxin are left. Fire Yingying glanced at the distance, where the Xian clan's gigantic warships stayed in the sky, and a flash of worry flashed through her eyes. I hope Shidoshi didn't meet that asshole. Bai Xiu gritted his teeth. He was well aware of Xin Tianxin's power, and even if he had obtained the inheritance of the Shura Slayer Emperor, he still did not have the certainty of defeating the other party. If Yi-Chen meets Xin Tianxin, it will be too dangerous. Bai Xiu gritted his teeth and said, if there is anything wrong with Senior Brother, even if we die together, I will kill Xin Tianxin. On top of the battleship, a Xin clan powerhouse came behind the hunchbacked old man and said, Elder Xin Moi, nothing could have happened to 13th young master him, right? Humph. With this group of trashy heavenly prides from the desolate domain, who could hurt the 13th young master? How could anything happen? If I'm not mistaken, the 13th young master should have obtained the inheritance of the Tao Sword Emperor, and it would just take a little longer to cultivate and integrate it. The hunchbacked old man said with a cold snort. Excellent point. That Xian clan powerhouse nodded his head in a hurry. At this time, the hunchbacked old man looked towards the two beautiful figures standing jade-like on the back of the colorful phoenix not far away, and they seemed to have no intention of leaving it. Strange. The illusory moon cicada has obviously gotten out of the secret realm. Why isn't she leaving yet? The hunchbacked old man was puzzled in his mind. Yue-chan, what are you waiting for? Aunt Yui also asked suspiciously. Aunt Yui, you'll find out soon enough. There's going to be a good show coming up. The corner of Phantom Moon Cicada's mouth raised in an arc, and her eyes were looking forward to seeing that figure. Rumble. Just before the door of the Tao Sword Sacred Kingdom ruins closed, a sword light flew out from inside. Yes, it's Yi-Chen. Sifu, Fire Yingying, Bai Xiu and the others were overjoyed. Seeing Yi-Chen return safely, their hanging hearts were finally put down. Elder Xianmei, where is the 13th young master? Each of the Xian clan's powerhouses looked unsightly. Impossible. How can Tianxin he didn't come out? What exactly happened? The hunchbacked old man roared in anger. As Xian Tianxin's protector, if anything happened to the latter, he would definitely be chastised when he returned to the Xian clan, and his status would be in tatters. How can he be willing? Is Xian Tianxin dead? The corners of Aunt Yui's mouth also rose slightly as she looked at the illusory moon cicada beside her. The latter smiled faintly, a sheen flashing in his eyes. That's right, it was precisely killed by him. What? How is that possible? Aunt Yui was surprised as she looked at Yi-Chen's figure. Senior brother, it looks like you've also gained a lot this time. Shall we leave? Bai Xiu grinned. Yi-Chen nodded. Just as they were about to leave, the hunchbacked old man's gaze was like electricity, and the mighty pressure of a great emperor erupted, enveloping the entire field as he roared. No one is allowed to take half a step away before the matter is cleared up. The great emperor's mighty pressure swept across the entire arena, and everyone felt a tremendous pressure. One of the Heaven's Pride's protectors was exasperated. Why can't we leave? You Xian clan are too overbearing, aren't you? The hunchbacked old man's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his 5 fingers suppressed, and that protector's physical body directly exploded, and his divine form was destroyed. What? That's a sacred realm entry powerhouse that was killed in seconds? Is this the means of a great emperor powerhouse? Killing at the drop of a hat is overbearing. The crowd immediately changed in color in panic to the extreme, staying in place and not daring to move. Looking at the instantly honest crowd, the hunchbacked old man snorted coldly. His gaze was like electricity, sweeping over everyone, and it was as if everyone's secrets had nowhere to hide in his eyes. Fuck, that's a bit of a bully. Bai Xiu was furious, but he was held down by a heavenly guard, who said, "Young lord, the other party is a great emperor powerhouse, far beyond our ability to resist, so bear with it for a while. Get ready for battle." Yi Chen sighed and transmitted his voice to Bai Xiu and the others. What? Bai Xiu as well as the 4 heavenly guards were shocked in their hearts. Could it be that Xian Tianxin's death had something to do with Yi Chen? And just as the hunchbacked old man's gaze locked onto Yi Chen, a terrifying killing intent swarmed over him, and he drank like thunder. How did the Xian Zhong come to be on your body? Speak, Humph. What's there to say? Xian Tianxin was just slaughtered by me. I killed and seized the treasure. Xian Zhong is naturally in my possession. Yi Chen said with disdain. Senior brother, did you really kill Xian Tianxin? Haha, well done for killing it. You've kind of helped senior brother me get out a mouthful of bad anger. After hearing this, Bai Xiu laughed out loud, his heart incomparably happy. You, the many powerful people of the Xian clan were furious. The hunchbacked old man stared at Yi Chen with a spiteful face. You have great guts. Do you know the consequences of killing my Xian clan's young master? If you want to kill, then kill. What are the consequences? If you want to take revenge, just come here. Yi Chen sneered. Elder brother speaks well. Worthy of being my master's good elder son. Don't worry, elder brother will work with you. Bai Xiu laughed out loud. This senior brother was able to face a great emperor without being humble and unyielding. This heart and courage made him admire him. I, the heaven-mending pavilion, am willing to work together with young Lord Yi Chen. The 4 heavenly guards spoke decisively. His eyes were also filled with appreciation for Yi Chen. The heaven-mending pavilion was founded by Yi Chen's mother, and these heavenly guards were all the beloved ones that his mother had cultivated. In the hearts of these heavenly guards, Yi Chen's weight was even above Bai Xiu. Very well, I don't care how big your status is in the desolate domain. If you kill my Xian clan's young master, I will make you pay for your life. The hunchbacked old man's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he took one step, and supreme imperial might emanated, as if the surrounding heaven and earth were about to collapse. You 2 young masters, you go quickly. We'll stall this old man. The 4 heavenly guards stepped forward, their quasi-emperor level auras radiating out. And me. At this time, Yi Ying also appeared, holding a long sword and exuding a stern killing intent. Whether it was the 4 heavenly guards or Yi Ying, their strength was far beyond that of an ordinary paragon emperor. With 5 people joining forces, it was enough to compete with the hunchbacked old man with an emperor realm cultivation. High priestess, we are the same desolate domain power as the Yi clan. Should we help Yi Chen? Firing Ying looked at the high priestess beside him and said, Princess, the Xian clan is the #1 force in the Xian domain. Extremely powerful, far from something we can afford to offend. We'd better not get involved in this mess. The high priestess shook her head, but, Firing Ying still wanted to persuade. Only the high priest closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. It was obvious that he had a firm attitude and would not make a move no matter what. Aunt Yui, hasn't our illusory clan always liked to go against the Xian clan? Should we help Yi Chen against the Xian clan? The illusory moon cicada also spoke. Aunt Yui shook her head. Although we have always been at odds with the Xian clan, we belong to the Xian domain camp anyways, so how can we take action against them for the sake of the desolate domain's heavenly pride? Immediately, Aunt Yui glanced deeply at illusory moon cicada and said, Moonsican, you seem to care a lot about this teenager? I didn't. I'm just simply looking at the Xian clan's power in bullying others. I'm just not happy. The illusory moon cicada's pretty face reddened and didn't say anything else. And just as the great battle was about to break out, Yi Chen took a step forward and smiled coldly. All get out of the way. Let me kill this old thing. Young Lord Yu, Yi Ying and the 4 heavenly guards were taken aback. You seek death. The hunchbacked old man became infuriated and slapped his palm. The terrifying pressure of a great emperor crushed down, and the earth and sky lost their colors. Young Lord beware. Yi Ying and the others were incredibly nervous, and Yi Chen unhurriedly took out a jade pendant from his bosom and instantly crushed it. A radiant sword chi, however, burst out from it. The sharpness was incomparable, tearing a long sword scar through the void. This power is Lord Clan Chief's sword chi. Yi Ying's face was ecstatic. I didn't realize that the young lord's body still had a sword aura from the Lord Clan Chief. Snort. The sword chi ignored any attack and instantly broke through the hunchbacked old man's palm print, passing through his brow as blood sword. The hunchbacked old man died in peace, his body falling from midair like a broken sack. What a domineering sword chi. Even in the Xian domain, there are only a handful of people who can block this sword chi. Aunt Yui's eyes were shocked beyond measure. There was also a difference between the strength and weakness of great emperor powerhouses, and the owner of this sword chi was far above the strength of an ordinary great emperor. Kill everyone from the Xian clan. Leave no one behind. Yi Chen opened his mouth indifferently. Anyway, he had already tied the knot with the Xian clan, so he would just cut them down and forget about it. Yes, Yi Ying and the 4 heavenly guards had murderous faces as they disappeared into place. If you dare to lay a deadly hand on our Xian clan, you will definitely encounter the Xian clan's crazy revenge. The Xian clan's many powerhouses roared angrily. Other than the hunchbacked old man, none of them were a match for Yi Ying and the 4 heavenly guards. One by one, they fell under their swords. Everyone from the Xian clan was obliterated. Not a single one left behind, and blood flowed in rivers. Even the battleships were destroyed, burning up in flames and crashing down into the death swamp, slowly disappearing from view. What? The Xian clan, which was unbeatable just a moment ago, were all killed? Yi Chen is simply a bogeyman, countless times more terrifying than Bai Xiao. But looking at it from a different perspective, the Xian clan ran to our desolate domain to flaunt their power and disregard us. Yi Chen has also helped us out. That's right. If we let the Xian clan be so arrogant again, they deserve to be all exterminated. There was some darkness in the hearts of the people present. The matter has come to an end. Elder brother, we will leave you here. After Yi Chen gave Bai Xiao a greeting, he immediately turned into a swordlight and left. Has he left? I don't know when we'll see each other next. Firing Ying's eyes showed dismay. The high priest of the fire country, however, shook his head and said, the beam between the Yi clan and the Xian clan is considered to be knotted, and it will surely lead to a great war in the future. Dark World Headquarters. In the middle of the Dark Hall, each of the 10 kings of assassins sat on top of their own thrones. There's news coming from the Death Swamp side that Yi Chen has a supreme treasure on his body that is capable of killing great emperors. And even the Xian clan's emperor realm-level elders have died in his hands. Among the 10 people, a burly figure in a black robe spoke. The Dark World was nothing but a gathering of the best assassins in the wasteland. The news network also spread throughout the wasteland. They knew about what had just happened over at the Death Swamp. The 10 king of killers were all moved, and a look of scorn appeared in their eyes. A black-robed old man looked at Yi Nuer and shook his head. Before, when the Color King failed to assassinate Yi Chen and returned with injuries, we all laughed at her, but now it seems to be justifiable. Our Dark World has already made a grudge against Yi Chen. According to the son's vindictive nature, he will definitely retaliate against the Dark World. We need to think of a countermeasure as soon as possible before we can do so. Another said, why don't we, the Dark World, take shelter for a while, and then come out and move around after the storm has passed? The black-robed old man said, this might be the only way. Anyway, our Dark World's headquarters is extremely secretive. As long as we avoid the world, even a great emperor powerhouse wouldn't be able to find us. AI. Although this will damage the prestige of our Dark World, it's the only way to go nowadays. The crowd nodded in agreement. Although the Dark World was known as the #1 assassin organization in the desolate domain, it was still a far cry from a superlative power like the Yi clan. The target has failed the assassination attempt. If the Yi clan wanted to retaliate against the Dark World, they could easily destroy it. Now the only way out for them is to avoid the world. Nope. Smells like blood. Suddenly, a dry, thin, black-robed figure among the 10, with eyes that flashed with a ghostly green light, spat out a snake letter. What? Everyone changed color. Only Yi Nuer's mouth raised in an icy arc. Outside the palace, one by one, the black-robed assassins fell without a sound and blood flowed. An upright Xian-clothes figure came stepping over the corpses all over the ground. Countless small, black, pressurized bugs crawled out from these corpses, following behind him like a bizarre and incomparable black torrent. They're all incredibly poisonous parasites. My Dark World headquarters is incomparably hidden. Even a great emperor powerhouse couldn't possibly discover it. How did you get in? The 10 kings of assassins flew out of the palace, each of them exuding a bizarre aura. Submit or die. Choose one. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his icy eyes sweeping over everyone. Humph. The Dark World will never submit to any power. If you want to fight, then fight, the black-robed old man said. Fine. I'll kill you first. Yi Chen glanced at the black-robed old man, and a blood sword flew out from his brow. Don't you dare. As soon as the black-robed old man applied his energy, he only felt that a bottomless black hole appeared in his dantian, instantly sucking away all of his aura, and he instantly felt weak and powerless. Poof! The bloody sword pierced through his skull and he fell softly into a pool of blood. What? A few others had the same symptoms, only to feel a wave of dizziness. Their legs weakened, and they collapsed to the ground. One of them shouted angrily, no good. We've been poisoned. How is poisoning possible? The crowd was incredulous. They had never left the palace. How could they have been poisoned? and right at this moment, Yi Nuer playfully walked to Yi Chen's side, her soft and boneless hands holding Yi Chen's arm, her demonic and clear pretty face leaning on his shoulder, looking at them with a cold smile on her face. Did you give the Color King poison? No wonder he was able to accurately find the headquarters. So it was you, the Color King, who betrayed the Dark World. The other 8 Slayer Kings said angrily. Humph, the master does not have too much patience to play with you. I advise you to submit quickly and not to make a mistake. For yourselves, Yi Nuer said with a cold snort. Color King, you've got a lot of guts. How dare you betray my Dark World? This seat will make you pay the price. Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended, and a terrifying killing aura filled the air around them. It's Lord Killing Emperor coming out of the gate. The 8 kings of killers were overjoyed. As for Yi Nuer, a flash of scorn flashed across her eyes, and her plump breasts pressed against Yi Chen. Master, the Killing Emperor is here. A few moments later, the void tore apart and a person dressed in a black robe, holding a black dragon tattooed halberd with a terrifying killing aura wrapped around his body walked out. He is the master of the Dark World, the Killing Emperor. Humph, a mere quasi-emperor. How dare you call him an emperor? The corners of Yi Chen's mouth raised in disdain as a black shadow flashed past, appearing in front of Emperor Killer like an instantaneous transfer. Leaf Shadow struck out. 2 quasi-emperor powerhouses battled together. Below the emperor realm, Yi Ying was an invincible existence. A dozen or so moves later it was a winner and a loser. Yi Ying pierced through Emperor Slayer's chest with his sword, and the latter fell from midair and collapsed in a pool of blood. What? Lord Killing Emperor has been defeated so quickly. The 8 Killer Kings' faces were ugly to the extreme. They, the Dark World, were known as the #1 assassin organization in the desolate domain, but in front of a behemoth like the Yi clan, they were nothing. Give you 2 choices, submit or die, choose one. Yi Chen arrived in front of Emperor Slayer and coldly questioned. Success is the king and defeat is the enemy. If you want to kill, just kill. Why do you need to say more? The Killing Emperor said in a cold voice. Fulfillment. Yi Chen snorted coldly. Yi Ying, who was on the side, understood and pierced through Emperor Slayer's brow with a sword. Master, can you reward me with the corpse of the Emperor Slayer? Yi Nuer asked timidly. You still have a fetish for collecting corpses? Yi Chen froze. No, I'm thinking of refining the corpse of the Slayer Emperor into a cultivator war puppet, so that it can almost retain the Slayer Emperor's battle power from his lifetime, and it will definitely be a great killing weapon. Yi Nuer said. Okay, you can have it if you want it. Yi Chen nodded and said. Thank you, Master. Yi Nuer smiled sweetly and put away the corpse of the Slayer Emperor. Immediately, Yi Chen arrived in front of the other 8 and said expressionlessly, You guys choose to die as well? No, we are willing to submit. That's right, from now on we'll be a sharp sword in the hands of His Excellency, and we'll kill whoever we're told to kill. The 8 men were silenced in submission. With Emperor Killer dead, what reason did they have to keep fighting? Their group of killers were nothing more than a pack of vicious and greedy wolves, and only if they were strong enough could they be tamed. Immediately, Yi Chen left the compulsion poison in the bodies of the 8 of them before adding, In the future, Yi Nuer will be the master of the Dark World. Assist her properly. Yes, Master. The 8 men hurriedly nodded respectfully. You stay and clean up the mess until my next command. Yi Chen glanced at Yi Nuer, and then a teleportation array appeared in front of him, and he walked into it, disappearing in place. Master is so handsome. Just why doesn't he look at me more? Am I not pretty? Yi Nuer looked at the direction Yi Chen left and said with some sadness. This experience has been quite rewarding, and with the Heaven's Pride competition just around the corner, it's time to return to the Desolate God Academy. Yi Chen muttered, turning into a swordlight and flying into the distance. And just then, the void tore apart. A great emperor's pressure came, and a terrifying killing intent locked onto him. A great emperor is trying to kill me. Who is it? Yi Chen was alert in his heart. Young lord, be careful. A black aura flew out from Yi Chen's shadow and met the large handprint pressing down in the void. A sword chopped out of the air. Boom! A dark and bizarre sword aura blasted on top of the handprint, erupting into a shocking fluctuation. Pust! Ying flew backward and spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, and his breath immediately withered as well. Obviously not badly injured. To be able to resist a slap from Lao Fu without dying with your quasi-emperor 9th level cultivation, you're the first one. The Yi clan is truly a place where heavenly prides come and go. A black-robed old man stepped out of the spatial rift and stood with his arms folded, emitting the unique pressure of a great emperor. The Horse Clan? Humph. Finally couldn't resist taking matters into your own hands? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The black-robed old man let out a cold laugh and said, Not bad. Your performance in the Death Swamp has spread throughout the entire desolate domain. Your growth speed is too fast, far beyond our imagination. Since we have already formed a deep hatred, The horse clan naturally wants to kill you at all costs. Humph. Since you know about my performance in the Death Swamp, do you know that I beheaded a great emperor powerhouse? And you still dare to come and send yourself to death? Yi Chen's eyes were grim. Just to make sure, we sent 3 great emperors to kill you. Within the spatial rift, 2 more old men successively walked out, both emitting the aura of a great emperor powerhouse. The 3 men's gazes were unkind, and their terrifying killing intent locked onto Yi Chen at the same time. What? Your Ma clan sent 3 great emperors to intercept and kill one of my juniors. Do you still want to be shameless? Yi Chen gritted his teeth. I didn't realize that the horse clan was so devoid of boundaries and could do such shameless things. Humph. We know that you have a supreme treasure in your hands that kills great emperor powerhouses, but I believe that it is not unlimited to use, right? If the 3 of us strike at the same time, you can at most only kill one of us, while the other 2 will be able to kill you in seconds. And with a great emperor powerhouse to return your life, you're not at a loss. The black-robed old man's eyes were shadowy as he said, great emperor powerhouses were also priceless existences to the Ma clan. They wouldn't want to do that if they didn't have to. It was just that Yi Chen's growth speed was too fast, causing the horse clan to feel an unprecedented danger. To nip him in the bud, the horse clan had to resort to this. Crap Nima. Yi Chen was so angry that he directly broke his defense. I didn't expect the horse clan to be so open-minded in order to deal with themselves. The life of a great emperor for your own? If the horse clan hadn't really done this, Yi Chen wouldn't have known that he was so powerful. Young lord, I'll fight to the death to stall these 3 old things for a longer time. You take the opportunity to run fast. Leaf Shadow gritted his teeth and prepared to burn his soul. No, let's work together today. Yi Chen shook his head and took out 2 jade pendants from his arms. Before his father traveled to the extraterrestrial battlefield, he had given him 3 sword chi. It can kill any great emperor below the 9th level of the emperor realm in seconds. One has already been used in the Dead Marshes. He had 2 more knives in his hand. Immediately, Yi Chen asked, I have a chance to kill 2. Can you block the remaining one? Yi Ying froze, and then said, in the case of soul burning, I can go 50-50 with him in a short period of time. Then fuck them. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and prepared to fight to the death. Yi Chen brat, we'll send you on your way. The 3 horse clan elders sneered, looking like they were eating each other up. Godless might emanated from the 3 of them at the same time, and heaven and earth lost their colors, and the sun and the moon were devoid of light, as if it was the end of the world. So strong. Yi Chen and Yi Ying's faces changed, and they were instantly suppressed. The bones in his body were almost shattered. The 2 were ready. However, when facing a great emperor powerhouse, one still felt the supreme pressure. The horse clan even bullied the small with the big, sending out a great emperor powerhouse to kill my Yi clan's young lord. Are you really bullying my Yi clan's no one? Humph. After today, there is no need for the horse clan to exist. Suddenly, 2 cool and nice voices resounded through heaven and earth. A supreme sword might swept through the heavens and earth, instantly crushing the 3 Ma clan elders. Not good. Could it be that those 2 demons from the Yi clan have arrived? The 3 horse clan elders' faces changed drastically, as if they were facing a great enemy. A trace cracked open above the sky dome, forming a teleportation channel. 2 slender and delicate immortal shadows walked out from inside. It's a beautiful twin sister. The 2 long bright eyes and white teeth. Pretty face exquisite and absolutely beautiful. Skin like condensed fat. Body posture slender and delicate. Exquisite undulation. Although they looked exactly the same, their temperaments were completely different. Sister wearing a long black dress, eyebrows a skimming smile, all show charming temperament, such as a scourge of the absolute beauty of the people. The other sister was dressed in a snow-white dress. Her hands and feet exuded an indifference that rejected others, like a fairy who did not eat earthly fire. What brings you here? 2 ants? Yi Chen froze and instantly recognized the 2. Aren't these 2 of your own distant ants? When Yi Chen was small, the 2 of them were still just 15 or 16 years old. They liked to hold Yi Chen and run around, pinching his face and kissing him. There was a time when Yi Chen was hungry and had even assaulted the breasts of one of them. Only at that time Yi Chen was still small, forgetting whether the assault was of a sister or a younger sister. The little guy is great now. Even the Xian clan's great emperor powerhouse dares to kill. He's really grown up. No longer the little tyke that sister carries around to walk the birds and play. Yi Longxi, who was wearing a black dress, threw a wink at Yi Chen, showing all the flavor. The Yi clan's headquarters was very relieved to hear about it, but they were afraid that the Xian clan and other forces would retaliate against the young lord. So they asked us sisters to come and protect you. Sister Yi Fomin lightly nodded her head and said in a clear and cold manner, so that's how it is. The 2 ants have come at the right time. These 3 old bastards are going to kill me regardless of their status. You guys must help me out. Yi Chen instantly gained momentum, pointing at the three horse clan elders and cursing them. You, don't misunderstand. Two fairies, we were just joking with this junior. How can we really kill him? The three elders of the horse clan squeezed out a smile on their faces. They were well aware of the horrors of these two twin sisters. The two's natural talent was second only to the existence of the Yi clan's clan chief and the Yi clan. Ordinary great emperors were simply no match for the two. All of them conceded at once. No RIP. Watch out in your next life. Some jokes are off limits. There was a flash of killing intent in Yi Longxi's eyes. The two sisters had a heart-to-heart, and they struck their swords at the same time. A black and a white, two amazing sword powers merged together, radiating a terrifying sharpness that was indestructible and destroyed everything. You guys? The three horse clan elders were forced to meet the battle, their strength radiating unreservedly. And yet, he still couldn't block the sword. Boom! The void collapsed in a 100-mile radius. Sharp sword chi swept through the 8 directions of heaven and earth, and wherever it went, everything flew into ashes. And the three horse clan elders were instantly killed in seconds. Their physical bodies and souls were obliterated by the sword chi, and they couldn't even see their shadows anymore. Two anti-bulls. Yi Chen was somewhat stunned. The combined strike of these two was terrifying. I'm afraid that in the desolate domain, there shouldn't be more than 10 strong people who can block this strike. Not to you have said. No one when to call sister. And again to sister play mind is not it. Careful sister punishment you owe. Yi Longxi gave Yi Chen a disgruntled blank look and reached out to pull out his bird's nest. You? Yi Chen's face reddened and he backed away in fear. This aunt was too enthusiastic every time she saw herself. Even he, the prodigal son, was somewhat unable to carry her offense. Don't tease him. Sister. Business is business. Yi Fengyin giggled, like an iceberg melting. That's true. Little one, let's go. Sister will take you to exterminate the horse clan. Yi Longxi laughed. Exterminating the horse clan? Aunt? Sister, are you too serious? Yi Chen was surprised. When has my sister ever joked with you? Yi Longxi crossed her arms in front of her full breasts and said with a smile, although the horse clan is a bit despicable and underhanded, it is at least one of the superb forces in the desolate domain. Can just the 4 of us really exterminate the clan? Yi Chen wondered. Xiao Chen, don't be afraid. The horse clan is the weakest of all the superlative forces, but it's just a pseudo-strong clan. Just the 4 of us are enough. Yi Fengyin said gently. Little guy, are you afraid to go? Are you still good? Yi Longxi glanced at Yi Chen's bird's nest and smiled. Just go, what wouldn't I dare? I've been putting up with the horse clan for a long time now. I just happened to go on a killing spree to get out of it. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and said, let's go then. Yi Longxi ripped through space with his sword, opening up a spatial passage. The 4 walked in successively. Half a day later, the 4 of them arrived at the base camp of the horse clan. Immediately, all 4 of them were taken aback. At a glance, the horse clan's main camp was a mess all over the place, only to see devastation as far as the eye could see. The city was broken, buildings collapsed, corpses were everywhere, and it had turned into a huge cultivation ground. It's like a hellscape. What's going on? Someone wiped out the horse clan before we did? Sister Yi Longxi was surprised. Did the horse clan do too many wrongs and were punished by the heavens? Yi Chen grinned and gloated. Suddenly, a powerful aura came this way. A flash of caution flashed across the faces of the Yi Longxi sisters as they shielded Yi Chen behind them, only to see a meteor-like light break through the air, transforming into a single white-robed man, amounting to more than thousands of people. Each one of them had handsome features, a straight figure, and an imposing demeanor, and no matter where they were placed, they would be the existence of a dragon and phoenix among men. Even scarier, each of their bodies exuded an aura at the level of a quasi-emperor. You are the heavenly guards of the heaven-mending pavilion? Yi Chen instantly recognized them as well. The 3,000 heavenly guards of the heaven-mending pavilion were all quasi-emperor level powerhouses. It was also one of the strongest cards in the heaven-mending pavilion. This team of heavenly guards, no matter where they were placed in the 8 domains of the lower realm, was an extremely terrifying battle force. We pay our respects to young Lord Yi Chen. The 3,000 heavenly guards knelt down on one knee, and their quasi-emperor level aura rose up to the sky, their voices shaking the world, their aura like a rainbow. You were the ones who exterminated the horse clan? Yi Chen froze and asked. That's right. The horse clan even sent out a great emperor-level powerhouse to assassinate the young lord. Such a practice has touched my heaven-mending pavilion's reverse scales. It should be destroyed. A delicate and heroic silhouette stepped into the sky. It was a woman who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, valiant and cool. She wore a suit of silver armor with a white cape, and held a silver shaking lance with a bloody human head in her other hand. Under her silver helmet was a sword-browed, starry-eyed, stunningly beautiful and cool face, and her slim silver armor set off her sinful body even more exquisite and incomparably beautiful. white and slender jade legs, wearing long silver boots, walked valiantly. She was actually a great emperor powerhouse, only to see her come to Yi Chen's body and throw the head in her hand on the ground. Kneeling on one knee, she said, "All of the strongest members of the Horse Clan have been wiped out, and this is the head of Horse Clan Patriarch Ma Ziyuan, which Starry Night also picked for the young lord. Sister Starry Night, please rise." Yi Chen hastily reached out and helped Yao Xing Evening up. I thought to myself that this woman is not simple. She had followed her mother for 100 years and was the person she trusted most. After her mother accompanied her father to the extraterrestrial battlefield, all the affairs of the Heaven Mending Pavilion were handed over to Yao Xing Evening to take care of, showing her mother's trust in her. Seeing Yi Chen personally pull Yao Xing Evening up, Yi Longxi's eyes flashed with a touch of jealousy and said, "If my Yi Clan's young master has been bullied, our Yi Clan will deal with it on its own. So why do you need to meddle in the Heaven Mending Pavilion? If Yi Chen is the son of our pavilion master, then he is also the young master of our Heaven Mending Pavilion, so we naturally have to take care of his affairs." Yao Xing Evening glanced at the other party, pinpointing, "We are the elders of young Lord Yi Chen, even he has to call us aunts. How dare you, a junior, talk to me like that?" Yi Longxi ranted. "Humph, apart from the pavilion master and young master Yi Chen, I don't put anyone in my eyes. So what if you're the young master's elder? So what if you don't want to fight?" Yao Xing Evening wasn't a good person either, and coldly grunted, "Who's afraid? That's right, we sisters never lose a fight." Yi Longxi and Yi Fengyin were about to strike. "Stop it, we're all on our own, there's no need." Yi Chen smiled sarcastically and hurriedly stood out to pull the fight. Why are these women more hot-tempered than they are, ready to fight at the drop of a hat? "For the sake of the young lord, I won't get on your bad side," Yao Xingye faintly said. "Humph, it's only because we're looking at the young lord's face that we're sparing you once." That's right, the two sisters were not to be outdone. Yao Xing Evening also stopped paying attention to the two men and looked at Yi Chen. "Young lord, there is a dragon vein in the Horse Clan's ancestral land that gathers the Horse Clan's 100,000 years of chi. It's an excellent place for cultivation. I've already sealed the place and reserved it for you to use for your cultivation." Yi Chen nodded and said, "Sister Starry Night has a heart." Immediately, the few people arrived at the ancestral land of the Horse Clan. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was incomparably dense, and it was indeed a holy place for cultivation. Yi Chen said, "This place has really gathered the Horse Clan's fortune for 100,000 years. The dragon vein's chi is powerful, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is rich. It's a bit too wasteful if I cultivate here alone. Why don't we join together, shall we?" The two sisters, Yi Longxi, looked at each other in surprise. Although the Horse Clan's ancestral ground wasn't as good as the Yi Clan's ancestral ground, it still contained the Horse Clan's 100,000 years of good fortune, and it was also greatly beneficial to the cultivation of Emperor Realm powerhouses. Both of them were instantly a bit distracted as well. Yi Chen glanced at Yao Xing Evening. After all, she was the one who exterminated the Horse Clan, so he still had to ask for her opinion. "Everything is just for the young lord to decide," Yao Xing Evening said softly. "That's what you said. We owe this to the young lord, not to you," Yi Longxi said. Yao Xing Evening didn't say anything. "Alright, why don't you guys talk less? Each of you find a place to cultivate." Yi Chen gave Yi Longxi a blank look. "Yes, dear young lord." Yi Longxi winked at Yi Chen, and the two sisters went off as two sword awnings. "Young lord, I'm also going to go cultivate first. If there's anything, send a voice to call me." Yao Xingye finished and left as well. "Yi Ying, if you cultivate here for a while, will your cultivation be able to break through the Emperor Realm?" Yi Chen asked. "Give me a month's time, and I'm certain I'll break through to the Emperor Realm." Yi Ying faintly said. "Good. In this month, you will cultivate here without fear," Yi Chen said. "But who will guard your path for a month?" Leaf Shadow worried. "Don't worry, the Yi Clan is as strong as the clouds. I'll just ask the Yi Clan for someone. If it really doesn't work, then let those two ants guard my path for a while as well." Yi Chen laughed. "Many thanks to young lord for granting me the opportunity. After I break through the Emperor Realm, I will definitely go through fire and water for young lord." A look of gratitude flowed from beneath Yi Ying's mask. He was just an underling, and he didn't think that the young lord would treat him so well. Ding! On the 21st day of marriage, reward Dragon Elephant Dan. Ding! On the 22nd day of marriage, rewarded with the mountain shaking fist. Ding! The 23rd day of marriage, rewarding Brahma steps. Yi Chen had been cultivating in the Horse Clan's ancestral land for 3 days, and he was able to obtain system rewards every day. He sat cross-legged, suspended in mid-air, a black hole vortex condensing between his eyebrows, sucking in the majestic dragon vein chi from his ancestral land. The power of the indestructible Dao body operated. The dragon vein chi that was sucked into the body was refined as much as possible. The physical body was nourished and transformed by this power, and was transformed. It only felt that the sound of the heartbeat was like a dragon's roar, and the internal organs were glowing with a brilliant dragon pattern. The blood flowing in the blood veins was like a great river, surging and surging, and there were vaguely true dragons coalesced by the power of the dragon pattern tossing and turning inside. A great turning of the tide. I'm still a little bit short of breaking through the Dharma phase realm. Yi Chen took out the dragon elephant pill rewarded by the system. This was an extremely high-grade holy pill that could temper the physical body and give birth to the power of the dragon and elephant in the bloodline, with the same effect of shedding the bones. He took it without hesitation. Boom! There was an overbearing power condensing within the body. It is like 10,000 elephants running and giant dragons flying, endless and unending. The two forces, the power of the dragon vein and the power of the dragon elephant, collided together, erupting into an unparalleled terrifying storm that covered the flesh world. Even a heavenly pride with a divine body would most likely find it difficult to carry the impact of these two forces, which would ultimately result in the bursting of the body. And Yi Chen's flesh that was like a divine furnace was somewhat overwhelmed. After the two forces, the power of the dragon elephant and the power of the dragon vein, madly collided. Many cracks also appeared in his dantian, sinews, internal organs, and so on. Although it was not so bad as to explode the body, if it was not handled properly, it would surely suffer serious injuries and leave behind aftereffects. Immediately, Yi Chen pushed the power of the undying Tao body to the extreme. Boom! The indestructible golden light blossomed, instantly suppressing these two overbearing forces. The wound fissures within his body healed at an extremely fast speed. After that, it was as if Yi Chen's physical body had gone through another transformation, becoming even stronger. Breaking! Yi Chen violently opened his eyes, and his pair of pitch-black pupils were like dragon pupils, bursting out two channels of supreme divine light that pierced through the sky dome of the ancestral land. The aura raging within him, the power of the dragon vein as well as the power of the dragon elephant and other forces, condensed into a golden energy divine pill within his dantian that shone brightly. Rumble! Yi Chen's cultivation broke through the first level of the Dharma realm. Behind him, the 10 great caves transformed into pillars of light that reached the sky, rising up into the sky and forming a blur of Dharma. After one's cultivation broke through the Dharma phase realm, one could use all of one's own power to merge with the great forces of heaven and earth to condense the Dharma phases of heaven and earth. With a thought, the power of the 10 great cave heavens, the power of the dragon vein as well as the power of the dragon elephant and all the other powers coalesced towards the Dharma phase prototype behind him. Chaos swallows everything. Yi Chen let out a low roar. The heaven and earth phantasms surged madly, and with the chaotic sword intent as the main body, a chaotic divine sword was condensed between heaven and earth. Countless flaming unicorns, golden scale dragon patterns, ancient dragon elephants, the power of the 5 elements, monstrous blood-colored killing breaths, the Tsar compulsion kings, and other powers all lingered around this chaotic divine sword, exuding an endless, heaven-destroying, and earth-destroying aura of great terror. The chaotic divine sword Dharma phase took shape. Nowadays, even if I face a Seal King realm-level powerhouse, I can still fight. Yi Chen got up. The chaotic divine sword technique phase and countless other powers, like a tidal wave, were withdrawn from his body, and everything around him instantly quieted down. It's time to return to the Desolate God Academy, Yi Chen said indifferently. The northwest region of the Desolate Domain, the Savage Land. This place was known as one of the 10 forbidden places of death in the wasteland. Within 1,000,000 miles was all desert, with countless ancient demonic beasts and death taboos popping up all over the place. In the deepest part of the Savage Land, there was an ancient shrine. It stood in the midst of the yellow sand in the sky, experiencing the baptism of countless years. The majestic and grandiose palace weathered a bit severely, with broken walls and walls, full of ancient and mysterious atmosphere. On this day, many bigwigs from the Desolate Domain came to the ancient divine hall. They came from the helmsmen of all the major clans, holy places, great clans, families, academies, and other major powers in the wasteland region. There were even powerful people from the other 7 domains who were all present. There were thousands of them, and all of them were clear great emperor powerhouses. Humph, it seems like the Desolate Domain hasn't been this lively for a long time, right? One of the Yi clan's supreme elders, Yi Xian, scanned the many powerhouses in the room and coldly snorted. That's right, in the past, once every 10 years, the Desolate Domain Heaven's Pride competition, are all based on our 10 major academies, 20 years old or less. I didn't expect that this time the Heaven's Pride competition, your major powers insist on participating in it, and even change the rules. 30 years old or less of the Heaven's Pride can participate in it. This rule is really unfavorable to the little guys of our major academies. Liang Zhouxiu, the dean of the Desolate God Academy, also arrived and said in a disgruntled manner, "This can't be blamed on us. We can only blame those two mysterious desolate god emissaries for hyping up this Heaven's Pride competition. They released the news that whoever gets first place in this Heaven's Pride competition will be able to obtain the desolate god's inheritance, and will even have the chance to enter the legendary desolate mystery realm to cultivate, which is what has aroused the interest of all the major powers." The Heavenly Law Sect's headmaster slowly opened his eyes and said, "The human emperor of the fire country on the side also said, the desolate god was the #1 powerhouse of the last epoch, and legend has it that he was the only one who succeeded in fighting against the great calamity. So naturally, his legacy will cause all the major powers to go crazy." The others nodded in agreement. Legends had it that the desolate god's strength far exceeded that of a great emperor, and was the #1 powerhouse of the last epoch. It was unimaginable how terrifying his legacy could be. Regardless of that power, if they could obtain the desolate god's inheritance, their strength would definitely increase countless times. There was even a chance to become the master of the 8 domains of the lower realm. If the Great Tribulation came again, one could even have the self-preservation ability to survive it. Therefore, after learning that the desolate god inheritance was about to be revealed, all the forces in the 8 domains of the lower realm were all moving around, aiming to obtain it. Humph! The giants of the major powers have almost all arrived. Why are the 2 desolate god emissaries still missing? Could it be that they are teasing us? One of the Shin clan's elders had a gloomy face and said with some impatience, "Those 2 desolate god emissaries made such a big show. If they only came to tease us, it would be too ridiculous. I don't think it should be so much. We've come all this way. Let's wait a little longer." A strong man from the region said, Better so, or I'll have to rip these 2's heads off." The Shin clan elder snorted coldly. "Who's trying to rip our heads off?" A faint voice rang out from beyond the heavens, and the next moment, the 2 figures instantaneously arrived at the entrance of the shrine. It's a man and a woman. The man had a face like a knife, a double pupil, a calm and mysterious temperament, a stout body, gnarled muscles, a bare upper body, steel-like muscles covered with mysterious dark red runes. The woman was dressed in a simple rough linen clothes, but could not hide her dusty temperament in the slightest, without powder, fair skin, but with a stunningly beautiful and unassuming face, eyes as clear as water, without a trace of impurities. She was about 1.6 meters, with a gentle and slender posture, and her white and straight calves, bare jade feet stepping on the black ground, were white and crystalline, not stained with a trace of dust. The 2 had a mysterious aura, as if they were gods nurtured by heaven and earth at the beginning of the universe, pure and mysterious. "Humph! You are the mysterious desolate god emissaries. I will try your depths first today to see if you are fake or not." The Shin clan elder let out a cold smile. A domineering Shin power running, a step out was already in front of the 2. A fist blasted out. The powerful pressure of the 5th level of the Emperor realm enveloped the entire divine hall. Liang Jiuxiu and the others' faces changed. Worthy of being a Shin clan powerhouse, his strength already exceeded that of the majority of the great Emperor powerhouses present. And in the next moment, a flash of contempt flashed through the burly man's heavy pupils. He took one step, and a majestic flood of power called out. It instantly crushed the breath of the other party. "What?" The Shin clan elder's face changed drastically, instantly feeling an immeasurable amount of pressure. It was as if he was not facing a human, but a flood beast. Bang! The burly man's fist blasted into the Shin clan elder's chest, and the latter's powerful physical body that he was so proud of directly exploded, transforming into a blood mist that blossomed in the divine hall. Even the soul was directly obliterated by this strong force. What? Killing an Emperor Realm 5th level powerhouse with one punch? Everyone present changed color. Can anyone else doubt the identity of my brother and sister? Desolate Stone's gaze was like electricity as he swept across the entire field, but his terrifying pressure suppressed the entire field of 3,000 great emperors. Can you see how strong he is? It's just ridiculously strong. Everyone present changed color. It was worthy of being a messenger with the bloodline of the desolate god. Just based on his strike just now, his strength was enough to be ranked in the 8 domains of the lower realm, in the top 100 of the battle power ranking. And the woman beside him had yet to make a move. If the 2 joined forces, how many people in the 8 domains would be their opponents? The 2 messengers have gathered us here. I don't think it's just for us to make a fake. I wonder what's the point. A white-clothed, white-haired, handsome young-looking man suddenly spoke. He looked young, but his eyes were ancient as if he had experienced countless years. His tone was light. However, the aura of calmness emanating from it could rival that of a barren stone. It's the people from the #1 sect in the heavenly domain. The Enu Divine Court. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with caution. The Enu Divine Court was worthy of being the #1 power in the heavenly domain. And this white-haired man who had come to the meeting had a cultivation level of at least the 9th level of the Emperor realm. Not even under the Patriarch. How many other strong people like this were there in the Nethermoon Divine Court? Obviously, the Yi clan's heritage was much worse in comparison. Desolate Stone glanced at his sister Desolate Willow by his side, who nodded and spoke in a clear and cold voice. This time, I have asked all of you to come here because I want to discuss the specific details of this Heaven's Remarkable Grand Competition. First, the Heaven's Pride competition will be held in 3 days, and all Heaven's Pride under the age of 30 in the 8 regions of the lower realm will be allowed to participate. Secondly, all the Heavenly Prides participating in the Grand Competition must, within 10 days, cross the Savage Land on foot and arrive at the Divine Hall of this place to participate in the finals. The rules of the finals will be announced by me at that time. Thirdly, all Heaven's Pride are not allowed to have a protector to follow them, and they are not allowed to use powers other than their own, such as formations, prohibitions, talismans, and so on, and they will be eliminated immediately once they violate the rules. Fourth, no matter what happens, no force is allowed to use any excuse to interfere with the process of the great competition. Violators, no matter who you are, you must die. Desolate Willow spoke the rules of the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition in general. Immediately, her pair of clear, bright eyes swept across the room. Do you all have any more questions? A moment later, an elder from the regional evil sovereign mansion asked, is it true that the Heavenly Pride who wins first place in the Heavenly Pride Grand Competition will be able to obtain the Desolate God's inheritance and enter the legendary Desolate Mysterious Realm to cultivate? After giving the man a glance, Desolate Willow said indifferently, I can't guarantee that he'll be able to obtain the Desolate God inheritance, nor can I guarantee that he'll be able to enter the Desolate Mysterious Realm to cultivate. The crowd was furious to hear it. Can't guarantee anything? So what are they allowed to do here? Not to mention that the Savage Land was one of the 10 forbidden places of death in the Desolate Domain. How dangerous was it to traverse it on foot? The pride from the 8 domains competing for the first place in the Heaven's Pride competition would be so tragic that it would definitely be a scene of 9 deaths. To fight so hard to be number 1. Yet there is no guarantee that you will definitely obtain the Desolate God's inheritance? Then what was the point of having these celestials, who were regarded as treasures, come here to risk their lives? The Desolate God acts in a way that is not something we mortals can speculate on. So we don't dare to guarantee that the pride that wins first place in the grand competition will definitely be able to obtain the Desolate God's inheritance. But all the things we siblings have done have been in compliance with the will left behind by the Desolate God. And since Lord Desolate God has allowed us to do this, there must be a reason for him to do so. As for whether or not you are willing to allow your descendants to participate in the grand competition, but it's up to your hearts, and we won't force it, Aracorius said again. After a few moments, the crowd was silent. Desolate Stone snorted coldly. His 5 fingers opened up, and a black stone seal appeared in his palm. It exudes an ancient and mysterious aura. Immediately, he said, what we can guarantee is that the first place winner of the Heaven's Pride competition will be able to obtain this Desolate God seal, which is also the will of the Desolate God's divine thoughts transmitted to us. Dare I ask the messenger, what is the use of this Desolate God seal? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. This is the token of my ancient Desolate clan. The one who obtains the Desolate God seal will become the young lord of my Desolate clan. And my brother and sister will unconditionally submit to the young lord in the future and serve him. If one day, the young lord can hold this Desolate God seal, open the legendary Desolate Mysterious Realm, and obtain the Desolate God's inheritance, then he can become the patriarch of my Desolate clan, and in the future, he will have the supreme right to command the 10,000 people of the Desolate clan. Aragonite explained. Wouldn't that be similar to my Fire Country's Jade Seal of Passage? The human emperor of the Fire Country was surprised. Aragonite nodded and said, it can be interpreted that way. The eyes of the crowd instantly flashed with a heartbeat. If he could win the first place in the Heaven's Pride competition, just by taking in the 2 powerful people, the Desolate Stone siblings, he would have earned it. 2 powerhouses that were comparable to the 9th level of the Emperor realm would be able to increase their strength by more than a few times, no matter what power they joined. Besides, with any luck, wouldn't the pride under the door take off straight away when they obtained the Desolate God's inheritance? From now on, you have the qualification to dominate the 8 regions of the lower world? Either way, it's worth letting the forces take a gamble. Do you all have any questions? Aracoriu asked. I have one last question. Where exactly is the legendary Desolate Mysterious Realm? The white-robed man from the Inu Divine Court opened his mouth and asked. Everyone's gazes looked toward the Arakishi siblings. Legend had it that the Desolate God had left all of his greatest treasures in the Desolate Mysterious Realm before he left the lower realms. Therefore, all forces were curious to know where the legendary Desolate Mysterious Realm actually was. Desolate Stone was silent for a moment before saying, not in the 8 domains of the lower realm, but in the demon realm. What? Everyone was shocked to the core. College of the Desolate God. Yi Chen's special courtyard. In the backyard gazebo, a beautiful purple-clothed figure sat cross-legged. A holy purple aura shrouding her body and emitting a pure and ethereal aura. Xia Qingyan suddenly opened her clear and bright eyes, and a powerful aura emanated from her body. Behind them, they transformed into 5 pillars of cavernous light that shot straight up into the sky, emitting endless sharpness. I didn't realize that I had used less than 10 days and my cultivation had already broken through the 5th level of the cave void realm. If Yi Chen came back, he would definitely be shocked. Xia Qingyan's red lips raised a beautiful arc. After double cultivation with Yi Chen, it was as if she was completely enlightened, and the power of the unsullied god body was completely activated. Cultivation speeds by leaps and bounds. Plus, Yi Chen had left her 200 sacred ginseng pills before he left, which she had taken and refined as much as she could. His cultivation level then jumped to the 5th level of the cave void realm. With my cultivation speed, Yi Chen is more than likely no longer my opponent. Humph, if he dares to bully me again in the future, I'll definitely make him look good. Xia Qingyan smiled sweetly. A few days of not tempering you and you're thinking of hitting your husband. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson today. A voice rang out from not far away. Who? Xia Qingyan turned to look, only to see that at some point, Yi Chen had already stood behind her. Old husband, when did you get back? Xia Qingyan's eyes were first shocked, then revealed a look of ecstasy, before her words were out of her mouth. With an instantaneous movement, Yi Chen arrived in front of Xia Qingyan's body and was already kissing on top of her red lips. And there are next steps to be taken. You don't want to be here. Xia Qingyan had a bold idea in her head. Yi Chen, you don't want to be here, do you? Xia Qingyan's pretty face was scarlet, her chin body was hot, her legs were soft, and she half pushed and half agreed. That's right. Yi Chen's eyes were evil as he pressed the other party against the pillar and began to undress. No, how embarrassing if someone sees it. Xia Qingyan shook her head repeatedly. Although she had had many intimate encounters with Yi Chen, she had a traditional mindset and could not accept such exciting play. Don't worry, this is our private residence. Who dares to trespass? See if I don't gouge out his eyes. Yi Chen hemmed and hawed, and as soon as his words left his mouth, the door to the other compound was kicked open. Yi Chen, I heard that you're back. My grandfather asked you to come over. He has something to say to you. Crap. Liang Xiye's small mouth turned into an O shape and her hands hastily covered her eyes. The two men could be seen through their fingers in the gazebo, disheveled and ready to do weird things. In broad daylight, they're doing this. This is also so exciting. Liang Xiye had some regrets in her heart. Had she known she would have come in later? Tutor Liang, why don't you knock when you come in? Yi Chen lifted his pants and complained. Who knew you guys were doing this kind of thing in the middle of the day? Liang Xiye blankly glanced at him, then smiled and said, but it's understandable that you newlyweds, who haven't seen each other for a few days, are dry humping each other, so why don't you guys go on and pretend that I haven't been here? Forget it, you wanted to see me about something? Yi Chen asked. Well, Grandpa wants you to come over, Liang Xiye said. Let's go, business is important. Wait for me to come back and talk to Qingyan in depth. Yi Chen hemmed and hawed. On her way out, Liang Xiye winked at Xia Qingyan. Damn Yi Chen, how can I face Tutor Liang in the future well? Xia Qingyan covered her cheeks in shame and anger. Soon, the two of them, Yi Chen, arrived at the forbidden land of the desolate God Academy. It's a quiet mountain lake. This was the place where Dean Liang Joshio practiced his purification. Normally, other than Liang Xiye, it was the vice dean level that could not enter at will. Yi Chen walked in, only to see Liang Joshio sitting in front of the lake fishing. He did not turn around and said lightly, Kid, I didn't expect your cultivation to progress so fast after not seeing you for a few days. Yi Chen smiled. It's just thanks to the old dean's blessing. Brat, stop plastering my face. How are the preparations for the Heaven's Pride competition in 3 days? Liang Joshio glared at him and asked. Winning the championship shouldn't be a problem, Yi Chen said confidently. Liang Joshio's face was grave as he said, your potential far exceeds my imagination. I heard that Xin Tianxin even died in your hands, but you can't be proud. Although Xin Tianxin can be ranked in the top 100 among the younger generation of the Xin domain, when placed in the entire 8 regions of the lower realm, he can only be considered a second-rate heavenly pride at most. And this Heaven's Pride competition is unprecedentedly grand. The 8 domains of the lower realm, the top Heaven's Pride under the age of 30 will all come to participate, and will fight for the first place by any means necessary. The competition will be far more grueling than you can imagine, and it's bound to be a case of you dying and me dying, 9 deaths to 1. Yi Chen nodded and said, it's to compete for the desolate god inheritance? You know all about it? Liang Joshio was a bit surprised. Know a little bit about it, Yi Chen said. Liang Joshio nodded and told Yi Chen the general happenings of his trip to the savage wasteland. Yi Chen nodded and said, I understand what senior means. It's for me to go all out to compete for the first place in the Heaven's Pride competition? Although I would love to let you develop obscenely. And in time, you will definitely be able to become the topmost heavenly pride of the 8 domains of the lower realm. But right now, the situation in the desolate domain is not optimistic, and there's not much time left for you to grow. The situation in the extraterritorial battlefield is even worse than imagined. The demon race could breach the extraterritorial Great Wall at any time, and the other 7 domains have been eyeing the desolate domain, waiting for an opportunity to divide us up. The desolate god inheritance might be our last chance. No matter what, we have to put up a fight, otherwise in less than 3 years, the desolate domain will surely be destroyed. Liang Jiuxiu sighed, as if he had aged several years all of a sudden. Yi Chen's face also gradually became grave. The desolate god inheritance was of great importance and must not fall into the hands of the other 7 domains. Otherwise there was no chance of the wasteland flopping. Immediately, he solemnly said, "Don't worry, senior. I will definitely get my hands on the desolate god seal. This is the immortal brew that the old man I've treasured for hundreds of years. It should be helpful to your cultivation. I'm giving it to you." Liang Jiuxiu waved his sleeve and a dusty wine altar appeared in front of Yi Chen. Immortal brew. The legendary jade Duan agar from the upper realm. More precious than emperor-grade spirit medicine. Are you really willing to part with it, senior? Yi Chen was taken aback, not expecting the other party to be so generous. "Che, your kid is going to fight for the future of the desolate domain, so how can my old man be petty? Take it away." Liang Jiuxiu rolled his eyes, but in his heart there was a heartache. "Ha ha, I'll be polite then." Yi Chen laughed and collected the immortal brew before leaving the Forbidden Land. "The child has really suffered you. The fate of the desolate domain rests on your shoulders." Liang Jiuxiu looked at Yi Chen's back and muttered, "Yi clan, outside the ancestral land." Grand Elder Yi Xian paced back and forth as if he was waiting for something. A few moments later, the stone door opens. A delicate snow-clad immortal shadow stepped out from inside. "Holy maiden, you've come out early?" Yi Xian said with great joy. Yi Yuqing's head nodded slightly. "Old ancestor and I have said that this heaven's remarkable competition has a great deal at stake, so I must participate. If the holy maiden makes a move, my Yi clan's chances of winning will be much greater, and you and the young lord will be able to take care of each other." Yi Xian laughed. "Little Tatsui's going to participate too?" A flash of worry flashed through Yi Yuqing's bright eyes. "Holy maiden, you don't know it yet. The young lord has suddenly become enlightened since he got married. His cultivation has grown by leaps and bounds. He is already able to compete with the top heavenly prides. Even the Xian clan's heavenly pride, Xian Tianxin, was beheaded by him." Yi Xian laughed. "Nonsense. This heaven's pride competition. The ones who are facing are not second-rate heaven's pride like Xian Tianxin, but rather those at the very top of the 8 domains of the lower realm. What if Xiao Chen gets injured against these people?" Yi Yuqing's bright eyes seemed to have a cold light condensed in them, and behind her, a huge cold divine phoenix flew across the sky, and everything around her was covered in cold ice. 1,000 miles of ice in a fit of rage. The holy maiden's cultivation is already at the 9th level of the 10,000 laws realm? Yi Xian was taken aback. With Yi Yuqing's current cultivation, he definitely had the power to fight against any heavenly pride from the 8 domains of the lower realm. Tianfa sect. In the Great Hall. "Blood child, your natural talent is rare in ancient times. You are the strongest heavenly pride in the history of my heavenly Dharma sect. On this trip to the barbaric wilderness, if you can obtain the desolate god's inheritance, my heavenly Dharma sect will surely rise to power, and in time, it will become the dominant player of the 8 domains of the lower realm." The heavenly law patriarch looked at the blood-robed youth in front of him with a pleased expression. "You blood between the eyebrows, there is a blood-colored runic mark looming. A pair of blood-red pupils of the eyes are filled with killing opportunities." Coldly smiled and said, "Master assured, this line of the barbaric wilderness, I will win the first of the great competition of the heaven's pride, so that 2 of the deserted god emissaries, but also will surely be subordinate to the banner of my heavenly law sect. In addition to this, I also want to kill the Yi clan's young master, Yi Chen, to take revenge on many of the heavenly law sect's heavenly pride for me." In the 8 domains of the lower realm, all the major forces were stirring. Horizon, the divine court of the dark moon, a divine island shrouded in holy light, surrounded by immortal mist, on which countless pavilions and palaces were constructed, jeweled buildings, and countless immortal birds and divine beasts inhabited the island. A picture of heaven on earth. Suddenly heaven and earth lost their colors. The blue waters on all sides of the island were dyed black by the bizarre demonic aura, and the waves turned rough, giving people an indescribably bizarre feeling. Just then, an upright figure came riding the waves. It was a black-robed man, his sword eyebrows and starry eyes, his face like a knife, his temperament is evil and cold, his waist is tied with a dark magic pattern ancient sword, and his body seems to have a devilish gas winding around him. A bizarre demonic moon rose from behind him, emitting a dark black-colored demonic aura that devoured everything like a tidal wave. The heavens and the earth were eclipsed. A scene of doom. Welcome senior brother 7 nights out of the gate. On top of the coast, there was already a cold and absolutely beautiful woman in black waiting for a long time. With a shallow blessing, she was seen to have picturesque eyebrows, snowy skin, a delicate and undulating figure, a ghostly cold and charming temperament, and an ancient sword tied around her waist as well. Though she was smiling, a flash of horror flashed in her eyes. This senior brother was known as a heavenly pride that hadn't been born in 10,000 years in the Moon Divine Court, born with a Tao body and heaven-defying battle prowess. As early as a year ago he was already at the first level of the Seal King realm cultivation. What kind of terrifying realm had his cultivation reached this time out of the gate? Elder sister, you have an extreme divine body. Your cultivation has reached the half-step Seal King realm. Looking at the 8 domains of the lower realm, no one other than me is your opponent. You go to participate in the Desolate Domain's Heaven's Pride competition and that's it. So why do you need me to take action? Chia had a brash face. He hadn't lost a single battle since his debut, and his cultivation far surpassed that of any heavenly pride in the 8 regions of the lower realm. Not putting anyone in his eyes, his opponents had never been upper realm heavenly prides. I heard that this time the Desolate Domain's Heaven's Pride competition, the Light Sect Shao Sifu, the region Evil Sovereign House's Evil 1,000 years old, and the Xin Clan's Xuanwu God and other top-tier heavenly prides will be going forward to participate in the competition. And all of these people are possessing extreme godly bodies, with unbelievable battle prowess of the demons. Senior sister, I don't have any surefire victory over them, and in order to ensure that the Desolate God's inheritance is surely taken into the hands of the clan, it is only then that they intend to allow senior brother 7 Nights to personally go through the motions. Ning Yuerua smiled and said, "Humph, what's so great about the Desolate God inheritance? The future me will definitely be able to become an existence that surpasses the Desolate God." Chia let out a cold laugh, showing his bratty aura to the fullest. 7 Nights, the Desolate God was the #1 powerhouse of the last era and the only one who succeeded against the Great Tribulation. His legacy should not be underestimated. In the near future, the Great Calamity may come again, and although it won't have any effect on our Moon Divine Court, we won't allow a second power other than our Moon Divine Court to survive the Great Calamity peacefully. So the Desolate God inheritance is something we must get our hands on. A voice that was not angry and authoritative echoed between heaven and earth. Chia's brashness immediately tempered somewhat and said, "Don't worry, Master, I will definitely get my hands on the Desolate God inheritance." The voice smiled gratefully and said, "Very well, when the Great Calamity is over, the top powerhouses of all the other forces in the 8 domains will all die out, and then it will be a situation where I, the Enu Divine Court, will be the only one in the world. So we can scavenge the resources of all the forces, and turn the Enu Divine Court into a superpower that will last for all eternity." Territory. The Evil Lord's mansion. A dark cave. It was like the underground of a volcano, with bubbling lava everywhere, scorching hot. A demonic chain entwined with blood chi ran through heaven and earth, and there were many piles of white bones around it. In the endless darkness, there seemed to be the sound of ghosts crying and howling echoing. It's like a hellscape. Master. A white-clothed teenager walked into the cave. He man-female phase. His features are good-looking somewhat unlike words, more charming and handsome than a woman. His eyes are watery. His skin is fair, and the corners of his mouth are hanging a smile if anything. It's not too much of a stretch to say that he has the color of a fallen man. Is it even so distracting that you can't tell if he's a man or not? In the darkness of the cavern, a huge hideous face congealed, not that of a human. Instead, it's the devil's. Your Highness, Demon Son. On top of the extraterritorial battlefield, the Desolate Domain powerhouses are being beaten back by my demon race, and although there is still a Yi Zhantian who is struggling to hold on, it's impossible for him to undo the defeat with just his strength alone. It's only a matter of time before my demonic army breaks through the Great Wall of the Outer Domain. So the Desolate Domain is no longer enough to worry about. The next step will be for us to face the forces of the other 7 domains directly, and it will be a bit tricky at that time. So the Desolate God Seal mustn't fall into the hands of the people of the other 7 domains. Do you understand? The demonic face bristled and said, "Don't worry, Master. I will definitely bring the Desolate God Seal back to the demon race." Evil 1,000 Years nodded and said, "Well, I'm naturally relieved when His Highness the Demon Son does something." The devil face nodded, then added, listening to the 2 messengers of the Desolate God. "The Desolate Mysterious Realm is not in the 8 domains, but in our Devil Domain. If we get the Desolate God Seal, we have the key to open the Desolate Mysterious Realm. If my Devil Clan once we find the Desolate Mysterious Realm, we will surely be able to get the inheritance of the Desolate God. By then even if all the human forces in the 7 domains join together, They won't be our rivals. Xian Domain. Xian Clan. In the middle of a holy mountain, a golden lotus blossomed in the void, showering an endless golden haze that enveloped the heavens and earth in a golden light, only to see that in the golden lotus, a stout and tall man came out. His features were majestic. He had an inch head. He wore a coarse cloth Taoist robe. His robust arms were covered with golden ancient runes, and with every step he took, a golden lotus bloomed under his feet. Shen Wu, you have broken the record of my Xian clan, being the first heavenly pride to cultivate the Xian heavenly divine physique to perfection before the age of 30, achieving a fleshly body that is saintly and adamantine. A white-browed old man greeted him and smiled gratefully. Ancestral grandpa, don't worry, I've heard everything. This heaven's pride competition, I will definitely win first place by overpowering the group and kill the Yi clan's young lord, Yi Chen, to avenge the deaths of my 13th brother and elder Xianmei and the rest of them. Xianxinwu's eyes seemed to burst with golden light, emitting an endless overbearing aura. 3 days have passed. All the forces of the 8 domains of the lower realm were heading towards the barbaric land of the desolate domain, College of the Desolate God. Qing Yin, are you sure you want to participate in this Heaven's Pride competition with me? Yi Chen asked. Well, we're married and I'm going to fight alongside you. Xia Qingyin's good-looking eyes reflected Yi Chen's handsome face. But it's too dangerous. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Yi Chen was worried. Honey, I want to be your strong backer from now on. Want to have the qualifications to fight alongside you. Don't want you to leave me behind too much. If I have been well protected by you, how can I grow to the point of fighting alongside you? The Heaven's Pride competition is a rare opportunity to interact with Heaven's Pride from all over the world. I don't want to miss it. Only by fighting against the strong and experiencing life and death battles will I be able to grow up faster. Won't I? Xia Qingyin's pretty face stared. Yi Chen was silent for a moment, and finally agreed. Alright, but you must promise me not to force yourself, and if you encounter any danger, immediately crush the jade pendant in your hand and withdraw from the grand competition, okay? Xia Qingyin smiled sweetly and said, Don't worry. Your wife is also very strong. As long as she doesn't encounter those topmost heavenly pride, no one is my opponent. If I really encounter danger, I will withdraw in time. Only then did Ji Chen feel relieved and glanced at Liang Zhouxiu, who was not far away. Senior, let's go. Liang Zhouxiu nodded and casually tore through space with a stroke, then rolled up the two of them with his sleeves and disappeared in place. You must return safely. Liang Shiyue looked at the departing back of Yi Chen and the others and folded her hands and said, Wasteland, the barbaric land. In the past, this place was dead silent and devoid of any life, and on this day, the savage land was bustling. The major powers of the 8 domains of the lower realm gathered here. 10,000 square miles of the dome of the sky, countless spatial cracks condensed and emerged, from which came out a single powerful figure, densely packed, the number of which could not be estimated. Like locusts, they flew towards the border of the savage land. The Heaven's Pride competition will begin in a little while. All of you are waiting for the orders of the desolate god's messenger. Are you ready? Liang Zhouxiu glanced at the two Yi Chen. Don't worry, senior. I won't drink your wine for nothing. I guarantee to take first place. Yi Chen smiled. Liang Zhouxiu's altar of immortal wine had been consumed when he and Xia Qingyan had a candlelight dinner that night. The cultivation of the two of them instantly skyrocketed by a large margin. Yi Chen was already at the 2nd level of the Dharma realm, and Xia Qingyan had also arrived at the 7th level of the Cave Void realm. Nowadays, Yi Chen's battle power was extremely strong. Even when facing these top celestial pride from the 8 domains of the lower realm, they were not afraid in the slightest. Look guys, it's the illusory race's heavenly pride arriving. The women of the illusion clan are really beautiful, just like fairies. A colorful phoenix flew through the air, attracting a lot of attention, only to see that on the back of the colorful phoenix, a dozen or so stunningly beautiful women with light veils covering their faces stood in jade. Each one as beautiful as heavenly fairies, with an unassuming temperament. It was like a fairy from the lower world. The person who was protecting the path for this group of illusory race celestials was still that beautiful woman, Aunt Yui. The phantom moon cicada was among them. She saw Yi Chen from afar, her bright eyes smiling as she blinked at him. Yi Chen was silent for a moment, then silently disappeared in place. A few moments later, the two came to a desert with no one in it. See master, the illusory moon cicada looked at Yi Chen's back and made a shallow salute, a flash of complexity in her eyes. Something? Yi Chen turned his back to her and spoke faintly. The illusory moon cicada nodded and said with some apprehension, Master, Yuan has gotten a message that is somewhat unfavorable to the desolate domain. Yi Chen said, Say it. Yuan has learned that dozens of the topmost forces among the 7 domains seem to have reached some sort of agreement to have the Heaven's Pride under their gates form an alliance to take advantage of this Heaven's Pride competition to carry out a massacre of the desolate domain's Heaven's Pride as a way to weaken the desolate domain's strength. Phantom Moon Cicada said, Are you sure? Yi Chen turned around, his eyes gradually turning bitter. Well, the Xin clan is one of them, and they also solicited our illusory clan to participate in the extermination of the desolate domain's heavenly pride, which our illusory clan did not agree to. Phantom Moon Cicada said. Yi Chen's fists were clenched tightly, killing intent surging in his heart. I didn't realize that the 7 realms would strike so soon. This time, for the Heaven's Pride competition, all the Heaven's Pride were going to sneak into the Savage Land, and without the shelter of the Protector of the Tao, it was indeed a good opportunity to strike. If the Desolate Domain's Heavenly Pride was killed in full, it would be the same as wiping out the Desolate Domain's future. By then, the Desolate Domain will have run out of gas, exist in name only, and will be eaten up by the 7 domains step by step. Outrageous. Yi Chen jealous. The Desolate Domain had its back to the extraterrestrial battlefield, holding back the invasion of the demon race with the power of a single domain, allowing the 7 domains to be free from intrusion. It's just as well that these dogs don't help. They keep stabbing each other in the back, wanting to divide up the resources of the Desolate Domain step by step. This time it was even more unabashed, to slaughter the Desolate Domain's heavenly pride openly and squarely, and cut off the Desolate Domain's future. This was to push the wasteland to the brink of extinction. Master, are you alright? You must be careful when you enter the Savage Land. Phantom Moon Cicada was concerned. I'm fine. Go ahead and go home. A moment later, Yi Chen faintly said. The illusory Moon Cicada nodded and gave him another reluctant look before slowly leaving. You want to extinguish the future of the Desolate Domain? Humph. I'll let you extinguish your future first. Yi Chen's eyes were cold, and a stern killing intent emanated from his body. A few moments later, Yi Chen returned. Humph. Who is that woman? Xia Qingyan hummed lightly. That? Yi Chen played dumb. That's the one you were just eyeballing. What did you do with her? Xia Qingyan's pretty face chilled as she asked. Yi Chen's face stiffened. He thought the eye contact between the two had been so stealthy that no one should have noticed. I didn't expect Xia Qingyan to be so sensitive. He was actually caught red-handed himself. She's a common friend I met while I was out training. We didn't do anything to go. We just simply chatted about the current situation. Yi Chen smiled awkwardly and explained. Humph. Who knows if it's doing anything? Xia Qingyan clasped her hands on her chest and pretended to be angry. Really didn't do anything. You have to believe your husband. You're the only one in my heart. I won't even look at other women more than once. Yi Chen sweetened his words. Really? Really? Then you swear. I send for. Humph. I'll believe you for once. Say, what have you been doing out practicing these days? And have you made any other ordinary friends? Xia Qingyan's good-looking eyes stared at the other party. It's really gone. She's the only one. Yi Chen swore. Lie to me, you're a dog. Xia Qingyan beamed her little mouth. Okay, lying to you is a dog. Yi Chen nodded. Yi Chen, we meet again. If it wasn't for you last time in the Daosword Sacred Kingdom ruins, I wouldn't have gotten the inheritance of the Fire Lin Emperor. I haven't thanked you in person yet. Right at this moment, a red-clothed silhouette appeared at the side of the two, smiling sweetly. It was none other than Fire Ying, who hadn't seen him for a few days. No harm. You don't have to take it to heart. Yi Chen touched the tip of his nose in embarrassment. Looking at Xia Qingyan, the latter's eyes seemed like they wanted to kill. Senior sister Xia is here too. Congratulations on your marriage to Yi Chen. I've come to talk to Yi Chen about something. You won't care, right? Fire Ying revealed a harmless smile. Why do you care? You guys just have a nice chat. Xia Qingyan stomped hard on Yi Chen's foot and spun away. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. This was somewhat unexplainable. Spinning around, he said faintly, Say, what is it that you want from me? Yi Chen, this Fire Dragon Eclipse sword technique is yours. Fire Ying handed over an ancient book with both hands. This is an Emperor-level mid-grade martial art? Yi Chen was taken aback. I once heard of this martial art. It was one of the top martial arts in the Fire Country. I didn't expect Fire Ying to give this to him. He added, if it is only as a token of appreciation, there is no need to offer such a heavy gift. Fire Ying said, thanking you is part of it, and part of it is my father's intention. Human Emperor of the Fire Country. What does he mean? Yi Chen froze. It seemed like he had never had much interaction with the Fire Country's human emperor. This time, for the Heaven's Pride competition, my Fire Country didn't send any Heavenly Prides to participate, because Father is very clear that these Heavenly Prides of the Fire Country don't have any chance of winning against those top Heavenly Prides of the 7 regions. And even if they participate, they will only become cannon fodder. That's why he wanted to place his bets on you, wanting to make an alliance with you. Fire Ying said, ally with me? Yi Chen was surprised. Well, Father said that for this Heaven's Pride competition, regardless of whether you have obtained the Desolate God's inheritance or not, he is willing to ally with you as well as the Yi clan, and that in the future. No matter what dangers you and the Yi clan encounter, the Fire Nation will never just sit back and watch, and will surely work together with you and the Yi clan. This martial art is the sincerity that my father has come up with. If you feel that it's not enough, if you have any other requests, just mention them and my father will do his best to fulfill them. Fire Ying said, I'll take this martial art. Yi Chen put away the Fire Dragon Eclipse sword technique and said indifferently, You've agreed to an alliance? Fire Ying's pretty face was delighted. Even if you don't send me this martial art, I'll still agree. Yi Chen nodded and said, Why? Fire Ying was a bit surprised. Just because you're my friend. Yi Chen laughed. A friend? You really think so? Fire Ying was thrilled in her heart, not realizing that the other party really considered herself a friend. Yi Chen nodded with a smile. At that time, Wang Yi had asked Fire Ying to let her go after cursing Yi Chen, and Fire Ying would rather die than say a bad word about Yi Chen. From that time onwards, Yi Chen had already considered Fire Ying as a friend. Yi Chen had painfully agreed to an alliance with the Fire Country. In addition to the face of Fire Ying, there's another reason. The current desolate domain was suffering from internal and external problems, and with Yi Chen alone, facing all the forces of the other 7 domains was undoubtedly a mantis. What Yi Chen had to do now was to unite the major forces of the desolate domain to fight against foreign enemies together. Only by resisting will the wasteland have a way out. Yi Chen's family and friends were all in the wasteland. This is his home. He would never allow the enemy to step foot in here. It's the Xian clan coming. A voice rang out. The crowd looked toward the mid-air. One could only see a huge battleship approaching from afar, emitting an unparalleled and terrifying pressure. The Xian clan was the #1 force in the Xian domain, and even in the entire 8 regions of the lower realm, their comprehensive strength could be ranked in the top 10. Their appearance instantly suppressed the vast majority of the powerhouses present. Young lord, that person is Yi Chen of the Yi clan. A Xian clan elder looked at Yi Chen with a malicious gaze, and a terrifying killing intent surged out. Humph, there's no need to wait until the Heaven's Pride competition. Let's kill him now. Xian Shenwu glanced at Yi Chen's cultivation level of only the 2nd level of the Dharma phase realm, and a flash of contempt flashed through his eyes. Yes, that Xian clan elder's eyes narrowed as he disappeared in place. Click. In the next moment, the void around Yi Chen collapsed, and that Xian clan elder rushed out, exuding great emperor-level pressure. It's not appropriate to kill a student of my desolate god academy under my eyes, is it? Liang Zhouxiao took one step and instantly arrived in front of Yi Chen, meeting the opposite side with a palm strike. Boom boom, the 2 great emperor powerhouses exchanged palms, and a terrifying pressure swept through the 8 directions while both of them simultaneously retreated backwards. Together, Xian Shenwu's eyes flashed sharply. In the next moment, the Xian clan's 10 great emperor protectors came out in unison. Each of them exuded an aura like heavenly might as they approached Yi Chen step by step. Old man, fuck off if you don't want to die. The Xian clan old man from earlier cursed angrily. You can try. If you dare to take a shot at Yi Chen, you will die first. Liang Zhouxiao didn't let go in the slightest. Yi Chen was the most outstanding student of the Desolate God Academy and the only hope of the Desolate Domain, which he had to protect even if he had to fight to the death. Xian clan, if you dare to touch my family's young master just one time, you guys try, I'll make sure that your Xian clan's young master goes to hell first. The sky above the Xian clan's worship was shattered, and Yi Longxi and Yi Fengyin walked out from it. The 2 were haunted by a stern sharpness, ready to unleash a fatal blow on Xian Shenwu. After Yi Ying went into seclusion in the Horse clan's ancestral land, the 2 of them temporarily guested as Yi Chen's Dao protectors. Protect the young lord. The people of the Xian clan were startled. Although Xian Shenwu's strength was transcendent, he was not yet a match for a great emperor powerhouse. The 4 Xian clan elders immediately returned to defense and came to Xian Shenwu's side. However, there were still 6 people eyeing Yi Chen, ready to strike at any time. Liang Zhouxiao alone did not have the means to resist the simultaneous strikes of 6 great emperor powerhouses. My Fire Country and Yi Chen have already reached an alliance. To move Yi Chen is to make war on my Fire Country. The temperature around him rose steeply, as if he was in a furnace, only to see a figure like a blazing sun walking not far away. It's the human emperor of the Fire Country. One could only see that he was stout, wearing a fire-colored dragon robe, with reddish beard and hair, not angry, and surrounded by divine fire. It was like the god of fire was present. Fire Country, do you know what happens when you go against our Xian clan? The Xian clan elder in the lead threatened, thinking that my Fire Country is something to be messed with, that this seat will be afraid of you? The human emperor of the Fire Country sneered. The Fire Country was one of the top forces in the Desolate Domain, and although it wasn't as powerful as the Xian clan, it definitely wasn't weak either. Moreover, the Xian clan and the Fire Country were far apart, and it was unrealistic for the Xian clan to want to strike across the region against the Fire Country. Even so, if the 6 of us are against the 2 of you, the advantage is still with our Xian clan. the Xian clan elder said with a cold smile. Yeah, well, what about now? A space channel appeared again in the broken void, and a silver spear and silver armor. Valiant and wonderful silhouette came out from inside. It exuded a sharp aura of invulnerability. Yao Xing Evening also arrived. Behind them followed 300 heavenly guards at the level of Quasi-Emperor. On top of that, the heaven-mending pavilion Celestial Pride led by Bai Xiao was also among the group. This woman's bloodline is special. The 6 Xian clan elders were shocked in their hearts. In terms of fighting alone, none of them could be sure of being a match for Yao Xing Evening. Whoever dares to lay a hand on my Yi clan's young lord, there's no need for them to live. A streak of sword light cut through the sky, and supreme sword might swept through the 8 directions. It made everyone in the room change color. Have the Yi clan's people finally arrived as well? Liang Jiuxiu sighed in relief. One could only see Yi Xian leading Yi Yuqing and other Yi clan's heavenly pride, who were also present at the venue as much as possible. Yi Xian was the Yi clan's supreme elder. Already at the 9th level of the Emperor realm, his strength was far from being comparable to that of an ordinary great emperor. His furious eyes stared, and his supreme pressure emanated, causing the 6 Xian clan elders to retreat back and forth. There is actually no one who can fight against it. Don't act recklessly. If you really dare to kill someone from my Xian clan's retaliation is something you can hardly bear. The Xian clan elder in the lead was completely flustered. The Xian clan elder who gave me such a talk last time is dead, Yi Chen said with a cold snort. You, the Xian clan's crowd dared to be angry. Isn't it said that Yi Chen has always been arrogant and domineering, with no one in sight, and extremely poorly liked? Why are there so many forces willing to protect him? Xian Shenwu was a bit confused. The situation was very unfavorable for the Xian clan, and at that moment, the temperature around them plummeted, and a snowclad silhouette haunted by a frosty aura walked towards Xian Shenwu, carrying a stern killing aura. The legendary Ice Phoenix divine body? Xian Shenwu looked at the snowclad silhouette walking in surprise. Did you give the order to kill my brother just now? Do you dare to fight me to the death? Yi Yuqing's face was like frost as he coldly stared at Xian Shenwu. You think I'm afraid of you? Xian Shenwu was furious. When had he ever been subjected to such humiliation? And instantly agreed. Rumble. Suddenly the heavens and earth collapsed. The sun and moon lost their colors, and a supreme aura descended upon the earth, instantly crushing everyone's breath. This is a transcendent emperor powerhouse? Yi Xian was taken aback. Transcendent emperor? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. There were also strong and weak great emperor powerhouses. After the 9th level of the emperor realm, there were the 3 realms of transcendent emperor, reincarnation emperor, and immortal emperor. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. There were only a handful of transcendent great emperors in the desolate domain, all of which were the general figures of the top forces Jin sect ancestors. Not good. It's the people from the heavenly domain's Yin Moon divine court who have arrived. The crowd changed color. In the midst of a huge crack in the void, a dark beast slowly crawled out, exuding an aura at the level of a great emperor. It's a moon eater. The crowd was taken aback. Only giants like the Yin Moon divine court possessed great emperor-level demonic beasts as mounts. It was only at the head of the moon eater beast that hundreds of figures stood, led by a man with white clothes and white hair, who was the protector of the many celestial pride of the Yin Yu divine court. It was also that transcendent emperor-level powerhouse. The hundreds of people behind him were all the celestial pride of the Yin Yu divine court, and each of them was a dragon and phoenix amongst men, with rare qualifications of a supreme celestial pride, especially the pair in the lead, Yin Zhilai and Ning Yuyao. It's more of an absolute demon that's rare in 10,000 years. The white-robed, white-haired man glanced at the swordsman, and the corner of his mouth raised in disdain. Didn't put anyone in the spotlight. Outrageous. Yi Xian, Yao Xing Evening and the others seemed to have suffered a strange shame and were enraged. Gentlemen, why don't we wait until after the Heavens Pride competition to make a decision? The Xian clan elder in the lead said. Young lord? Yi Xian and the others looked at Yi Chen. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. Now was not the time to cause trouble. Others may not know, but he was clear. The Xian clan and the Yin Moon divine court and other forces had allied themselves, preparing to slaughter the desolate domain's heavenly pride in this Heaven's Pride competition. If he chose to go to war with the Xian clan at this time, Yi Chen wasn't sure if the Yin Yu divine court would step in to help. To be on the safe side, it's better to stay put and make plans while you're at it. The Xian clan and the others flew back to the battleship, and Yi Yuqing was still looking at Xian Shenwu with cold eyes, daring to bully his own brother. This man must be killed. What a crazy woman. Xian Shenwu gritted his teeth, uncomfortable by Yi Yuqing's eyes. About half an hour later, rumble, an ancient and powerful aura emanated from the core of the savage land, enveloping the savage land, 1,000,000 miles inside. This is a signal from the desolate god's messenger that the Heaven's Pride competition has begun, the crowd said. The aura of the 2 desolate god emissaries could cover the entire savage land. and everyone's every move could not escape their eyes. If anyone cheats, they are immediately eliminated. Senior brother, let's go in together, so we can take care of each other. By Xiao and a group of heaven-mending pavilions heavenly pride walked over. And us, too, together? The Yi clan's other celestial pride besides Yi Yuqing also walked over. Both the Yi clan and the heaven-mending pavilion were afraid that something would happen to Yi Chen, so they wanted to follow him. Yi Chen said, I will only give you one task. What? Bai Xiao and the others asked. You guys just need to protect Qingyan. Don't worry about me. Yi Chen glanced at Xia Qingyan beside him. Yi Chen Yu. Xia Qingyan wanted to speak. The others also wanted to persuade something, but Yi Chen interrupted. I have my own plans. You don't have to worry about me. The crowd couldn't say anything else. A lot of celestial pride was already flying towards the barbaric land one after another, densely packed, like an endless number of locusts. Some of the top celestial pride such as Yin Qiyu, Ning Yu Ruo, and Xian Shenwu also flew off, and at that moment, Yi Yuqing's eyes chilled as he turned into a blue light and chased after him. This old sister of mine. Yi Chen let out a bitter smile. Without thinking about it, Yi Yuqing must have gone after Xian Shenwu. As long as it was someone who had bullied her, Yi Yuqing had to kill them. I'm off, take care of yourself. Yi Chen stroked Xia Qingyan's face, and after greeting the crowd, he turned into a sword light and left. Senior brother Bai, is young lord he really alright? A Yi clan heavenly pride asked worriedly. Don't worry, Xiao Chen's current strength doesn't lose to any heavenly pride. It will be fine, Bai Xiao said with firm eyes. Yi Chen stepped on his flying sword and rode on it. He wasn't fast. Anyway, it would be enough to reach the Savage God's temple within 10 days, and there was still plenty of time. He has his own plans. It was to kill more of the other 7 domains heavenly pride in the savage desert. The more the merrier. Let the major powers of the 7 domains also have a taste of what it's like to be extinct. Ow! Suddenly, a yellow sand-like residual shadow crossed the sky. The speed was extremely fast, sprinting towards Yi Chen. It was a statue-like demonic beast with a body that seemed to be made of yellow sand, exuding an aura of the 9th level of the cave void realm. Savage sand sculpture? Yi Chen sneered, and a flying sword of bloodlight erupted from between his eyebrows. Extreme realm killing sword. Snort. The savage sand sculptor was chopped in half by a sword, and then his body transformed into a pile of yellow sand, scattering from the sky. Walked some more. A huge storm of yellow sand swept through the heavens and earth, enveloping 100 miles in a reddish yellow. Yi Chen was vaguely able to see that in the middle of the yellow sandstorm, a bloody mouth was open and tearing towards him. It was a ferocious beast at the Dharma realm level. The savage land was known as the 10 forbidden lands of the wasteland region and was filled with crises everywhere. Yi Chen didn't look at it, and a blood aura erupted above his wrist. The divine blood sword pill turned into a rain of swords in the sky. The blood-colored light shrouded the heavens and earth, tearing through the yellow sand in the sky, instantly shooting holes in the demonic beast's huge bloody mouth. It was a sandworm of enormous size, blasted to death in an instant. It turned into a sky of yellow sand and fell to the earth. Yi Chen killed all the way. An hour later, he finally came across a slightly stronger demonic beast. It was a demonic beast around the first level of the 10,000 laws realm, the 9-headed sand snake. It was only seen to be huge in size, like a mountain. The 9 huge heads looked at Yi Chen intently, ready to attack at any time. Clank! The sword of the underworld was sheathed. Yi Chen turned into a swordlight and went. Boom! The 9-headed sand snake hissed as its 9 heads simultaneously spat out terrifying waves of light, tearing the heavens and earth apart in several hideous gaps. Yi Chen executed his Brahma steps, dodging in successive instantaneous movements, and instantly closed in on the 9-headed sand snake, and cut down with a sword, chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. A swordlight passed through the massive body of the 9-headed sand snake. Snort! A few moments later, its 9 huge heads rolled off. The huge body collapsed into a sky of yellow sand. Finally found you. And just then, dozens of figures descended around Yi Chen, each of them emitting a powerful aura. A blood-robed youth at the head of the group exuded a powerful aura of the 3rd level of the 10,000 laws realm. Someone from the Heavenly Law sect? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. You know what we're here for. The person in the lead was the Tianfa sect's first saint son, Yuan Blood, who coldly opened his mouth. I can give you a way out. As long as you let me be your master, I will let you go. Yi Chen spoke faintly. If it was before, he would not hesitate to draw his sword and kill these people. And right now, his biggest enemy was the 7 realms forces. Even if he had a grudge against the Heavenly Law sect, Yi Chen was willing to disregard his past grudges and unite the major forces of the desolate domain to fight against the true enemy. So Yi Chen was willing to give them a chance to live. Are you out of your mind? Letting us live? You have to recognize the situation. Right now you don't have a protector to shelter you. You're just a prisoner of my Heavenly Law sect. If the 32 of us strike at the same time, you will surely die. The crowd from the Heavenly Law sect laughed coldly, looking as if they were certain of Yi Chen. You missed your only chance to live. Yi Chen sighed and walked slowly. Terrifying killing intent emerged like a tidal wave, and the surrounding void was dyed blood red. Be careful. He just decapitated a demonic beast at the first level of the 10,000 Laws realm. A heavenly Dharma sect's heavenly pride with a cautious disposition opened his mouth. Yi Chen was a little too calm. It made him feel a little uneasy in his mind. Humph. What is a demonic beast at the first level of the 10,000 Laws realm? I can wipe it out with a single finger. Yuan Blood sneered. A cultivation of the third level of the 10,000 Laws realm emanated, and the terrifying pressure merged with the laws of the heavens and earth, and the heavens and earth changed color. That's right. Senior brother Yuan is the second pride of the desolate domain. Even the number 1 ranked Yi Yuqing may not be his opponent. With him holding down the fort for us, what else do we have to fear? Another heavenly Dharma sect heavenly pride sneered. That's right. Together, blast him as soon as possible. Aside from Yuan Blood, the other 31 heavenly Dharma sect celestial pride all flew away as a stump, forming a stern killing formation with each other, instantly approaching Yi Chen. Bunch of stupid shit. Yi Chen took a step out, and the underworld god sword in his hand blossomed with a brilliant sword aura. Thumbs up. A sword rainbow flashed through the air. Next moment, the heads of 31 people flew up into the sky together, blood bursting out like a fountain. The 31 people saw their headless bodies still charging towards each and the moment their lives fell. The scene was beyond bizarre. One sword killed 31 heavens pride in a second. This is impossible. Yuan Blood's eyes shook and his entire body was dumbfounded. These were all the top heavenly prides of the Heavenly Law sect, and they were all first-rate existences in the desolate domain. It even included the second Saint's son, who was slightly less powerful than himself. They were all killed by Yi Chen in a second? Yi Chen looked at Yuan Blood without a trace of pity in his eyes. It was as if they had just crushed a few ants. Yuan Blood hastily backed up and said, Yi Chen, wait. I'm willing to make peace. It's not impossible to recognize you as my master. Like I said, you missed your only chance to live. Even if you kneel down and lick me now, it's useless. Yi Chen disappeared into a flash of sword light. I'll fight you. Yuan Blood's face was grim as he forcefully increased his strength by several times at the cost of burning his soul. In an instant, his battle power was almost comparable to a strong 5th level of the 10,000 Laws realm. A palm press. The sky was filled with flickering blood-colored runes, containing a mysterious and unparalleled true meaning of the laws, and condensed in front of his body to form a bloody handprint as huge as a mountain. The Heavenly Law sect's supreme mastery, heavenly sorrowful bloody hands. Rumble. The moment the blood-colored handprints pressed down, the surrounding void fragmented. Rubbish. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth raised in a disdainful arc. A sword sweep. The power of the immortal overlord technique. Killing sword intent. Chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. The three forces were fused in this sword. There was a click. The blood-colored handprint directly chopped apart, and countless blood-colored runes collapsed and annihilated one after another. Impossible. How can your strength be so strong? I am not willing to. Yuan Blood's face twisted. All along, he had boasted of being a supreme heavenly pride, arrogant and unrivaled, even feeling that he was not weaker than Yi Yuqing, and at this moment, his pride was completely shattered by Yi Chen's sword. Snort! The sword light passed through his body. He directly turned into a blood mist and exploded, his divine form destroyed. Buzz! After the underworld god sword had killed, it was sucking up all the remnants of Yuan Blood and the other's souls and essence blood. The demonic sword aura emanating from the sword was much brighter. Yi Chen waved his hand, and 32 nascent sacred rings appeared in front of him. They were all the top heavenly prides of the Heavenly Law sect, and the treasures they possessed should not be few and far between, worthy of licking their bags. Yi Chen put away his nascent soul ring and flew towards the distance without stopping. Ding! On the 28th day of marriage, obtain the sword skill, fast sword killing technique. Ding! On the 29th day of marriage, obtain the sword skill, chaotic blade strike. As time passed, it had been 2 days since Yi Chen had entered the savage land. He had arrived at the heart of the savage wilderness. If we kept going like this, we would reach the savage god's palace in less than 3 days. And Yi Chen didn't want to reach his destination too quickly, because he has things to do. 7 sword lights flew from the sky and landed not far in front of Yi Chen. At the head of the group was a thin youth with a sinister face who licked the corners of his mouth. The desolate domain's heavenly pride? You are? Yi Chen opened his eyes, exuding a touch of sharp edges all over his body. I am the yellow domain celestial pride wood skull, specializing in hunting your desolate domain celestial pride. Now that I've sent you on your way, you can also rest in peace. A killing chance flashed in the eyes of the wooden skeleton, and the aura of the 5th level of the 10,000 Laws realm radiated out. A white bone-flying sword flew out from the back of his head like a white lightning bolt. Yi Chen drew his sword at almost the same time. His speed was extreme. Fast sword killing technique. This sword came afterward. Snort. A sword pierced through the wooden skeleton's brow. His face froze as he watched Yi Chen walk past him, the luster in his pupils dispersing as he collapsed unwillingly. The fast sword killing technique was the reward that the system had just given Yi Chen. He had already had some enlightenment. The axiom of this sword skill is only one word. Just fast. The whole body's essence was condensed in one point, and the sword was quickly drawn to achieve the effect of killing in one blow. What? The wooden skull was killed in seconds. This son is weird. Run. The other 6 celestial pride were shocked and turned to run. The wooden skull was the strongest among them, and they were all killed by a single sword. It was evident that the other party's strength far exceeded his own. They are naturally not stupid enough to stay and die. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent, and his Brahma steps were executed. A couple of transients, instantly closing the distance with the fleeing 6. A sword thrust. The bloodlight radiantly bloomed, instantly transforming into more than 100 sword blades chopping down from midair. Chaotic Blade Jedi. Thumbs up. The 6 people were instantly cut by 10,000 blades, their flesh turning into a bloody mist and bursting. They were the top celestial pride of the Yellow Domain, teaming up to kill the desolate domain celestial pride in the Savage Land. 20 or 30 people have already died at their hands. No harm done. I can't imagine planting it here. I'm going to have to act fast, or else more desolate domain celestials will fall. With a wave of his hand, Yi Chen collected the 6 people's nascent sacrifice rings and flew off into the distance. Meanwhile, in a desert thousands of miles away, roar! A fire dragon thousands of feet long hissed and swept through the sky in a storm of flames, forming a killing formation in a small piece of heaven and earth, trapping dozens of desolate domain celestial pride in place. The Dao Sect's Dao Sun, the Thunder Kingdom's crown prince, and the Wind Kingdom's eldest princess and the others. Not bad are all the desolate domain's top celestial pride, so if you all are wiped out, it will surely weaken the desolate domain's strength. Above the void, a man wearing a flaming battlesuit with a stout figure and a head of fiery hair looked at the trapped desolate domain pride with playful eyes. You're the young master of the heavenly domain Yin clan, Yen Wudi? There's also Luoba of the Hegemony Blade sect. People from the Prime Valley, why did you set up a killing formation here to pit us against each other? That's right, we, the forces of the desolate domain, have no grudges against you and the others. Give us a reason. A few of the desolate domain's heavenly prides were jealous as they angrily rebuked. Give you a reason? If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on the fact that your desolate domain is too weak and is destined to be annexed by us strong people. Slaughtering you heavenly prides is only the first step. The next step is to slowly exterminate all the forces in your desolate domain and divide up all your resources. Is this reason enough? Yen Wudi sneered. Spinning around, he lifted his arm. The gigantic fire dragon in the void hissed, sweeping up a storm of flames and sprinting down from midair. Boom! The flame dragon slammed on top of a light shield in the shape of a pot lid. The flames raged and bombarded, and a terrifying aura swept through the 8 directions. The heavens and the earth shook. The light shield was like glass, with countless cracks appearing. Pust! A man wearing a green-colored Dao robe and a clean-cut appearance spat out a mouthful of blood. The breath shriveled steeply. Not good. Senior brother Liangchen's Qiankuan astral energy won't last long. The many desolate domain celestials panicked. Immediately, the flaming dragon circled around in the sky and once again crashed down from the sky, even more ferociously than earlier. Boom! The Qiankuan Big Dipper directly shattered. The Dao-robed man retreated dozens of steps backward before stabilizing himself, continuously spitting out blood, and his flesh cracked, blood staining his Dao robe red. Master Liangchen. The crowd was in a state of shock. Humph! Without the shelter of Song Liangchen's Qiankuan astral energy, you all go to hell. Yen Wudi let out a fierce laugh as the flame dragon roared, sweeping up flames from the sky and pouncing ferociously towards the many desolate domain celestial pride. We're dead. Aside from Song Liangchen, the others were also injured and were no longer able to fight. Despair was written in their eyes. Clank! At that moment, a sword sound resounded through the heavens and earth, exuding supreme sword might. What? Yen Endless changed color slightly. A mysterious and powerful chaotic chi swept through the 8 directions, condensing into a chaotic divine sword in the sky, hundreds of feet long, emitting a devastating sharpness, chopping down from the sky. Everything turned into annihilation wherever it went, as if it could destroy the sky and the earth. Snort! The chaotic divine sword pierced through the head of the flame dragon, and an endless chaotic storm swept through, destroying the fire dragon's massive body section by section. Who dares to break this young lord's 8 desolate fire dragon skill? Yen Wuyan hissed. A mouthful of reverse blood was spat out, and he stumbled backwards. What? Yen Wudi is injured. The proud faces of the other sect forces changed. Yan Wujing was the strongest heavenly pride among them, possessing the 7th level of the 10,000 laws realm cultivation. And he was even injured? What a guy! Yan Endless and the others looked into the void with unkind faces. In the midst of the chaotic storm, an upright figure in Xian clothes walked out. It's the Yi clan's young lord. It's the pride of our desolate domain. Song Liangchen and the others cheered. He's that Yi clan young lord? I heard that he has a grudge against the Xian clan. So if we kill him, we can make the Xian clan owe us a favor. That's right. Although he's not weak, he's only one person. It won't be difficult for us 30 to 40 celestial pride to kill him together. Yan Wujing and the others revealed great joy when they saw that Yi Chen was only one person. A look of eating each other up. Brat, kneel down and surrender. I'll give you a pain in the ass. 5 of them walked towards Yi Chen, and the leader of the group said with a leathery smile. Yi Chen took one step and disappeared in place. Brahma steps. With an instantaneous movement, he had already arrived behind the 5. The sword light flashed. The heads of the 5 men then flew up into the air, bleeding. What? Yan Wujing and the others' faces once again changed drastically. Unbelievable that Yi Chen could kill 5 top celestial pride with a single sword? Yi Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent as he once again rushed toward Yan Wujing and the others. Together! All hands on fire! Don't leave him any chance! Yan Wujian and the other remaining 30 or so celestial pride. Each one of them exuded a powerful force from their bodies and surrounded and attacked Yi Chen. Death to all! Yi Chen's eyes were bloodshot, and behind him, the 10 great caverns were fully open, and the 10 pillars of light shot up into the sky, emitting supreme pressure. Thumbs up, just one look. The flesh of more than 3 dozen heavenly prides exploded, raining down a bloody storm in midair. What? This is the strength of the Yi clan's young lord? He's even more terrifying than his sister Yi Yuqing. Song Liangchen and the other desolate domain celestials were dumbfounded. The extraterrestrial pride that they couldn't even beat with all their might couldn't walk more than a single glance in Yi Chen's hands? Impossible. This is impossible. How could the desolate domain have such a perverted heavenly pride like you? Only Yan Endless was left, and his body was covered in hideous wounds as he staggered back. He was also a heavenly pride that could be ranked in the top 30 in the heavenly domain, but he didn't have any power to fight back in front of Yi Chen? It was unbelievable that such a terrifying heavenly pride could appear in the desolate domain where the fortunes had declined and the martial artists had withered. Die! Yi Chen chopped down with his sword. The bloodlight sword flashed. No! Yan Endless hissed, thinking that he would surely die. And right at this moment, a light and elegant woman's voice rang out. Fellow Daoist, leave someone under the sword. A brilliant light burst out, shattering the bloodlight sword aura in the air. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, not expecting the other party to be able to block his sword. In the void, the phantom of a god of light appeared, radiating immeasurable light, shrouding the heavens and earth in a blaze of light, only to see, a delicate silhouette stepped into the sky. It was a woman dressed in a golden battlesuit, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Her pretty face was absolutely flawless, her skin was fair and crystalline, and she emanated holy radiance. It's like a goddess in charge of light coming down to earth. It's Lord Shaoxi of the Illuminati. Save me. When Yan Wujian saw the visitor, it was as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. His face was wildly happy. The light sect was the second largest force in the heavenly domain, second only to the existence of the Yin Moon Divine Court, and was incomparably strong. The relationship between the Yin clan and the Illuminati had always been good, and the other party would definitely not see death as a way to save them. Fellow Daoist, your killing nature is too heavy and you have entered the devil too deeply. Putting down the butcher's knife and converting to my sect of light is the right path. Otherwise you will surely be doomed. June Lightning Dance's pretty face was solemn, and her cool voice echoed between heaven and earth, but it was like a loud bell, pulling at the heartstrings and making the heart yearn for more. Put down the butcher's knife. When your heavenly domain killed my desolate domain's heavenly pride, did you ever put down the butcher's knife? Yi Chen sneered. Hey, the heavenly domain killed your desolate domain's heavenly pride, and you killed many heavenly domain's heavenly prides. When will revenge for injustice end? How about both sides just stop and make peace? And as you have a destiny with my light sect, you can worship under me and from now on cultivate the light and righteous path. Wouldn't that be great? June Lightning Dance smiled shallowly, as beautiful as a divine flower in full bloom. You want to take me as your disciple? Yi Chen sneered. How? June Qingdao lifted her lofty chin. You're also worthy. What kind of thing are you? Being a maidservant lousy even dislikes. Yi Chen sneered. Obsessed. Let's see if I don't suppress you. June Lightning Dance became infuriated, her slender onion-like fingers pointing forward, and the light god Dharma behind her blossomed with endless light, even overshadowing the sun's radiance. The golden, large hand of the god of light suppressed from the sky. Not good. I heard that the young priestess of the light sect, June Light Dance, is a heavenly pride ranked in the top 3 of the heavenly domain. possessing the legendary light god body, and today's glimpse is even more powerful than the legend. Young Lord Yi Chen is in danger. Song Lianchen and the other desolate domain celestial pride were shocked, all of them sweating for Yi Chen. Instead, Yan Wujing laughed maniacally and said, "Ha ha, Lord Shaoxi, there's no need to save face for me. Kill him, kill him. Just a layer of gold gilded on your skin, and you really think you're a goddess?" Yi Chen sneered disdainfully, turning into a sword light and rushing into the sky, chopping heavenly sword drawing technique, killing sword intent, chaotic sword intent. The three forces erupted at the same time, transforming into a brilliant sword rainbow that tore a crack in the sky. Snort! The golden palm of the god of light was directly chopped off by a sword, and the light emitted gradually dimmed. The sword waves raged, and June Lightning Dance was actually shaken back. A flash of shock flashed across her pretty face. Unbelievable that he would be forced back by a martial artist at the second level of the Dharma realm? Immediately, Yi Chen approached with an instantaneous movement and stabbed down with his sword. It transformed into 1,000 sword blades in the void, with sharp edges. Chaotic Blade Jedi. The area around June Lightning Dance was shrouded in a sea of razor-sharp sword awnings, killing opportunities everywhere. Outrageous! June Qingdao was infuriated and somewhat broken, and with a grab in the air, a gilt lance was held in her hand, blossoming with an endless golden aura. She swept her gun across the room. The golden light of the spear covered the 8 directions, blasting the piece of sword blade around him into pieces. Immediately, she flew out with golden light on her feet and instantly appeared in front of Yi Chen. A power of the 9th level of the 10,000 Laws realm exploded without reservation. A spear stabbed down. The golden aura burned as brightly as the blazing sun. Yi Chen, on the other hand, also went toe-to-toe, the power of the immortal hegemony technique exploding to the extreme. His body bathed in immortal golden light, erupting with endless power. A sword to meet it. Another chaotic blade kill, seemingly stabbing out a sword. There were thousands of sword blades stabbing out, like a rain of blood-colored swords. Boom thud. The power of the two collided, and the two types of light, blood red and gold, raged and swept across the sky. Young Lord Yi Chen actually took on the young priestess of the light sect head-on and didn't lose the battle. So strong, young Lord Yi Chen's strength is enough to rival that of his sister, Yi Yuqing. The many prides of the desolate domain marveled in admiration, especially some of the female celestial pride, with little stars in their eyes, worshipped Yi Chen to no end. Ding ding ding. In a flash, the two of them exchanged 50 or 60 moves already. Undefeated, June Qingdao was wearing a brightness battlesuit. Her defense was extremely terrifying, and after resisting Yi Chen's 3 swords, she was actually unharmed. A gun swept down across the room. Searing golden light erupted, melting and burning a black hole in the void. Boom! Yi Chen used his immortal golden body to resist his opponent's attack, and was forced back more than 100 feet, and the surrounding void was shattered, and he only felt his breath vibrate all over his body, but he was not injured. What? June Qingdao's pretty face flashed with surprise. She had already used 90% of her strength in that strike just now, but she hadn't even broken the other party's defense? What she doesn't know is this. Yi Chen had already cultivated the immortal hegemony body technique to the perfection realm, and his fleshly body was as solid as gold, comparable to a divine weapon. Even a strong person at the first level of the Seal King realm might not be able to injure Yi Chen. Immediately, Yi Chen once again charged towards her. The power of the chaotic divine sword Dharma phase and the 10 great cave heavens opened up as much as they could, and a heaven-destroying aura erupted. Yi Chen appeared in front of June Lightning Dance with an instantaneous movement and chopped down with a sword, chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. And with this sword, Yi Chen had incorporated the Tao diffractive sword scripture, containing the supreme sword Tao intent of the Tao sword emperor. The sword was brilliant, flashing with the light of ancient and mysterious runes. Snort! June Qingdao was cleaved by the sword and flew backwards hundreds of meters away, the protective golden aura around her body shattering. The golden battlesuit in front of his chest was all chopped up with a sword scar. There's a lot of blood coming out. This can't be possible. Lord Shaoxi is even injured? Yan Wujing could no longer laugh. Unbelievably, the high and mighty young priestess of the light sect with unparalleled battle prowess would be injured by a little heavenly pride from the desolate domain? Aren't you the high and mighty goddess? Where did your bullishness just now go? The corners of Yi Chen's mouth raised in a sneer as his body was entwined with bloodlit sword chi as he approached the other party. Fuck you. June Qingdao completely gashed through her defenses, her solemn and saintly pretty face turning hideous at the moment as she roared out, the mysterious power that had been dormant in her body completely exploding. The power of the light god body exploded without reservation. The magnificent phantom of the god of light appeared in front of her, merging with the great power of heaven and earth, and a radiant light swept through heaven and earth, scorching and burning as if it was going to incinerate everything and everything. In an instant, her battle power soared straight into the Seal King realm category. Has Lord Shaoxi finally used the power of the bright god body? Yi Chen is dead. Yan Wujing let out a sardonic laugh and said, not good. Young Lord Yi Chen is in danger. The many celestial pride of the desolate domain were shocked, and a few female celestial pride were so frightened that they even closed their eyes, not daring to see what happened next. Facing an explosion of power from the greatness of the god of light, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a cold voice, is this your full strength? What did you say? Jun Qingdao's face changed. Immediately, Yi Chen opened the power of the undying Dao body, an aura from the beginning of the universe, mysterious and desolate, immortal and indestructible surged, enveloping the heavens and earth in immeasurable power. Everything in heaven and earth seemed to enter a state of stillness for a split second. At the same time, the chaotic divine sword phantom behind Yi Chen emitted a supreme chaotic power. Rumble! A destructive aura emanated from Yi Chen's body as dark destructive light swept through, devouring the sword aura emanating from the god of light. In an instant, Yi Chen was like the god of creation, radiating an aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The underworld sword trembled violently. All the power was infused into the sword, making it difficult for it to even withstand this terrifying force. Yi Chen suddenly swept his sword across the room. The dark sword awnings blossomed like an exterminating lotus blooming, devouring everything. Rumble! The two forces erupted and everything around them went up in smoke. Yi Chen's sword, on the other hand, chopped the magnificent god of light phantasm in half. Boom! June lightning dance fell from midair, smashing into the earth like a meteorite, causing the heavens and earth to tremble violently. Lord Shaoxi is defeated. Yan Endless heart was like falling into an ice cave, unable to believe that what was in front of him was real. And the desolate domain's prides didn't react for a long time. Then they all revealed ecstatic colors. Young Lord Yi Chen is bullish. Simply horrible as hell. The crowd celebrated with joy. Pust! Jun Qingdao climbed out of the yellow sand. Her pretty face was pale and she continuously coughed up blood. Her golden battlesuit was in tatters and her wounds were deep enough to be seen on her bones. She looked like she had suffered a very serious injury. Bang! Yi Chen descended from the sky, stepped on top of her chest, and laughed coldly. Aren't you the high and mighty goddess? Aren't you going to convert me to the righteous path, in gripping one for me to see? You! Jun Qingdao was so angry that she continuously spat out blood again. She, who was once high and sacrosanct, was now being trampled under Yi Chen's feet and wantonly abused. How could she not be angry? You won't have a good ending. All the heavenly pride of your desolate domain will die in the savage land. Jun Qingdao glared viciously at Yi Chen. Before the words fell, Yi Chen had already pierced her brow with an impatient sword. Not far away, Yan Wuyan almost pissed himself in fear and turned around to run. However, he was also cut off by Yi Chen's sword that tore through the void and chopped off his head from 100 miles away. Many thanks to young Lord Yi Chen for saving my life. My Dao sect will be well rewarded in the future. Song Liangchen came to Yi Chen first and bowed. Young Lord Yi Chen, from now on, you'll be my big brother. Please accept my knee. The crown prince of the Thunder Country kneeled down on one knee, looking excited like a little fanboy. Young Lord Yi Chen, I heard that you have a family. Do you still need a concubine? Although I am the princess of the Wind Country, it would be my honor to serve by your side. The Wind Country's eldest princess gave a shallow blessing, her eyes full of expressed love, only to see one after another of the desolate domain pride saluting Yi Chen, thanking him for saving their lives. Each one of them was a top heavenly pride of the top forces of the desolate domain, and in front of Yi Chen, they did not have the slightest bit of arrogance, as if they were all little minions. The 7 domains have united to divide up the desolate domain, not leaving us a way out, so we should unite and kill our way out together, repelling our powerful enemies, so that the 7 domains won't dare to come. Self-improvement of my generation. Yi Chen spoke indifferently, and then he collected the nascent sacred ring of Jun Qingdao and the others, and left as a sword light. My generation's self-empowerment. The crowd looked at Yi Chen's back, feeling their blood boiling and their souls sublimating. This is the necessary path to the savage divine hall. So let's set up an ambush here, and we'll definitely be able to intercept and kill quite a few of the desolate domain's heavenly pride. A dozen or so extraterrestrial celestial pride discovered a long deserted city with broken buildings and crumbling walls that had been weathered badly. It's a good place for an ambush. And just as the crowd was planning to hide in the city, a man shouted, "Look what that is!" The crowd was taken aback and looked in one direction. A blood-colored sword blade cut through the sky. Before the crowd could react, the sword blade had already passed through their bodies. Everyone's faces froze before they turned into blood mist and exploded. Yi Chen stepped out of the bloodlight, and with a wave of his hand these people's nascent sacred rings flew to him. It was 5 days later. During these 5 days, Yi Chen had been slaughtering extraterritorial heavenly prides everywhere, and regardless of whether or not they had participated in the siege of the desolate domain heavenly prides, All of them had already become the souls under Yi Chen's sword. Many times it was like the dozen or so celestial pride just now, who had been blown away before they could even see Yi Chen's face. Immediately, Yi Chen walked into this ruined city, walking over to a patch of land surrounded by debris and walls to hide them. He sat down. He moved with a thought. More than 3,000 nascent rings flew out, densely floating around him. These were all left behind by the extraterrestrial celestial pride that he had slaughtered. In 5 days' time, he had already killed more than 3,000 extraterritorial heavenly prides, almost killing off the heavenly prides of many forces. Break! Yi Chen's long hair and sleeves were windless, his index finger pressed forward, and supreme pressure emanated from his body. Click here. The 3,000 nascent sacred rings shattered as much as they could, and the heavenly treasures, elixirs, and countless spirit stones inside them all flew out, covering the sky, the amount of which could not be estimated. These extraterrestrial prides were truly rich. Just the resources that Yi Chen had scavenged over the past 5 days could be used to form a powerful plan. Immediately, Yi Chen operated the power of the undying Tao body. Behind him, a huge swirling black hole condensed, emitting an aura that devoured everything. Immediately, all of these heavenly materials, elixirs, countless spirit stones, and so on, were all inhaled into his body, converging into a majestic river of spiritual chi that flowed ferociously within his body. Yi Chen groaned as the power of the undying Tao body blazed. His physical body formed a heaven and earth of its own, just like a huge divine furnace, refining all these majestic heavenly materials and treasures and so on. And Yi Chen's cultivation was skyrocketing extremely fast. Dharma realm triple. Dharma realm fourfold. The Dharma realm is fivefold. 1 day later, Yi Chen refined all of this power and his cultivation rose to the 7th level of the Dharma phase realm. The dome of the sky behind him was filled with wind and clouds, condensing visions. The chaotic divine sword Dharma phase condensed. It was more than several times larger than before, emitting an endless chaotic storm. The current me, if I were to encounter a martial artist like June Lightning Dance, I should be able to manage a one-strike kill. There are still 2 days before the deadline to reach the Savage God Temple. There's no rush. This is the way to go. I'll slaughter a batch of extraterrestrial celestial pride herein. It's not too late before heading there. Yi Chen spoke faintly. An hour later, a mountain-like figure slowly came, a hideous-faced giant, and with every step, the savage desert trembled. It was a savage giant with the 5th level of the 10,000 laws realm cultivation. On the shoulders of the savage giant stood 3 marvelous silhouettes, Phantom Clan disciples. Phantom Moonchan was among them. Ya, Yua-chan, isn't that your little lover boy? Inside the trio, a woman wearing a red dress and a veil, with eyes like water and a charming temperament, pointed at the deserted city in the distance with a smile. Illusory Yua-chan eyes looked, also found the figure of Yi Chen. Heart and soul inexplicably trembled, then gently hit the red-clothed woman beside her and said, "Second sister is not allowed to talk nonsense. He is my master." "Who did you say he was?" Both women looked toward Illusory Moonchan. "No one. He's just a regular friend I know. I don't know him very well." Phantom Moonchan lowered her head and said, "Egu, not familiar with the first day of coming to the barbaric wilderness, and people eye to eye, but also secretly in others to go to a private meeting. Just ordinary friends who believe?" Phantom Red Lotus teared up. "Where did I go on a private date?" Illusory Moonchan's pretty face reddened, still saying no. "But Big Sister and I saw it all, didn't we, Big Sister?" Illusory Red Lotus looked at the beautiful woman beside her, dressed in a light blue dress, with an immortal face and an unassuming temperament. Big Sister Illusory Linglong guffawed and said, "This little guy is quite good looking. If Third Sister likes it, I'll take him captive back to the Illusory clan and give him to Third Sister as her husband." "That cannot be. We 3 sisters from childhood like brothers." "But agreed. We lifetime each other, do not separate. To marry can only marry the same man. Can match the 3 sisters? Must be the most top of the lower realm of the pride. This little guy is only the cultivation of the realm of the Dharma phase, obviously far from enough to qualify it." Illusory Red Lotus was dissatisfied. "Then take him back captive and give him to his sister as a pet?" Phantom Linglong added. "Well, that's more like it." The Illusory Red Lotus smirked. "Big Sister, you're also teaming up with Second Sister to bully others." Mirage Moonchan deflated her mouth and pouted. "Haha, Big Sister, Yua-chan, she's shy yet. I think it should be said to her heart. Should I go and grab this little guy over here and tease him along the way, lest he be killed by the Xian clan living other forces? Won't Yua-chan be sad?" Illusory Red Lotus laughed. "Well, just get him." Phantom Linglong nodded in agreement. Illusory Red Lotus threw a wink at Illusory Yua-chan before flying in the direction where Yi Chen was. "Second Sister, don't. Dangerous." Illusory Moonchan lost her color, and it was too late to stop it. "Dangerous?" Phantom Linglong was a bit puzzled. "Big Sister, let's go. Yi Chen is far more dangerous than you think. You can't easily provoke. Illusory Moonchan gruffly said. A few moments later, Illusory Red Lotus had already arrived near Yi Chen and said with a smile, "Little fellow, come to your sister's side. Your sister will love you well." Oh, she was born with a charming body, and her smile can seduce people. And at that moment, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes as an unrivaled sharpness emanated from his body. Boom! Illusory Red Lotus lost her color. She only felt that the heaven and earth around her were about to collapse. Even if she possessed the 7th level of the 10,000 Laws realm, she was unable to compete with this force. She was instantly suppressed. Her knees kneeled down. The earth collapsed, and she couldn't even move. How dare you? Dare to suppress my second sister. Why don't you let her go? Mirage Linglong had also arrived, her pretty face angry, and the pressure of the 9th level of the 10,000 Laws realm swept through the heavens and earth. Her strength was not even below June Lightning Dance, and Yi Chen just gave her a faint look and spoke. Kneel. Supreme pressure swept through. The defensive shield around Phantom Linglong shattered, and beside Phantom Red Lotus, she also directly knelt down. How can? The two women were shocked, incredulous that Yi Chen could be so powerful. How can? Phantom Linglong was as if she had been struck by lightning. The whole thing is confused? She was the second pride of the Xian domain, second only to Xian Shenwu, possessing a cultivation of the 9th level of the 10,000 Laws realm, to be crushed by a Dharma realm martial artist with his breath? Who's going to believe that? Who exactly is the man in front of me? Master, these two are my sisters. They mean no harm to Master. Please be merciful and spare their lives. The illusory moon cicada also flew over and knelt beside the two. What? Master? Mirage Linglong and Mirage Red Lotus looked at each other in surprise. The illusory moon cicada did not speak, but instead looked at Yi Chen with pleading eyes. She knew that Yi Chen had always been decisive in killing, and was truly daring to kill her two sisters. A moment later, Yi Chen slowly spoke. Submit or die. Choose one. Big sister. Second sister. Master is heavenly talented and will become a great power in the future. So submit yourselves to Master. Phantom Moon Cicada persuaded. Make me submit. Never. Phantom Linglong gritted her teeth. I'm just like my big sister. Phantom Red Lotus also said. Fulfillment. Yi Chen's gaze flinched as his hands probed out, grabbing the necks of the two men in the air and lifting them into midair. The two instantly felt suffocated and spat out blood. So strong. Killing me is like killing a chicken. Illusory Red Lotus only felt that his throat was about to be crushed, but his eyes flashed with excitement. She's had a masochistic pathology since she was a child, and sometimes the more she's tortured, the more aroused she gets. If two sisters die, I won't live alone. The illusory moon cicada cried with pearly blossoms as a dagger was brought out and placed against her neck. Mirage Linglong glanced at Mirage Moon Cicada, and then looked at Mirage Red Lotus, who was suffering with herself, and with a pang of intolerance in her heart. She shook her head and said, that's just it. I'm willing to submit. I would also like to. Illusory Red Lotus spat out blood and revealed an excited smile. With a casual wave of his hand, Yi Chen dropped the two men to the ground. Immediately, a cave behind him condensed, and from it flew out the Yin-Yang Compass King, the compulsion poison left in the two men's souls respectively. Thank you Master for not killing me. Illusory Linglong and Illusory Red Lotus bowed to Yi Chen. Like Yue-chan, you guys go back to the Xian domain and lurk around, ready to listen to my orders. Yi Chen glanced at them and said, yes. The three of them agreed in a hurry. Immediately, Yi Chen transformed into a swordlight and headed in the direction of the Savage God Temple. Our three sisters once had an agreement to marry the same husband, and I didn't expect to recognize the same man as Lord today. Phantom Linglong let out a bitter laugh. Yue-chan, you and Master know each other best. Discuss with Master. Can we be his wives together? We are both so good looking and have excellent natural talent. We will definitely be able to help him a lot in the future. The illusory Red Lotus actually had a thumping feeling after being abused by Yi Chen once. But Master, he seems to have a wife. The illusory Moon Cicada said with some loss. Then it's fine for us to be his concubines. What do you say, big sister? Phantom Red Lotus asked. Yes. Mirage Linglong nodded. Women all had the mentality of admiring the strong, and Yi Chen's strength had conquered her. It's not impossible to become the concubine of such a celestial genius. Yi Chen flew extremely fast. At this rate, it would take less than half a day to reach the Savage Divine Hall. Along the way, he ran into a few more extraterrestrial celestial pride, which he casually wiped out and then took away the nascent sacrifice ring. Suddenly, the fluctuations of several great battles came from the distance. That's the aura of the Yi clan's heavenly pride. Yi Chen froze. Other than his sister, the other celestial pride of the Yi clan as well as the celestial pride of the Heaven Mending Pavilion were all with Qin Yen. Could it be that someone took a shot at them? 100 miles away. You guys take your sister-in-law and leave quickly. I'll stop this demoness. Baishio wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, only to see that all of his white clothes were dyed red with blood, obviously not lightly injured. But senior brother Bai, that demoness is a half-step Seal King realm powerhouse. If you stay alone, you'll only be sending yourself to death for nothing. A heaven-mending pavilion heavenly pride couldn't bear to say, cut the fucking crap. As long as my sister-in-law is fine, I'll be considered accountable to my senior brother. So what's the harm even if I die in battle? Baishio glanced at Xia Qingyan, who was not far away, as well as the injured Yi clan celestials and the celestials of the heaven-mending pavilion. Senior brother Bai, I'm the daughter-in-law of the Yi clan. How can I be greedy and afraid of death? No matter what, I won't leave. I'm going to fight side by side with you. Xia Qingyan's eyes were firm. She was the daughter-in-law of the Yi clan, Yi Chen's wife, and her temperament must not be lost. How can you leave your companions and run away alone? Brother-in-law you. Baishio still wanted to persuade. A powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky. An icy and playful voice rang out. Don't worry, oh, this goddess reigns on the parade and will chop off all of your heads it. Only to see a woman in black with a ghostly cold and charming temperament and an ancient sword tied around her waist descending from the sky, with what appeared to be a blood-colored aura wrapped around her body. Behind him, there was a weird soul streamer floating like a shadow. The soul streamer was like a large tree with bloody human heads hanging from it, bizarre and incomparable. These heads were all the desolate domain celestial pride that she had beheaded, and after carefully counting them, there were more than 300 of them. It had only been less than 10 days, and more than 300 desolate domain celestial pride had died tragically in her hands, showing her cruelty and tyranny. Demoness, just you deserve to be called a goddess. Ruthless and ugly. Demoness is more like it. Baishio held his long sword in his hand and cursed angrily. You dare to call this goddess ugly? Your mouth stinks. Let's see if I don't tear you apart. Ning Yuerua's pretty face flashed with hostility, and a strange and furious aura emanated from her body as she sprinted towards Baishio. Baishio hissed as a brilliant blade aura blossomed around him. Sure, a blade intent burst out. The surrounding void was cut to pieces. A dark black blade aura of ferocious aura condensed and appeared, chopping towards Ning Yuerua, who was sprinting towards him. One hand is enough to deal with you. Ning Yuerua's demonic red lips hooked up in an arc, and her 5 white and crystal fingers pressed forward. A storm of blood awnings erupted, instantly shattering that black blade onto pieces. Pust! Baishio spat out a mouthful of reverse blood and flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, and Ning Yuerua arrived like a shadow, 5 fingers like hooks, blood chi lingering, about to remove Baishio's head. Protect senior brother Baishio. Dozens of geniuses from the Yi clan and the Heaven Mending Pavilion let out a low roar as everyone's power exploded to the extreme, condensing a wave of attacks. It blasted towards Ning Yuerua. It's just a mantis. Ning Yuerua laughed disdainfully and coldly, and with a wave of her hand, a blood-colored storm swept through, shattering everyone's attacks. Dozens of people were shaken as if they had been hit hard, and they were sent flying as much as they could, spitting out blood. 7 or 8 others were shaken to death on the spot. Their heads automatically flew away from the corpses and hung above that soul streamer. Fight you! Xia Qingyan's pretty face was fierce, and behind her, 5 pillars of cavernous light rushed up, her power exploding to the extreme. A sword stabbed at the other side. Ning Yuerua's 2 fingers joined together and clamped down on Xia Qingyan's long sword that stabbed at her, her eyes fiery as she sized up the latter. Sister's growth can be really good looking. It really makes my sister so jealous. Strip off your face and make it into a drum skin. Give it to my sister to play with it. Will you? Suddenly, a powerful fluctuation emanated from Ning Yuerua's body, shocking Xia Qingyan into spitting blood and flying backwards. Immediately, her gaze flickered as she stretched out her 5 fingers to grab towards Xia Qingyan's face. Sister-in-law, young lady, summer girl, everyone was shocked. If anything happened to Xia Qingyan, how could they explain to Yi-chun? Xia Qingyan's good-looking eyes stared coldly at the other party without a trace of cowardice. She was the daughter-in-law of the Yi clan, and even if she died in battle, she would never admit defeat. In the nick of time, a sword sound resounded through the heavens and earth. Supreme sword intent enveloped the 8 directions. This is... Baishio and the others only felt that this sword intent was incomparably familiar. Who? In an instant, Ning Yuerua felt a touch of death. She hadn't had time to react. A flash of sword light. Snort. One of her arms was chopped off, and blood was pouring out. It's Yi Chen. Xia Qingyan looked at the underworld god sword inserted in front of her body, glowing with an ethereal light, and was pleasantly surprised. It's the young lord coming. The crowds of the Yi clan and the Heaven Mending Pavilion cheered in unison. Are you okay? Yi Chen descended from the sky and caressed Xia Qingyan's cheek. It's fine. It's just that the Yi clan and several masters and brothers of the Heaven Mending Pavilion have been killed by this demoness. Xia Qingyan shook her head and glanced at the headless corpses with unforgiving eyes. Don't worry, I'll make her pay in blood. Yi Chen opened his 5 fingers and the underworld sword flew back into his hand. A killing intent emanated from his body. If you dare to cut off this goddess's hand, I will definitely break you into pieces. Ning Yueruo's eyes were fierce, and her body emitted strands of bizarre blood life filaments that were injected into the soul streamer behind her. Buzz! The soul streamer trembled violently, giving off an indescribably bizarre, just all the heads on it, grinning and opening their creepy eyes. Senior brother, there is something odd about this soul streamer. You have to be careful. Bai Xiu revealed a flash of worry and reminded. There's no harm. I'll destroy them all together. Yi Chen spoke coldly, carrying his long sword in his hand as he slowly walked towards the other party. Humph. Looking at the 8 domains of the lower realm, I don't have anyone in my sights except for senior brother, let alone you. A desolate domain pride? Ning Yueruo let out a cold smile and pulled out the ancient sword at her waist. Her body was covered in this weird blood aura as she sprinted towards Yi Chen, and at the same time, the 300 or so heads left the soul streamers, letting out eerie laughter. Following behind Ning Yueruo and rushing towards Yi Chen together, there was something indescribably weird about the scene. Very scary. Yi Chen, however, let out a cold laugh and took a step out as supreme sword intent swarmed out from his body. Chaotic divine sword phantasm, 10 caves, as well as countless bursts of power. It instantly swept through heaven and earth, and the sun and moon lost their colors. He slashed out with his sword, chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. An extremely bright sword aura cut through the heavens and earth. Everywhere it went, space was torn apart, unable to merge back for a long time. Snort! Ning Yueruo's charging figure stopped in place, and the 300 heads behind him, as well as that soul streamer, instantly exploded and shattered. You are the Tao. Before Ning Yueruo's words fell, her flesh split in half, ejecting a large amount of blood mist. What? This demon girl was killed in seconds. Good. What a sharp sword. Bai Xiu and the other celestial pride were shocked and a bit dumbfounded. Could it be that Yi Chen's cultivation could already be comparable to the Seal King realm level? It's so sick. You're really my husband. Xia Qingyan stupidly looked at Yi Chen. She thought that Yi Chen is very strong, but did not expect Yi Chen will be so strong. Outrageous. Simply not human. Idiot. If I'm not your husband, then whose husband? Yi Chen knocked on her glossy forehead and laughed. Ouch. I'm not dreaming. Xia Qingyan rubbed her forehead and said. What a little fool. Yi Chen laughed. Senior brother. You're also a bit too strong, aren't you? How can you let me, the 5th pride of the desolate domain, be embarrassed? Bai Xiu said with a bitter smile on his face. You're not weak either. Senior brother. It's just that I'm too strong. Yi Chen smiled and said. Elder brother, this modesty and the never so modest look. But I like it. Bai Xiu laughed. A few more pleasantries were exchanged. Bai Xiu Dao, senior brother. We've seen many desolate domain celestial pride along the way, being beheaded by extraterrestrial celestial pride. They seem to be intentionally targeting our desolate domain celestial pride. Yi Chen said. I know. In fact, the major forces of the 7 domains have long been allied, and they are using this Heaven's Pride competition to massacre our desolate domain Heaven's Pride and strangle the future of the desolate domain. Fuck. The major forces of the 7 domains are really not a thing. We, the desolate domain, fought against the demon race with our own strength, so that the 8 domains of the lower realm would not be infested. It's not even if they don't help, but they also want to stab us in the back. It's simply heavenly reasoning. Bai Xiu cursed in anger. There's no harm in it. This heaven's remarks competition. More of them will die. Yi Chen sneered. Along the way, at least 4,000 to 5,000 extraterrestrial celestial pride died in his hands. There were even the topmost heavenly prides like Ning Yueruo and June Lightning Dance. Enough to cause the major forces of the 7 regions to suffer a great deal of damage. Not good. Sister may be in danger. Xia Qingyan's pretty face changed and said. How? Yi Chen froze. A day ago, we saw sister once. She was chasing Xian Shenwu, and the two of them fought all the way towards the direction of the Savage Divine Hall. If the major forces of the 7 domains have already allied, will they unite against sister alone? A supreme heavenly pride like sister. The 7 realms will never allow her to survive. Xia Qingyan said. That makes sense. Senior brother. Should we hurry to the Savage God's palace and go help senior sister Yuqing? Bai Xiu also said. I'll just go alone. Yi Chen said indifferently. Senior, but, you're all injured. Even if you're not injured, you won't be able to help much if you're up against the most supreme heavenly pride of the 7 domains. The most important thing for you right now is to survive and conserve your strength in order to prepare for the future battle with the demon race as well as the 7 domains. Yi Chen said. The crowd was silent for a long time. Bai Xiu nodded and said. Senior brother. I understand. You can rest assured that you will go. I will return with my sister-in-law and my senior brothers and wait for you and senior sister Yuqing to return. Yes. Yi Chen patted his shoulder and glanced at Xia Qingyan, who softly said, "Be sure to be careful." Yi Chen nodded and flew in the direction of the Savage Divine Hall. In the middle of the Savage God's Temple, there were already 300 to 400 heavenly prides that had reached here, mostly from the other 7 domains. Very few of the desolate domain's prides were able to reach this place. There were only about 2 dozen. And these hundreds of 7 realms heavenly pride were also looking at these 2 dozen people with unfavorable eyes, eyeing them intently. Yi Yuqing, you crazy person. You're not finished, are you? Suddenly 2 figures descended from the sky, and one of them, a stout, tall, inch-haired man in a Taoist robe, hissed, only to see that his body was bruised and battered, and his adamantine invulnerable body was broken, oozing golden blood. It looks woefully out of place. He's the Xian clan's #1 heavenly pride, Xian Xinwu. Who forced him into such a sorry state? The crowd was in a state of shock. What Xian clan's #1 heavenly pride, but a shrunken head turtle who only knows how to run for his life. A snow-clad immortal shadow descended from the sky. A piercing coldness filled the air, and the surrounding rolling desert was actually covered in a layer of frost. What a horrible chill! The people present all shuddered, shocked that this woman's strength was unfathomable. Yi Yuqing, don't push me too far. Xian Xinwu clenched his teeth and said angrily. This woman had hunted herself all the way to death after entering the savage land, and she was simply a madman. What can I do if I push you too far? If I have the ability to fight me to the death? Yi Yuqing's face was like frost as she said in a cold voice. The Xuanwu god was furious. He had thought that Yi Chen was tricky enough, but he hadn't expected her sister to be even more difficult than him. However, in front of the many heavenly prides, he was riding a tiger. For the sake of face you can only fight hard. Spinning around, he said angrily, what wouldn't you dare? As soon as his words fell, Yi Yuqing had already disappeared in place. It was like an ice phoenix sweeping through the air, and everything around it was shrouded in cold ice. Shit, spell it out. The Xuanwu god clenched his teeth, and the power of the Xian heavenly divine body exploded to the extreme. His body was wrapped in golden light Shenli. Golden, like an enraged Vajra, he met his opponent. Boom! The 2 sides collided together, and terrifying fluctuations swept through the 8 directions. The hundreds of celestial pride present all changed color, and all of them retreated backward hundreds of feet, making way for a large battle space for the 2. The 2 of them battled together without any fancy maneuvers, but instead kept crashing together with incomparable intensity. It was a tit-for-tat situation. The border of the savage land. A heaven's eye grand formation condensed in mid-air. A picture of the vicinity of the savage temple is presented. It was exactly the image of Yi Yuqing and Xian Xinwu fighting. Supreme Elder, is the Holy Maiden Sama alright? A Yi clan elder was worried. Don't worry. After the Holy Maiden Lord emerged from the ancestral ground, her strength has skyrocketed, and she doesn't lose to any of the top celestial pride. Yi Xian was confident. On the Xian clan side, an elder snorted coldly. I didn't expect this desolate domain heaven's pride to be able to battle the young lord for so long. Don't worry. The young master is the first of my Xian clan to cultivate the Xian heavenly divine body to the perfect realm before the age of 30. To achieve Xian power to the gods and Vajra to the gods, a mere sword cultivator can't possibly be his opponent. And after 100 strokes, this woman will surely die. The Xian clan elder at the head said confidently. Not long ago, the 2 had already exchanged 70 to 80 moves. Yi Yuqing's snowsuit was windless, like an exiled fairy. She descended from the sky and stabbed down with a sword. Behind him, an ice phoenix sprinted down from the sky with a storm of ice and snow. Good timing, Xian Xinwu hissed, as golden light seemed to erupt from his eyes, and a grand golden lotus condensed behind him, blooming with an infinite amount of Xian Li's golden light the moment it bloomed. His fists snapped together. Right at that moment, he only felt that his entire right arm was unexpectedly out of control. The meridians and blood veins inside were condensed by a force of cold ice, and the originally hot blood condensed into ice. Can't make any power at all. And this cold power was spreading throughout his body. What? Xian Xinwu was stunned. Without realizing it, the other party's cold power had seeped into his body, and in an instant, Yi Yuqing stabbed down with his sword. Xian Xinwu was forced to block with his other arm, and in his haste, his protective golden light was broken, and with a boom, he fell from mid-air, smashing a deep pit in the ground. What? Xian Xinwu is the Xian domain's #1 heavenly pride, possessing the cultivation of the first level of the Seal King realm, and was even sent flying by this woman. The many celestial pride present all changed color. Bravo to the Holy Maiden! A cheer went up from the Yi clan's crowd, while the Xian clan's bunch looked like they had eaten a dead fly. Their faces were incomparably ugly. How is this possible? Yi Yuqing's eyes flashed with coldness as he once again stabbed his sword towards his opponent. Xian Shenwu crawled out of the sand pit in a sorry state and could only grit his teeth and continue to meet the battle, but he had injured one of his arms and was no longer a match for Yi Yuqing at all. A dozen moves later, Yi Yuqing made an instantaneous movement, shuttling back and forth around Xian Shenwu a dozen times, cutting out hundreds of sword chi in a flash. Thumbs up. Xian Shenwu's protective golden light shattered completely, and he was chopped out by the last sword, cracking a hideous blood scar on his chest that was deep enough to reach the bone. He fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood. The young lord has lost. How is it possible? The Xian clan's crowd was struck by lightning, finding it difficult to accept this result. Die! Yi Yuqing coldly opened his mouth and stabbed down with his sword. No! Xian Shenwu let out a low roar, his eyes filled with resignation. And right at this moment, the space behind Yi Yuqing suddenly shattered, and strands of dark light emerged like a tidal wave. Beware of! Yi Xian and the others' faces changed, but they were a million miles away, too late to rescue them, only to see, a black-robed figure appeared behind Yi Yuqing, suddenly drawing his sword and cutting out a dark black pike. Yi Yuqing was completely unprepared and dodged in haste. His left shoulder was still penetrated by the sword blade and flew backwards. The cold and icy sword potential emanating from his body abruptly withered. It's the Een Moon Divine Court in 7 Nights. The crowd could see the face of the black-robed figure, and it was none other than the Heavenly Domain's #1 heavenly pride, Een Chi-Ye. Scumbag! The people of the Yi clan steeped in fury, coldly and angrily staring at the gang from the Een Divine Court. Why? Yi Yuqing coldly looked at the other party. Because we're allies with the Xian clan. If you strike against Xian Shenwu, it's the same as declaring war on me, Een Chi-Ye said in a cold voice. Ha ha, crazy woman, you're dead this time. Xian Shenwu let out a sardonic smile, and then he whirled around and took an emperor-grade elixir. He only saw the injuries on his body healing extremely quickly, and the cold chi in his body was obliterated by this medicinal power. His breath gradually returned to its peak, only daring to use a sneak attack trick. You are also worthy of calling yourself the #1 heavenly pride of the lower realms? The corner of Yi Yuqing's mouth raised in a sneer. Humph. As long as one becomes the winner, why should one care about the means used? Een Chi-Ye said with a cold snort. Immediately, a dozen more figures appeared behind Een Chi-Ye. All of them were top geniuses from the heavenly domain, Xian domain, and so on, and 3 of them were at the 1st level of the Seal King realm, while the others were around the 8th or 9th level of the 10,000 Laws realm. They slowly walked towards Yi Yuqing, each of them exuding a powerful aura. A top heavenly pride like Yi Yuqing, the 7 domains would never allow her to survive. Not only sneak attacking, but also bullying the few with the many. Outrageous. At the barbarian border, the Yi clan, the Heaven Mending Pavilion and even some elders from the Fire Country couldn't stand to watch and were about to make a move. Do you want to interfere with the course of the Heaven's Pride competition, without fear of the desolate god emissary pursuing the matter? The Een Divine Court, Xian clan, and other powerhouses were also prepared and surrounded Yi Xian, Yao Xing Evening, and the others. Even the Transcendent Emperor from the Nethermoon Divine Court looked at him with an unfavorable gaze. With just a single order from him, Yi Xian, Yao Xing Evening and the others could be eliminated in one go. Spell it out. Yi Xian, Yao Xingyan, and the others were prepared to fight for their lives. And just then, before the savage Divine Hall, a faint voice rang out. So many people bullying my sister alone. Do you want to be shameless? Don't be impulsive yet. The young lord has arrived. Yi Xian and the others said with a happy face. Sis, are you okay? Yi Chen came to Yi Yuqing's front, looking at the crimson wound on her shoulder, and asked with heartache. What are you doing here? You have no business here. Get out. Yi Yuqing slatted her pretty face and hurriedly expelled Yi Chen from the area. How come it's not my business? You were injured by these dogs just to take the heat off of me. Besides, even if you weren't doing it for me, how could I, your brother, stand by and do nothing when you were injured? Yi Chen pulled the other party's soft, boneless jade hand and softly said. Yi Yuqing's chilly eyes warmed up, but remained clear and cold. But these people are very strong, not something you can deal with. You will only be dragging me down if you stay. Don't worry, sis. Your brother is no longer that procrastinator, and is now able to stand alone and fight alongside you. Yi Chen smiled and softly said. Yi Chen, you killed my 13th brother. Today I will make you pay for your blood. Xian Shenwu's murderous intent was revealed. His body covered in Xian Li's golden light entwined, as he took a step toward the two. If it wasn't because of Yi Chen, why would he have been forced into such a mess by this crazy woman? At this moment, he was counting all the resentment in his heart on Yi Chen's head. Can't wait for this to rip him apart. As for him, after taking the Emperor's Dan, most of the injuries on his body had healed, and his battle strength had recovered by about 80%, so he was confident that he could decimate this pair of siblings. I'm talking to my sister and you dare to interrupt? Yi Chen's gaze flashed as he suddenly drew his sword. He struck with all his might. Fast sword killing technique. Clank. The sword light flashed. It's faster than you can imagine. What? Xianxinwu was shocked, incredulous that Yi Chen would suddenly explode. His thick arms glowed with golden light and violently crossed in front of him, but it's still a step too slow. The sword light pierced through his brow first, exploding a blood mist directly in the back of his head. No, can. Xianxinwu's face was unwilling as he collapsed. What? How is this possible? The whole room was in shock. Hundreds of celestial pride were all dumbstruck, unable to believe that this scene was real. Xianxinwu was the Xian domain's #1 heavenly pride, the Xian clan's first existence to cultivate the Xian heavenly divine physique to perfection before the age of 30, making his fleshly body a saint, and his adamantine body indestructible. Even if he had been injured just now, after taking the Emperor's pill, at least 70 to 80% of his battle power would remain, right? It was enough to crush more than 95% of the heaven's pride in the 8 domains of the lower realm. But he was killed by Yi Chen in a second with a sword? Young lord. Goddamn Yi Chen. Dare to kill my young master. At the barbaric border, the Xian clan's crowd wailed in pain and their hearts were dripping blood after seeing this scene. Xianxinwu was the future of the Xian clan, an existence that no one could replace. And that sword of Yi Chen's didn't just decapitate Xianxinwu, it also severed the future of the Xian clan, as painful as being decapitated. Ha ha, the young lord killed well. The young lord is mighty. On the Yi clan and heaven-mending pavilion side, however, everyone was rejoicing. All of them were happy that Yi Chen possessed such a powerful strength. You guys? The Xian clan's leading elder spat out a mouthful of blood in anger, nearly fainting. Everyone else was furious and jealous, but there was nothing that could be done about the Yi clan. What a fast sword! Yin Shiye's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yi Chen with a deadly stare, looking as if he was facing an enemy. That sword just now had actually made him feel threatened? Yi Yuqing's chilly eyes were rounded and she looked at Yi Chen without blinking, showing a look of disbelief. The person he had hunted for days and nights without being able to kill was given a second by Yi Chen's sword? Is this still his own punk-ass old brother? Sis, now you're relieved to let your oldest brother meet the enemy, right? Yi Chen had a smug look on his face as he treated Yi Yuqing's wounds. Don't be careless, someone stronger than Xianxinwu is also here. And also, it seems that these celestial pride from the 7 domains have reached some sort of agreement amongst themselves, and are not coming at our desolate domain celestial pride well. Although Yi Yuqing was happy in her heart, she still didn't praise Yi Chen, and then glanced warily at Yin Shiye and the others. Don't worry, killing them is the same as killing a chicken, even if it's a bigger one, but it's just a little more effort. After treating the wound, Yi Chen tore off another strand of cloth from the corner of his shirt and bandaged Yi Yuqing's wound. Unimpressed. What did you say, harlot? How dare you be so arrogant? Don't think that you feel invincible just because you killed a Xuanwu god. Dare to fight me to the death? The dozen or so top celestial pride were instantly furious. They had always been high-minded and lofty, but to be compared to a chicken? Who can stand that? Yin Shiye also had a gloomy face, feeling strangely humiliated. Sister, step aside for a moment and recuperate. Leave this place to me, Yi Chen softly said. Are you okay on your own? A flash of worry flashed in Yi Yuqing's eyes. Although Yi Chen's strength was very strong, she was still a little uneasy when she had to face so many top celestial pride at the same time. Sister, in the past, you were the one who protected me from the slightest bit of wrongdoing, and now that your younger brother has grown up and can be on his own, let me protect you for once this time as well. Yi Chen pulled Yi Yuqing's small hand. His gaze gradually became stern. Don't worry, I will definitely kill them all and take revenge for you. Yi Yuqing was a bit moved and softly said, you be careful, sister is at the side to press the battlefield for you. Yes. Yi Chen nodded and turned toward the crowd. Tatsu has really grown up. Gazing at Yi Chen's back, Yi Yuqing also had an unprecedented sense of security in her heart. Turns out it's nice to be protected. Did you sneak up on my sister just now? Yi Chen pointed at Yin Shiye and questioned. Nice. Yin Shiye replied coldly. Come out and fight one-on-one. Yi Chen snorted coldly. Then the corner of his mouth lifted up in a sneer. Forget it. You're so obscene. You only dare to hide behind your back and sneak attack. You don't deserve to fight with me one-on-one. Let's all of you go together. Immediately, Yi Chen pointed at the 300 to 400 extraterrestrial celestial pride in the entire field and roared lowly. And you guys, come on together. What? He's going to single-handedly challenge all the heavenly pride of the 7 regions. Is he crazy? He thinks that after killing a Xianxinwu, he really thinks he's invincible? It's so bloated. It's almost as if there's no one else in sight. The entire room was in an uproar, and each one of them gnashed their teeth as they looked at Yi Chen. This is too crazy. Really treating them, a group of supreme celestial pride, like chickens? Outrageous. Yin Shiye gritted his teeth. When had he, who prided himself on being the #1 heavenly pride in the 8 domains of the lower realm and having an invincible Dao body, ever been so humiliated? Immediately, he looked at Yi Chen with a sinister face and said in a cold voice, "Fine, I'll fight you in single combat, life and death. Lord Godson, how can this brat fight with you? He's not worthy, I'll just deal with him." At this moment, a top celestial pride from the In Moon Divine Court stood out. He looked at Yi Chen and was about to speak, while Yi Chen had already disappeared. What? With a flash of swordlight, the man's face froze and a bloody hole was pierced through his eyebrow. What? Zhang Han was also killed in seconds. The dozen or so top celestial pride behind In Xie were once again shocked. Zhang Han was at the 9th level of the 10,000 laws realm and was uninjured, but he was also killed by a sword in a second? Can we start now? Yi Chen didn't put anyone in his eyes, his gaze coldly staring at In Xie. In Xie's eyes wanted to spit out fire as he coldly spoke. "Come and fight." Boom! As soon as his words fell, Yi Chen had already taken a step out, and the yellow sand underneath his feet exploded, transforming into a wild shadow that erupted. The speed is as fast as it can be. In Xie acted as if he was facing a great enemy. His powerful cultivation of the 3rd level of the Seal King realm erupted as he drew his sword with a clang. When Yi Chen was already rushing in front of him, and the two of their swords clashed together, their swords erupting recklessly, cutting and shattering the surrounding emptiness. Only Yi Chen saw the chaotic divine sword Dharma phase condense behind him. All 10 caves are open. Endless power was injected into the underworld god sword in his hand, actually gradually suppressing the other party. What? In Xie's wide black robe danced hungrily as a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. The other party was clearly only at the 7th level of the Dharma realm, but he was able to vaguely suppress himself? Never! In Xie abruptly became furious. His forehead veins rippled, a terrifying power emanated from his body, and the dark sword on surged like a tidal wave. Boom! Centered on the two, a terrifying fluctuation exploded, and the two were forced back 100 feet at the same time. Immediately, the aura on Yi Chen's body was still climbing, and then he sprinted towards the other party once again. Sword on swarmed out around his body, transforming into millions of sword blades that chopped down from midair. Chaotic Blade Jedi. And as In Xie's dark sword aura surged around his body and infused into the ancient sword in his hand, he swung his sword violently just at the moment when that roiling sword blade chopped down. Inu Divine Court Supreme Sword Technique, Moon Cutting Sword Technique. A dark half-moon sword blade flashed by, tearing the sky apart with a space rift hundreds of feet long. Boom boom boom. Terrifying fluctuations erupted one after another, and the entire sky dome and the boundless desert tilted and shook as if they were about to collapse at any moment. The sword blades in the sky were shattered to pieces. Instead, the half-moon sword on was like a no man's land, charging straight at Yi Chen. Yi Chen swung out another sword, his power exploding without reservation. Killing sword intent, chaotic sword intent, immortal overlord technique, chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. All of the power converged into a sword on, colliding with the other party's half-moon sword on in midair. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled again, while both of them flew out backwards, covered in immortal golden light. Yi Chen blocked all the aftershocks and was not injured, and as In Xie retreated backwards, the tiger's mouth that was holding the sword opened steeply and blood flowed out, his eyes revealing disbelief. He was injured by a Dharma realm martial artist? This injury was insignificant, but it was a strange shame for him. Outrageous. You die. Enraged, In Xie stomped his feet and instantly flew above the dome of the sky, a dangerous aura faintly emanating from his body. A dark moon vaguely condensed behind him, bizarrely incomparable. This power is a forbidden art? Unbelievable. Eldest senior brother is going to use a forbidden technique so soon? The crowd of the Inu Divine Court all revealed shock, not expecting Yi Chen to be able to force In Xie to use a forbidden technique. Could this be the legendary In Moon Divine Court's forbidden technique? In Moon silence? Yi Xian and the others revealed shocked expressions. The young lord will be fine, won't he? The Yi clan, the heaven-mending pavilions and the others were all on edge. Although Yi Chen was very strong, the cultivation gap between him and In Xie was too great, and the legendary forbidden arts of the Inu Divine Court were bizarre and unpredictable, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Can Yi Chen carry it? Boom! The dark moon in the sky solidified, emitting a destructive aura as it smashed towards Yi Chen in the middle of the desert. Before it even approached the ground, the space around it was already fragmented. Tatsu, is that okay? Not far away, Yi Yuqin revealed a worried look. She would never allow Yi Chen to be harmed in the slightest. Humph, it's just a small sculpture. Yi Chen didn't forget to turn around and wink at Yi Yuqin before rushing forward to meet the huge dark moon. The power of the immortal overlord technique exploded to the extreme. The golden light around Yi Chen's body burned crazily, radiant and overbearing, just like a great golden sun. He he blasted out with his fist, surprisingly intending to harden the dark moon. He's killing himself. The disciples of the Inu divine court all sneered. They were most aware of the terror of the Yin Moon's silent destruction forbidden art. Even if Yi Chen possessed an extreme divine body, he would die for sure if he hard resisted the forbidden art. Boom! Yi Chen's fist blasted on top of the dark moon, causing violent rippling fluctuations. And in the next moment, the sinister and evil fury emanating from the dark moon swarmed up, engulfing the protective golden light on Yi Chen's body like a torrent. Seeing that Yi Chen was already in a desperate situation, young lord, the people of the Yi clan and the heaven-mending pavilion were shocked, their hearts in their throats. Kotatsu, Yi Yuqing was also tense and was about to make a move. And right at this moment, the immortal golden light around Yi Chen's body blossomed once again, incomparably dazzling, dispersing all the surrounding darkness of the fury. The two forces could actually be separated. What's going on here? Yin Chiye looked at this scene incredulously. Break me! Yi Chen was in a rage, and with a low gulp, the power of the immortal hegemony body technique actually broke through the bottleneck and reached the consummate realm. Previously, he had cultivated the immortal overlord body technique to the peak realm, just one step short of perfection. And just now, when faced with a crisis, Yi Chen stimulated all his potential and broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. Boom! Brilliant golden light burst forth unchecked. Yi Chen was like a god of the sun, erupting with immeasurable power as he hissed, and the heavens and earth trembled as he blasted out 3 punches in succession. Boom! As the first punch fell, dense cracks appeared in the dark moon, and the surrounding void trembled violently. Boom! The second punch blasted out, and the dark surface of the moon appeared to collapse in large amounts before large chunks of it disappeared into flying ash. Boom! Yi Chen's third punch landed. The dark moon completely collapsed and annihilated, and the forbidden art was broken. What? Eldest senior brother's Yin Moon silence has been broken. The crowd of the Yin Moon divine court was shocked, and even the white-robed, white-haired transcendent emperor's eyes flashed with horror. This, Yin Chiye's face changed drastically, and his eyes were covered in shock. I can't believe my own forbidden technique was broken? Immediately, Yi Chen transformed into a golden pillar of light and charged straight at him, sweeping up overbearing and unparalleled terrifying fluctuations. You're proud enough to be able to push me to such a point. Yin Chiye almost gritted his teeth and hissed as a mysterious power erupted from his body. The ancient sword in his hand swept steeply across. Boom boom! The golden light around Yi Chen shattered and he flew backward, staggering down to the ground, a smear of blood showing at the corner of his mouth. What's going on? The Yi clan and the people of the heaven-mending pavilion were shocked. How could Yi Chen, who had been fighting more and more just now, suddenly be injured? This person's physique. Yi Xian's eyes were venomous as he coldly stared at Yin Chiye in the Heaven's Eye formation. It's the Tao body. Yao Xingtong's gaze was like electricity, and her fists were tightly clenched. Legend has it that Yin Chiye was born with a Tao body that oppressed the world. Is this the power of a Tao body? The legendary Tao body is truly terrifying. Eldest senior brother has used the Tao body. This kid is dead. Before the savage divine hall, the heavenly pride of the 7 domains cheered in unison. The moment I used my demonic moon Tao body, you had already lost. But being able to die under the power of my demonic moon Tao body is enough for you to rest in peace. Yin July had a head of black hair that danced with the wind. Her eyes were arrogant and domineering, and she exuded an invincible aura of surrender. Only a mysterious darkness emanated from his body in a steady stream, and a bizarre demonic moon condensed behind him. In an instant, the sky, which had been clear a moment ago, was eclipsed. The aura emanating from this demon moon was unknown how many times more powerful than that dark moon from earlier. Really? Is that what you're proud of? Yi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a flash of disdain flashed in his eyes. Humph! You know nothing about the power of a Tao body. The current me only needs to exert a slight force to shatter you to pieces. Yin July couldn't stand this kind of contemptuous look from Yi Chen the most, and immediately took a step out, carrying a wave of heaven and earth's might, and sprinted towards the ladder. He chopped down with his sword. A strike that contained the devil moon Tao body truly destroyed the heavens and the earth. Before the opponent even approached Yi Chen, the yellow sand around him boiled and the space shattered, as if it was going to crush his body into mush. Immediately, Yi Chen hissed, and 2 divine lights erupted from his pupils, piercing through the heavens and nothingness as an unrivaled pressure emanated from his body. It instantly swept away the surrounding demon moon aura. Boom! Yi Chen chopped out a sword at the same time, transforming into a brilliant pike in the void and blasting together with the opponent's demonic moon sword mantle. Terrifying fluctuations raged. Both of them stormed back at the same time. Yi Chen retreated 70 to 80 feet. Yin July, on the other hand, retreated more than 100 feet. How is this possible? What kind of power is Yi Chen using? Why is he able to fight against Lord Godson's Tao body? The many celestial pride of the Inu divine court were shocked. It's not just them. Even the group of supreme powerhouses who were watching the battle at the barbarian border were shocked. What kind of power did Yi Chen use to be able to fight against Yin July's Dao body? Hey! Finally found it? Liang Jiuxiu had a grim smile on his face. Old man Liang, could it be that the young master It was the first time that Yi Xian, Yao Xingtong and the others had seen Yi Chen make a move, and they all had a blank look on their faces as their eyes gradually brightened. Guess what? Yes. Liang Jiuxiu nodded. Ever since the last time Yi Chen made a move at the Desolate God Academy, he had guessed it. He just wasn't entirely sure at the time. And this time, he was 100% sure. It's the Dao body. It must be the Dao body. The white-robed, white-haired man's gaze was like electricity as he said in a cold voice. What? The whole room was in an uproar, and everyone was shocked. Among the 8 domains of the lower realm, the God body was already an extremely rare physique, and a heavenly pride with a Dao body might not even appear one in 10,000 years. Every time it appeared, it was an existence that overwhelmed the world and was invincible. And now, 2 have appeared? Could it be that the lower realm's fortunes are about to flourish? I didn't expect that this waste of an old brother of mine would be a Dao body, so it seems that I'll really have to let you protect me in the future. Yi Yuqing's pretty face, which was as cold as frost, finally revealed a bright smile. It was like melting 10,000 years of divine snow. Beautiful and beautiful. Impossible. How is this possible? Isn't it true that only one Dao body heavenly pride can appear at most in every era? How is it possible that you also possess a Dao body? Yin July hissed unwillingly. Maybe yours is a pseudo-Dao body as well. Yi Chen said with a contemptuous smile. Never. Yours is the pseudo-Dao body. Yin July's heart trembled violently. The invincibility he had been harboring faltered, and he could only use a growl to cover up his panic. Immediately, he swept away with his sword. The power of the Devil Moon Dao body exploded to the extreme, sweeping up a dark storm. Then let's fight. Yi Chen let out a long whistle as the power of the undying Dao body was activated, and a desolate, mysterious, immortal, and terrifying aura erupted. The heavens and earth trembled violently, as if it was difficult to withstand the force. Boom boom! The 2 men exuded terrifying power and collided together like sparks hitting the earth, erupting into shocking fluctuations and collapsing the surrounding void. Both of them flew backward and both suffered considerable injuries. Immediately, the 2 of them once again slammed towards each other, charging across the room, pinpointing each other as if they both wanted to prove that they were the true Dao body. Boom boom boom! The 2 kept colliding. The heaven and earth trembled violently, space collapsed, and the sun and moon lost their light. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had already exchanged 40 to 50 rounds. The 2 flew backward. Yin July spat blood, flesh cracked, blood spilled out, has become a bloody man. As for Yi Chen, although he was also injured, the power of the undying Dao body operated and quickly restored his injuries, and the more he was injured, the stronger his battle strength became. Straight line spike, already breaking through the 8th level of the Dharma realm. Boom! Yi Chen's body erupted with the power of a mountain and a sea as he once again sprinted towards Yin July. In order to prove that he was a true Dao body, Yin July did not dodge and once again met him. Pust! Nearly half of Yin July's physical body directly exploded, blood mist bursting, broken flesh flying, incomparably tragic. As he flew backward unwillingly, he collapsed one of the idols in front of the savage temple and buried it in the ruins. What? The Son of God has lost. Could it be that Yin July is really a pseudo-Dao body? No way. I don't believe this is real. The faces of the Yin Moon Divine Court, the Xin clan, and the crowd of forces from the other 7 domains were all stupefied with disbelief. Yin July, who was known as the #1 heavenly pride of the lower realm, would lose to a kid whose cultivation was so much weaker than his own? It's true that it's a pseudo-Dao body. It's really unbeatable. Yi Chen sneered. Yin July's Demon Moon Dao body was at most a bit more powerful than a god body, but it was still not at the Dao body level at all. It's a veritable pseudo-Dao body, and the indestructible Dao body that he possessed was the existence of an extreme Dao body. Even when placed in the upper realm, it was extremely rare. Kill him quickly. Yin July crawled out of the ruins with her head cloaked in hair, completely breaking her defenses and pointing at Yi Chen as she growled. Immediately, the dozen or so top celestial pride that had followed him before came behind him, their eyes looking at Yi Chen with scorn. Even though Yi Chen had been fighting with Yin July for a long time and had consumed a lot of physical strength, even if all 10 of them were top-tier heavenly prides, their combined efforts could kill a Seal King realm powerhouse, but still no courage to take a shot at Yi Chen. What are you waiting for? Haven't our 7 domains allied together to slaughter the desolate domain's heavenly pride? You guys go together as well. We mustn't let Yi Chen leave here alive. Yin July almost completely lost his mind and hissed at the 3 to 407 realm celestial pride behind him. The 3 to 407 realm celestial pride looked at each other in dismay. And after a moment they made a decision and surrounded Yi Chen. Everyone's body exuded a powerful killing aura. Although Yi Chen was strong, he was only one person. They were all the top heavenly prides of the lower realm. And if all of them came together, even if he was strong, he would be wiped out by a sea of people. What? You 7 domains are not even pretending anymore. Are you going to show your cards? Yi Chen's gaze was like electricity as he swept through the crowd, radiating biting killing intent. Today, he's going to go on a killing spree, make the 7 realms extinct. Seeing the scene of Yi Chen being surrounded, the Yi clan, the heaven-mending pavilion, the fire country, and the other powerhouses of the desolate domain all reacted. It turns out that the 7 domains had planned this in advance, to unite to slaughter him desolate domain heavenly pride. For fuck's sake, you 7 domains colluded a long time ago to lay your hands on my desolate domain's pride at the heavens pride competition? If it wasn't for us, the desolate domain, holding back the demonic army, how could you 7 domains have such a stable life? And it's just that you don't remember gratitude, but you're also going to stab us in the back, trying to make us, the desolate domain, extinct? Don't think that we don't know that you 7 domains are wolfish and have long wanted to plot against my desolate domain's resources, but now you don't even bother to pretend. This is to openly go after us? Grass mud horse. Motherfucking 7 domains. I've been putting up with you guys for a long time. Big deal. Let's do it today. The numerous desolate domain powerhouses were all in a rage. The powerhouses of the major forces of the 7 domains all looked at each other as well, looking at the desolate domains crowd with somewhat unfavorable eyes. Both sides are at swords drawn. Almost a complete rip-off. And just then, a voice rang out, "Look, you guys." The crowd subconsciously looked toward the Heaven's Eye formation. Above the square of the Savage God's Temple, Yi Chen transformed into a swordlight and sprinted towards the 3 to 407 realms celestial pride. He's looking for death. The many extraterrestrial celestial pride sneered. Although Yi Chen's strength was very strong, in a single fight, no one present was his opponent. But he's only one person, after all, facing 3 to 400 supreme celestial pride of the lower realm. It still felt a bit like a mantis blocking a car. The 20 to 30 heavens pride at the head of the group were the first to strike, each of them bursting out a pillar of light and blasting away. Boom boom boom. Yi Chen executed the Brahma steps, a few instantaneous dodges in succession, instantly appearing in front of the crowd. So fast. The sword light flashed before the eyes of the many celestial pride. Thumbs up. The heads of the 24 or so celestial pride all flew up into the sky, blood spurting out. Go together. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Seeing Yi Chen rush into the crowd, dozens of celestial pride surrounded them from all directions, each of them erupting with shocking fluctuations. The bright and colorful attacks bombarded wildly. Yi Chen's eyes erupted with endless killing intent as he swept his sword out horizontally, and bloodlight emerged like a tidal wave, transforming into millions of blood blades in midair. Thumbs up. A piece of space shattered. A dozen more people were strangled, their flesh turning into blood mist and exploding. And there were also a dozen people whose attacks landed on Yi Chen's back. Yi Chen utilized the power of the immortal hegemony technique. His body was protected by immortal golden light, and these attacks landed on his body without pain, causing no damage to him. Scarcely pausing, he again rushed into the midst of the enemy's line of. His murderous aura was so strong that his body's muscles and bones roared in unison, and it seemed like the sound of a dragon's roar was ringing out. The long sword danced, sweeping up flames from the sky, actually transforming into a hideous fire dragon, nearly 100 feet long, hovering between heaven and earth, killing into the enemy formation. Fire dragon eclipse sword technique. Roar! The fire dragon hissed and descended from the sky, teeth and claws open, hideous and frightening, sweeping up a storm of flames in the sky, directly smashing into the crowd. Boom! 30 to 40 people were instantly engulfed in flames and turned into ashes. What? We're so clueless. It's just ridiculously strong. The remaining 300 or so celestial pride were all white with fear as they backed away. Humph. As easy as killing a chicken. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth raised in disdain as he took a step out, once again transforming into a sword rainbow of bloodlight. Defense! More than 300 celestial pride shouted in unison. One by one, they punched out seals, transforming into a defensive light shield in midair. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled violently, and the defensive light shield shook violently, and the many celestial pride retreated one after another, with some spitting out blood. Break me! Yi Chen shouted as his power surged. Killing sword intent. Chaotic sword intent. Chaotic divine sword phantasm. All 10 caves are open. Countless power surged into the underworld god sword in his hand, as if it contained heavenly might, and bombarded towards the defensive light shield. Boom! The defensive light shield directly cracked and shattered, and the 30 to 40 celestial pride that stood at the very front had their flesh directly exploded. while the others kept retreated violently, spitting blood from their mouths. Die! Yi Chen rushed into the enemy lineup, charging left and right, and every time he swung his long sword, 7 or 8, a dozen or more heads of the Heavenly Pride flew up into the sky one after another, their blood flowing. In a short while, 2/3 of the Celestial Pride had already died under Yi Chen's sword. He stepped on countless corpses, the underworld god's sword in his hand flashing with a demonic light, sucking up all the blood that had gathered into a river. It's a killing machine. It's horrible. It's just horrible. The less than 100 or so remaining Celestial Pride, each with a fearful expression, were all scared out of their wits by Yi Chen, and no longer had the courage to fight again. How did this happen? All of our clan's Heavenly Pride have been killed off by this fiend. It's too much. This bogeyman has hit too hard. At the border of the desolate domain, the Tao protectors of the major powers of the 7 domains, each one of them had ugly faces and their hearts were bleeding. They had wanted to unite and slaughter the desolate domain's Heavenly Pride, weakening the desolate domain's future chi. Unexpectedly, in the end, Yi Chen alone had almost killed off the Heavenly Pride of the 7 domains, causing the major forces of the 7 domains to suffer a great deal. Within 100 years, the pride of the 7 domains withered away, making it difficult to regain strength. Ha ha, young lord is mighty, worthy of being the young lord of my Yi clan. This is also the young master of our heaven-mending pavilion. Awesome! Yi Chen is the honor of our desolate domain, the Yi clan, the heaven-mending pavilion, and all the other forces of the desolate domain. Each and every one of them were overjoyed, their hearts incomparably happy. Yi Chen alone went on a killing spree, causing the 7 domains of Heavenly Pride to almost die out. This was too much. Although many of the desolate domains' Heavenly Prides had also fallen, it was far too small compared to the losses of the 7 domains. Impossible. Why is it like this? Obviously I am the number 1 Heavenly Pride of the 8 domains in the lower realm. Why is he so strong? Yin Chiye was cloaked in hair, constantly retreating in fear, and reciting words under his breath, just like a madman. And just then, a sword blade stabbed out of his chest and blood flowed. Who? Yin Chiye's face twisted, and with great difficulty, he turned to look, only to see an evil face, more beautiful than a woman's, smiling at him with bared teeth. You're the evil monarch mansion's number 1 Heavenly Pride, evil 1,000 years. Why? Aren't we united against the desolate domain? Yin Chiye spat out blood and asked unwillingly. Sorry, we're not on the same side because I'm not human. The evil 1,000 years smile was a bit sinister. A bizarre aura emanated from the body, sucking up Yin Chiye's demon moon Dao body and all of its power. You are the devil, Yin Chiye hissed, and his entire strength was sucked dry, and in an instant he had already transformed into a hideous dry corpse, and the evil 1,000 years was covered in demonic aura, slowly floating up into the sky. His breath constantly skyrocketed, and was actually comparable to the 6th level of the Seal King realm. The evil 1,000 years is of the demon clan. Surprisingly, there are demonic people mixed in. What are you people in the desolate domain for? How could you let the demon clan mix in? Everyone was shocked. All of you become the sustenance of this demon son. The evil 1,000-year-old let out a fierce laugh, and a black air-covered demonic head flew out from within him, swarming in midair as his fierce laughter echoed out. Then he flew towards one of the 7 realms' Heavenly Pride. The crowd was defenseless, possessed by the demons tearing and biting, screaming and screaming, one after another. The essence blood of the Heavenly Pride was sucked dry, turning into a patchwork of dry corpses that collapsed. More than 100 extraterrestrial Celestial Pride quickly died and injured most of them. Sis, you guys go. Yi Chen wiped out a few demons beside Yi Yuqing with a sword and flew to her body and said, Are you okay on your own? Yi Yuqing's pretty face flashed with a touch of worry. Although she had seen that Yi Chen was strong enough, she was still a little worried. Don't worry, after you leave, I have no worries and will kill him like a dog, Yi Chen said confidently. Okay, you be careful. Yi Yuqing didn't squirm, and immediately flew towards the outside of the battlefield, and in the process, he also wiped out more than a dozen devils, and saved quite a few of the desolate domain's Celestial Pride. Where are the people from the evil sovereign's mansion? Come out and give me an explanation. The white-robed, white-haired man from the Inu Divine Court roared, and the might of a transcendent emperor swept out. The powerhouses of the other forces of the 7 regions also had unkind gazes, releasing their soul power and searching for the evil sovereign's house's people. No one else from the evil sovereign's mansion came, only the evil 1,000 years came. A man said, How is that possible? Could it be that the evil sovereign mansion's people had an accident on the road and were attacked by the demonic army? Could this evil 1,000 years have also been taken over by someone from the demon race? Now it seems that there is only one possibility. The crowd murmured, most of them believing that the evil 1,000-year-old in front of them was not himself, but had been taken over by someone from the demon race. Outrageous! I'll kill him. The white-clothed, white-haired man's eyes were bloodshot. Yin Shiyu was the future of the Yin divine court, and was obliterated by evil 1,000 years just like this. How could he bear it? Immediately, he whisked his sleeve and ripped through space, heading towards the savage god temple. This scene is beyond all of our expectations. The process of the Heaven's Pride competition must be called off. Yi Xian, Yao Xingtong, and the protectors of the major forces also had all kinds of means, shattering the void, shrinking the ground, and so on, and quickly rushed towards the savage god temple. Soon, the white-robed, white-haired man and the others all arrived over the square of the savage divine hall. They looked at the evil 1,000 years, who stood in the void with a demonic aura wrapped around him, and all of them showed their killing intent as they rushed towards him. Boom boom! Within 100 miles of the savage god temple, a light shield condensed, emitting an ancient and mysterious flood aura. Hold the crowd back as much as you can. Even the white-robed, white-haired man was shaken back 100 feet by a powerful recoil when he blasted his palm on it. Only the figure of Arakiyu appeared. Messengers of the desolate god. What do you mean? The white-haired man in white clothes narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "We've said that no one is allowed to stop the progress of the Heaven's Pride competition," Aragonite said with an expressionless face. "But there are people of the demon race messing around. We can't just watch the desolate god inheritance fall into the hands of the people of the demon race, can we?" A strong man chided. "We don't care about any human, devil or demon race, as long as he can win the first place in the Heaven's Pride competition. He is the young lord of my desolate race," Aracorius said with a frosty face. "You guys?" The crowd gnashed their teeth in anger. Yi Xian whirled around and asked, "May I ask, emissary of the desolate god, what are the rules for the next round of the Heaven's Pride competition?" Originally, we had formulated a preliminaries, a rematch, and a final, and whoever could win in the final would be the number one in the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition, but now it seems that there's no need for that at all, Aracoria said faintly. To the side, Desolate Stone nodded and said, "That's right. Next, whoever survives to the end will be the first in the Heaven's Pride competition, taking the pride of our 8 domains and raising parasites. You guys are really ruthless. Humph. It's not the fallen heavenly pride of your family. Of course you have no scruples." The people were all furious with the two of them. It was just that the strength of these two people was unfathomable, and even though all those present were experts at the level of Great Emperor and Quasi-Emperor, they didn't dare to act rashly. "That's a good rule. I don't have a problem with it," the white-haired man in white suddenly said. "Elder Bai." "Why?" The Xin clan and the other major forces were all stunned. "I wonder what the other side means." And whirling around, the crowd turned toward his gaze. Only Yi Chen and Evil 1,000 Years were left facing each other on top of the savage god temple square. The crowd instantly understood the white-clothed, white-haired man's meaning in seconds. All of their 7 domains celestial pride had almost died out. Then you, the Yi clan, don't want to be left alone either. Yi Chen, this demon, would surely become a great danger to the 7 domains in the future. If he could kill him by the hand of the demon race, it would be a good thing for the major forces of the 7 domains. These inhumane bastards from the 7 domains are actually hoping for Yi Chen to be killed by the demon race? Yi Xian was enraged. The devil race was the enemy of all the races in the 8 domains of the lower realm. In front of the big picture, the 7 domain forces were still fighting for their own selfishness, which was simply unconscionable. "Should we make a move and save the young lord?" Yao Xingtong slightly raised her hand, and the 300 heavenly guards behind her were already ready to charge. Yi Chen was the only son of the pavilion master. No matter what the cost, you can't watch anything happen to him. And right at this moment, Yi Yuqin rescued all the desolate domain celestial pride and arrived in front of Yi Xian, Yao Xingtong, and the others. "Holy maiden, how is the situation over here? Is young Lord He in any danger?" Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Little Tatsu said that killing the demon race is like slaughtering a dog. Yi Yuqing said, "You're not afraid of this demon, son?" Evil 1,000 Years stood tall and looked down on Yi Chen. Demons in front of the human race. There is a natural sense of superiority, born to feel that the demon bloodline is noble and noble. The human race will have to be humbler than them. Why be afraid? Yi Chen was unimpressed. Great! The evil 1,000-year-old's harmless white face suddenly revealed its killing intent, and hundreds of demons flew out of his body with hideous faces, tearing towards Yi Chen. A blood-mangled flying sword erupted from between Yi Chen's eyebrows, sweeping up a monstrous killing sword intent. Extreme Realm Killing Sword. Thumbs up. The blood-mangled flying swords traveled across the void, decimating the demons that came tearing through. Immediately, Yi Chen's figure disappeared into thin air. "Where are the people?" Evil Chitosa's face changed, and in the next moment, Yi Chen had already appeared in front of him, sweeping his sword across the room, chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. A blood-red pike erupted, tearing an opening in the sky. Snort! Evil Thousand Years was chopped out and retreated hundreds of feet away, with a hideous blood scar on his chest. A flash of shock appeared on his evil face, and then his sinister smile grew even wider. Worthy of being the one who defeated in July, you are worthy of a serious battle from this demon son. After saying that, he exuded bizarre demonic flames all over his body, which actually incinerated and burned his flesh, while another bizarre demonic body, propped up through his original body, appeared in the middle of heaven and earth. It was actually a demonic body. One could only see that he had a hideous face. His head was born with 2 horns. His gaze was blood red. His figure was stout and tall. His skin was covered with black demonic scales, and his body was entwined with demonic chi, exuding an aura that was comparable to that of the 7th level of the Seal King realm. It really is a demon race, and it's also a demon with a royal bloodline. The crowd was in a state of shock. The demon race that possessed the demon race blood mantle was the highest ranked and strongest of all the demon races. It was even stronger than a human powerhouse with a divine body. It was unthinkable that there would be a demonic pride with a king's bloodline intruding into the desolate domain. Yi Chen is in danger. The crowd shook their heads slightly. None of them favored Yi Chen in this battle. Although this demon clan's heavenly pride was young, he possessed a cultivation of the 7th level of the Seal King realm, and could almost be invincible under the sacred realm. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was currently only at the 8th level of the Dharma realm, while possessing a Taoist body. But the cultivation gap with the other party was too great. There is only no chance of winning this battle. Young lord, if you really can't, just admit defeat. We don't want this desolate god inheritance. Yi Xian was afraid that Yi Chen would have an accident and shouted as well. Yi Chen also felt the sense of oppression from the Evil Thousand Years as well, but did not have the slightest intention of retreating. He stepped on his feet and disappeared in an instant. Brahma steps. In the next moment, he had already arrived in front of Evil Thousand Years and stabbed with his sword. Full blow, chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. Too slow. The royal bloodline within Evil Thousand Years mobilized, and a terrifying aura swept through the heavens and earth. Only in his eyes, Yi Chen's speed slowed down infinitely, almost standing still. Immediately, he threw a punch, sweeping up a sky of demonic might. Before Yi Chen's sword light arrived, he was blown away by this punch from the other party, and like a cannonball, he broke a few pillars in front of the savage god's temple, then smashed into the ground. Young lord, Yi Xian, Yao Xingtong, and the others' faces changed drastically, and they were ready to rescue them at any time. As for the white-clothed, white-haired man and the others, their eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that this time, Yi Chen was more than likely dead, although they, the Enu Divine Court, had also lost a supreme heavenly pride. If Yi Chen died, the future of the desolate domain would be completely cut off. In this way, the desolate domain as well as the Yi clan lost even more. Pust. Yi Chen climbed out of the sand pit and coughed up blood, but his eyes flashed with excitement. Was this the strength of a powerful member of the demonic royal family? It's only fun to fight such a strong person. It's time to end this. My demon race won't allow a human pride like you to rise. I'm going to obliterate you with a thunderbolt. Evil Thousand Years Old laughed hideously. His hands grabbed the twin horns on top of his head and slowly pulled them out, while 2 devilish swords with demonic aura were actually born out of the twin horns. He walked towards Yi Chen step by step, his aura growing stronger and stronger, darkening the momentum of heaven and earth. Everything around them was shrouded in demonic aura, transforming into a demonic domain. He intended to exert his full strength and kill Yi Chen as fast as he could, to avoid long nights. Boom! Evil Thousand Years suddenly took a step out, and a pair of demonic swords in his hands crossed and chopped out, erupting a cross-killing sword that stirred up the sky and space. It instantly blasted at Yi Chen. Yi Chen let out a long whistle as the power of the undying Tao body was pushed to the extreme. Killing sword intent. Chaotic sword intent. 10 caves. Chaotic divine sword phantasm. Endless power converged in a single sword, transforming into a sword river of blood light hundreds of feet long, tearing the demonic domains that descended from the sky in half. Boom boom! The river of blood light swords collided with the cross-killing sword, and the monstrous power collided, and the square that was originally a bit crumbling underneath the 2 men's feet was directly reduced to pieces. A storm swept across the sky. Only the savage god's temple stood between heaven and earth and remained intact. Rumble! Both of them stormed back at the same time. Only Yi Chen's immortal overlord body was broken, and his skin cracked open, oozing molten blood. It was obvious that he had been hit very hard. Evil Thousand Years also retreated 100 feet explosively. Although he wasn't injured, his face showed a shocked look. Unbelievable! With your Dharma phase realm cultivation you were able to force this demon son to retreat? If you are given enough time, perhaps you can fight with this devil son's main body. I really want to give you this opportunity, but unfortunately our positions are different. I can't give you the opportunity to grow. Today I will kill you no matter what. After saying that, Evil Thousand Years transformed into a radiant demonic light and charged towards Yi Chen. Come and fight. Yi Chen hissed and also turned into sword light to meet him. The power of the undying Tao body was pushed at great speed, and the cracked wounds on his body were then healing at an extremely fast speed, and his body was becoming stronger. Boom boom boom. The two fought together, exchanging 50 to 60 moves in an instant. The gap between their cultivation levels was too great, and with every collision, Yi Chen's flesh was cracked open several times, blood filled the air, and he had turned into a bloody man. Luckily, he possessed the undying Tao body, which allowed him to infinitely recover from the injuries to his physical body. Each time the flesh cracked, it healed at an extremely fast speed and became stronger and stronger in battle. After another sparring session, the Evil Thousand Years slashed across the body with a sword, tearing apart Yi Chen's immortal overlord body, and the devilish sword in his other hand stabbed towards the latter's chest, and instead of retreating, Yi Chen advanced and hardened himself against this strike from his opponent. Snort! The devil's sword pierced through Yi Chen's heart, and he took the opportunity to close in on Evil Thousand Years, sweeping his sword across the room. Jabla! The demonic scales on Evil Thousand Years' chest shattered, and a 3-foot-long blood scar appeared, deep enough to be seen on the bone, and it hurt so much that he bared his teeth. You're simply a madman. Yi Chen's eyes were bloodshot, already killing red. A body of power was injected into the Underworld God Sword, and the Underworld God Sword, sensing its master's monstrous killing intent, also bloomed with an unprecedented light. Thumbs up! He chopped down with another sword, directly sending Evil Thousand Years flying out. Evil Thousand Years retreated hundreds of feet backward, using all his strength to stop his retreating form, only to see a second blood scar appear on his chest, crossing with the first blood scar in the shape of a cross. How is this possible? Evil Thousand Years couldn't believe that a human of the Dharma realm could injure him. Although this was only his secondary body, it still possessed the kingly bloodline of the demon race, with unparalleled defense and an invincible existence under the entry saint realm. It was evident how terrifying Yi Chen was. The killing intent towards Yi Chen in his heart intensified a few points, and he immediately said angrily, I'm too lazy to entangle with you any further, and kill you with my strongest move. Immediately, his royal bloodline exploded to the extreme. Heaven and earth are eclipsed. Behind him, a demonic god phantom actually condensed, hundreds of feet tall, emitting a heaven-destroying demonic god aura, breaking the devil's claw. Boom! The devil god Dharma phase opened his eyes and erupted with a shocking killing intent. His huge devil claws probed out and suppressed towards Yi Chen. While still in midair, the void around Yi Chen was already shattered. This strike was almost comparable to the power of a sacred realm entry powerhouse. Not good. This demon race is determined to kill the young lord. This strike is too strong. The young lord will definitely not be able to block it. Yi Xian, Yao Xingtong, and the others couldn't sit still any longer and were about to step in to stop the contest. Stop them, before the Aragonite siblings could strike. The white-robed, white-haired man and the others had prepared for it, and an instantaneous movement blocked Yi Xian and the others' path. What are you guys doing? Are you just going to watch the demon race massacre my human race's heavenly pride and not care? Do you assholes know what you're doing? You're aiding and abetting. Do you know who is the greatest enemy of the human race? Yi Xian and the other powerhouses of the desolate domain hissed. The demon race is your desolate domain's enemy, not ours. Unless we wait for your desolate domain to become extinct, then the demon race can become our enemy. Humph. Yi Chen killed my 7 realms' heavenly pride almost to extinction. He won't be able to walk out of here alive either. That's right. If the future of my 7 regions is cut short, you, the desolate region, won't be able to do well either. The major forces of the 7 domains completely tore off their disguises, each one sneering. Fucking mudhorse. Yi Xiu and the others were so angry that they cursed. This group of people from the 7 domains were simply despicable, shameless, and rat-faced. One can only see the immediate benefits, but they hadn't thought about how serious the consequences would be after the demon race obtained the Desolate God seal. Once the demon race obtained the Desolate God's inheritance, their strength would surely skyrocket madly. At that time, I'm afraid that even if the 8 domains join forces, they may not be the demon race's opponent. Will definitely give the whole human race will encounter the disaster of extinction. In that case, I can only let go. Yi Chen closed his eyes, incomparably calm, as if he was in another spatial world. The heart is like still water. Rumble! A huge devil claw descended from the sky, emitting a pressure that destroyed everything, and the surrounding void was shattered. When Yi Chen was about to be suppressed, he suddenly opened his eyes and an unprecedentedly powerful force erupted from his body. He forcibly raised his strength at the cost of burning his undying Tao body origin. Rumble! A terrifying aura of the ancient flood and immortality erupted from Yi Chen's body, and his torso burned with scorching golden flames. incinerating and annihilating the surrounding emptiness. Suddenly, he slashed out with his sword, a sword that contained the origin of the undying Tao body. Thumbs up, the golden sword rainbow erupted, directly cutting a 10,000 feet crack in the heaven and earth, and the endless spatial astral energy raged, entangling everything around it in the spatial crack. In an instant, everything and anything was twisted into pieces. This sword was far beyond the realm of a Seal King realm-level martial artist. It was almost comparable to a strike from a second-level powerhouse of the sacred realm. What? What a strong sword! The swashbuckling crowd was shocked, revealing disbelief, especially the white-clothed, white-haired man. His face was ugly to the extreme. How could a heavenly pride of the Dharma realm erupt with such terrifying power? This is incredible. This sword swept through the air and the dome of the sky behind the gigantic demon god Dharma phase was directly split in two and chopped into two halves, and the huge devil claws in mid-air, as well as the huge devil god phantom, were crumbling in sections and the devil chi dissipated. I can't believe I lost. Evil 1,000-year-old's eyes were horrified to the extreme, and the sword scar on his chest was flooded with golden sword aura, breaking his fleshly body. Bit by bit, it gets blurry, disappear from heaven and earth. After a sword, Yi Chun knelt down on one knee. Only his body's aura was rapidly decaying, his chi and blood dried up, his flesh cracked, and his life force was vaguely showing signs of depletion. All of a sudden it seemed like I had aged a couple dozen years. He was overdrawing his life and burning his origin to cut out this terrifying sword. After this sword, he was almost out of gas. If the undying Tao body's origin power continued to burn, he wasn't sure if he could continue to manage to repair his serious injuries and be reborn by dripping blood. It's a good thing evil Chitos was decapitated. Only the body of evil 1,000 years gradually became transparent, but he looked up to the sky and laughed. You're a very good opponent. Quickly raise your cultivation, and in the future, on top of the extraterrestrial battlefield, I look forward to using my main body to fight you. Next time, this devil's son will definitely chop you. Immediately, the evil 1,000-year-old god's form was extinguished and disappeared between heaven and earth. Not good. Lord Demon's son has failed. Although this is only Lord Demon's son's secondary body, it's still very strong. So how could it be decapitated by a Dharma phase realm human? This human celestial pride is too demonic. He will definitely be a great enemy of my demon race in the future. Is he the young lord of the Yi clan? I'll memorize his appearance. Report to Lord Demon Emperor when we return to the demon clan, to immediately drop a wanted notice and kill this son at all costs. The plan failed. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. Quickly retreat. Not far from the darkness, there was a surge of space. These were the strongest of the demon race, lurking here with the intention of receiving evil 1,000 years, not realizing that he would be decapitated by Yi Chun. Immediately, they left silently. Yi Chun defeated a demon with a king's bloodline. How is this possible? And this demon clan also possesses the cultivation of the Seal King realm, an invincible existence under the sacred realm. Could this son be the reincarnation of a god emperor? How can he be so strong? The major forces of the 7 regions that had been gloating just a moment ago, each and every one of them looked at this scene dumbfounded for a long time. They are not willing. How could such a demonic pride appear in the desolate domain where the fortunes had declined and the pride had withered? Is this really that scrappy stupid brother of mine? Isn't it a bit too strong? Then let him protect me from now on. Yi Yuqing's jade face, which was as cold as frost, revealed an unprecedented blooming smile. God bless my Yi clan. The Yi clan elders, led by Yi Xian, were all agitated with old tears. If the pavilion master knew that young lord was so strong, he would be too happy to sleep. Yao Xingtong also revealed a smile, and the 300 heavenly guards behind her shouted, "Long live the young lord! Yi Chen really did it. He's the pride of my desolate god academy." Liang Zhouxiao's old face also smiled out of chrysanthemums. Allying with Yi Chen is the best choice I've ever made. The human emperor of the fire country was also excited. Immediately, the desolate stone siblings arrived in front of Yi Chen with an instantaneous movement, and the two of them stared at him with their eyes for a long time. What do you want? Yi Chen stood up. The undying Tao body origin in his body gradually recovered somewhat, repairing the injuries to his physical body. It's just that he's been hurt a little badly this time. It's hard to heal for a while. A moment later, the two siblings knelt on one knee and said in unison, "Brother and sister Desolate Stone and Desolate Willow, pay their respects to young lord. Do you really want to recognize me as lord?" Yi Chen was slightly startled in his heart, not expecting that these two powerhouses whose strength far exceeded that of an ordinary great emperor would actually kneel in front of him. That's right. From now on, you will be my desolate clan's young lord, and we, brother and sister, will swear to serve the young lord to the death in the future. With no second thoughts, Desolate Stone nodded and presented the Desolate God seal with both hands. The messenger of the Desolate God has truly kept his word. Yi Xian and the others also breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts overjoyed. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and accepted the heavy Desolate God seal, only to see Desolate Willow raise her head and say with a dimpled smile, "Young lord can enter the Savage God Temple for a few days of seclusion to receive the baptism of the Desolate God seal. It will be greatly beneficial to your cultivation." "Yes." Yi Chen nodded, took the Desolate God seal, and walked towards the Savage God Temple. "Elder Bai, is it possible to just watch the Desolate God seal be taken away by the people of the Yi clan?" An elder of the Inu Divine Court reluctantly said. After a moment of contemplation, the white-clothed, white-haired man suddenly took a step out, and the terrifying pressure of a transcendent great emperor swept through the 8 directions. "What do you want?" Yi Xian and the others drank in his killing intent when they felt it. "Humph! Yi Chen killed so many of my 8 regions of the lower realm's heavenly pride. A person with such a heavy murderous thought will easily take to the devil's path in the future. This kind of person doesn't deserve to obtain the Desolate God's inheritance. Quickly hand him over to my Moon Divine Court for disposal. If he admits his mistake with a good attitude, I can let him live. Just suppress him in the Moon Divine Court's heavenly prison for 100 years, and when he converts to the righteous path, I'll let him go." The white-robed, white-haired man let out a low voice and pressed his 5 fingers in the direction where Yi Chen was, and the godless might suppressed him. "Don't you dare!" Yi Xian and the others were furious, not expecting the white-robed, white-haired man to be brazen to such an extent. How could he disregard his identity and make a move against Yi Chen in public? But he struck too soon. It was too late to try and stop it. In the next moment, the white-robed, white-haired man had arrived in the air above Yi Chen's head, his 5 fingers pressed down, and a terrifying imperial might crushed down. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, cupping the 2-sword chi given by his old man in his hands, ready to fight to the death. Suddenly, Aragonite's figure appeared in midair and blasted his fist toward the white-clothed, white-haired man. Boom boom! The 2 men's attacks blasted against each other, and the space in the sky dome collapsed and shattered. "What?" The white-robed, white-haired man's face changed and he backed up 100 feet, his eyes icy cold as he said, "Are you sure you want to be an enemy of my Moon Divine Court? Dare to take a shot at my Desolate Clan's young master? I don't care what kind of pavilion you are, give me death." Desolate Willow appeared behind the white-clothed, white-haired man, his hands clasped together in a spell, and monstrous green light emanated from his body, condensing behind him into a divine willow that covered the sky, crystal clear and flowing with divine radiance. Snort! The 1,000-foot divine willow emitted a killing aura, and a willow strip was like a divine sword as it chopped toward the white-clothed, white-haired man. "You!" The white-clothed, white-haired man let out a low roar, and the aura of a transcendent emperor exploded without reservation, the dark moon aura surging like a sea tide, forcing Willow back as much as he could. "Senior white brother, we're here to help you." The dozen or so great emperor powerhouses from the Inu Divine Court's faces changed, and they were about to step in to help. Suddenly, a silver-armored silhouette holding a long spear blocked their way. Yao Xingtong's face was like frost as she spoke coldly. "Kill!" The 300 heavenly guardian paragons had long been poised, each emitting a powerful aura as they surrounded and killed the dozen or so people. "Bold, do you really dare to go to war with my Moon Divine Court? Do you know that we are the #1 clan in the lower realm?" Before the words of an elder of the Inu Divine Court had even left his mouth, his brow was pierced through by a swordlight. "It's these assholes from your Inu Divine Court that I'm going to kill." Yi Xian had endured these grandchildren for a long time, and with a roar of rage, he brought a group of strong men from the Yi clan to participate in the siege as well. "What should we do? Should we help the people from the Inu Divine Court? We are allies." The Xian clan and the other extra-dimensional forces looked at each other in dismay. Although they were temporarily allied, they were not ironclad, and they were not united as they were suspicious of each other. A moment of indecision. Whoever dares to aid the Moon Divine Court is at war with our entire desolate domain. The Fire Country, the Thunder Country, the Wind Country, and the Dao Sect, to name a few. The top forces of the desolate domain all stood out and stared angrily at the crowd outside the domain. Look at them as if they were dying. The crowd gave up on the idea of aiding the Moon Divine Court. Soon, the dozen or so elders of the Inu Divine Court were killed by Yi Xian, Yao Xingtong, and the others. Only the white man with white hair was left. "Very well, your desolate domain will just wait for my Moon Divine Court's insane retaliation." The white-clothed, white-haired man's clear face was incomparably hideous as he hissed and shattered the willows that surrounded the sky with their killing aura with a single palm. "Then flee into the distance." There was a click. He slapped the space with his palm and prepared to escape into the spatial rift. Thumbs up. Aragonite, who had been in ambush, suddenly struck out, and a divine sword flew out from between his eyebrows, ignoring the distance and the void and instantly penetrating through the white-clothed, white-haired man's body. "You really dare to kill me? Do you know that our Inu Divine Court is the upper realm?" The white-clothed, white-haired man's face was unwilling, and his flesh was burned by the divine fire, and in a few moments, he had already been reduced to ashes. What? These two desolate god emissaries actually do have the strength to kill a transcendent emperor? Everyone present broke out into a cold sweat. Some of the extra-dimensional forces were secretly glad that they hadn't aided the Inu divine court just now. Otherwise you won't know how you died. Young lord, is there anything else you want? The Aragonite siblings arrived in front of Yi Chen, arching their hands and asking. I see those people from the Xian clan are also very unpleasant. Kill them all. Yi Chen glanced at the group of Xian clan elders in the distance who were trying to sneak away. These old guys had tried to kill themselves before the Heaven's Pride competition, and with Yi Chen's vindictive character, he naturally wouldn't let them go. Yi Chen, you, the 10 Xian clan elders were furious. Suddenly, a willow strip like a divine sword came piercing through the void, snorting and instantly chopping the flesh of an Xian clan elder in half. The incision is smooth as a mirror. Immediately, more and more willows broke through the air, forming a cage that covered the sky and emitted an endless sharp aura. Thumbs up. The other Xian clan elders didn't struggle for long before they were wiped out. The strength of these two siblings is simply too strong. The major forces of the 7 domains were all terrified and no longer dared to stay here. Fleeing in distress. Elder Yi Xian, Sister Xingtong, I'm going to retreat for a few days in the Savage Divine Hall, so you guys can leave first with the large troop, Yi Chen said to the crowd. It's the young lord, Yi Xian. Yao Xingtong and the others hurriedly agreed. Immediately, Yi Chen walked into the Savage Divine Hall. Within the empty and ancient hall, Yi Chen was the only one who sat cross-legged, and with a movement of his mind, he probed into the Desolate God seal. Within the seal of the Desolate God was the imprint left behind by the Desolate God. Yi Chen gained the recognition of the Desolate God when he won first place in the Heaven's Pride competition. As such, the power within the Desolate God seal did not reject Yi Chen, but rather took the initiative to recognize his master, and injected a majestic ancient power into his body in a continuous stream. Does the Desolate God seal contain a trace of the Desolate God's power? The corners of Yi Chen's mouth lifted slightly as he accepted the baptism of this power and operated the indestructible Dao body to refine this strand of Desolate God's power as much as he could, only to see that Yi Chen's injuries were quickly healed. The Desolate God had entered the Dao by refining his body and was a physical cultivator, and his power was extremely helpful in refining the physical body. After Yi Chen absorbed the Desolate God's power, his physical body was once again tempered, and his flesh and blood, sinews and bones, organs and so on, were once again tempered. The muscles were gnarled and glistening. Ding! On the 36th day of marriage, obtain the secret fruit of 10,000 laws. Ding! On the 37th day of marriage, obtain the heavenly treasure glazed battlesuit. Ding! On the 38th day of marriage, obtain the secret technique Ice Prism Avalanche. Time passed, and it was already the 3rd day of Yi Chen's seclusion. A strand of the Desolate God's power was refined as much as he could. Yi Chen had cultivated the immortal hegemony body technique before, and his physical body was already strong enough, but after absorbing the Desolate God's power, he was once again transformed, and his physical body was 3 times as strong as before. Not only that, Yi Chen's cultivation level had also risen by a large margin, breaking through the first level of the 10,000 laws realm. Has my cultivation broken through the 10,000 laws realm? If I take this 10,000 laws secret fruit, I wonder what laws of heaven and earth I can comprehend. Yi Chen took out the secret fruit of 10,000 laws rewarded by the system and swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! An unparalleled and powerful pressure emanated from the Savage Divine Hall, enveloping 100,000 miles in a radius. This is Xia Qingyan, Yi Yuqing, and the others who were waiting outside the palace all changed color, surprised by the power. Above the dome of the sky, there was actually a vision of 2 suns in the same sky, and countless dark black breaths surrounded the 2 suns. It was like a scene of doom. A terrifying pressure swept over 100,000 miles. In the savage desert, countless demonic beasts and evil spirits were all prostrate and trembling, submitting to this power. Sister, what power is this? Xia Qingyan asked. It's the power of law. Xiao Chen is comprehending the power of law. Shock was also written all over Yi Yuqing's pretty face. After a martial artist stepped into the realm of 10,000 laws, his martial will could merge with the great forces of heaven and earth and comprehend the power of his own laws. But the process is not easy. An ordinary 10,000 laws realm powerhouse would only be able to comprehend the power of the laws of heaven and earth after reaching the 7th level of cultivation, when their understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth had become very deep. And Yi Chen, who had only just stepped into the 10,000 laws realm cultivation level, was starting to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, and the laws of the heavens and earth that I have realized are beyond imagination. It's unbelievable. Within the Savage God's temple, Yi Chen sat cross-legged as a pillar of chaotic light erupted from the 100 sinks above his head and shot straight up into the sky, merging with the heaven and earth vision of the two suns in the same sky. It was as if his soul had flown into a chaotic universe, exploring the mysteries of the universe. God travels in the void. Yi Chen had taken the secret fruit of 10,000 laws, and his enlightenment in comprehending the heavenly Tao had skyrocketed 1,000 times 10,000 times in a short period of time, which helped him comprehend the laws of the heavens and earth too much. His soul wandered out of the universe for an unknown number of epochs until the Big Bang. The two suns in the sky dome went out, the stars shattered, and the universe was destroyed and reduced to pieces. There was chaos in heaven and earth, and only his soul remained. Yi Chen's heart was compassionate, painful, and lonely, and his soul continued to walk through these ruins of destruction for an unknown amount of time. He comprehended the true way. He walked between the destructive universes, and with every step he took, a ray of radiant light emanated from under his feet, transforming into a sky full of stars, a galactic universe, where countless lives began to be nurtured. It was as if he had incarnated the gods of creation, bringing the universe back to life, as well as the endless wonders of law, not extinguished. Yi Chen gazed at the creation of the new world and muttered, seeming to have comprehended his own laws of heaven and earth, the law of imperishability, immortality, life and death. After a long time, the heaven and earth visions disappeared. Yi Chen's soul returned to his body. Only an hour has passed in reality, and it was as if his soul had gone through countless epochs. He opened his eyes, and a divine radiance flowed around him, emanating a mysterious power of endless life. He seemed to be the unique sun wherever he was. I've gained a lot this time. My cultivation has not only broken through the 10,000 laws realm, but I've also comprehended the law of indestructibility. And now my strength should be able to manage to kill anyone below the sacred realm in seconds. And even if I face a martial artist below the third level of the sacred realm, I'll still be able to stand up undefeated, Yi Chen said confidently. Walking out of the savage god's palace, Xiao Qingyan greeted her with worry. Hubby, are you alright? Little fool, I'm just practicing in seclusion. What could it be? Yi Chen gently scraped on the tip of her white and tender nose and smiled dotingly. Xiao Qingyan heatedly smiled, her eyes full of little stars, then gave Yi Chen a hug. A present for you, little fool. Yi Chen whisked his sleeve, and a glittering glazed battle suit appeared in front of him. It's the celestial treasure glazed battle suit rewarded by the system. This is an emperor's grade battle cloth? Xiao Qingyan's pretty face changed color. That's right. After you put on this battle suit, your battle power and defense will at least be increased by more than 3 times. And with your Violet Tracer Emperor sword, you can also do what I did, continuously killing enemies across levels. Yi Chen laughed. Honey, you're too good to me. Xiao Qingyan was also not polite, smiled sweetly and put it away. Humph. Yi Yuqin's face was frosty and she was a bit jealous. What a way to marry a daughter-in-law and forget her sister. This brat doesn't see himself at all? Sis, I have something for you too. Yi Chen sensed that the atmosphere was not right and smiled sarcastically as a jade sketch flew out and came in front of Yi Yuqin. It was the system's other reward, the secret art Iceling Avalanche. This is an emperor-level secret art? Yi Yuqing's mind probed into the jade slip, and her pretty face changed abruptly. This secret art was an extremely precious existence in the entire lower realm, and it's also an ice-based secret art, which is a match made in heaven with yourself. Little Tatsu must have suffered a lot to get such a precious secret art, right? It's really heartfelt. Yi Yuqing's heart was touched for a moment, revealing a little girl's smile. Thank you, Xiao Chen. You're too polite for me, old sister. Yi Chen grinned, angrily praising the system in his heart for being able to do things. Luckily, I had prepared a gift for each of these 2 women, or I would have had a hard time finishing. Everyone else left? Yi Chen asked. Well, Di Liang originally wanted to wait for you to get out of the gate and return to the Desolate God Academy together, but there was an urgent matter waiting for him to deal with over at the Desolate God Academy, so he could only leave first. Xiao Qingyan said. What happened? Yi Chen asked. It must not be a trivial matter to make old man Liang rush back in such a hurry. I heard that it was Commander Shinmoli of the Thunder Pass of the extraterrestrial battlefield who personally arrived at the Desolate God Academy, wanting to use the academy as a base to recruit soldiers and replenish their strength. Xiao Qingyan said. Recruiting? Yi Chen froze and said. Doesn't recruitment only take place once every 5 years? Why would it be done earlier? I've heard that the demon race's recent increasingly frequent attacks have caused Thunder Pass to suffer heavy losses, and it has reached a point where there is a serious lack of troops, which is why they are recruiting ahead of schedule. Xiao Qingyan explained. The extraterritorial battlefield is a good place to practice. Yi Chen pondered, and in his heart there was a hint of interest in joining the army. Fighting with the demons in the extraterrestrial battlefield would polish your strength and improve your cultivation. and you had heard that the desolate mysteries were in the demon domain. At that time also can find the opportunity to sneak into the magic domain. A moment later, Yi Chen laughed. Let's go. Let's go back to the academy and take a look. Xia Qingyan nodded and looked at Yi Yuqin again. Sister, do you want to return to the Desolate God Academy with us? No. I'm preparing to go back to the Yi clan's ancestral land to retreat. Yi Yuqin glanced at Yi Chen and said, being surpassed by Xiao Chen by so much, I'm going to go back and cultivate properly. When we meet next time I'll definitely not lose to you. Yi Chen laughed, unable to do anything about this good and strong old sister. And then he said take care and left with Xia Qingyan. The desolate stone siblings broke through the void and opened up a spatial passageway, taking Yi Chen and Xia Qingyan to the Desolate God Academy. As the four of them flew rapidly through the spatial passage, Yi Chen glanced at the two siblings and said, two of you, I have a few questions I would like to ask. Don't be polite, young lord, just say it. Arakuria smiled sweetly. May I ask where the two of you are from and why you came to the Desolate Domain to select the Desolate God's successor? Yi Chen asked curiously. Back to young lord, our siblings are from the demon region. Aragonite replied. The demon realm? Yi Chen was taken aback. The demon realm? Yi Chen was taken aback. A flash of vigilance also flashed in the eyes of Xia Qingyan on the side. The Devil's Domain was a nightmare existence for the 10,000 people of the wasteland. The mention of the word Devil's Domain puts people on edge. That's right. I was originally a willow tree next to the desolate mystic realm, while my brother was a stone. And by chance, we were tainted with the blood of the desolate god, and we became spiritual, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and being conceived. So the desolate god is like a regenerative parent to us. Arakoria said faintly. As for why we came to the desolate domain to select the heavenly pride, this is the desolate god's divine thoughts guiding us. As for why, we don't know. Aragonite, who was on the side, shook his head. A single drop of blood can give birth to a transcendent emperor? Yi Chen's heart was shocked beyond measure. Seeing how terrifying the desolate god's strength was, immediately, he asked, so the desolate mysterious realm is really in the demon region? Yes. During the last epoch, the demon region was also part of the 8 domains of the lower realm, and the desolate god then left his legacy there. Aragonite nodded and said, if young lord wants to obtain the desolate god's inheritance, we can escort you to the demon region and open the desolate mysterious realm once we are a bit stronger. Arakianaji chimed in. Desolate mysterious realm? I'll definitely go there. Yi Chen nodded. The inheritance left behind by someone as powerful as the desolate god must be obtained by himself. The heart was even more determined to enlist in the army to go to the extraterrestrial battlefield, then find a chance to sneak into the magic kingdom. After pondering for a moment, Yi Chen asked again. There is another question. In the last epoch, the desolate god really succeeded against the desolate domain cataclysm. Is he still alive now? Aragonite sulked for a while, a bit of a headache coming on. He had lived a long time and experienced many eras as an enlightened stone at the entrance of the desolate mysterious realm. The vague memories of the last epoch slowly came flooding back. A moment later he spoke. I only remember that after the desolate domain cataclysm descended, a lot of people died, and the desolate god was furious, and one person killed a lot of gods of the upper realm, and led the desolate warriors to kill into the upper realm, which was the only way for the desolate race to survive, and there was no other choice. After another long time, Desolate Stone shook his head and said, but what happened to the desolate god as well as the desolate clan afterward? I don't know. Here's the deal. Yi Chen was thoughtful. What exactly is the Great Desolation? What kind of world is the upper world? For some reason, Yi Chen always felt that the independent enclosed world of the 8 regions of the lower realm was more like a cage. Desolate God Academy. In the middle of a hall, the student pays his respects to the old dean. A silver-armored man with a figure as straight as a gun and a handsome posture bowed respectfully upon seeing Liang Zhouxiao. You are now the commander of the Thunder Pass, a soldier of our desolate domain guarding the border. When you see a bad old man like me, you don't need to perform this big salute. Just feel free. Liang Zhouxiao laughed. No matter how much I achieve, I'm still a student who came out of the Desolate God Academy, and I don't dare to forget my roots, Shinmoli said without being humble. Sit down. Liang Zhouxiao smiled. Only after he took his seat did the other academy executives as well as Shinmoli and the others dare to sit down. Old Dean, because of the urgency of the matter, and without waiting for you to return, the conscription has already begun to take place. A vice president bowed. You're doing a great job, as special times should be. Liang Zhouxiao was unconcerned and immediately asked, how is the current recruitment situation? Back to the old abbot. The conscription order was issued 3 days ago, and more than 5,000 people have already been recruited. The soldiers recruited are divided into 2 categories. One part is based on the students of the Desolate God Academy, And the enthusiasm of all of you to join the army is very high, with a total of more than 1,000 people signing up. There's also another kind of open recruitment to the entire desolate region, mostly adults, mainly based on clan family disciples, mercenary corps members, and casual cultivators, etc., with a total of more than 4,000 people recruited. Shinmoli said, 5,000 men is enough to solve the immediate needs of Thunder Pass for the time being. Liang Zhouxiao nodded. Now it comes down to the last question. Shinmoli said, what's the problem? Liang Zhouxiao asked. These 5,000 men I intend to set up an independent regiment, but at the moment there is no good candidate for the head of the regiment. I don't know if the old abbot has any recommendations for a candidate? Shinmoli said. There's really one. Liang Zhouxiao thought for a moment, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Oh, the candidate who can make the old dean recommend is at least a strong person of the 9th level of the Seal King realm. Right, or even a half-saint? Shinmoli's eyes lit up. Liang Zhouxiao smiled without saying anything. A moment later, a marvelous figure walked into the main hall, and it was none other than Liang Zhouxiao's baby bump, Liang Xie. With a helpless face, she said, Grandpa, that kid just came back and is clamoring to see you. Liang Zhouxiao laughed and said, Shin kid, your chief has arrived. Oh, Shinmoli raised his eyebrows. A moment later, Yi Chen walked into the main hall and said to Liang Zhouxiao, Old man Liang, I want to join the army. The words. His ears were then grabbed by Liang Xie, who said in dissatisfaction, Brat, your wings are hardened. Right. How did you talk to my grandfather? I was wrong. There are so many other people present. Give me some face? Yi Chen's teeth grinned in pain. Although his current strength far exceeded Liang Xie's, the other party was his mentor after all, so he didn't dare to forget his roots, and could only let her beat and scold him. Face? You dare to ask for face in front of me? Liang Xie snorted coldly. The crowd crowed. Liang Zhouxiao also laughed out loud and said, Ha ha, I knew that you kid would want to go to the extraterrestrial battlefield for being so rowdy. I'll allow it. Old Dean, the candidate you mentioned for the head of the group. It wouldn't be this kid, would it? A vice general beside Shinmoli looked Yi Chen up and down. Exactly. Liang Zhouxiao nodded his head. What? The generals of Thunder Pass were all taken aback, incredulous that Liang Zhouxiao would recommend a brat at the first level of the 10,000 Laws realm? Old Dean, I'm a rough man. I won't beat around the bush in my speech, so I'll just say it straight. This kid is 17 or 18 years old and possesses a cultivation of the first level of the 10,000 Dharma realm. His natural talent is indeed excellent, but in order to be the head of my Thunder Pass, he must at least have a cultivation of the Seal King realm, and he's obviously not qualified for it yet. The adjutant general said, Old Dean, this young man is your granddaughter-in-law? The talent is indeed fine, and he is also a match made in heaven with senior sister Xie. Shinmoli appreciated. Senior brother Shen, you misunderstood. We are not. Liang Xie had a red face and waved her hands in a hurry. Old Dean, how about this? I will first bring this teenager by my side, and make sure to personally cultivate him, and first let him hone his skills in the extraterrestrial battlefield for a period of time, and then after the fire is almost ready, I will let him take on the position of the head? Shinmoli said politely. The battlefield was not child's play, and if he forcefully supported this teenager to the top, he would instead harm him. If anything happened to him, how could he explain to the old dean? Liang Zhouxiao pondered for a moment. Shinmoli and the others had just returned from the extraterritorial battlefield, and they still didn't know about Yi Chen's performance during the barbarian trip. It's understandable that they would object. Immediately, Liang Zhouxiao laughed. I have a proposal. We can have a competition among the 5,000 people. Whoever is the strongest and has the highest prestige will be able to serve as this leader. How about it? That's a good offer. We have no problem with that. Shinmoli and the others' eyes lit up when they heard it and said, Yi Chen's special courtyard. In the room, Xia Qingyan was massaging Yi Chen's temples and asked, Hubby, are you really going to the extraterrestrial battlefield? Yi Chen laid down on the other party's slender legs in fake sleep. So can I come with you? Xia Qingyan asked. No. Yi Chen refused. Why? Do you dislike the fact that my cultivation is too low and will hold you back? Xia Qingyan deflated her mouth in dissatisfaction. No. Yi Chen shook his head. Then why? Don't you like me following you around? Xia Qingyan was a bit lost. What's on your mind? Little fool. Yi Chen bounced on her glossy forehead before adding. Firstly, the environment of the extraterrestrial battlefield is very harsh and dangerous. I can't bear the thought of you following me to suffer. Secondly, the purpose of my going to the extraterrestrial battlefield is to find an opportunity to try to sneak into the demon realm to look for the desolate mysterious realm. If I am alone, I can retreat in my entire body when I encounter danger. Whereas if you follow me around, I will instead have some scruples. The desolate god, the number one powerhouse of the last epoch. A single drop of his blood could nurture a transcendent emperor, so it was obvious how terrifying his strength was. The inheritance of such a powerful person. Yi Chen was determined to win. No matter how dangerous the magic kingdom is, it's worth a try. Xia Qingyan's pretty face changed slightly. You're going to sneak into the devil's domain alone. It's too dangerous. It doesn't matter. With the desolate stone desolate willow siblings protecting me, even if I encounter a demon emperor level demon race, I'll be able to retreat in one piece. I should be fine, Yi Chen said, but I still think it's too dangerous. Xia Qingyan said, don't worry, if I really can't, I'll go to the Sword God Pass to find my dad and mom, so that they can personally protect me. You should be very clear about the strength of your in-laws. They will definitely be able to keep me safe by my side. Yi Chen laughed. Only then did Xia Qingyan nod in reassurance. The reason why the desolate domain was able to resist the demon race for so long was because of two people. One is Yi Zhantian. One man and one sword guarded the Sword God Pass, and countless demonic powerhouses had died under his sword. The other one is Zhang Ruyu. It was also Yi Chen's mother, the pavilion master of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. The financial power is through the roof. Without the financial support of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, how could it support the Great Wall of the domain? The expenses of all the generals? One of the two is missing. If these two personally protected Yi Chen, even if he sneaked into the demon region, no one would be able to hurt him halfway. Then you have to promise me that you'll come back immediately after you obtain the desolate god inheritance. Xia Qingyan pulled Yi Chen's hand and pampered him. Okay, I promise. Yi Chen smiled dotingly. Immediately, he stroked Xia Qingyan's small head, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly as he said, this trip to the extraterrestrial battlefield will take a very long time, so won't you put forth your best effort today and reward me properly? Darn, what are you talking about? I can't even understand. Xia Qingyan's pretty face reddened as she shyly said, it's okay if you don't know. I'll teach you. Yi Chen's eyes sizzled as he put his opponent down. Yi Chen also let go of his hands and did a big job. Every time he was about to die, he used the power of the undying Tao body to replenish his stamina. A night of storms. Xia Qingyan fell asleep tiredly, springing to life, a happy smile spreading from the corners of her mouth. Ding! On the 40th day of the wedding, rewarding the sacred Taishian Dan *5000, the system beep sounded. The sky is bright. Yi Chen covered the sleeping Xia Qingyan with a quilt, then walked out of the room. In the other courtyard, there were two wonderful silhouettes that had been waiting for a long time. Liang Xie and Fire Yingying. Yi Chen, we meet again. Fire Yingying smiled and waved her hand to greet Yi Chen. What brings you to the Desolate God Academy? Yi Chen was stunned. Having just separated from the savage wasteland not long ago, he did not expect to see Fire Yingying again. I've come to join the army. Fire Yingying laughed. Join the army? Yes. My father heard that the Desolate God Academy has a recruiting stronghold, so he let me sign up, wanting me to go to the extraterritorial battlefield to experience the experience. My father also said that the desolate domain might be about to be in great chaos, and that I'll never grow up by always being in his shelter, and that I have to go through brutal experiences in order to become a strong party. Fire Yingying said, it seems your father is planning to train you as his successor. Yi Chen nodded. Fire Yingying possessed an extreme fire spirit sacred body and had obtained the inheritance of the Firelin Emperor, so she was indeed an excellent candidate to succeed the human emperor of the Fire Country. Let's go. The headmaster selection has already begun. Grandpa has high hopes for you. Don't let his old man down. Liang Xie laughed. Mentor, don't worry. I'm invincible below the sacred realm. I'll definitely be able to sweep away all enemies and become the leader of this independent regiment. Yi Chen also laughed. That's more like it. Like my students. Liang Xie nodded with satisfaction, and immediately added, also, I've signed up to join the army this time, so when you become the leader, you can cover me. What? You're joining the military too? Yi Chen was taken aback. What's the matter? I can't join the army? Liang Xie deflated her mouth. No, it's just that you're doing fine as a tutor at the Desolate God Academy. Why are you thinking of joining the army? Yi Chen said in disbelief. Desolate God Academy's tutor is very high. High salary is still stable. It's an iron rice bowl job. It's just a little too comfortable. Comfortable for a long time. My cultivation progress are a little slow. It seems to reach the bottleneck. So I also plan to go to the extraterritorial battlefield to experience some, to break my cultivation bottleneck. Liang Xie said. So it is. Yi Chen nodded and added, mentor you go I that still dare to be ahead of what? Why don't you do this head position? I fully support you? No need. I still have self-awareness. If you want to be the leader, you need at least a cultivation at the level of the Seal King realm. I only have a cultivation at the 7th level of the 10,000 laws realm now. I'm not qualified yet. And you kid in the barbaric wilderness. You can kill a demon at the 6th level of the Seal King realm with a single sword. So it can be seen that you're very strong, and you're a good choice for this leader. Don't worry, after going to the battlefield, we will no longer have a teacher-student relationship, but a superior-subordinate relationship, and I will be obedient and obey your orders unconditionally. Liang Xie smiled sweetly and said. Yi Chen was not in a position to say anything else, so the three of them headed towards the martial arts arena of the Desolate God Academy. The martial arts arena was already crowded. In addition to the 5,000 people who had enrolled in the army, there were also many students from the Desolate God Academy who were watching. Senior Brother Yi is here. Senior Brother Yi is getting more and more handsome. I love it. Senior Brother Yi is the pride of our Desolate God Academy. Nowadays, Yi Chen's popularity in the Desolate God Academy was very high, and the whole place directly boiled over at his appearance. All the students of the Desolate God Academy cast adoring gazes at him. The old dean is the one who bailed this kid out to be chief? Humph. A yellow-haired brat. How does he deserve to be our leader? Of the 5,000 enlisted men, 4,000 were made up of some mercenary forces, casual cultivators, and other adults, clearly displeased with Yi Chen, a 17 or 18-year-old brat. One looked toward him with a sour face. Shidoshi, young Master Yi, we meet again. At this time, 24 figures walked towards Yi Chen. At the head of the group were Bai Xiao, the young master of the Dao sect, Song Liangchen, the crown prince of the Thunder Kingdom, and the eldest princess of the Wind Kingdom. Most of them were those supreme celestials who had been saved by Yi Chen in the savage wasteland. You guys coming to join the army too? Yi Chen smiled faintly. That's right, after coming back from the savage wasteland, I sensed my inadequacy and also wanted to go to the extraterrestrial battlefield for some experience. Bai Xiao said. Everyone else nodded for roughly the same reason. Good, then we'll fight side by side from now on. Yi Chen patted Bai Xiao's shoulder and laughed. It's an honor for us to be able to kill the enemy side by side with young Lord Yi. Song Liangchen and the others' eyes were adoring and flattered. Senior brother, this leader must have you to be the leader. We are not convinced by anyone else doing it. White Hue added. Well said. I'll be the leader of this group. Yi Chen nodded. He also did not like taking orders from others. Being the head of this group himself would save him a lot of trouble. But I heard that those adult soldiers are very displeased with us student soldiers. Fire Ying said. Then we'll fight until they're convinced. Yi Chen snorted coldly and walked straight towards the arena stage. Young Master Ye's walking posture is so handsome. Wind Country's first princess, Feng Xuanning, said with playful adoration. The contest hasn't started yet. What does this kid want to do walking up? Many of the adult soldiers showed puzzled looks. Yi Chen looked disdainfully and swept over everyone present. I'll do this, leader. Those who are not convinced come up and fight. Who is this kid? So arrogant. What a firstborn calf. Give him credit. Those who came to join the army were not good people. Who could bear to be looked down upon by a brat? One was furious. Old Dean, this granddaughter-in-law of yours has great courage. Above the stands, Shenmoli glanced at Liang Zhoshir beside him, his eyes flashing with a touch of playfulness. I'm afraid this young man is going to suffer later. Liang Zhoshir closed his eyes in a false sleep and did not say anything because he had a good idea of Yi Chen's strength. At this time, a cold-faced black-clothed sword cultivator walked up to the arena stage and said in a cold voice, I'm going to kill someone when my sword is sheathed. Have you thought it through? After saying that, a stern sharpness emanated from his body. He was actually a Seal King realm first-level powerhouse. Humph. The cultivation gap between the two is too great. This kid has no chance of winning. Don't let this brat get beat up and cry later. One adult soldier taunted. You're too weak. Against me you don't even have a chance to make a sword. Yi Chen glanced at the other party, the corners of his mouth raising in disdain. Arrogant. The black-clothed sword cultivator was just about to draw his sword when Yi Chen on the opposite side had already disappeared. So fast. The black-clothed sword cultivator was so shocked that he couldn't even see Yi Chen's trajectory. Next moment, Yi Chen threw a punch at the black-clothed sword cultivator's chest, and the latter flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, falling into the crowd. What? This black-clothed sword cultivator actually lost? It must have been his carelessness that got him in the gutter. The crowd was shocked. However, they all assumed that the black-clothed sword cultivator had lost the battle because of carelessness. On the other hand, on the stands, Shenmoli and a group of other generals' eyes narrowed slightly. They had experienced in life and death from the border for many years, and their vision was extremely poisonous. The moment Yi Chen made his move, he actually gave them a feeling of lightening up. The fact that he was able to defeat the black-clothed sword cultivator was by no means due to the latter's carelessness. Rather, he really has some strength. Next, Yi Chen said in a cold voice. Outrageous. I'll do it. Me first. And me. There were 3 Seal King realm level powerhouses stepping onto the arena stage, and the strongest one was at the 3rd level of Seal King realm cultivation. Don't bother so much. You 3 go together, Yi Chen said impatiently. Kid, you're too cocky, the man at the head of the group said angrily, and Yi Chen had already disappeared in place, like an instantaneous movement, as fast as a stump. Brahma steps, don't even think about it, the 3 of them bellowed, and each of them erupted with astonishing fluctuations. However, it was of no use in front of Yi Chen. A photo op. The 3 of them flew out of the arena at the same time. What? The crowd was shocked and all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. If the black-clothed sword cultivator had just been knocked off the arena stage due to carelessness, then what about these 3? There's only one explanation for this. Yi Chen's strength far exceeds theirs. Who is this kid and why is he so strong? Could it be that he's the Yi Chen who won first place on top of the Heaven's Pride competition? Is that the same Yi Chen who defeated the divine son of the Yin Moon Divine Court and beheaded the demon son of the demon race? So it's him. No wonder he's so strong. People are young and have a wild streak. That's right. A young age to fight for the glory of our desolate domain. I'm convinced if he becomes the head. The crowd was talking. The Heaven's Pride competition had ended several days ago, and Yi Chen's deeds had almost spread throughout the desolate domain, causing many martial artists to clap their hands, determining that the person in front of them was Yi Chen. The vast majority of the adult soldiers also revealed looks of adoration, admiration, and so on. It wasn't impossible to make this overwhelming talent the head of the group. So he's Yi Chen. What a young and arrogant heavenly pride. Shinmoli and the others had also heard about Yi Chen's deeds last night, and they had marveled at them. As soldiers, they all admired the strong, regardless of age. Even the adjutant who had strongly opposed it yesterday stood up and apologized to Liang Zhouxiao. Old Dean, I take back what I said yesterday. This brother Yi Chen is qualified to be the leader of this independent regiment. Do you all have any further comments? Yi Chen glanced at the crowd on the stage and faintly said, "We serve." No one in the crowd dared to go up to the stage to challenge them anymore, and most of them acquiesced to the result of Yi Chen becoming the leader. Worthy of being a senior brother. Slightly out of the blue, he subdued these pricks. Young Master Yi is truly a model for my generation. Yi Chen is so handsome. If he wasn't married, I'd want to marry him. Bai Xiao, Song Liangchen, and the others all cast adoring gazes at Yi Chen. All out of the way. Just then, a group of ferocious people barged into the square, each of them exuding a powerful fury that made people fearful. The crowd all made way for them, and the 2 stout men in blood robes at the head of the crowd had already walked onto the arena stage. The eyes looked at Yi Chen with viciousness. It exudes a very oppressive feeling. These 2 are the 2 leaders of the Blood Fury Mercenary Corps, the 2 brothers Qin Renhu and Qin Renbao. I heard that these 2 brothers are at the 8th and 9th level of the Seal King realm respectively, and their strength is claimed to be unrivaled under the Saint realm. The 2 brothers lead the Blood Fury Mercenary Regiment to operate in the extraterritorial battlefield all year round, doing the business of licking blood from the mouth of the sword, with an extremely heavy heart of killing, and any opponents who fought with them were either dead or injured. I can't imagine that these 2 brothers would bring members of the Blood Fury Mercenary Corps to run for the head position. This is Yi Chen in danger. There was a gasp of surprise from the crowd present. Kid, with the 2 of us brothers around, you're not qualified to be the head of the group. Do you dare to fight with me? Qin Renbao was a one-eyed dragon, one eye glaring fiercely at Yi Chen. Facing the aggressive Qin Renbao, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth raised a touch of disdain. Don't waste your time. The 2 of you brothers go on together. What? Has Yi Chen gone crazy? Brother Qin Renhu is a ruthless character who has experienced countless lives and deaths, far from being comparable to Yi Chen's previous opponents. Isn't he too conceited? I've heard that these 2 brothers have also practiced the combined strike technique, which is enough to obliterate anyone under the sacred realm. So what's the difference between Yi Chen wanting to challenge the 2 of them and looking for death? The crowd was even more shocked after hearing this, and everyone thought that Yi Chen was too presumptuous and was playing with fire. Even Liang Shuriwei, Bai Xiao and the others frowned, worried that Yi Chen wasn't being a bit too trusting, only to hear Yi Chen add, "Or your entire bloodshed mercenary corps can go together. As long as you touch half of my clothes, count me as a loser." He's so full of himself. On the stands, a few of the adjutants next to Shinmoli also couldn't help but say, "What did you say? How dare you look down on the 2 of us brothers? Seek death." Qin Renbao's face was fierce as he took a step out, swinging a doorslab-like battle axe and slashing towards Yi Chen. A wild and hostile aura swept out. "Humph. I told you 2 brothers to go together. You're boring on your own." Yi Chen's gaze flinched as he sheathed the underworld sword at his waist with a clang sound. He shifted in a flash of blood-colored residual shadow. Fast sword killing technique. Snort. Yi Chen rubbed shoulders with Qin Renbao. The latter was stunned and froze in place, his abdomen suddenly cracking open with a blood-colored sword mark, and then collapsed. A puddle of blood oozed out from underneath his body. What happened? So fast. The crowd was dumbfounded. The vast majority of them hadn't even seen what had happened. And Qin Runbao had already collapsed? It's unbelievable. How can? Qin Renhu's eyes were shadowy as he stared dead at Yi Chen, his heart shaken. I didn't expect Yi Chen to be several times more powerful than the legend. Still fighting? Yi Chen lightly glanced at Qin Renhu. We're willing to bet on. Qin Renhu gulped and a smile appeared on his fierce face. He clearly felt Yi Chen's power, although his strength was quite a bit higher than his younger brother, Qin Runbao. But against Yi Chen, he had no chance of winning, unless he led everyone in the entire Bloodshed Mercenary Corps to set up a killing formation and surround Yi Chen. But this is the Academy of the Desolate God. How could Liang Jiuxiu and other powerhouses stand idly by? So you can only concede first and look for a chance to kill him before you do. But is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Yi Chen stood on the arena stage, towering over the crowd. Yi Chen, Yi Chen, Yi Chen. A moment later, the crowd on stage chanted Yi Chen's name. All were completely convinced by his strength and willingly embraced him as their leader. Liang Shiriyue, Bai Xiao, and Firing Ying also cast adoring glances at Yi Chen. Some people are born to be leaders. In time, Yi Chen would definitely become the sole leader of the Desolate Domain. This kid is really something. The few adjutants on the stage were also impressed by Yi Chen's strength and exclaimed in admiration. Shinmoli slowly walked over to Yi Chen and smiled. Yi Chen, I will now appoint you as the leader of this independent regiment. And you can give your independent regiment a number. Let's call it the God of Desolation. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, Good. From now on you'll be the leader of the Desolate God Regiment. Shinmoli smiled gratefully and had high hopes for Yi Chen. Immediately, he gave orders to all of them. The entire army will depart early tomorrow morning and return to Thunder Pass. Back to the other house. Master, what is the order? Two figures suddenly appeared behind Yi Chen. A figure that was wonderfully delicate and bright was none other than Yi Nuer. Behind her followed a black-robed figure, the black fury aura covering his face, making it impossible to see his face. Those two brothers of the Blood Fury Corps have murderous intentions towards me. Go investigate their purpose, and after figuring it out, the entire Blood Fury Corps will have no need to exist. Yi Chen said indifferently. Yes. Yi Nuer answered and disappeared with the black-robed man. The Bloodbath Mercenaries. A tent. Brother, why are you such a fucking wimp? Why don't you dare to fight that kid? Qin Runbao complained. Only his abdomen was bandaged, but his breath was still a bit weak and he was obviously badly injured. Qin Renhu snorted coldly and said, What do you know? Am I being a wimp? I'm saving my strength and looking for a chance to fuck him again. Brother, when I recover from my injuries and you and I use the combined strike technique, what are our chances of winning? Qin Runbao asked. There's almost no chance of winning. Even a strong person at the first level of the sacred realm may not be his opponent. Qin Renhu sighed. Is that kid really that strong? Qin Runbao couldn't believe it. Only strong. Qin Renhu nodded. Experiencing countless lives and deaths in the extraterrestrial battlefield had made his perception of danger incomparably sharp. Yi Chen had only struck out one sword though. However, he roughly judged Yi Chen's strength. It was almost comparable to a strong person of the sacred realm. We have taken the assassination mission issued by the Xian clan and have received a deposit. If we can't kill this kid, how are we going to explain to the Xian clan? Qin Runbao asked. Yi Chen's power is far beyond our expectations. Now we can only take one step at a time and act as we see fit. Qin Renhu sighed. The master was right in what he expected. You really have murderous intentions towards him? A soft and charming voice rang out. What man? The two Qin Renhu brothers were immediately alerted as a powerful baleful aura erupted and lifted the curtain of the tent, only to see a saucy, beautiful woman standing outside, followed by a shadowy, black-robed man. Who are you and what are you doing here in our Bloodshed Mercenary Corps? All the members of the Blood Fury Mercenary Corps rushed over almost immediately, surrounding Yi Nuer, with the leader, Qin Renhu, questioning, Kill them. Yi Nuer was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. A pair of water snake-like arms crossed in front of her full chest. Suddenly, a terrifying killing aura emanated from the black-robed man's body, enveloping the entire scene. More than 100 members of the Blood Fiend Mercenary Corps were instantly covered by this force, and all of them exploded into a sky of blood mist and broken flesh. The strong smell of blood filled the air. It's a quasi-imperial powerhouse. The two brothers' faces changed drastically, and their hearts were like ice. This black-robed man was the killing emperor. After he was decapitated by Yi Ying, he was refined into a Shura puppet by Yi Nuer, retaining his quasi-emperor level battle power. Immediately, the black-robed man swept past in an instant, and he removed the heads of the two brothers. How dare you? Who dares to kill my Thunder Pass generals? A bellowing voice came from the direction of the Desolate God Academy. In just a few moments, a silvery figure descended from the sky, holding a spear in its hand and stabbing down towards the black-robed man. It was Shinmoli. As a commander of the Thunder Pass, he also possessed a quasi-emperor level cultivation. He hadn't thought about it. How dare someone slaughter his recruits right under his nose? After the black-robed man sensed this pressure, his body also erupted with a powerful baleful aura, and a baleful aura-covered spear condensed into his hand and stabbed at the other party. There was a loud thud. The two power fluctuations collided, leveling everything around them, and the black-robed man used the momentum to retreat, grabbing Yi Noor and flying away backwards. On her way out, Yi Noor's pretty face surfaced with a sweet smile and waved at Shinmoli. Outrageous! Shinmoli was furious. Facing Yi Noor's provocation was a great insult to him. Immediately, he turned into a silver light and chased after him. In the next moment, the black-robed man and Yi Noor flew into Yi Chen's special courtyard and disappeared. Yi Chen. Shinmoli's face complexed up. Commander Shin, someone massacred the recruits? Any clues as to who did it? The dozen or so deputy generals of Thunder Pass also arrived, as many as they could, and inquired. Shinmoli looked at Yi Chen's other courtyard and was silent. Could it be Yi Chen? One of the adjutants wanted to speak. Slaughtering recruits at Thunder Pass is a felony, and is never to be taken lightly, no matter what the reason. If Yi Chen really did it, even if he was the Yi clan's young master and Liang Zhouxiao's granddaughter-in-law, he would not be spared. At least this chief won't make it. Come on, let's go inside. Shinmoli's face was expressionless as he led a group of generals inside. In the other courtyard, Yi Chen was drinking tea in the gazebo. Behind them stood two figures. It was none other than Yi Noor with her Shura war puppet. General, hello again. Yi Noor smiled, tilted her head and waved at Shinmoli. Yi Chen, did you really do this? Shinmoli's face was expressionless. Yes. Yi Chen drank a mouthful of tea and faintly said, give me a reason. Shinmoli's voice was a bit cold. Yi Chen did not speak, while Yi Noor on the side gave a light humph and casually threw out two nascent rings that floated in front of Shinmoli's body. It was none other than the ready nagging rings of the two Qin Renhu brothers. Shinmoli frowned and his soul force probed into it. A moment later, he collected a Shin clan's assassination list from his nascent sack, and the target of the assassination was none other than Yi Chen. Shinmoli nodded with a sudden realization. The Bloodbath Mercenary Corps didn't genuinely want to join the army, but came to kill you? Yes, so it makes sense for me to strike first and destroy them, doesn't it? Yi Chen nodded and said, Humph, even if they had ulterior motives, you should have reported it to Commander Shin. How can you privately slaughter recruits? This is a serious offense in our Thunder Pass. An adjutant couldn't resist. It doesn't matter. I can do without this headmaster. Yi Chen spread his hands in an indifferent manner. The dozen or so adjutants were all frowning. This Yi Chen was strong, but he was definitely a prick. Such people are often double-edged swords. Used well it can be a big killer. If you don't use it well, you're bound to get into trouble everywhere. Everyone's eyes looked toward Shinmoli. What to do with Yi Chen would depend on his attitude. Shinmoli was silent for a moment and said, Yi Chen, I'll help you squash this time, but this will not be the next time. The dozen or so adjutants were taken aback. Yi Chen had committed such a big offense, but Shinmoli was not pursuing the matter? Right now Thunder Pass is in a position to use people. It seemed that Shinmoli was also cherishing his talent. It's just that paper can't hold fire. After such a big incident, it must be reported to the Generalissimo and a few of the capitals, who will surely pursue the matter. When he returned to Thunder Pass, Yi Chen was bound to have a lot of trouble. After everyone left, Xia Qingyan walked out of the room. Her pretty face flashed with a touch of worry. You haven't even gone to the Thunder Pass yet, and you've offended them all, so I'm afraid that they'll secretly trip you up in the future. No harm. If they respect me 1 foot, I will return them 1 foot. If they dare to deliberately make things difficult for me, just wipe them out directly. My father is the #1 strongest person in the extraterrestrial battlefield. I will be subjected to their bird's breath? Yi Chen said in disbelief. You're good at everything, just a little too impulsive. Xia Qingyan caressed Yi Chen's cheek and sighed. No more of that. Yi Chen shook his head. Then his eyes sizzled as he looked at Xia Qingyan. I'm leaving tomorrow. Why don't you go back to your room and continue to reward me for a while? You still say that. Yesterday toss people almost can't get out of bed. You even want today. After Xia Qingyan finished speaking, she realized that Yi Noor hadn't left yet, and immediately covered her reddened pretty face with both hands, and was left with no place to go. Who made you too charming for a little leprechaun? Walk back to your room and rest. Yi Chen picked up Xia Qingyan in his princess's arms and walked towards the room. I'm so envious of the master mother. Every day I get to be close to my master. When will my master take me in? Yi Noor stroked the Shura puppet beside her, with some why in her heart. The next day. Ding! On the 41st day of the wedding, Rewarding the Emperor's grade body technique, divine walking technique. The system beep sounded. An Emperor grade body technique? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth lifted slightly. After his cultivation level was raised, facing a powerhouse at the level of the sacred realm, the Brahma steps no longer had an advantage. This divine walking technique reward had come at the right time, and was enough to use for one's own cultivation at the Emperor realm. Young Lord, I'm back. A shadow noiselessly appeared in Yi Chen's room, transforming into a figure that knelt on one knee. It was none other than Leaf Shadow, who had left for a long time. You broke through the Emperor realm so quickly? Yi Chen froze. Thank you, young lord, for granting me the opportunity to break through the Emperor realm, so I can better serve young lord in the future. Leaf Shadow said with gratitude. Good. I was just about to go to the extraterrestrial battlefield, so you've come back just in time. Yi Chen smiled in relief. Although the Aragonite siblings would also follow him, they served as his biggest cards, so he would try not to use them if he could. And Leaf Shadow was like a shadow of himself. It's much smoother to use. Young lord, before I came to the Desolate God Academy, the old ancestor asked me to give this to you. Ying presented a hexagonal stone seal with both hands. Old ancestor. Yi Chen froze. He stood in awe of this mysterious old ancestor of the Yi clan. The old ancestor, as the Yi clan's pinnacle of the sea, had lived for an unknown number of years, and his cultivation was unfathomable. He was instrumental in the Yi clan becoming the strongest force in the Desolate domain. There are also rumors that the old ancestor is likely to be a strong person from the upper world. Yi Chen took the stone seal and rejoiced. This is a sword formation seal. It contains 10,000 supreme sword formations. Having it will allow Xiao Yi to advance to a stronger formation spirit. Immediately, he placed the formation seal on his chest, only to see the pendant in front of his chest blossom with a brilliant light, sucking up all the power from the sword formation seal. After spending about an hour, Xiao Yi sucked up all the power in the formation seal, and Sayaka advanced completely. The sword formation that condensed could obliterate a quasi-emperor powerhouse, and had the power to fight with an emperor realm powerhouse. How much dragon vein power is left in the Horse Clan's ancestral land? Yi Chen asked. Back to young lord. The Horse Clan has 100,000 years of heritage, and there is still much more dragon vein power left in the ancestral land. Leaf Shadow replied. Yi Nuer. Yi Chen suddenly said. Master, you called me? Yi Nuer and the Shura puppets figures appeared in the room. You may take the core members of the Dark World and enter the Horse Clan's ancestral land to cultivate and enhance the Dark World's overall strength. Yi Chen added. Thank you, master, for rewarding the chance. Yi Nuer's pretty face was delighted as she took the Shura puppet and disappeared in place. Senior brother. No, chief. It's almost time. Commander Shen told us all to gather in the square. Bai Xiu's voice rang out from outside the room. Yes. Yi Chen nodded, his eyes looking to the side of Xia Qingyan, who took the initiative to offer a hug, softly saying, Be careful all the way. I'll wait for you to come back. Well, you take care too. Yi Chen lightly kissed her on the forehead and turned to leave, and Yi's shadow transformed into a residual shadow, merging with Yi Chen's shadow. Hubby, I'll definitely practice hard and keep up with you. Xia Qingyan gazed at Yi Chen's departing back, her eyes a little moist. Above the square, Shenmoli, a dozen adjutants, and 5,000 recruits had already been lined up and waiting for a long time. However, upon seeing Yi Chen's late arrival, anger flashed in the eyes of one of the adjutants. This Yi Chen simply didn't put them, his superiors, in his eyes. Shenmoli didn't count on it, but simply said two words, Depart. Above the square, the teleportation array opened. Under Shenmoli's leadership, the crowd walked in orderly, extraterritorial battlefield. There was an ancient, crumbling city that stood alone in the desert. This is the staging area behind Thunder Pass. The teleportation array has opened. It should be that Commander Shen and the others have returned, the soldiers guarding the city have said. A few moments later, Shenmoli led Yi Chen and more than 5,000 other people out of the teleportation array. Is this the extraterrestrial battlefield? This should only be the border of the extraterrestrial battlefield. A logistical supply station for Thunder Pass, a long way from the front line. 5,000 recruits looked around, curious about the place. Commander Shen, I didn't expect you guys to come back after just 7 days. It seems that this recruitment of new recruits went well. A general in charge of logistics came forward and laughed. That's right. This recruitment is going better than ever. Commander Shen nodded in response. Chill out. Commander Shen then led Yi Chen and the others in the direction of Thunder Pass. The soldiers defending the city all looked at the rookie recruits with playful eyes. The eyes finally rested on Yi Chen's body. Look at the insignia on his arm. He's the leader of this legion? Nowadays, the standard for becoming a leader has been lowered to just a 10,000 laws realm martial artist? The eyes of the people were a bit gloomy. Hey, the quality of the new recruits. A batch is not as good as a batch anymore. How much longer can we resist the demon clan? The transit station was still thousands of miles away from the Thunder Pass, and with no teleportation array between them, they could only fly in the air to catch up. Grand Elder Yi Chen has appeared. A hidden figure tore through the void and flew back into the spatial passage, only to see that hundreds of strong people had already been ambushed in the spatial passage. All of them were at the level of great emperors and quasi-emperors. Humph. Yi Chen killed so many strong people of my Xian clan. This revenge is not shared, and will be avenged today. If Yi Chen had stayed in the desolate domain, we really wouldn't have had the chance to strike. Now that he's come to the extraterrestrial battlefield, it's still thousands of miles away from the Thunder Pass, and there are no desolate domain powerhouses in the vicinity, so it's the best time to kill him. That's right, he only has at most 2 desolate god emissaries escorting him, and there's also a quasi-emperor cultivated Shinmoli. If so many of us great emperors and quasi-emperors go on together, it must be difficult for them to fight. A few Xian clan powerhouses surged with killing intent. The people of the Xian clan did not expect the bloodshed mercenaries to kill Yi Chen, but were merely using them to provide information. The real killer is this line. In order to kill Yi Chen, the Xian clan had gone out of their way to send out 30 great emperors as well as 300 quasi-emperors. It was evident that the Xian clan's hatred for Yi Chen had reached the extreme. Get rid of him at all costs. When we act later, we 30 or so great emperors will pester the 2 desolate god emissaries. The other 300 paragon emperors will kill Yi Chen as fast as they can, and once we've won we'll immediately retreat back into the spatial passageway and return to the Xian domain. Is that clear? The Xian clan's grand elder said with a serious face. Understood. The many Xian clan powerhouses responded. Just as they were about to make their move, a voice suddenly rang out. It's not too good for so many old men to bully a child of my Yi clan. Is it? Who? The Xian clan's grand elder and the others were taken aback. They hadn't even realized that there were other people nearby. Space twisted and 2 figures walked out. It was a childish, cynical, grey-clad old man. The other person was a wonderful woman in a snowsuit, immaculate and with a stunningly beautiful appearance. The woman is Yi Yuqing. The other person was the Yi clan's old ancestor, Yi Xianji. You're the Yi clan's oldest ancestor. How did you know that my Xian clan was going to send someone to intercept Yi Chen? The Xian clan's grand elder changed color slightly. Humph. You think that you can gain insight into everything in our desolate domain just because you've placed a few hidden spies in our desolate domain? Unbeknownst to you, those hidden spies of yours have long been targeted by my Yi clan, and having learned some information from them, it's not hard to judge your actions. Yi Xianji sneered. The Xian clan's grand elder glanced at the fact that Yi Chen and the rest of the group had already drifted away, and the fleeting opportunity was gone. Immediately, his eyes narrowed slightly and he said, Humph, if I can't kill Yi Chen, killing one of your Yi clan ancestors won't be a disadvantage. 300 Xian clan powerhouses stared coldly at the 2, surrounding them from all sides. Even you juniors want to kill me? Yi Xianji's eyes were contemptuous. Although you are a transcendent emperor, and none of us may be able to defeat you in a single fight, but you are too old and your chi and blood are in serious decline, so you will definitely not be able to last long. And so many of us can fight in a wheel battle, and we can drag you to death. Furthermore, you brought a junior with you. If we strike at her, you will definitely have something to worry about, and we will have a greater chance of killing you, the Xian clan's grand elder said. Yi Xianji shook her head and sighed. What? The Xian clan's grand elder questioned. Your Xian clan is so stupid. How did you manage to stand in the Xian domain for 1,000,000 years without being exterminated? Yi Xianji sneered. What did you say? Old man, how dare you mouth off? The Xian clan and the others were furious. Yi Xianji directly drew his sword. What seemed like a mediocre battle exploded into a heaven-destroying might. A magnificent and volatile sword aura swept through the 8 directions. Thumbs up. Before the Xian clan's grand elder and the other 300 people had time to react, all of their heads had already flown up into the sky in unison, their blood flowing like a stream. One sword kills 30 great emperors and 300 paramount emperors. Is this the strength of an old ancestor? Yi Yuqing's pretty face was stunned. Even though she had followed the old ancestor since she was a child, it was the first time she had ever seen the old ancestor make a move. It's horrible. Rumble. Yi Chen's group was rushing along when the dome of the sky above their heads suddenly trembled slightly. Space distorted, and a thunderous sound vaguely resounded. In just a moment, calm was restored. What's going on? Shinmoli and the other group of powerhouses changed their faces and looked toward the sky, but they did not find anything unusual. Was that feeling just now a hallucination? Shinmoli muttered. Just now he clearly felt a very terrifying aura, but instantly gone? It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Speed up your pace and rush to Thunder Pass. Shinmoli didn't dare to slow down and continued to rush with his army. That aura just now, so familiar. Yi Chen had suspicions in his heart. But he didn't think too much about it, and instead followed the large group as they left. Little girl Yu Ting, was that sort of old ancestor me just now handsome? Yi Xianji said triumphantly. Simply awesome. Yi Yuqing guffawed. Ha ha, there's even more handsome ones out there. Wanna see? Yi Xianji laughed. Aha! Yi Yuqing nodded, curious in his heart. What was more handsome? Let's go and exterminate the Xian clan. Yi Xianji's eyes narrowed slightly with killing intent. Grandpa Zhu, are you serious? Yi Yuqing was taken aback. Naturally, Yi Xianji said. But the Xian clan is the #1 force in the Xian domain. There are countless powerful people, and there are even transcendent great emperors in attendance as well. Would it be too dangerous for just the two of us to go? Yi Yuqing was surprised. Yuqing girl, do not fear. Since I dare to go, there is a 10% certainty that I can do it. Just, Yi Xianji's old face flashed with a flash of worry. Grandpa Zhu, what is this? Yi Yuqing asked. It's just that once I use my strength, I might attract the attention of some guys in the upper realm, and then the desolate domain cataclysm might come early. Yi Xianji sighed. Old ancestor, what exactly is the desolate domain cataclysm? From the ancient books, Yi Yuqing had once read about the desolate domain cataclysm. It's just that it's been too long and the records in the ancient books are vague. What exactly the desolate domain cataclysm was, few people knew now. Yi Xianji mused for a moment and didn't answer, instead saying, it's still too early for the current you to know this. After your cultivation reaches the quasi-emperor or even the emperor realm, there are some things that you will naturally understand. Aha! Yi Yuqing nodded and did not ask again. Immediately, Yi Xianji casually waved her hand, opening up a spatial passageway to the Xian domain, and walked in with Yi Yuqing. Xanadu, Xian clan, a magnificent palace. Patriarch is not good. The soul lamps of the Grand Elder and the others are extinguished. The plan to assassinate Yi Chen has failed. A Xian clan elder flew into the palace and cried out. The soul lights of more than 300 people have gone out? In the middle of the palace, on top of the gilt throne, sat a man wearing a gold-colored battlesuit, with reddish beard and hair, like a lion. His face changed as a terrifying aura emanated, covering the entire magnificent palace. He was the Xian clan's clan chief, Xian Wending. Yes, the Xian clan elder trembled. Hateful. That's more than 30 great emperors and 300 quasi-emperor powerhouses, almost 1/3 of my Xian clan's battle force, and all of them were wiped out just like that. Xian Wending was furious, hissing like a lion. Spinning around, he asked in a cold voice, do you know who did it? I don't know. Everyone died in the spatial passage. They were killed by someone with a sword. No one survived, and no news was passed back. The Xian clan elder said, the person who can kill 30 great emperors and 300 quasi-imperial powerhouses with a single sword. Even an ordinary transcendent great emperor can't do it. Just who is it? Xian Wending's eyes were icy cold. Even those two mysterious desolate god emissaries couldn't do anything to kill so many powerhouses in seconds without a sound. Looking at the entire 8 regions of the lower realm, there were only a handful of people who possessed such strength. Could it be that mysterious Yi family ancestor? Boom! A destructive aura swept through the Xian clan's main camp. What a guy! Xian Wending and the other Xian clan executives' faces changed drastically, as if they were facing a great enemy. Suddenly, above the dome of the sky, a divine sword like a rift in the sky chopped down, nearly 10,000 feet long and emanating immeasurable divine power. Boom! This sword directly chopped the Xian clan's main camp into 2 halves. An endless storm of sword chi swept through the 8 directions, and the Xian clan's defensive formations were reduced to nothing, destroying them and shattering them. Everywhere they went, all buildings were destroyed and collapsed, and the flesh of countless Xian clan people were caught up in the storm and crushed into mush. In a few moments, the Xian clan had already been reduced to a ruin, with debris everywhere, mourning, broken limbs, and blood flowing into a river, which was horrible to see. It's like hell on earth. Is this the true strength of the old ancestor? Yi Yuqing's pretty face changed slightly, almost wiping out the entire Xian clan with one sword? This was the overlord of the Xian domain, an ancient great clan that had stood for millions of years, and its overall strength was a bit stronger than the Yi clan. It's gone? That's horrible strength. Everyone in the Yi clan knew that the old ancestor was in existence like a pin in the sea and was very strong. But to what extent was he strong? No one knew. There were even people who suspected that the Yi clan's old ancestor, who had never been able to stay out of the ancestral land, had long since had his chi and blood decayed, and his lifespan was about to end, and his strength was not even as good as that of an ordinary great emperor. And Yi Yuqing finally realized that. The real reason why the old ancestor didn't make a move was that once he did, the 8 domains of the lower realm would find it difficult to withstand his power, and it will attract certain taboos in the upper world. Who is senior? And why are you laying your hands on my Xian clan? Xian Wending and the other 7 to 800 figures flew up into the sky, each one of them jealous. These were the Xian clan's top echelons. 50 to 60 of them were at the level of Great Emperor cultivation, and hundreds of others were at the level of Quasi-Emperor cultivation, which was almost the entire remaining battle force of the Xian clan. The others almost died under that sword of Yi Xianji. Who gave the order to kill Yi Chen? Yi Xianji said with a cold snort. You're the Yi clan's oldest ancestor? A Xian clan elder's face changed. The crowd was shocked. The old man in front of them was the most mysterious one in the Yi clan. The old ancestor? Made you ask a rhetorical question? Yi Xianji suddenly drew her sword, and her sword chi was domineering and unrivaled, directly killing that Xian clan elder with a single stroke of her sword. What? The Xian clan's many strong people trembling. This sword is too strong. Not speaking. Are you looking down on the old man Ni? Yi Xianji's eyes narrowed slightly as she struck out several more swords, instantly killing another 20 to 30 Xian clan great emperors in seconds. Killing a great emperor is like slaughtering a dog? Senior, this is all a misunderstanding. Please forgive Senior. Xian Wending broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly arched his hand and said, Misunderstanding, huh? Then it's also a misunderstanding for me to exterminate your Xian clan. Let's wait for me to kill all of you before I say sorry to you. Yi Xianji grinned and drew his sword again. Stop. A chortle sounded. 4 powerful figures flew in from the direction of the Xian clan's ancestral land, each of them exuding an aura at the level of a transcendent emperor. You old guys are finally willing to show your faces? Yi Xianji's sword still chopped out, and a brilliant sword aura tore through the sky. The 4 transcendent emperors wanted to step in to stop them, but they were still a step too late. The sword-ons penetrated through the bodies of Xian Wending and hundreds of others, and their flesh exploded in unison, turning into a bloody rain in the sky. This rain of blood did not break up for 3 days. Yi clan ancestor, I'll make you and the entire Yi clan accompany my Xian clan. The 4 Xian clan elder ancestors were jealous, each exuding the powerful pressure of a transcendent emperor as they surrounded the 2 of them, Yi Xianji and Yi Yuqing. Old ancestor, these 4 are all transcendent emperors. Be careful. Yi Yuqing's pretty face flashed with worry. Although the old ancestor was very strong, the fact that there were 4 transcendent great emperors on the other side still made her a little worried. Is the transcendent emperor very strong? The corners of Yi Xianji's mouth raised in disdain as the prohibitions within her body opened one after another, no longer suppressing her true strength. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from his body. His mighty pressure increased several times, even far beyond the transcendental great emperor. You're the great emperor of destiny. Impossible. The lower realm is suppressed by the laws of heaven. It is impossible for a martial artist to break through the destiny emperor. You are from the upper realm. The 4 Xian clan ancestors were shocked and trembling. Chop! Yi Xianji let out a low gulp and slashed his sword horizontally, the sword aura tearing through the heavens and earth as if it was going to grind everything to a halt. Snort! The heads of the 4 Xian clan ancestors were chopped off, and their headless corpses fell from mid-air. Since then, the Xian clan, which had dominated the Xian domain for millions of years, was completely destroyed. With this sword chop of mine, the desolate domain cataclysm has been advanced by at least 10 years, and in the future I will only be able to strike twice more at the most, and if I force a 3rd time, I will surely be revolted by the heavenly Dao laws of the lower realm, and I will also attract a lot of great enemies. Yi Xianji dispersed all his terrifying power as he let out a bitter smile. His entire body seemed to have aged for a long time all of a sudden. Old ancestor, I'm a little puzzled as to why you're risking the backlash of the heavenly Dao's laws and the advancement of the desolate domain cataclysm to make a move to exterminate the Xian clan? Yi Yuqing asked. I'm doing this to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, to buy Yi Chen kid time to grow up. Yi Xianji sighed. The other 7 domains of the lower realm had already noticed Yi Chen's potential, and were all moving to make a move against him. Yi Xianji's destruction of the Xian clan with a single sword had also served as a deterrent, causing the other forces to not dare to make another move against Yi Chen in a short period of time. Buying little Tatsu time to grow? Yi Yuqing froze. Yi Xianji let out a bitter smile and said, the reason why I came to the lower realm of the Yi clan was to look for one person. I thought that the one I was looking for was Battle Heaven, but I didn't expect it to be his son. The person old ancestor is looking for is Shao Chun? Yi Yuqing's pretty face changed slightly. Yes, Shao Chun possesses a supreme Dao body and has unparalleled natural talent. His future achievements will definitely surpass your father Yi Zhantian's. What I have to do is to shelter him as quickly as possible as he grows up. In the future, the strong enemies he will face will be very strong. The step he can lead the Yi family of the lower realm to depends on his destiny. Yi Xianji sighed. Old ancestor, who is the enemy that little Chen will face in the future? Yi Yuqing frowned. How terrifying would an enemy be that made the old ancestor feel powerful? Knowing too much right now will instead do you no good. It will delay your future cultivation, and will even become your heart's demon. Right now you just need to cultivate well. When the time is ripe, you will understand everything. In the future, when facing the Great Tribulation, all you have to do is to become Little Chen's right-hand man and just share the pressure for him. Yi Xianji laughed. Being Tatsu's right-hand man? The backs of Yi Yuqing's pair of white hands were flushed with veins, and her bright eyes flashed with determination. He himself would definitely be Xiao Tatsu's most solid support, even at the expense of your life. Although that boy Yi Chen is the key to crossing the great calamity in the future. But girl, you grew up with the old man me. I will be more biased towards you. From today onwards I will personally instruct you in your cultivation. You need to enter the Xian clan ancestral ground and go into seclusion. Utilize the Xian clan's millions of years of heritage to become stronger. And don't come out of seclusion until you break through to the quasi-emperor. Yi Xianji laughed. Old ancestor, I can't use the Xian clan's millions of years of reserves on my own. Why don't we let Xiao Chen come over and cultivate with us? Yi Yuqing said. There's no need. That kid has a special destiny. Born with countless chances. He has his own path to walk. No need for us to worry. You only need to take care of your own cultivation. Yi Xianji added. Aha! Yi Yuqing nodded obediently before following Yi Xianji into the Xian clan's ancestral land to cultivate. College of the Desolate God. Xia Qingyan walked out of the other courtyard and prepared to return to the Yi family. And just then, a voice rang out from behind her. Where are you going to go? Xia girl? Old Dean? Xia Qingyan turned around and saw Liang Zhuoxiu walking towards her with his hands behind his back and a kind face. Immediately, she added. Yi Chen has left, and I'm going back to the Yi family. I'm going to cultivate properly next, so I can't let him fall too far behind me. Kid Ye's natural talent is rare in 10,000 years. If you just routinely cultivate, you'll never be able to catch up with him, and the gap between you and him will even grow wider and wider. Liang Zhuoxiu shook his head. Although Xia Qingyan's natural talent is also stunning enough, nay, the object she's chasing after is a big pervert. Xia Qingyan's jade teeth were clenched, and she was also very clear about the gap between herself and Yi Chen. Even if you put your best foot forward, it's almost impossible to keep up with your opponent. Is there nothing that can be done? Liang Zhuoxiu added. Yes, yeah. Let me take you somewhere? Where to? Xia Qingyan asked. A secret realm of the Desolate God Academy, Liang Zhuoxiu said. Immediately, under Liang Zhuoxiu's leadership, the two of them arrived at the forbidden land of the Desolate God Academy. Liang Zhuoxiu waved his sleeve and a teleportation light door condensed. The two walked in. Next moment, the two came to another world. This is a mountain forest of bells and spirits. The purple haze is full of sky. The spiritual chi is full. The immortal birds are flying. The spiritual beasts are inhabiting. It is like a pure land of the immortal world. Xia Qingyan's pretty face changed slightly. The moment I walked into this world, I had a sense of déjà vu. Vaguely felt, deep within this world, a mysterious force was calling her over. Old Dean, here? Xia Qingyan was taken aback. She had been cultivating in the Desolate God Academy for several years, but she didn't know that there was such a secret realm? This secret realm should be a fragment of a world that came out of nowhere and descended on the Desolate God Academy 100 years ago. But I'm the only one who knows of the existence of this secret realm. I've tried to enter the secret realm a few times, only to be blocked by a mysterious force, and have been unable to enter the depths to find out what's going on. At first I didn't know what the significance of the existence of this secret realm was, until you appeared in the Desolate God Academy 5 years ago, and I sensed from your body an aura that fit well with this secret realm, and that's when I knew that this secret realm was made for you. Originally, I planned to bring you here after your cultivation was a bit stronger, but I feel that the time is right now as well, and it's time for you to come here to cultivate. Liang Zhuoxiu laughed. Is that so? But what exactly is this place and what does it have to do with me? Doubt was written all over Xia Qingyan's jade face. These questions still require you to find the answers yourself. Child, for the rest of the time you stay here and cultivate well. Perhaps the moment you find the answers, you'll catch up with Yi Chen's footsteps. After Liang Zhuoxiu finished speaking, he left the place first. Thanks, old Dean. Xia Qingyan rushed in the direction Liang Zhuoxiu had left and saluted. Then, she headed towards the depths of the secret realm, taking a step through a purple translucent air wall. It wasn't hindered in any way. The next moment, a mysterious force guided her forward. Soon, she arrived before an immortal palace building surrounded by immortal aura. The moment she arrived, countless channels of immortal light blossomed from the immortal palace, outlining densely packed ancient runes in the void. In a few moments, an ancient scripture formed in mid-air, and between the words, it exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. This is... Xia Qingyan was taken aback and instantly only felt a splitting headache and the sky spinning. Just then, a gleaming purple mark condensed on her lustrous brow. A memory that was not his own flashed through his mind. Could it be that I was a great power in my past life, and that this world was created in my past life? Xia Qingyan slightly changed color. A moment later, the corner of her mouth raised a beautiful smile. Yi Chen, I'm sorry, I'm going to open up. In the future I'm not only going to keep up with you, I'm also going to surpass you. In the future let me protect you. Ha ha, the divine court of the dark moon. In the middle of a shrine, that mysterious old ancestor of the Yi clan made a move and destroyed the Xin clan with a single sword? In the middle of the palace, a tall and magnificent black-robed figure sat on top of the throne, his face grim and majestic, with a yin moon mark between his eyebrows, and said in a cold voice, according to our estimation, this mysterious old ancestor of the Yi clan is a Destiny Emperor. A Yin divine court elder said, how is it possible for a Destiny Emperor? The lower realms are suppressed by the heavenly Tao. It's impossible for a martial artist to be able to break through the transcendent emperor cultivation. Could it be a mistake? The other elder added, there shouldn't be any mistake. The Xin clan is the #1 force in the Xian domain, with 4 transcendent great emperor ancestors and nearly 100 great emperors in attendance. Only the Destiny Great Emperor has the strength to be able to easily destroy the Xian clan with 1 person and 1 sword. It seems that we still underestimated the Desolate Domain and the Yi clan, even for our Yin Moon Divine Court. Unless a few slumbering old ancestors personally take action, no one is a match for that old ancestor of the Yi clan. It seems that in a short period of time, we can't act rashly and make a move against the Yi Chen kid. Lord God Master, what should we do next? The crowd murmured, and in the end, their gazes all looked toward the magnificent black-robed man sitting on top of the throne. If I'm not wrong, this Yi clan ancestor should be from the upper world. I'll go to the sacrificial god Dharma altar and ask the upper sect in the upper world to see if there is this number of characters in the upper world. If there really is, then this Yi clan ancestor can be overstepping the boundaries, and the karma that comes with it is not something that he can withstand. The Inu divine lord said with a cold snort. Is it a god sacrifice? A female elder's eyes flashed with a flash of intolerance. Every time the god sacrifice ceremony is opened, the lives of countless people must be sacrificed before it can be opened. The words are split. Yi Chen's group arrived at the Thunder Pass. Yi Chen, I'll show you around, and pay a visit to the capital lord on the way. 5,000 people were stationed in the barracks, and Shinmoli came to Yi Chen and said, yes. Yi Chen didn't refuse, then followed Shinmoli out of the barracks. First, the two came to the forefront of Thunder Pass. From afar, the great wall of the domain stretched to the end of the sky. Endless, the walls were tall and lofty, like a heavenly moat, 10 times taller than ordinary mountains. Standing above the clouds, on top of the city wall, there were countless strong human beings standing guard, each one of them imposing and powerful, 10 steps to a post, disciplined, countless flying demonic beasts, flying and hovering above the sky, scouting for the enemy. At this time, a group of giant races, a team of ferocious beasts, walked past the two of them, carrying boulders of sacred wood and other materials. They're there to fix the gap in the wall. The extraterrestrial Great Wall had resisted the attacks of the demonic hordes all year round, and some parts of it were badly damaged and needed to be repaired in time. Otherwise, when the next demon army attacked, it would cause a lot of trouble. Through Shinmoli's introduction, Yi Chen learned, the Great Wall outside the domain has 7 major passes. From north to south are Thunder Pass, Demon Rejecting Pass, Tiangue Pass, Qianjun Pass, Juk Pass, Sword God Pass, and Tiger's Tooth Pass. The ranks of military positions in the pass are Commander-in-Chief, Chief Soldier, Commander, Commander, Captain, Regimental Commander, Commander of 1,000, Commander of 100, and so on. Each pass had a chief soldier and a dozen or so captains sitting on it, and they were all great emperor-level powerhouses. In the desolate domain are all a party of lords, a legendary existence. For example, the chief soldier of Thunder Pass, Thunderflame Emperor Mengyan, once the last human emperor of the Thunder Kingdom. After the demon army invaded the desolate domain, he passed the throne to his son, and personally led the strongest men of the Thunder Kingdom to come to the extraterrestrial battlefield to defend against the demons. There was also Yi Chen's father, Yi Zhantian. 1 man and 1 sword guarded the most dangerous Sword God Pass, killing the demon army that no one dared to commit, and so on. And the most legendary figure was none other than the sole commander of the extraterrestrial battlefield, the Eastern Wasteland Emperor. Legend has it that he was once no more than a mere mortal. Later on, all of his family members were killed by the invading demons, and from then on he was motivated to slaughter the entire demon race. He became stronger step by step in his fight against the demon race, and later on, against all odds, he broke through to the Transcendent Emperor. For 100,000 years, he had been guarding the Great Wall outside the domain and never left, yet he had made it impossible for the demonic army to set foot in the desolate domain for half a step. Regardless of strength or seniority, he was the extraterrestrial battlefield, a unique soul figure, Even Yi Zhantian, whose strength was heaven-defying, treated him with immense respect. Next I'll take you to pay a visit to the Chen Millet Chen capitalist. After you see him, you have to keep a low profile. No more capriciousness. Shenmoli had high hopes for Yi Chen and persuaded him bitterly. Commander Shen, shouldn't we be visiting Generalissimo Meng Yan? Why are we visiting this Commander Chen? Yi Chen was a bit puzzled. Lord Meng is in seclusion, and all affairs of Thunder Pass are now in the hands of Metropolitan Chen, which is why we went to see him, Shenmoli said. Yi Chen nodded. Soon the two of them came before a rich and luxurious compound. Are all the places where the capital lives so nice? Yi Chen was slightly surprised. After coming to the extraterrestrial battlefield, he rarely saw that there were still such luxurious mansions. Shenmoli made a whispering gesture and said, Commander Chen has a special character. He likes to live a luxurious life. He likes to live in mansions, play with antiques, travel about ostentation, and he likes to change new clothes every day, eat extravagant food, and change new stovepipes. There are also many generals who are not used to seeing his style, but there is no way. He is a great power of the 9th level of the Emperor realm, and his strength is second only to Lord Mengyan. Even if they are not used to seeing it, everyone trusts him. Yi Chen scoffed at that. The lives of the generals of the extraterrestrial battlefield, the reason why they lived in such abundance and had excellent weapons and equipment, was mostly due to the financial support of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. The reason why her mother, Jiang Ruyu, had contributed money and effort regardless of the reward, apart from her heartache for her husband, Yi Zhantian, was that the hundreds of millions of people in the desolate domain would not be victimized by the demon race. And how could it be that a character like Commander Chen was allowed to lay waste to the extraterrestrial battlefield? The two waited at the gate for a long time before entering the mansion. In the back garden, a middle-aged man in a fancy dress with a bloated body, a white face and a pair of triangular eyes was feeding the fish by the pond. Seeing the two arrive, he had an arrogant face, lazily turned around, and took it upon himself to spread the fish food in his hands. Into the pond. My humble servant, Shenmoli, brings the new leader of the Desolate God Regiment, Yi Chen, to pay his respects to Commander Chen. Shenmoli arched his hand and saluted. This is Yi Chen who massacred the recruits. Do you know the crime? After a long time, Chen Militant turned around and stared at Yi Chen with a pair of triangular eyes that were not kind. Not good. Shenmoli's heart thumped. I didn't expect that someone would report Yi Chen's massacre of the new recruits to Chen Militant so soon. Immediately, Shenmoli said, President Chen, Yi Chen's massacre of new recruits is justifiable because of the bloodshed mercenary corps. I'm not asking you, but I'm asking Yi Chen. Chen Militant chortled, coldly staring at Yi Chen who stood straight and unassuming. All this time, he was used to being a bully. Everyone was groveling to him and fawning to please him, and Yi Chen actually didn't put himself in his eyes? This made him even angrier in his heart. So what if Yi Chen was the Yi clan's young master? Yi Zhantian's son? This is Thunder Pass, where he has one hand in the world. Could Yi Zhantian still come to Thunder Pass to find trouble for himself? If Yi Chen didn't give himself some gifts, this matter would never pass. Immediately, he said in a cold voice, Little Yi Chen, why don't you kneel down and confess your sins? What are you, but a dog raised by my heaven mending pavilion, and you dare to bark in front of this young lord? Yi Chen's face was cold and disdainful. Daring? What did you say? Chen Militant's face turned green with anger. No one had ever dared to contradict himself, let alone point at his nose and yell at him. The defense against the demon race is a matter of the entire desert region. The major forces in addition to the people, are not willing to contribute money and resources, only I mending heaven pavilion to contribute money and effort. The expenses of all the people in the battlefield outside the domain, all the weapons and equipment, that is not my mending heaven pavilion to provide? You're here in fine clothes, food, use, spend are not all my mending heaven pavilion's money? What are you if not my domesticated dog? Yi Chen said nonchalantly. Yi Chen, Shenmoli screamed in his heart. Although he knew that Yi Chen was a prick, coming to the Thunder Pass was bound to cause trouble. He did not expect that this had just arrived, and a big, outrageous. Chen Millicent was furious. His powerful cultivation of the 9th level of the Emperor realm erupted, covering the entire mansion, ready to strike at Yi Chen at any time. And Yi Chen did not show any weakness as he coldly hummed. You as a dog, bark twice at me I can spare you from death, but if you dare to show a hint of killing intent towards me, you will surely die. You scare me, but do you know that this is Thunder Pass? The territory of this capital. Chen Militant gritted his teeth. You can try, Yi Chen said in a cold voice. You, before Chen Militant's words fell, he only felt that he was instantly locked by a bizarre sword intent. It was as hard as having a sword hanging over your head. At the same time, the two siblings, Desolate Stone Desolate Willow, who were loitering in the streets, had their gazes instantly piercing through the countless voids and looked this way. In an instant, Chen Militant only felt his body trembling with sweat, as if he was stabbed in the back. It's the smell of death. He was usually used to being a bully, but he was extremely timid, very life-affirming. He instantly conceded. Immediately, his obese face squeezed out a hint of a smile and said, "Yi Chen, young master, just now this metropolitan is just joking with you. You don't have to take it seriously. I have set up a banquet in the mansion, just waiting to receive the dust for you. Come inside please. Who are you to invite me to dinner?" Yi Chen said disdainfully. "You?" Chen Militant's face was more ugly than eating a dead fly, but he didn't dare to snap. "I never thought that one day I would be humiliated by a junior? Young lord, do we need to kill him?" At some point, the desolate stone siblings had already arrived behind Yi Chen, and their eyes were cold as they looked at Chen Militant. "Yi Chen, must not," Shinmoli suddenly spoke, now that Chen Militant was presiding over all affairs within the Thunder Pass. If he were to be killed at this time, it would surely cause unrest in the Thunder Pass. The consequences are unimaginable. Furthermore, there were not many great emperor powerhouses guarding the extraterrestrial battlefield to begin with, about 150 or so, spread out across the 7 passes. Strong people of the 9th level of the Emperor realm like Chen Militaris were even rarer. If decapitated, it would be a huge loss to Thunder Pass and even the entire extraterrestrial Great Wall defense. The Desolate Domain has about 400 to 500 great Emperor powerhouses, one group of about 150 each, taking turns to guard the extraterritorial battlefields, rotating every 100 years, with the exception of one, the Great Eastern Wasteland Emperor. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen coldly grunted. "Keeping your dog's life is purely a waste of my heaven-mending pavilion's money. Kill it, don't you dare!" Chen Militant roared, striking out at Yi Chen first. 5 fingers like hooks grabbed at him, and a powerful pressure swept over him. Tackle the thief. As long as Yi Chen was captured, his protector would not dare to act rashly. However, Desolate Stone's speed was even faster than his, and an instantaneous movement had already appeared in front of Chen Militarius. The divine sword in his hand bloomed with a brilliant divine aura. Snort! Chen Militant's brow was pierced through, and the back of his head exploded in a mist of blood. A sword kills an Emperor Realm 9 powerhouse in a second. "Yi Chen, you're in trouble." Shinmoli had the heart to cry. He knew that Yi Chen was a prick and might get into trouble after coming to the extraterrestrial battlefield. "I didn't expect that just the first day here, but it killed the Metropolitan. I'm afraid it's hard to end this mess." "Bold, how dare you kill the Chen capitalist? What kind of little child dares to kill my Thunder Pass commander? How can I get by without putting you on the spot today?" Suddenly, 24 powerful auras came from all directions. It was the other 24 capitals of Thunder Pass. All of them were at the level of Great Emperor. Each one stared at Yi Chen in anger. "Yi Chen, this time you've played a big game. I can't protect you," Shinmoli said with a bitter smile. "No harm done." Yi Chen had a pretty good impression of Shinmoli and smiled at him. Then he swept his gaze across the crowd present and said, "If you guys don't want to become Chen Militant, you'd better not mess with me. Arrogant. If we don't put you right today, what face do we have to defend Thunder Pass?" The 22 great emperors' faces were gloomy. They were already riding the tiger and had to go to war with Yi Chen. "Young lord, these old guys are annoying to look at. Should we kill them all?" Oralu's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of impatience and she was about to make her move. With their siblings joining forces, it wouldn't be difficult to decimate 24 great emperors. "Stop it, all of you, and disperse." At that moment, an unruffled voice rang out. "The Generalissimo is out." The crowd was relieved. Chief Soldier Meng Yan was the only transcendent emperor in Thunder Pass and was extremely strong, so if he made a move, the crowd would have a better chance of winning. A stout old man in a green robe walked, and just now, his voice was still in the sky, but in the next moment, he arrived in front of the crowd. Just see him, a Chinese character face, handsome, under the thick eyebrows is a pair of gleaming tiger eyes, sideburns gray, not angry, and seems to be surrounded by green thunder lingering. The aura was extraordinary, just like a thunder god. He was the chief soldier of Thunder Pass, Thunderflame Emperor Meng Yan. "You're Yi Chen?" Meng Yan looked Yi Chen up and down. "Yes." Yi Chen nodded. "I heard that in the savage wasteland, you saved my untalented grandson, Prince Meng Snapdragon of the Thunder Country. Is that true?" Meng Yan asked with a relieved look on his face. "I've saved a lot of people, it seems," Yi Chen said without a care in the world. "Consider it as this seat owing you a favor. This time you've caused a big trouble. This seat can forget about it, but after all, you've killed one of the capital commanders, so you'll be punished for leading your desolate god regiment, heading to the Blood River town 3,000 miles away from the Thunder Pass to be stationed, and not being allowed to come back until you've killed enough of the 100,000 demon race." Meng Yan said. Mr. Chief Soldier, he has killed a capital commander. Is this punishment too light? Yes. This will be disconcerting to the hearts of the generals. The crowd was incredulous that Meng Yan would have this attitude. You guys have a problem with my handling of this? How about you guys handle it for me? Meng Yan glanced at the crowd without anger. Dare not. The crowd backed up one after another, showing how great the other party's prestige was. So I can go now? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. Any time. Meng Yan nodded. Yi Chen turned around and left. Desolate Willow's beautiful eyes gave the other party a disdainful glance, as if to say count on you to know what you're talking about. Then the two siblings followed Yi Chen and left as well. Wait. Meng Yan suddenly added. Anything else? Yi Chen turned his head. That grandson of mine seems to be in your desolate god core as well. If you can, help me take care of him for a while. Meng Yan said. That's a good one. Yi Chen answered. He had a good impression of this old man. Meng Yan. His character has always been like this. When others honor me, I honor them. If someone else wants to pretend in front of them, no matter who it is, they don't give a damn. If you mess with yourself, just fuck it up. After Yi Chen left, one of the Metropolitans said in exasperation, Lord Chief Soldier, why didn't you do anything about him? Meng Yan glanced at him, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, firstly, this matter can't be blamed entirely on Yi Chen. Chen Millicent is usually extravagant, unobservant, and a bully. Sooner or later, he's going to get into trouble. And this time, if it wasn't Yi Chen that he messed with, then the one who would have died would be the other party. And to a certain extent, it's Chen Millicent himself who's to blame for this. Second, do you guys know who Yi Chen's parents are? His father Yi Zhantian is the strongest combatant among the 7 chief soldiers. One person and one sword can hold down the sword god pass, making countless demonic powerhouses look away. Her mother is Jiang Ruyue, the owner of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. The expenses of all the generals of the Great Wall of the extraterrestrial region, the supply of weapons and equipment, all of them are supplied by the others from the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Can't their son have some privileges here with us? Thirdly, I've heard all about Yi Chen's performance in the barbarian wasteland. Although he is impulsive and prone to getting into trouble, he is a double-edged sword. Especially the 2 desolate god emissaries by his side are extremely strong. If we can use him well, it will be of great benefit to us at Thunder Pass. Fourth, Meng Yan wanted to say something. What is the fourth, Master Chief? One man couldn't help but ask. I've received news that the Yi family's mysterious ancestor has struck out, destroying the Xian domain's overlord, the Xian clan, with a single sword. How does our Thunder Pass compare to the Xian clan's strength? If Yi Chen is bullied, even if we have 10 Thunder Passes, we won't have enough to be exterminated. Meng Yan said with a bitter smile. What? One sword destroyed the Xian clan. The crowd was dumbfounded and shocked. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen took his desolate god regiment and left the Thunder Pass, traveling to the town of Blood River, 3,000 miles away. What? Xiao Chen, you killed the Thunder Pass's commander? Liang Shiyu's pair of beautiful eyes stared blankly. Bai Xiao, Fire Yingying, Song Liangchen, Mang Snapdragon, Feng Xuening, and the others also revealed shock. They thought about the fact that Yi Chen might do something earth-shattering when he came to Thunder Pass. But I didn't realize that it was just the first day, and it was a big job. There's no one else for this. This kind of person acts as a bully and does not contribute. Living will only waste the resources of the extraterrestrial Great Wall. He should be killed. Yi Chen said indifferently. Liang Shiyue sighed and said, you're still as impulsive as before, but no matter what happens, I'll still support you unconditionally just like before. And my master, I'm always on your side. Yes, I'm sure you're right. We all support you, young Master Yi, forever. Bai Xiao, Fire Yingying, and the rest of the gang of Yi Chen's little fans also supported. Thank you all, and I won't let you down. I will definitely lead you to do something great in Thunder Pass. Yi Chen was moved for a moment in his heart and promised. Immediately, he took out the 5,000 Tai Xian Dan rewarded by the system. Little Chen, is this Tai Xian Dan? Liang Shiryu froze. Well, next our army will be stationed outside the Thunder Pass. It's bound to be incredibly treacherous, and we'll encounter attacks from the demon race at any time, so all of us will need to raise our strength as soon as possible. These 5,000 Tai Xian Dan can be divided up, one for each person, and they're bound to raise the overall strength of our army. Yi Chen said, not bad for someone we'd like to follow. So patterned. Young Lord Yi Chen is righteous. Fire Ying, Feng Xuening, and the other women looked at Yi Chen with a face of adoration. Tai Xian Dan was a saint-level elixir, and each one was worth a fortune. Yi Chen's willingness to take out 5,000 Tai Xian Dan to share with the entire army showed that he was selfless and broad-minded. The system said it was unconvinced. Without himself, what's the point of him being ecumenical? What? This is the Taishian Dan gifted to us by Lord Headmaster. And each person gets a share? Gosh. This is a saint-level elixir. The headmaster is too generous. Didn't you just complain that the headmaster shouldn't have killed Commander Chen, causing us to be sent to Blood River Town together? Are we being sent away? This is the headmaster's chance for us to get credit. Do you understand? This Taishian Dan smells so good. Some people who had been complaining about Yi Chen just a moment ago had their winds turned and were praising Yi Chen. Half a day later, the Desolate God Regiment arrived near Blood River Town. It was dusk at the moment, and the remnants of the sun were like blood. In the distance, beside a large, fast-flowing river, there was a long-abandoned military camp. The river was surprisingly blood-red, and the barracks were empty and gloomy, giving an indescribably eerie feeling. A troop from Thunder Pass had been stationed here, responsible for scouting the enemy and gathering intelligence on the extraterritorial battlefield. Later on, they were attacked by a demon army and all of them were wiped out. The place has been abandoned ever since. Little Chen, this military camp looks weird. I'll go ahead and scout it out. I'm going too. Liang Shiriyue and Bai Xiu flew together in the direction of Blood River Town. Soon they entered this gloomy barracks. Roar! Suddenly, in an abandoned tent, a skeleton dressed in armor and covered in decay held a lance and stabbed at Liang Shiriyue. And Liang Shiriyue had prepared for this, sheathing her long sword at her waist. Snort! The sword swept through, cutting the skeleton in half. It's a blood corpse? Liang Shiriyue froze. Look out! Bai Xiu let out a low gulp, only to see another 24 blood corpses rush out from the surrounding tents. Lunged toward the two. Boom! The long knife in Bai Xiu's hand was sheathed, and the cultivator blade intent covered the heavens and earth in a domineering manner, instantly blasting the 24 blood corpses into pieces. And just then, more and more blood corpses emerged from all directions. Thousands of them. They all showed excitement when they saw living things, and their gloomy aura was eerie. These bloody corpses were all transformed from the deaths of the former Thunder Pass generals? Liang Shiryu was slightly surprised. The demon race is truly bizarre. It was also the first time that Bai Xiu had seen the ferocity of the demon race, and the human races killed by them, even in death, would be utilized by them and turned into great evils? Let's go back and report to the headmaster first, before we make plans, Liang Shiryu suggested. They usually still liked to call Yi Chen by his first name, while once the battle started, they would all refer to Yi Chen as the leader. Good thing too. Bai Xiu nodded. The two of them looked at each other and launched their attacks almost simultaneously, bombarding a group of blood corpses around them into crumbs, then flew off in the direction from which it had come. Eyes were about to leave this abandoned barracks. Suddenly, one of the largest camp tents exploded. A blood corpse tall enough to be over 2 meters tall and wearing golden armor flew out, emitting a terrifying aura at the level of the Seal King realm. Not good. It's a Blood Corpse King. The two men paled slightly. This Blood Corpse King was a phantom of a Seal King realm martial artist after his death, and still retained the battle power of the Seal King realm level. It was not something they could fight against. Boom! The long blade in the Blood Corpse King's hand chopped down and blasted on top of Liang Xiye's sword. The latter flew into the barracks like a kite with broken strings. Countless blood corpses swarmed on the ground, ready to eat her up as soon as she hit the ground. Mentor Liang. Bai Xiu was shocked and tried to rescue him, but his path was blocked by the Blood Corpse King. Seeing that Liang Xiye was about to meet a poisonous hand, Liang Xiye's eyes went dark, but she felt that she landed in a solid embrace. She opened her eyes and a handsome, unassuming face came into view. Yi Chen, it was you who saved me. Liang Xiye's heart swam. Roar! Yi Chen landed on the ground with Liang Xiye in his arms, while the surrounding blood corpses hissed and surrounded him. Only Yi Chen waved his sleeve, and the bloody bracelet on his wrist flew out, transforming into a bloody ball of light in the air, dropping and spinning. Snort! The divine blood sword pill manifested millions of tiny sword chi that shot out in all directions. In an instant, the group of blood corpses were all shot into a sieve. The body exploded as much as it could. There were broken bodies all over the place, and the broken limbs were piled up. The Blood Corpse King was incomparably furious as he rushed towards Yi Chen, the long blade in his hand blossoming with a bizarre blood aura that cut through the sky. Die! A blood sword erupted from between Yi Chen's eyebrows, like a blood-colored lightning bolt breaking through the air. Extreme realm-killing sword. Snort! The Blood Corpse King's head was pierced through by the blood sword, and the upper half of his body directly exploded before falling from mid-air. What? In a moment's time all the blood corpses were killed by you. Liang Xiye gazed at the handsome face near her and had a thumping feeling. Is this still that punk disciple of his? How dare you barge into this seat's territory? You and the others are looking for death. Let's see if this seat doesn't refine you and the others into blood corpses. Suddenly, the blood river that stretched for hundreds of miles boiled and set off huge waves of surging waves, and a powerful aura emanated from it, covering heaven and earth. The sky within a 100-mile radius was blood red, It's an entry Saint Realm level demon race. Liang Xia lost her color. She didn't expect that on the first day they came to the extraterrestrial battlefield, they would meet a demonic powerhouse at the Saint Realm level. Boom! 100 feet of huge waves were raised in the Blood River, only to see a demonic race dressed in blood robes with blood-red skin treading on the waves. A pair of bloodshot eyes stared coldly at Yi Chen. Behind him were countless blood-colored skeletons composed of a swarm of demons, and the cries of ghosts shook the heavens, terrifying to the extreme. Everyone in this barracks was slaughtered by you? Yi Chen asked coldly. That's right. A total of more than 10,000 people. All of them died after I drained their essence blood. This seat used their essence blood to break through into the Saint Realm in one fell swoop. He. Your human race is naturally a great tonic nourishment for our demon race. Blood Demon Zun's face was hideous, and he couldn't get enough of it. You'll pay for their lives today. Yi Chen's gaze was austere, and the underworld god sword in his hand blossomed with a demonic light, looking unusually excited. With just you, a human of the 10,000 laws realm? The blood demon sovereign didn't give a damn. Try. Yi Chen took one step and flew out as a sword rainbow, endless killing sword intent filling the entire sky. The blood demon sovereign was shocked in his heart, and he also didn't expect that a human at the 10,000 laws realm could erupt with such a terrifying power. Immediately, countless blood-colored skeletons flew up behind him, densely packed like a swarm of locusts in huge numbers, dyeing a piece of heaven and earth the color of blood. Snort! Yi Chen chopped down with his sword. The sword blade cut through the dome of the sky. The blood-colored tide made up of countless blood-colored skulls was torn through an opening, and the next moment, this opening was filled by more blood-colored skeletons, swarming in once again, each opening their hideous bloody mouths and tearing at Yi Chen's protective golden light. It had to be said that an entry sacred realm level demon race was a lot trickier than expected. Humph! Break it for me! Yi Chen snorted coldly as a monstrous chaotic storm erupted from within his body, condensing a huge chaos divine sword phantom behind him. Boom boom boom! Countless blood-colored skulls were shattered and turned into nothingness. At that moment, Yi Chen took a step out and swept his sword across the room, chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. Snort! The blood mist in the sky was torn apart, and the sword on passed through the body of the blood demon Zun. How can? The blood demon sovereign stared at the heart that cracked open inch by inch in front of his chest, even revealing the thumping heart, his face shocked. He himself would be seriously injured by a human of the 10,000 laws realm? Yi Chen didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. He casts the divine walking technique. An instantaneous movement arrived in front of the blood demon venerable, and the Stygian sword pierced into his brow. Thumbs up! The underworld god's sword bloomed with a demonic sword aura, instantly draining the blood demon Zun's chi. He turned into a dry corpse and fell from midair, and the monstrous river of blood behind him was sucked dry by the power emanating from the underworld god's sword, turning it into a dry and cracked riverbed. Buzz! The underworld god sword continuously emitted sword chirps that echoed between heaven and earth, and a blood-colored sword pattern condensed above the blade, demonic and eye-catching. Next moment, the underworld god sword erupted a pillar of blood-colored light that shot straight up into the sky, raging in the heavens and transforming into a blood-colored vortex, radiating a great terrifying power. The underworld sword has actually advanced to become a mid-grade imperial weapon after killing an entry sacred realm demon? The corners of Yi Chen's mouth lifted slightly. It seemed that the extraterrestrial battlefield was the most suitable place for the underworld sword to grow. Pack up this place, and we'll garrison here for the next while. Yi Chen glanced at the long-deserted military camp and faintly said, "It's the chief." The desolate god regiment's military spirit was greatly boosted. Yi Chen could even kill a demon at the Saint Realm. So what else did they have to be afraid of? Everyone was very energetic and packed up the town of Blood River before dark. 5,000 people then lived there. Ding! 42nd day of marriage. Rewarded with the Fountain of Youth. The next day, Yi Chen received a system reward. The fountain? Yi Chen studied it for a moment. The Fountain of Agelessness was comparable to a superb elixir, and after drinking it, it could enhance one's cultivation level, and it could also emit a rich heaven and earth aura, possessing the miraculous effect of purifying demonic chi. With this Fountain of Agelessness, the overall strength of the desolate god regiment can be boosted. Yi Chen's face was delighted, and then his eyes looked towards the dry riverbed outside of Blood River town, and he faintly said, "System, you can place the Fountain of Agelessness into the riverbed." Ding! Copy. The system responded. The next moment, manna fell from the sky. Pounds of pure, ageless spring water were continuously injected into the riverbed. In no time at all, it transformed into a large river that stretched for 100 miles, emitting pure heaven and earth spiritual chi. The sky turned blue. The turbid demonic chi permeating the surroundings was swept away, and the air became pure. How did a large river suddenly appear outside of Blood River town? I'm not dreaming, am I? What a clear river. Not only that, but it also exudes a rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth? This is a spirit vein? No, it's even more pure than the aura emanating from a spiritual vein. My goodness, even if I don't need to cultivate, my cultivation is growing when I stand by this big river. With this great river, in the future, my cultivation speed will at least increase by several times. The soldiers of the Desolate God Regiment were all overjoyed and danced around the fountain of agelessness. Tatsu, do you know what's going on here? Liang Xie came to Yi Chen and asked. For some reason, she had a premonition that this big river was made by Yi Chen. You don't need to care what's going on. Just know that the water in this river is safe to drink and can be used for cultivation. Yi Chen smiled and said, Did you really get this river? Liang Xie was taken aback, feeling more and more unable to see through this student of hers. The people from the Desolate God Regiment were overjoyed, and they all took a bowl of water from the fountain of agelessness and then took the Taixian dam that Yi Chen had given them. It only took half a day. Almost everyone's cultivation had skyrocketed by a large margin. There were more than a dozen people whose cultivation had broken through the Seal King realm that day, dramatically increased the battle power of the Desolate God Corps, and Yi Chen's prestige in the hearts of the crowd had risen a lot more. Next, I'm going to make the Desolate God Regiment the #1 battle force in the extraterrestrial battlefield, Yi Chen said with confidence. 1,000 miles away from Blood River Town, a demon tribe was stationed. Lord Clan Chief, the blood demon Zun was killed by the human race. In an underground cave, an old demonic man who looked like a dead body with a hunchback knelt in front of a stone room and said, Rumble. Moments later, the stone door opened. Dark and bizarre demonic aura emanated out. Who did this? A middle-aged demon clan member carrying a black demonic sword with a figure as straight as a gun walked out. Only his face was hideous, like a rotting skeleton. His body was covered in rotting flesh, and it was crawling with bizarre poisonous insects. The aura he emitted was actually comparable to the 7th level of the sacred realm. I don't know. It's a strange human legion which has the word Desolate God written in its number. The hunchbacked demonic elder said. Humph. Whoever dares to kill my corpse demon race's people, I will make his entire army be buried with him. Go, accompany me to meet this human army. The leader of the corpse demon race walked towards the outside of the cave, while in the eerie darkness, countless bizarre monsters awakened from the darkness, letting out eerie cries and following behind him like shadows. Rumble. The sky was covered by a dark demonic aura, and the sun and moon were in darkness. At the end of the sky, a dark torrent rolled in the direction of Blood River Town, emitting an endless aura of death. The Desolate God Corps immediately went on alert and looked toward the bizarre flood of darkness, only to see that it was an army of thousands of dark creatures. These dark creatures were the dark necromancers that countless humanoids and demonic beasts had turned into after their deaths. They were fearless and completely reduced to a bunch of killing machines. Looking at the number of this corpse demon army, it was in the millions. It's a necromancer, Fire Ying said. The necromancers? Yi Chen froze. The corpse demon race belongs to as a lower class of demon race. They are not considered living creatures in a sense, but rather corpses that, after being tainted with demonic chi, have turned into corpse demons with a simple consciousness. Ordinary corpse demons don't have any intelligence and are nothing more than a bunch of machines that only know how to kill, and are usually used as cannon fodder by high-level demons. Only corpse demons that have cultivated for thousands of years and have extremely high cultivation levels will open their minds and have human consciousness, like the blood demon that the headmaster beheaded yesterday. Fire Ying explained. Are all these necromancers machines that only know how to kill? Look at the number, there are at least 1 million of them, right? Can we hold them off? What are you afraid of with the chief? That's right, as long as the headmaster is around, we are an invincible existence. Facing the pressure of 1 million corpse demons, none of the members of the Desolate God Regiment had the slightest fear. Instead, their fighting spirit was high. If you are not afraid, then charge with me. Yi Chen was determined to make this Desolate God Regiment the strongest fighting force in the extraterrestrial battlefield, and in addition to improving the overall strength of the people, it was also extremely important to quench their guts. Otherwise, having the strength but not daring to fight is still a bunch of rabble. After he finished speaking, he turned into a sword rainbow first and flew in the direction of the corpse demon army. Brothers, charge after the leader. Wolves travel thousands of miles to eat meat, dogs travel thousands of miles to eat shit, and following the headmaster has meat to eat. Liang Xie, Bai Xiao, and all the others, none of them were timid and charged towards the corpse demon army. Everyone erupted with powerful power fluctuations. It was like a cluster of bright stars in the sky. Lord Clan Chief, this human legion only has 5,000 people at most, but it wants to take on our 1,000,000 corpse demon army. Is it crazy? The hunchbacked demon race old man, standing on the back of a giant rhinoceros necromancer, had a shocked look on his face. Then we'll crush them all. without even a bone crumb left. The corpse demon patriarch's eyes were dead silent, and with a wave of his hand, the dozens of giant race corpse demons behind him were the first to pounce towards Yi Chen, who was rushing at the front. Humph! Only a strength comparable to the first level of the Seal King realm? The corners of Yi Chen's mouth raised in disdain as he swept through as a bloody light, instantly passing by 50 giant race corpse demons in a single bound. The brains of these giant race necromancers burst out, and their huge headless bodies collapsed with a bang, crushing hundreds of smaller necromancers around them into mush. Yi Chen's speed did not decrease in the slightest, continuing to charge towards the two leaders of the corpse demon race. This corpse demon army only had two enlightened corpse demons, the corpse demon patriarch and the hunchbacked old man. All the other necromancers have only a simple consciousness. They only knew how to kill, brazenly defying death as they madly charged towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen snorted coldly, and the divine blood sword pills flew out from his wrist, transforming into various forms of flying swords in an instant. Endless sword light blossomed. Ancient runes flew horizontally and horizontally, killing in every direction, cutting down the countless corpse demons that surrounded them. In the meantime, Bai Xiu and the others also rushed into the army of corpse demons, one by one, exerting their means to cut down the corpse demons around them. But in a matter of moments, the corpses of the necromancers were piled up all over the place, and bizarre liquids flowed out of their bodies, and the fishy stench rushed to the sky and filled the air. Some of the women with shallow stomachs, such as Fire Ying and Feng Xuaning, couldn't help but vomit out. Lord Clan Chief, no wonder this group of humanoids dared to confront us head-on. So they really do have some strength, the hunchbacked old man said. Humph, there's no rush. Let them kill for a while, and when they're exhausted, the two of us will strike to cut them down. The corpse demon patriarch sneered. He wasn't a simple-minded monster. His intelligence wasn't even below that of the human race, and he knew how to use strategy. Yi Chen and the others had been fighting with the corpse devil army for a long time. The fallen corpse devils piled up like mountains, but it only felt like the number of corpse devils was endless, and they could not be killed in any way. The whole team was a bit exhausted. Chief, there are too many necromancers. What should we do? Liang Xie flew to Yi Chen's side and inquired. Scared? Yi Chen smiled faintly as he swept his sword across the room, decapitating dozens of corpse demons behind Liang Xie. What's there to be afraid of? It's just that it's not a solution to keep killing like this, Liang Xie said. Only by killing all the time can we stimulate everyone's potential and make them stronger. Yi Chen wielded the underworld sword, and with each swing of the sword, he was able to kill 30 to 40 zombie demons. Are you trying to use these millions of corpse demons to practice? Liang Xie froze. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. You're out of your mind. Liang Xie shook her head helplessly. Other legions would be too late to hide if they encountered an army of 1,000,000 necromancers. After all, who would be willing to fight for their lives with this group of cannon fodder? And Yi Chen used it to practice? There's no one else either. Immediately, Liang Xie laughed again and said, but following you, the Mad Demon Captain, this legion might actually turn into an invincible Mad Demon Legion. It was a battle that lasted until evening dusk. The corpses of the necromancers were piled up into mountains, and there were already 300, 000 to 400, 000 dead and wounded. Fortunately, the combat power of these ordinary necromancers was not strong, and after a day of killing, the Desolate God Regiment only died more than 20 people, and more than 100 people suffered injuries of varying degrees of severity. But the intensity of a day's tussle is too much. Almost all of the members of the Desolate God Regiment were exhausted and at the end of their rope. I haven't reached my limit yet. I can still kill. Bai Xiu's white robe was dyed the color of blood. His face was fierce, and after taking a bottle of Fountain of Youth, his breath recovered, and he once again killed the army of corpse demons, and many members of the Desolate God Corps followed suit. All of them drank the ageless spring water, and after their internal injuries were restored, they once again pounced into the corpse demon army, like a hungry tiger pouncing on a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Damn it, who the hell is the demon race and who is the human race? The hunchbacked old man couldn't help but burst out. After so many years in the extraterrestrial battlefield, it was the first time I had seen such a crazy human army. It's almost time. Let's make our move and completely wipe out this human army and turn it into members of our corpse demon clan, the corpse demon patriarch said in a cold voice. Yes, the hunchbacked old man's face was hideous, and with an instantaneous movement, he was already approaching Yi Chen. That's it for today's practice. Yi Chen spoke indifferently. Little Yi, clean up the battlefield. Roger that. I'd been horny for a long time. Jia. Since Xiao Yi had fused the array seals, his disposition had also become hostile. Like a big devil, a sword light shot up into the sky, forming a huge formation in midair. The 10,000 swords formation condensed. In the next moment, An extremely powerful sword blade fell from mid-air, instantly blasting all of the corpse demons within a few 100 feet radius. What? The hunchbacked old man had just rushed to Yi Chen's side when he was instantly obliterated by a sword blade. Today's Xiao Yi could obliterate anyone under a great emperor. This is impossible. The corpse demon patriarch's face changed drastically. This was just an ordinary human army. How could it possess such a terrifying battle power? It's over. Yi Chen snorted coldly and performed the divine walking technique. He stepped on his feet and instantly arrived on the back of the giant rhinoceros necromancer, about 10 meters away from the necromancer patriarch. The corpse demon patriarch was sweating coldly. Obviously his cultivation was far higher than Yi Chen's, but he would be suppressed by the other party's aura? This must not be tolerated. He hissed, and the demonic sword behind him was sheathed, sweeping monstrous demonic flames that scorched the surrounding void with some distortions, chopping towards Yi Chen's head, only to see the sword formation in mid-air. A dozen light swords immediately flew in, coalescing in front of Yi Chen's body to form a radiant sword shield. Boom! The moment the devil's sword blasted on the sword shield, it fragmented and broke apart, and the terrifying airwave shook the corpse demon patriarch out. Kill me! The corpse demon patriarch roared, and the hundreds of huge corpse demons behind him hissed and charged towards Yi Chen while he turned to escape. Yi Chen waved his sleeve, and the sword shield disintegrated into a dozen or so light swords that tore through the void and flew out. With Yi Chen's current strength, he was still far from being a match for the corpse demon patriarch, but with the use of Little Leaf, it would be enough to easily kill him in seconds. Snort! A dozen or so light swords pierced through the bodies of hundreds of corpse demons, like cutting tofu, cleanly and without delay, and instantly appeared behind the corpse demon patriarch. No! The corpse demon patriarch hissed unwillingly. How could he be willing to go from a corpse and cultivate for tens of thousands of years to have what he had today? Next moment, he was pierced through by a dozen or so light swords, and his demonic body exploded in mid-air, leaving no bones left. The order that Xiao Yi received was to clean up the battlefield, and a few moments later, the remaining hundreds of thousands of necromancers were also wiped out by it, with not a single one left. We won. We actually defeated an army of 1,000,000 corpse demons. It's incredible. The headmaster is merely practicing with the corpse devil army. If the headmaster is willing, he can kill this 1,000,000 corpse devil army in a few moments and send them to ashes. The headmaster is so awesome. Please accept my knee. The crowd of the Desolate God Regiment laughed and laughed, worshipping Yi Chen even more, honoring him as if he were a god. After a day of killing, the 5,000 people of the Desolate God Regiment had completed their metamorphosis, accumulated a lot of experience in life and death battles, and had completely adapted to the rhythm of the extraterrestrial battlefield. Ding! 43rd day of marriage, rewarded with devil-eating spree. Ding! 44th day of marriage, rewarding the divine concealment formation. Ding! On the 45th day of marriage, reward flaming chariot *100. In a flash of 3 days, Yi Chen was able to obtain rewards every day. The rewards of these 3 days will be of great use to the entire Desolate God Regiment in battle. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth rose slightly. Immediately, he silently said in his heart, "System, open the divine concealment formation." A moment later, a translucent light shield suddenly appeared in the sky, enveloping the entire Blood River town. What is this? I just went out of Blood River town and couldn't see inside at all. Could this be an illusion formation? The crowd looked at the translucent light shield in the sky and whispered, "Chief, this is Liang Xie." Bai Shou and the others came to Yi Chen's tent and saw that the latter also happened to walk out of the tent. Yi Chen said, "This is the divine concealment formation, in which it is possible to hide all of our auras, and even a demon race at the level of a quasi-emperor will not be able to discover our whereabouts." What? The quasi-emperor demon race couldn't discover our whereabouts either? Song Liangchen slightly changed color. Their Taoist sect was proficient in Qimen Dunjia, formation talismans and so on, but they had never possessed such a powerful concealment formation. Can this formation be moved? Liang Xie asked again. It can follow our whereabouts and move freely. Yi Chen added. What? That's sick? Then wouldn't our Panic God Legion come and go without a trace? Almost invincible? A few people were shocked. With this divine concealment formation, the Desolate God Regiment could sneak attack the demonic army at any time, any place, and under any conditions. And after the sneak attack, the other side can't find out where they are. On the battlefield, it's simply unbeatable. There is a second supreme treasure. Yi Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand, and on the open space in front of the tent, 100 mighty and domineering, fire-red, huge chariots suddenly appeared out of thin air. This is the chariot. The crowd was shocked again. Chariots were offensive weapons on the battlefield, incomparably precious. Looking at the 7 passes, the number of those who possessed chariots was only a few hundred at most, and Yi Chen casually took out 100 of them? That's a bit of a stretch. But on second thought, Yi Chen was the young master of the heaven-mending pavilion. As the richest power in the desolate domain, the heaven-mending pavilion, it would make sense that he would be able to take out 100 chariots with his hands. Bai Xiao, select 100 generals with quick minds and train them to drive the flame chariots. Then set up a chariot brigade, and from now on, this chariot brigade will be under your command. Yi Chen said. Yes, chief, I won't let you down. Bai Xiao was touched in his heart. The fact that Yi Chen had placed such an important battle force as the chariot brigade in his hands was enough to see Yi Chen's trust in him. The third supreme treasure. With a single step of his feet, Yi Chen flew up into midair. He had sword brows and starry eyes, a straight figure, and a basil-colored robe that danced like a devil descending into the world. It's the chief. What's he up to? Everyone in the desolate god regiment looked at him with adoration. Yi Chen pointed his fingertips forward a little, and sketched and drew in the void, only to see one after another, glittering words appear in the void. Calligraphy is like the strokes of a dragon and snake. Iron painting, silver hooks, flowing clouds and water, showing the style of everyone. This kid just keeps getting better looking. Liang Xie also revealed a look of adoration just like the little girl. A few moments later, the writing of a martial art was completed. There were about 1,000 words or so, gleaming in mid-air. Eating the devil's dare. This is a Saint Great extreme martial art? The chief is sharing this with us. He's so generous. The chief's heart is as big as the sea and hefty as a river. The crowd's admiration for Yi Chen rose to a new level. Above the extraterritorial battlefield the spiritual chi is thin. Brothers, after practicing this devil-eating dharma, they can hunt and kill devils, sucking the devil's essence, blood and power to enhance their strength. In this way not only can encourage the brothers' motivation to fight, but also can enhance their strength faster. There is no harm in any of the 100 benefits, Yi Chen said indifferently. If the desolate god regiment went to hunt the demon race during the day and cultivated at night while utilizing the fountain of agelessness, it was believed that it wouldn't be long before the overall strength of this army would surely be able to increase indefinitely, become an invincible army. Sucking and devouring demons to enhance your strength? It sounds great. Bai Xiao grinned. The ferocious demon race had always treated the human race as prey and food, and with this gongfu, the roles had switched from then on, and offense and defense had changed shape. If the enemy can go, can I go? I'm going to leave for a period of time next. During this period of time you guys cultivate well, and occasionally you can go out to hunt demon race, as long as you don't mess with demon emperor level demon race. Yi Chen planned to go out and experience something on his own. One is to go and hone strength. The second is to find out how to get to the magic kingdom on the way. Then take care of yourself. A flash of concern flashed across Liang Xie's face. Although she knew that Yi Chen had two transcendent great emperors protecting him, she still couldn't help but be concerned. Well, these days when I'm not here, the Legion listens to Tutor Liang in all matters, Yi Chen added. In his own absence, the two most suitable people to manage the Legion were Liang Xie and Bai Xiao, but Bai Xiao was a bit impulsive in nature, and after weighing the pros and cons, he chose Liang Xie. After accounting for everything, Yi Chen then left Blood River Town and flew deeper into the extraterrestrial battlefield. Half an hour later, Little Leaf suddenly had a sense. Master, 30 miles ahead, the demon race has been spotted. Check it out. A flash of violence flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he flew in the direction that Little Leaf had guided him. The distance of 30 miles was to him in the twinkling of an eye. Only thousands of demons were seen flying in the direction of Blood River Town. I've heard that a group of human armies have come to the extraterritorial battlefield. Let's go. Go hunt them. It's been a long time since I ate human flesh and drank human blood. We need to be fast. If we're preempted by the group of lowly creatures of the corpse demon race station nearby, we won't even be able to get a hair. The few heads of the berserkers at the head of the group murmured. What do you see there? Suddenly a mad demon clan elder said. The crowd looked in the direction he was pointing, only to see a flash of blood-colored sword on speeding towards them. It's a human race, with only the first level of the 10,000 laws realm cultivation. Excitement flashed in the eyes of the other mad demon. 5 big brothers, let my little brother have a good time. The youngest of the 6 demon race elders, whose cultivation level was only the 9th level of the Seal King realm, hemmed and hawed and disappeared in place. Old 6th character quirk, favorite human boy. This kid will suffer. Must be tortured by old 6 in a million ways and then eaten by old 6 one bite at a time. The other elder revealed a perverted smile. Little human boy, come to your 6th master's bowl. The huge demonic body of the 6th elder of the mad demon race appeared in front of Yi Chen, his eyes glowing as if a wolf had seen a lamb. His mind has already begun to fantasize about how to ravage this human teenager. Humph, you've kind of kicked a steel plate by messing with me. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he sprinted past with an acceleration. What? That was fast. The sixth elder was so careless that he didn't feel the crisis of death until Yi Chen approached his body. Thumbs up. The bloodlight sword awnings pierced through his demonic body and exploded into a bloody mist. As for Yi Chen, he operated the devil-eating grand technique, and a touch of devil seal flashed across his eyebrows, sucking in all the sixth elder's essence, blood and magic power. Old 6. This kid is weird. Everyone be careful. The other 5 mad demon elders all possessed Saint Realm cultivation, especially the Great Elder, who was already at the 2nd level of the Saint Realm, and they transformed into 5 wild shadows and flew towards Yi Chen. All of them erupted with an overbearing and incomparable terrifying pressure. Faced with 6 great demons of the sacred realm, Yi Chen was not the least bit careless and went all out. Chaotic Divine Sword Phantasm. 10 caves. Killing Sword Intent. Chaotic Sword Intent. Countless forces were superimposed on the long sword in his hand. The Jintian sword drawing technique was cast. A brilliant pike broke through the air. Snort! The combined strike of the 5 devils blasted together with the sword awnings, erupting into shocking fluctuations. The 5 devils burst back at the same time, and the oldest 5 with the weakest cultivation even spat out a mouthful of blood. They were shocked. The other party could actually stand up to their joint strike head-on? Is he really just a 10,000 laws realm human? And the next moment, a crisis of death approached Old 5. No good. Watch out. The Grand Elder bellowed. Yi Chen suddenly appeared behind Old 5, and the blade of the underworld sword pierced through his chest. Immediately, he flicked his wrist, and with a snort, the 5th Elder's demonic body was torn in half, and the roiling blood and flesh was sucked into Yi Chen's brow. You seek death. The other 4 devils were furious. Using the power of their berserker devil bloodline, they instantly went into berserker mode, and a berserk and overbearing power erupted from within them. In an instant, the power of the 4 devils had more than doubled. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth lifted up with a touch of cruelty, and his foot stepped down. The divine walking technique is cast. As fast as lightning, he arrived in front of the 4 devils in a flash, while the latter had yet to fully enter berserk mode. Yi Chen's hand rose and his sword fell. Snort! The head of the mad demon 4th elder flew up into the sky, blood bursting out like a fountain and being sucked into Yi Chen's brow. We're going to let you die. The other 3 devils completely stormed out, all of them exuding a berserk aura as they pounced towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen also met them and stabbed out with his sword. Thumbs up. He stabbed the 2nd demon's chest with his sword, and the berserker demon, who had entered berserk mode without any sense of pain, turned into a machine that only knew how to fight. Bang bang! The 3 berserkers simultaneously blasted out a fist, striking on top of Yi Chen's protective golden light, forcing him back 100 feet, and with a sweetness in his throat, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The fleshly strength of a berserker is indeed strong. Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel. Master, should I make a move? I'm horny as hell. Sayaka's voice rang out. Not for now. A strong opponent can better hone my strength. Yi Chen refused. His own strength, as long as he did not differ too much from the enemy, he could not use Xiaoye as much as possible. Immediately, the 3 berserkers once again unleashed a furious attack, each of them erupting with shocking fluctuations. Just like absolute ferocious beasts, Yi Chen executed the divine walking technique. He shifted continuously in the void, avoiding the 3 devils' furious bombardment. Suddenly he seized one of Lao San's breaks and swept his sword down horizontally, a blazing fire burning above the blade, the sword chi converging into a hideous fire dragon that hissed and scorched the heavens and earth. The fire dragon eclipses the sun. The fire dragon instantly pounced on the 3 devils, biting down with a mouthful of endless flaming sword chi bursting out, covering his demonic body and instantly charring it into oblivion. Senior! The other 2 hissed to the sky, and Yi Chen made an instantaneous move and appeared in front of the 2, seemingly sweeping his sword across the room, but instantly chopping out millions of swords. The sharp sword aura filled the air, crisscrossing and destroying the world. Thumbs up. In an instant, the last 2 berserk demon elders were killed by 1,000 cuts, countless transparent holes appearing in their demonic bodies, and they swallowed their breath in resignation. All 6 elders have been killed. Let's run. Rats scattering from a sinking ship. The strongest of the other thousands of berserkers only had the cultivation of the 10,000 laws realm, so how did they still dare to fight with Yi Chen, and turned around to run away as much as they could? Xiao Yi, clear the battlefield, Yi Chen said. Roger, Jie. A huge formation suddenly appeared in the sky, slowly rotating, and suddenly bursting into the sky with swords of light, cutting down the thousands of fleeing berserkers. Yi Chen sucked up the chi and blood power of all the berserkers. Then the refining began. If it was someone else, sucking in so much of the power of a berserker demon, their body would definitely not be able to handle it. And since Yi Chen possessed the indestructible Dao body, even if he absorbed 10 times more power, he could easily refine it. In a few moments, Yi Chen refined all the power, and his cultivation level was rising rapidly, coming to the peak of the third level of the 10,000 laws realm. Little Yi, are there any slightly stronger demons nearby? Yi Chen asked. Back to Master. 8,000 miles away. There is a demon tribe of several tens of thousands in size. Sayaka replied. How's the strength? Yi Chen asked again. At the head of the group is the same sacred realm entry-level demon clan. Sayaka said. A few tens of thousands of demons? It's okay. Yi Chen Jiejie laughed like a big devil, then flew in that direction. Not long after, Yi Chen came to the vicinity of that demon tribe. This demonic race has built its habitat under a volcanic complex. The sky was crimson. The temperature within a radius of 100 miles was extremely high, as if one was in a furnace, and the surrounding rivers were flowing with hot magma, scorching the earth dry. This demon is related to fire? Yi Chen didn't think much about it and turned into a firelight, sprinting towards the tribe under the volcano, and a mysterious force instantly locked onto Yi Chen. A dozen or so volcanoes stirred stupidly, spewing out 18 shocking pillars of fire that intertwined with each other, forming a huge flame demonic formation. Towards Yi Chen. He suppressed. Xiao Yi, break the formation. Yi Chen's face changed slightly. This formation was enough to resist an attack at the level of a quasi-emperor, and he was still far from a match. Countless sharp sword sounds rang out. A sword formation of infinite wonders condensed in front of Yi Chen's body, and countless lines of stern sword chi surged, transforming into a gigantic sword more than 1,000 feet long in a matter of moments. Giant sword formation. Boom! The giant sword was like the wrath of the heavens, falling from the sky, instantly piercing through the flame demon formation before blasting into the middle of the horde. Boom! The storm of sword chi raged and swept across the entire gigantic demon tribe, and countless members of the demon tribe were strangled by the sword chi in a miserable manner. Who dares to attack my Inferno Demon Clan? A 2-meter-high, 2-horned head, with a demonic body covered in crimson magma and a ferocious face flew out from the ruins, hissed, and emitted a powerful aura of the 5th level of the entrance saint realm. You are the leader of this demon tribe? As the airwaves in the sky dispersed, Yi Chen held the underworld god's sword and came before him, questioning in a cold voice. Human race? How dare you? A person who dares to intrude into the hinterland of the extraterrestrial battlefield? The Inferno Demon Chief's eyes were shocked. In the eyes of the human race, what kind of great terrifying existence was the demon race? Even a quasi-emperor level human would not dare to trespass into the hinterland of the extraterrestrial battlefield alone. Where's this kid's rash? Die! Yi Chen's gaze flashed as he transformed into a blood-light sword blade to kill. Outrageous! The Inferno Demon Chief was furious. Crimson demonic patterns blossomed on top of his demonic body. Flames entwined, and a terrifying power emanated from his body. Like a volcanic eruption, it was unstoppable. Boom! As the two collided together, the heavens and earth trembled violently, and countless spatial cracks appeared horizontally. Yi Chen flew backwards 100 feet, and the Inferno Demon leader only retreated 30 to 40 feet. It was evident that Yi Chen was still at a disadvantage when fighting head-on. The Inferno Demon leader, however, was surprised again. The Inferno Demon Clan could be ranked in the upper reaches of the 3,000 demon clans in terms of strength, and the power of their bloodline was extremely strong. This tribe that he led was just a small branch of the Inferno Demon Clan, and Yi Chen was just a human, but he was able to fight against himself with the third level of the 10,000 laws realm cultivation. Immediately, Yi Chen attacked again, waving his sleeve, and the divine blood sword pill, prisoner dragon ring, Xian Zhong, and other imperial weapons were offered up, following him around like shadows, each erupting with a powerful force. Facing the Inferno Demon Chief who possessed the 5th level of the sacred realm, he was on fire. Inflammation Demon Leader also did not have the intention to stay, offered a huge halberd, above the winding with horrible flames, waved the moment, the halberd actually turned into a hideous fire dragon, sweeping heaven and earth to come under pressure. Boom boom boom. The two fought together, exchanging 50 to 60 moves in an instant, and Yi Chen was vaguely at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the divine blood sword pill appeared in the sky above the Inferno Demon leader, changing into various forms and erupting into a sky full of blood light sword chi to chop down. Break me! The Inferno Demon leader let out a low roar as his halberd danced, and a hideous fire dragon hissed and circled around, instantly shattering the roiling sword chi. Boom! A fiery red halberd light tore through heaven and earth to chop down. Yi Chen swung his sword to resist, and the protective golden light around him was torn through an opening, actually forcing him to retreat away, hundreds of feet away, and the Inferno Demon leader did not intend to give him a chance to catch his breath. Stepping up with a single step, like shrinking the ground, he arrived in front of Yi Chen in a single swing, waving his halberd to chop down. Yi Chen frowned, and the Xian clock condensed in the air above his head, shaking a few times as countless soul forces took the form of halberds, swords, and other forms, blasting towards the Inferno Demon leader. Soul attack? A flash of scorn flashed in the eyes of the Inferno Demon chief, and the fire-colored demonic patterns on his body blossomed, transforming into a protective demonic aura around his body, blocking all of these soul forces. Chief, let's go together and kill him. Hundreds of Inferno Demon clansmen also sped over and surrounded Yi Chen, each of their bodies emitting a flaming demonic aura. Among these people, 7 or 8 of them were at the Sacred Realm cultivation level. Dozens of people were at the Seal King Realm cultivation level. Everyone else was also at the 10,000 Laws Realm, Dharma Phase Realm, and other cultivations. I won't play with you if it's a group fight. Sayaka, do it! Yi Chen sneered, and a pillar of light then blossomed from the pendant in front of his chest, transforming into a dozen sword formations in mid-air, enveloping all directions. What? What a strong sword formation! The Inferno Demon leader's face changed drastically. Immediately, a dozen or so formations were activated at the same time, and countless sword chi surged out like the Milky Way cascading to the ground, and hundreds of Inferno Demon race powerhouses were instantly engulfed, and even their shadows disappeared. And the Inferno Demon leader couldn't block this attack and was quickly obliterated. Yi Chen performed the devil-eating technique and sucked up all of their remaining power. Then, he arrived in the Inferno tribe that was reduced to ruins, with the Divine Blood Sword Pill following him around like a shadow. When they encountered the remaining Infernal Demon clansmen, the Divine Blood Sword Pill transformed into a sword blade and wiped them out as much as it could, and their chi and blood power would immediately be sucked into Yi Chen's brow. Soon, the tens of thousands-sized tribe of Inferno Demons was annihilated. Yi Chen refined their power and then headed towards the next demon tribe. In 2 days' time, Yi Chen had destroyed 2 more tens of thousand-sized demon tribes in a row. After absorbing their power, Yi Chen's cultivation level was also insanely skyrocketing, and he had already arrived at the 8th level of the 10,000 Laws realm, deeper in the extraterrestrial battlefield. The vault of the sky here is dark, as if it were always night. In the endless wilderness, there stood a huge city, ghostly and dead, like a ghost capital. Lord Necromancer, an army of thousands from my mad demon clan was destroyed by a human teenager. Lord Death Spirit, a sub-tribe of our Inferno clan was similarly obliterated by a human teenager. And we, the Leopard Demon clan, had the same thing happen to us. I just received news that our Snake Turtle Demon clan has also been lifted from its lair. Only 4 great devils were seen kneeling in front of an eerie hall, crying out, by the same human teenager? In the middle of the great hall, above the skeleton throne, a black-robed figure sat vaguely. His face was covered by a shadowy aura, and he could only vaguely see a pair of scarlet eyes, like a god of death. According to the investigation, it was the same teenager who did it. In front of the main hall, a guard spoke. He was seen wearing a black robe. His skin was dead gray, his eyes were white, and he exuded an eerie and mysterious aura. A human teenager dares to barge into the hinterland of the extraterrestrial battlefield? Truly a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. But right now the big picture is the most important thing. Don't ruin our Necrotic Fiend clan's big plan because of a human teenager. Mirror Fiend, you follow the 4 of them forward to decapitate that teenager. The black-robed man on the throne said after a moment of silence. Yes. The guard with the morose white eyes nodded. Great. Lord Mirror Demon is a half-emperor powerhouse. With him here he will definitely be able to kill that teenager. The 4 great demons were overjoyed. Then followed the Mirror Demon away. Humph. Once the priest is opened, my necromantic demon race will be able to obtain the power of the upper realm. And at that time, it will be easy to break through the Thunder Pass. And at that time, I will surely be the demon race's #1 accomplished official, and I will surely be able to obtain the favor of Her Majesty, the Empress. The black-robed man on the throne revealed a sinister smile. Yi Chen stopped after exterminating another demon tribe. He sat in a ruin, meditating and cultivating, refining all the demonic power he had absorbed these days. The power of the undying Tao body operated. His physical body seemed like a giant divine furnace, with burning gold-colored divine flames refining all the magic power. His cultivation level skyrocketed crazily. Manifestation Realm 4. 5 levels of the Manifestation Realm, until the 9th level of the 10,000 Laws Realm. Yi Chen was excited in his heart. The extraterrestrial battlefield was truly a good place to enhance one's strength, and one had only been here for 5 or 6 days, but he was able to insanely improve. If you stay here for a few months, won't you have a chance to become an emperor? Boom! Suddenly, a furious fist print fell from the sky like a meteor containing endless power, instantly blasting the house where Yi Chen was to smithereens. Terrifying fluctuations raged. The earth collapsed, and several of the surrounding houses were flattened as waves of air tumbled like earth dragons. Bang bang! A huge figure over 3 meters tall landed on the ground. It's a berserk demonic powerhouse. His pair of fierce eyes stared dead on the collapsed houses and sneered. This kid is dead. Spin. Mad Demon's heart jumped and he turned to look, only to see that Yi Chen had come behind him at some point. He stood in a jade posture, stepping on a half-broken stone pillar, holding the underworld god sword, his long hair flowing, his clothes hunting, his eyes coldly looking at him. You want to avenge that group of losers from your Mad Demon clan? That's right, Mad Demon blurted out, then whirled around and said, Grass, you're the one who's a loser. Die! Yi Chen stomped his feet, and that half of the stone pillar instantly turned into pieces and exploded, and his figure was as fast as lightning, transforming into a bloodlight sword main. Fast sword killing technique, the Mad Demon hissed, a powerful aura of the 9th level of the Saint Realm erupting, and his muscular demonic body swelled up a notch. He blasted out with a fist, sweeping up an immense amount of fist momentum. Bang bang, the two collided. With the two people as the center, the ground collapsed and cracked in a radius of 100 feet, and the airwaves rolled over, raising all the dilapidated buildings to the ground. No wonder the 6 elders of my Mad Demon clan all died at your hands. The Mad Demon was incredulous. The other party was only at the 9th level of the 10,000 laws realm cultivation, but he was able to fight head-on with himself without losing the battle? Yi Chen snorted disdainfully and coldly, and behind him, the Chaos Divine Sword Dharma phase, the 10 great caves instantly condensed, exuding a heaven-destroying power, and Yi Chen's battle power instantly skyrocketed as his bloodlight sword chi flourished, instantly slicing through his opponent's punches. A sword sweep, the Mad Demon flew out backwards, crashing through a dozen houses in succession like a cannonball, and was buried in the rubble. The current me has the power to fight with the quasi-emperor level as well, right? The corners of Yi Chen's mouth lifted slightly, satisfied with his strength. Suddenly, a wild shadow swept past. Just a moment ago, he was still hundreds of feet away, but in an instant, he had already arrived behind Yi Chen, and a deathly aura struck him. Yi Chen was startled and subconsciously dodged sideways. A sharp demonic claw passed close to his cheek, even chopping off a strand of his green silk. Through his afterglow, Yi Chen could see the enemy's face clearly, a leopard-headed monster with a demonic body. In an instant, Yi Chen pulled away from the other party by a distance of more than 20 feet and looked at the other party with a cold smile. Leopard Demon Clan? That's right, you're the one who destroyed my Leopard Demon Clan? Panther Devil questioned. There are a few more demon tribes that I've exterminated in the past 2 days. Let me think. It seems like there is this one tribe, but it's a pity that it's too weak. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, outrageous. That's because this seed is not in the tribe. Otherwise how could you be allowed to be so arrogant? The leopard demon gritted his teeth. Yi Chen shook his head and sighed. What? Panther Devil questioned. You were already lucky enough to escape, and you had to come back to die? I can only fulfill you too. Yi Chen added. Arrogant. The leopard demon hissed and took a step out, instantly transforming into a wild shadow that was as fast as lightning as it approached Yi Chen. The leopard demon clan is known for its speed. Boom boom. The earth cracked open as he blasted down with a claw, and Yi Chen had already disappeared. Where are the people? The leopard demon was taken aback. I'm faster than you. Yi Chen had already arrived behind him with an instantaneous movement and chopped down with a sword. Fast sword killing technique. The bloodlit sword aura flashed by. Thumbs up. The leopard demon turned to resist, a pair of sharp claws blocking in front of his body, but he was still chopped out by a sword and staggered back tens of feet. He was just about to make a move when he saw that above a pair of thick arms, a sword mark was actually cracked at the same time. Deep to the bone. Let's go together and kill him. Suddenly, 2 more powerful auras approached Yi Chen. 2 powerful attacks fell from the sky. Yi Chen executed the divine walking technique and instantly disappeared in place. Boom! The spot where he was originally located was turned into a scorched earth. In the next moment, Yi Chen came 100 feet away and saw the other 2 figures, which were a person from the Inferno demon race and a person from the Snake Turtle demon race. All of them were from the tribe that Yi Chen had exterminated. For Sacred Realm entry demons beating me, a human junior? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and sneered. This is a battlefield, not a tournament. There is no need to reason so much. Today, no matter what means are used, I will kill you. This junior. The berserkers thumped and climbed out of the rubble. The flesh of the berserkers clan was incomparably strong, and he wasn't heavily injured. Okay, you're all in this together. Yi Chen pointed at the 4 men with the underworld sword in his hand, and battle intent flashed in his eyes. He also wanted to try and see where his limits were. Boom boom. The snake turtle demon was the first to attack, only to see that it looked similar to a xuanwu, a large python wrapped around the body of a turtle with 2 heads, a snake's head and a turtle's head, and at the same time, he spat out 2 demonic breaths, radiating an aura of destruction. At the same time, Yen Demon also struck out. A pair of flaming blades were offered up, transforming into 200s of feet long flaming pythons in midair. entangled and flying, rushing towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen stomped his feet, and his divine walking art was unpredictable, moving instantaneously one after the other to avoid all attacks. Then twisting his body, he swept his sword across in mid-air. The Jintian sword drawing technique was cast. A radiant bloodlight sword aura tore through the sky, chopping towards the two great devils. The two heads of the snake turtle demon immediately retracted into the turtle shell to hide, while on the other side, the two flaming swords that the inferno demon had sacrificed returned to his body, crossing over each other to form a flaming shield. Boom thud. The two great demons were shaken back. Together, the berserkers used the berserker's bloodline and instantly went into berserk mode. Their eyes were blood red, their power doubled, and they rushed towards Yi Chen. The leopard demon also superimposed over a dozen layers of prohibitions on his body, his strength skyrocketing as he charged with the mad demon. Good timing. Behind Yi Chen, the 10 great caverns opened up, and 10 pillars of light shot up into the sky, emitting 10 different types of martial will, which merged into the long sword in his hand. The underworld god sword trembled and hissed slightly, sensing its master's high battle intent. It also turned excited and its power skyrocketed. Yi Chen took a step across the room, avoiding the leopard demon's blast, and stabbed his sword at the other berserker demon. It looks like a sword. In a split second it actually transformed into millions of sword blades. Chaotic Blade Jedi. Countless sword blades crisscrossed across the sky and fell on the body of the mad demon like a wild bombardment, and he instantly fell in mid-air, smashing the earth out of a deep pit, and the ground around him was cut out of countless cracked sword marks. The air waves rolled over, forcing the other 3 demons back as well. Could it be that he's the human celestial pride that killed the Devil Sun's great subdivision? Hidden to the side, the mirror demon, dressed in a black robe with morose white eyes, had the corners of his mouth slightly raised, emitting a touch of killing aura. Such a pride of the human race must not be allowed to grow up. Roar! The berserker rose from the deep pit and hissed at the sky. His body was already bruised and battered, but entering berserk mode, he temporarily lost his sense of pain and lunged at Yi Chen like a wild beast. At the same time, the other 3 devils also erupted their strongest battle power and surrounded them. Yi Chen performed the divine walking technique to dodge one after another, retreating as he fought, and the underworld divine sword in his hand continuously swung and chopped, blocking the attacks of the 4 great devils one by one, waiting for a chance to find a break in them. After fighting for hundreds of rounds in a row, the 4 great devils were never able to help Yi Chen, and all of a sudden, the leopard demon accelerated and suddenly appeared behind Yi Chen, his pair of sharp claws sweeping up a sharp storm as he pounced. Ding ding ding! Suddenly, an ancient bell appeared behind Yi Chen, swaying from side to side and erupting a soul sound wave. Xian Zhong! The leopard demon was unprepared and was hit by the soul sound wave, flying out backwards as if he had suffered a heavy blow. At the same time, 2 more supreme treasures flew out from Yi Chen's brow. Prisoner Dragon Ring, Divine Blood Sword Pill, only to see the Prisoner Dragon Ring transform into a golden circle of light, suppressing the head of the snake turtle demon, who, despite being a demon, contained a trace of Xuanwu bloodline in his body. The Prisoner Dragon Ring also had a certain restraint on him. The Divine Blood Sword Pill, on the other hand, transformed into millions of blood-colored flying swords in mid-air, like a river of stars reeling backward and killing the heavens, blasting at the berserk demon's body and once again sending him flying out. What? The Yen demon on the side was taken aback, while a monstrous killing sword intent was already covering him. Yi Chen came with a sword chop. The sword flashed. The vault of the sky was torn apart by a trace. Don't even think about it. The inferno hissed as a pair of flaming blades once again coalesced a flaming shield in front of his body. Boom boom! The flame shield blocked the sword, and all of a sudden, the dull sword suddenly had turned radiant, and emitted a force of the law that was immortal and unending, the law of imperishability. This sword blade cut on top of the flame shield, rubbing out fierce sparks, but it was as if it was a smudge of fireworks that would never wither, emanating a never-ending power. Click! The flame shield shattered, pierced by the sword. Snort! In the next moment, the sword blade instantly pierced through the inferno demon's skull, and the entire head exploded like a watermelon. What? The other 3 devils were shocked and incredulous. 4 of their great devils had surrounded a 10,000 Dharma realm human celestial, and they were even killed back? Once word got out, based on this battle alone, Yi Chen was enough to be famous. The leopard demon on the side had not yet come to his senses after being struck in the soul, while a figure shifted and the aura of death descended. Yi Chen slashed his sword horizontally. The sword passed through the leopard demon's demonic body, and he was instantly chopped in 2. Not good. Run! The other 2 devils were scared out of their wits, and after getting rid of the Prisoner Dragon Ring and Divine Blood Sword Pill, they turned around and ran, and with an instantaneous movement, Yi Chen blocked the front of the mad demon. Spell it out. The berserk devil hissed, and above a pair of hideous and thick arms, demonic patterns blossomed, radiating endless demonic power as he blasted out punch after punch. Hundreds of fist seals bombarded Yi Chen almost simultaneously, and with an instantaneous movement, as if he had transformed into a blood-red lightning bolt, Yi Chen instantly avoided all the attacks and brushed past his opponent. Thumbs up! Thousands of sword chi penetrated through the body of the berserk demon, and the demonic body was chopped and split apart. In the end, there was only one snake turtle demon left. He knew that his speed was far inferior to Yi Chen, and his two heads directly shrunk into the turtle shell, acting as a shrunken head turtle. You think I can't chop up your turtle shell? Yi Chen laughed coldly and stabbed down with his sword, transforming into countless sword blades behind him, blasting down like a shadow. Chaotic Blade Jedi. Boom boom boom. Countless sword blades bombarded the turtle shell, gradually cracking apart and looking to obliterate him. And right at this moment, a powerful force of heaven and earth swept through, imprisoning a piece of heaven and earth around Yi Chen. This is the power of the domain? Yi Chen was taken aback, only feeling that the power of the other party's domain was irresistible. In the next moment, he came to a mirror world. Between heaven and earth, mirrors were everywhere, reflecting Yi Chen's upright and slender figure. And all of a sudden, a mirror image of Yi Chen spoke with an evil face. Having entered this devil's mirror world, you will surely die. Really? Not necessarily. Yi Chen sneered, only feeling that the other party's strength was unfathomable, at least at the level of a quasi-emperor, or even stronger. But he wasn't afraid because he had many cards, and even if he encountered a great emperor-level demon race, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. Boom! Suddenly, a mirror image of Yi Chen flew out and chopped out with a sword, and what was used was actually really Yi Chen's famous technique, chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. A pithy sword blade cracked the air and chopped down. Xiao Yi Chen broke out into a cold sweat as he sensed that the other party's cultivation was at least at the level of a half-emperor, and it wasn't something that he could fight against with his current strength. He decisively turned to Sayaka for help. In truth, Little Leaf had been prepared for this. Even if Yi Chen didn't open his mouth, it would instantly go into protector mode, only to see a sword formation condense under Yi Chen's feet, shooting out a light sword that intertwined with each other to form an impenetrable sword shield. Boom! The sword chi blast shattered on the sword shield, and Yi Chen was shocked back into the mirror image. Outrageous! How dare you impersonate your master? Give me death! Xiao Yi let out a low shout, and a sword formation condensed around Yi Chen's body, bursting out countless sword lights, blasting the surrounding mirror image into pieces. Only Yi Chen was seen weaving in and out of one mirror image after another, dodging the countless sweeps of sword light, and Sayaka's firepower is too much. In a few moments, all the mirror images were destroyed, and Yi Chen made a long leap and disappeared into the heavens and earth. And the next moment, the entire heaven and earth merged, transforming into a giant mirror image. In all directions, countless figures of Yi Chen appeared with an evil smile. In my mirror image realm, I am invincible. In the next moment, 10 million Yi Chen struck at the same time, waving their swords and chopping, using all of Yi Chen's sword moves. Monstrous sword-ons pouring out like rain. Naya is so sick. Xiao Yi couldn't help but burst out, and then several sword formations were released at the same time, transforming into hundreds of sword shields that intertwined with each other, actually forming a huge sword shield like a turtle shell. Little Yi, are you any good? How dare you let this young lord hide in a turtle shell? Yi Chen had a helpless look on his face. Master, this is called the turtle shell sword formation. It is Xiao Yi's strongest defense formation. Even a strong person of the first level of the Emperor realm will never be able to break through this turtle shell sword formation. It will absolutely guarantee your safety. Sayaka swore. What's the use of just hiding here? Find a way to defeat him. Yi Chen was dissatisfied. Don't worry, master. When I find his real body, I'll be able to fuck him up. As Sayaka spoke, she scanned the entire mirror world. A few moments later, Xiaoya found the true body of the mirror demon from the millions of Yi Chens and bellowed. Ding! Target locked. Come out and take you. The dozen or so sword formations fused into one, transforming into a flowing and biting flying sword that went straight for that figure. Click! A sword pierced through the figure in the mirror image. The surrounding mirrors cracked, and the mirrors transformed in heaven and earth collapsed and disintegrated as much as they could. Pust! The mirror demon's mirror image domain was broken, and as if he had been hit hard, he spat out a mouthful of reverse blood and flew out backwards. What? Lord Mirror Demon actually lost. Looking at the mirror demon that retreated in defeat from the mirror image domain, the snake turtle demon was shocked. The former had the cultivation of a half-emperor, but he would lose? This is unbelievable. Outrageous. The mirror demon's mouth and nose bled. His chest cracked open with several sword marks and blood flowed out. His face was unsightly to the extreme. This human teenager was too terrifying. Only Yichen stepped out from the fragmented mirror image field, and there seemed to be sword chi lingering around him, standing with his hands up like a generation of sword gods. I'm going to kill you. The mirror demon hissed and lunged towards Yichen. He forced his strength at the cost of burning his soul. In an instant, his battle power was directly comparable to that of a true great emperor powerhouse. Today, even if he dies together, he will have to kill this human teenager, or else he will become a great danger to the demon race in the future. His sword awnings were like a sword-shaped mirror image, sparkling with light and radiating an aura of sharpness. Who wouldn't be able to fight for their lives? Xiao Yi Jiejie smiled, about to burn the source of the formation spirit and fight the other party to the death. And Yi Chen's voice rang out, "Don't bother so much. Yi Ying, kill him. It's the young lord." Leaf Shadow's low voice rang out. In the next moment, a residual shadow flew out from Yi Chen's shadow. A shadow sword flashed, stabbing. The mirrored sword aura shattered apart, while Yi Ying's figure had already appeared in front of the mirror demon. It was a black-robed figure with a cold face like a knife, and a pair of ice-cold eyes without any emotion. It was as if he was born to kill. Emperor Realm powerhouses. The mirror demon's face was fearful. After burning his soul, although his battle power was barely enough to fight with a great emperor, there was still a huge gap between him and a true great emperor, especially since Yi Ying's battle power was still quite a bit better than that of an ordinary great empress first-level powerhouse. Thumbs up. Yi Ying's sword move was nothing fancy, and his sword pierced through the mirror demon's brow. Run! The snake turtle demon dragged its huge turtle shell and fled in a sorry state. Die for me! Sayaka let out a low gulp. Above the snake turtle demon's head, a sword formation appeared in the air, and countless sword awns crashed down. Boom boom boom! The snake turtle demon's body was instantly in pieces, bloody and miserable. How did I do, master? Sayaka invited the credit. Fair. Yi Chen nodded. You can give me more spirit stones or swords or something like that if you're fine, and I'll still become stronger. Sayaka said. You can still practice? Yi Chen was surprised. That's for sure. I'm already psychic and can become stronger by refining resources. Sayaka laughed. Well then, next we'll continue to search for the demon tribe and find resources for you. Yi Chen said. Yes yet. You're the best master. Sayaka laughed out loud. Rumble. Just then, a demonic light suddenly appeared in the distant sky, transforming into millions of demonic statues, and even though they were far apart, Yi Chen could still feel the terrifying aura. That's... Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked there. A demonic powerhouse has descended, and there's more than one. Yi Ying noiselessly appeared behind Yi Chen, and underneath his fluffy black hair, a pair of icy eyes stared there. How strong are the demon race powerhouses? How strong are they? Yi Chen asked. It's at least a great emperor powerhouse. Yi Ying faintly said. Where a strong demon emperor is, there must be a lot of resources. A wave of excitement ran through Sayaka. Go check it out. Yi Chen said. Young lord, would it be a bit too risky? Leaf Shadow was a bit hesitant. There's no harm. There's no danger. Is there too? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Only two voices came from the shadows. That's right. Young lord, let go of your hands. When you encounter a transcendent emperor-level demon race, we will be able to keep you safe as well. Only after hearing this did Jiying drop his heart before flying into Yi Chen's shadow. 10,000 miles away. Necropolis. Before a large hall, a teleportation light formation appeared above the vast square. You two have had a hard journey. A tall, black-robed figure walked out of the eerie hall. It was none other than the necromancer demon emperor. Only the black aura covered his face. It was impossible to see his face. Only his pair of blood-red and gloomy eyes could be vaguely seen. And in his arms he was also holding a deathly aura wrapped around a vicious-looking black evil dog. In the portal, two tall figures soon walked out. Actually two humanoids wearing green ghost fong masks. One of them coldly spoke. No harm done. Did you bring the fuel I asked for? The necromancer demon emperor asked. Just open the sacrifice. The other human replied. Yes. The necromantic demon emperor revealed a ghastly smile as he made a seal with both hands. A strange and eerie demonic aura emanated from his body, quickly covering the entire vast square. Hey, master hasn't had a priest in a long time. My favorite scene to see is coming. The vicious dog jumped to the ground, a wicked grin at the corner of his mouth. Boom! The entire vast square trembled violently. The earth shattered, and a huge altar rose from the ground, emitting a strange and eerie aura. A moment later, the huge altar activated and hummed, and the entire necropolis trembled violently. Where's the fuel? The necromancer demon emperor hissed. Open! The two humanoids looked at each other and formed a seal together, and a huge purple and gold gourd was offered up, emitting a mysterious aura. The mouth plug opened and the purple gold gourd tilted slightly as countless figures tilted out from within. It was actually uncountable human beings, densely packed, just like mole crickets, falling from high in the sky. killing thousands and thousands of people in a matter of moments. Only the top of the altar was covered with corpses and blood and mud, miserable to see. And as more and more humans poured out of the gourd, stacking on top of each other and barricading themselves on the altar, the sound of screams and agonizing pain filled the heavens and the earth. Human life is like grass. Mother, where are we? I'm scared. Honey, where are you? Father and mother, you died a horrible death. Good boy, don't be afraid. We'll be fine. These humans numbered in the millions, all of whom were ordinary civilians with no power, huddled on top of the altar like lambs to be slaughtered. The sacrifice has begun. All of you lowly human races, become the sustenance for this seat to communicate with the upper world. Ha ha ha. The necromantic demon emperor's vicious laughter echoed between heaven and earth. The priest opened. Monstrous demonic flames burned above the altar, burning crazily, and the flesh of those human races charred and destroyed as much as they could, and their mournful screams shot up into the clouds. He will open the priesthood at the cost of these millions of human lives. What a wonderful scene. Straight up mesmerizing. The black Malamute closed his eyes and looked mesmerized. Rumble. A moment later, above the altar, a thick black demonic pillar erupted, breaking through the clouds and arriving straight into the depths of the universe. At this moment, Yi Chen, who was still thousands of miles away, could see this huge black demonic pillar rising straight up into the sky, emitting an incomparably lurid and terrifying aura. He also couldn't help but change color. What a terrifying baleful aura. What are these demons up to? The ritual went on for about an hour. The millions of people on the altar were turned into a charred and blackened mass of ancient remains, piled up in a horrifying heap. The power emanating from the altar, on the other hand, was weakening, and the demonic pillar that shot straight up into the sky trembled for a while, as if it were a wavering fire that could be extinguished at any time. Not good. Not enough fuel for the priests to finish. The death spirit demon emperor's face changed. Spinning around, he looked angrily at the two human emissaries. Won't you capture a little more population to come here? What's this little enough for? A messenger snorted coldly. The sudden disappearance of 1 million people from the region has already attracted the attention of all the major powers. If we capture more people over here, we will surely expose the identity of the evil sovereign's mansion. And when that time comes to spoil the great event of the Empress Lord, can you afford to do so? Outrageous. The necromancer demon emperor gritted his teeth. If the priest's purpose, all his efforts would be wasted. Immediately, he looked at his men behind him and scolded. Go and grab some more people from the demon race, Lord Necromancer. The 10 people behind him were a bit hesitant. After all, the demons were their own kind. The Necromonger Emperor is going to sacrifice his demon kind? What are you waiting for? Go! The Necromancer Demon Emperor let out a low cry as a terrifying cultivation at the Transcendent Emperor level emanated. A storm of dead spirits swept through the heavens and earth. Yes, the 10 nodded and then flew off in all directions. They were all at Emperor Realm cultivation. It was easy to capture some ordinary demonic people, and they soon captured 300, 000 to 400, 000 demonic people in Necropolis and the surrounding demonic tribes. Throw them in, quick! The Necromancer Demon Emperor had a fierce face. In his eyes, no matter if it was the human race or the demon race, as long as they were weak, they were all ants. Anything can be sacrificed for the greater good. So cruel. This mastiff loves it. The black Malamute danced with delight. Immediately, the 10 people then threw all of the 300, 000 to 400, 000 demon race, like bamboo tubes pouring beans, onto the top of the altar, and the terrifying flames burned brightly, quickly engulfing them. Miserable screams once again resounded through the heavens and earth. Worthy of being a demon race? It really is extinction without mercy. The two human messengers looked at each other. Boom! The flames in the altar swelled twice as much, and endless magical power swept through the 8 directions, while the demonic pillar through the sky once again became bright and dazzling. After about half an hour, a black bloodstained demonic seal slowly descended from the demonic pillar. This side is the immortal blood demon formation seal sent down from the upper realm. The Death Spirit Demon Emperor's pair of bloody pupils revealed excitement as he immediately flew over and cupped this black bloodstained demonic seal in his hands. Is this thing really capable of breaching the Thunder Pass? The two human messengers asked curiously. Ha ha, you'll find out soon enough. The necrotic demon emperor laughed loudly and immediately made a seal with both hands, and his entire necrotic demonic power exploded, injecting itself into the black bloodstained demonic seal in front of his body. Boom! The black bloodstained magic seal was activated. Countless demonic symbols and terrifying power erupted, transforming into roiling black and red demonic clouds that rolled and moved, shrouding in all directions. A pillar of blood-colored light flew into the heavenly aura of the Necropolis Demon Emperor, the 10 great demon emperors, and all the people of the demon race in Necropolis City. Lord Necromancer, this is The crowd wondered. Go, now follow me to attack Thunder Pass. The necromancer demon emperor bristled. Lord Death Spirit, the last time you gathered 3 transcendent emperor-level demon emperors, you failed to take down Thunder Pass. Now with just the strength of our Death Spirit City, how can we possibly take it down? A demon emperor with 8 arms said. You question me? The necromancer demon emperor looked at him coldly. The subordinate would not dare. The 8-armed demon emperor was silenced. The Death Spirit demon emperor snorted coldly, and a flying sword condensed with Death Spirit aura flew out from his brow and chopped towards the other party. Lord Necromancer, spare your life. With a cry, the 8-armed demon emperor was pierced through his brow by the flying sword, and his flesh was quickly devoured by the power of the Death Spirit, turning into a piece of flying ash. Lord Necromancer. The crowd was shocked, feeling that the necromancer demon emperor was very abnormal today. Killing a demon emperor at the drop of a hat? Immediately, the black and red colored demonic cloud in the sky tumbled violently, transforming into a tornado vortex, and a moment later a figure flew out from it. It was that 8-armed demon emperor, who was greatly shocked. Haven't I already died? The crowd was also puzzled. Obviously he had been decapitated by the Necropolis demon emperor. Why did he come back to life? Immortality, a human messenger exclaimed. The Death Spirit demon emperor laughed. That's right, with this immortal blood demon seal, this seat has already laid down the immortal blood demon grand formation. As long as we are blessed by the grand formation, we can have an immortal body that can fight forever and ever. And by then, taking down the district's Thunder Pass, it's not a matter of concern. So it is. Long live the Lord Necromancer. The crowd came to a sudden realization, and then they shouted hooray in unison. No wonder the Necromancer Emperor wanted to complete the sacrifice at all costs. Now it seemed that all the sacrifices were worth it. After all, every time they attacked Thunder Pass, how many more than 300? 000 to 400. 000 demons were sacrificed? Ogre Emperor. The Necromancer Demon Emperor drank low. Subordinate. A demon emperor with a body like a small mountain and an obese belly like a rubber man walked out. You are the existence second only to me in terms of strength amongst the 10 great demon emperors. Sit in Necropolis and guard the immortal blood demon seal. Don't allow anyone to come close. Understand? The Necromonger demon emperor's eyes glanced at the 2 human messengers standing aside. Although the 2 human emissaries were of emperor realm cultivation, he was still a bit uneasy about handing over the rear to the 2 human races. After all, the immortal blood demon seal was extremely important, and if it was destroyed, the immortal blood demon grand formation would be destroyed, and all the efforts would be lost. Don't worry, Lord Necromancer, no one can touch the undying blood demon seal with me here, the ogre demon emperor said confidently. He was at the peak cultivation of the 9th level of the emperor realm. His strength could be comparable to that of a half-step transcendent emperor, and the 2 human emissaries were no match for him. Don't worry, master. I'll guard Necropolis for you too. The black vicious dog smiled with a fawning face. Good. After we leave, I'll leave all the affairs of Necropolis to you. The Necromancer Emperor smiled dotingly. The ogre demon emperor was a bit upset. He was guarding the Necropolis. Did he still have to listen to the orders of a dog? But there was no way around it. Even though the dog was the Necromancer Emperor's favorite magical pet? Let's go! Let's go! A teleportation array appeared above the square. Immediately, the Necropolis Demon Emperor walked into it with 9 Demon Emperors, as well as 300, 000 elite troops from Necropolis City. Next moment, 30 miles away from the Thunder Pass, a teleportation array gate appeared, and the Necromancer Demon Emperor, with all the demonic powerhouses, walked out from within, formed up, killing and ready to attack. Thunder Pass General's residence. Lord Meng, 30 miles away from Thunder Pass, a demon army has appeared. A general reported. Do you know which demonic power it is? Meng Yan's face changed as he asked. Only Necropolis has an army all the way. The general added. What? There's only Necropolis. Is that Necropolis Emperor crazy? Meng Yan was taken aback. The last time the Necromancer Emperor gathered the other 3 transcendent demon emperors and attacked the Thunder Pass, all of them failed to earn any bargains and returned in defeat. This time he came alone. Isn't he looking for a beating? Next moment, Meng Yan had already arrived on top of the Great Wall of the extraterrestrial region in an instant. Master Chief, the other generals, such as the captains and commanders, came forward. What happened? Meng Yan asked. Master Chief, please look, one of the capitals said, pointing ahead, only to see that 50 miles away from the Great Wall of the domain, a huge teleportation array appeared, and countless demonic armies stepped out of it. At the head of the group was none other than the Necromancer Demon Emperor. Surely it's the Necrotic Demon Emperor? Meng Yan frowned. This Death Spirit Demon Emperor was one of the 12 demon generals of the Demon Clan. Not only was he powerful, But he was also tricky, ruthless, and never fought unprepared battles. He came to attack with great fanfare. I wonder what he's up to. The two forces faced each other and the atmosphere was tense and suffocating. There's the smell of smoke. Guys, I'll take the lead. The Necromancer Demon Emperor smiled eerily and immediately flew in as a demonic light. Lord Necromancer mighty. The demonic army bellowed in unison, their morale high. What? Has the Death Spirit Demon Emperor gone mad? One of the capitals lost his voice. In the past, the Devil Army's attack routine was to first let the lowest-ranked Corpse Devil Army act as cannon fodder to consume the defense formations outside the extraterrestrial Great Wall. Only when it was almost consumed would the Emperor Realm powerhouses of the major demon races lead the many demonic powerhouses to charge. The Necromancer Demon Emperor, as the biggest undercurrent of this demonic army, rarely made a move. And today, the Necromancer Demon Emperor was leading the charge? What's he up to? In an instant, the Necromancer Demon Emperor had already arrived in front of the Thunder Pass, when suddenly, dark clouds overwhelmed the city, and endless hideous electric snakes surged through the clouds. A thunderbolt emitting a destructive aura descended from the sky, like heaven's wrath, sweeping up an overbearing and destructive thundercloud storm. This was the Thunder Pass's protective array, the Thunderbolt Array. It had a great restraint on the Death Spirit Demon Emperor's Death Spirit demonic chi. Ha ha ha, the Death Spirit Demon Emperor let out a sardonic laugh and slapped his palm out. Endless Death Spirit Demon chi surged, forming a Death Spirit Demon seal in midair and colliding with the countless thunderbolts. Boom thud. The thunder and lightning in the sky fragmented, and the thundercloud storm dissipated for the most part. The entire Thunder Pass was unsteady for a while, trembling violently, and the earth in front of the Great Wall was in pieces. It could be seen how terrifying this strike from the Necromancer Demon Emperor was, but the Thunder Pass was able to defend against the demon race for tens of thousands of years, and it wasn't so easy to break through. Facing a powerhouse at the level of a transcendent emperor like the Necromancer Demon Emperor, the Thunderclap Grand Formation also displayed its power. The more they encountered a strong enemy, the more terrifying the battle power of the formation became. Rumble. The clouds were dense, covering 100 miles of emptiness in a radius. A dark, murderous sky. While a hideous thunderbolt had actually turned a deep purple color, the aura that emanated from it also became even more terrifying. It was actually summoning the strongest purple heavenly divine thunder. Boom boom boom. A path of purple hideous lightning surged wildly, sweeping away with the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Good timing. The necrotic demon emperor let out a fierce laugh, turning into a demonic light that rushed up into the sky. A pair of handprints coalesced, and the dead spirit aura surged crazily, transforming into a pair of hideous demonic hands in the void, to crush this 10,000 purple heavenly thunder. Rumble. The 10,000 paths of purple heavenly divine thunder was not trivial, and its power could destroy the sky and the earth, instantly shattering the pair of hideous demonic hands, and turning the sky's deadly breath into flying smoke. Shatter the darkness with thunder. Boom! A streak of violet heavenly divine lightning bombarded the body of the Necropolis Demon Emperor, and the Necropolis demonic light around him fragmented as a mouthful of reverse blood was spat out. The Necromonger Emperor is injured. The crowd above the extraterrestrial battlefield rejoiced. If the Necromantic Demon Emperor was heavily injured or even beheaded, the demon race would definitely be defeated. And from then on, the pressure on the Thunder Pass would be greatly reduced. Immediately, the Death Spirit Demon Emperor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face becoming even more hideous as a mysterious power emanated from his body in the face of yet another round of falling violet heavenly thunder. This is... 24 metropolitans were puzzled. Instead, Mangyan's eyes flinched and said, "He's burning the power of his origin." What? Could it be that the Necromancer Demon Emperor has really gone mad? The crowd was in a state of shock. Whether it was the human race or the demon race, once the origin was damaged, it would be difficult to recover. And the foundation would even be damaged, affecting future cultivation. While the Necromancer Demon Emperor had to burn his origin power to fight against the Thunderclap Grand Formation, was the cost a bit too great? What's he after? Just as a new round of purple heavenly divine thunder descended from the sky, the Death Spirit Demon Emperor used his own origin magic power to condense a deathly scythe of death. Snort! He wielded his Death Spirit scythe and chopped down violently, tearing apart all the purple heavenly divine lightning falling from the sky, along with the dark cloudy sky, tearing an opening. Humph! This is the formation your Thunder Pass relies on, and it's nothing more than that. The necrotic demon emperor let out a fierce laugh and charged towards the sky, the aura of death surrounding him, and the necrotic scythe in his hand emanating a bizarre sharpness. Rumble! The purple heavenly divine lightning fell from the sky, and once again, it was dispersed in mid-air by his necromantic scythe, and not a single divine thunderbolt landed on his body. Another chop. The sky was once again torn open a gash, It looked like the thunderclap formation was about to be broken. Master Chief, what should we do now? Thunder shut down, and the eyes of the crowd turned toward Meng Yan. Humph, I'll go meet him. Meng Yan snorted coldly and instantly disappeared as a purple thunderbolt, and in the next moment, he arrived in the thunderclap formation, hundreds of feet away from the Death Spirit Demon Emperor, and there seemed to be divine thunder surging in his eyes, turning into a sea of thunder behind him. Can't sit still? The Necromancer Demon Emperor looked toward Meng Yan and smiled contemptuously. Humph, in the thunderclap formation, you are no match for me, Meng Yan said with a cold snort. Really? I also said that this great battle is the last battle between you and me. So far you Thunder Pass will be broken by me. The Necromancer Demon Emperor's face was hideous. Then try it. Meng Yan snorted coldly, and with a grip of his 5 fingers in the air, a spear condensed by thunder and lightning was already in his hand, emitting a stern and incomparable aura. This was an extremely high-grade Imperial weapon. Boom! The spear in Meng Yan's hand stabbed away, and the roiling thunder merged into the spear's momentum, actually transforming into a heaven-destroying thunder dragon that broke through the void and instantly appeared in front of the Death Spirit Demon Emperor. Within the thunderclap formation, Meng Yan's battle power would be able to increase by at least 3 levels. The Necrotic Demon Emperor also let out a low roar. The necrotic scythe in his hand blossomed with monstrous demonic light, and the necrotic storm swept through, chopping at the Thunder Dragon gun force with a single strike. 2 transcendent great emperors battled. Each strike erupted with earth-shattering might, destroying everything around them, and everything around them would be reduced to flying ash. Before long, the two had already fought over 1,000 moves, and gradually, the Death Spirit Demon Emperor's origin power was almost burned out, and his breath gradually withered. Meng Yan, on the other hand, with the support of the thunderclap formation, but the more he fought, the more courageous he became, and his breath continued to climb, and then he swept his spear across the room, forcing the necrotic demon emperor back 1,000 feet, causing him to spit out blood from his mouth, and cracking his demonic body. Death Spirit Demon Emperor, surrender. You don't have any chance of winning. Meng Yan's non-angry voice rang out. How can I lose? The Necromancer Demon Emperor snorted coldly and suddenly disappeared in place. In the next moment, the space behind Meng Yan shattered, and a terrifying aura of death cried out. What a powerful strike. The Master Chief is in danger. The hearts of the crowd at Thunder Pass were stunned. This strike from the Death Spirit Demon Emperor was too terrifying. He burned all his strength and exploded with a life-sacrificing strike. Meng Yan also didn't expect the Death Spirit Demon Emperor to really dare to fight for his life. He also defended with all his might, waving his thunder spear and blocking sideways and horizontally. His defensive style was solid as gold, and the storm of thunder clouds in the sky coalesced into a light shield. Boom! The Death Spirit Demon Emperor's strike pierced through the thundercloud light movement, and a demonic light penetrated through Meng Yan's body, piercing through his chest heart. Master Chief! The crowd was in a state of shock. Meng Yan, however, roared in anger and swept forward with his thunder spear in hand as well, a lightning storm sweeping through, pressing the shaft of the thunder spear into a slight bend as it blasted at the Necromantic Demon Emperor's body. Boom! The Necromancer Demon Emperor's demonic body directly exploded in pieces, leaving only his soul body to fly out backwards, and the roiling purple heavenly divine lightning descended from the sky, annihilating and disappearing the soul body of the Necropolis Demon Emperor. However, at the last moment, an intriguing and bizarre smile appeared on the Necromancer Demon Emperor's face. The Death Spirit Demon Emperor is dead? The Master Chief is victorious. We are victorious? Great! We won! At Thunder Pass, the many generals finally breathed a sigh of relief and cheered. No, it's too weird. Meng Yan briefly treated the wound, but his brows furrowed. After so many years of fighting with the Death Spirit Demon Emperor, he knew him extremely well, so how could he be killed so easily by himself? And the demonic army in the distance didn't have the slightest panic, nor did they show any signs of retreating. The commander of the 3 armies was beheaded, and he didn't panic at all? This is so weird. Ha ha, old pipsqueak Meng Yan, isn't that a bit of a surprise? In the thunderclap formation, the void tore apart while a bizarre figure stepped out from within. It was none other than the Death Spirit Demon Emperor who had just fallen. What? How is this possible? What the hell is going on? Could it be that what Lord Headquarters beheaded just now was the secondary body of the Necrotic Demon Emperor? Thunder slammed shut and the crowd's cheers came to a screeching halt as they gasped in disbelief. What was decapitated just now wasn't your secondary body, nor was it an illusion. It was an undead body? Meng Yan's eyes stared at the other party with a deadly glare. He was certain that he had indeed decapitated the Necromantic Demon Emperor just now, and the other side is here again. Then there's only one explanation. The opponent has the ability to come back from the dead? That's right. This seat already possesses an immortal body that can be resurrected continuously. It's already invincible. What are you going to fight me with? The necromancer demon emperor sneered. Humph. If I can behead you once, I can behead you 1,000 times. I don't believe that you can be resurrected forever. Mengyan let out a cold snort as he turned into a thunderbolt and charged towards the necromantic demon emperor. Then try it. The death spirit demon emperor let out a vicious laugh as the death spirit scythe condensed in his hand and met Mengyan. Boom boom boom. As the two exchanged blows, Mengyan was taken aback. Not only had the other party been resurrected, but their battle power had also returned to its peak. As for himself, he was already injured in the battle just now, and his condition was still in decline. Before long, the two exchanged thousands of moves. Mengyan pierced through the death spirit emperor's brow with his spear, once again decapitating him. And this time, Mengyan was even more injured, and the power of the thunderclap formation was weakening and breaking badly everywhere. There's no way the necromonger emperor will be resurrected again. The crowd tensed up inside. Ha 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 ha, old Mengyan, let's see how much longer you can hold out. In the next moment, the figure of the death spirit demon emperor reappeared in the heavens and earth, and a storm of death spirits swept through the 8 directions. How is this possible? As the thunder closed, the faces of the crowd changed drastically, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. It was the first time they had seen such a bizarre scene even after many years of fighting with the demon race. What if we can't kill them? I could die countless times, and just killing you once would be enough. The necromantic demon emperor laughed jaggedly as an instantaneous shift appeared in front of Mengyan's body. A storm of dead spirits swept across the sky, and ghostly cries rose up in all directions, like countless ferocious spirits filling the air and tearing up heaven and earth. Mengyan dragged his heavily injured body and once again battled with his opponent. Again, the battle went on for more than 10,000 moves. The thunderclap formation broke. At the cost of burning his origin power, Mengyan condensed a powerful shot that once again stabbed the death spirit demon emperor to death. Pust. After that, Mengyan spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, his flesh cracking like glass as blood gushed out, staining his robes red. After killing the spirit demon emperor 3 times in a row, he had also run out of gas. Ha ha, old man Mengyan, I'm back again. The void tore apart, and the necropolis demon emperor walked out with a bitchy face, protecting the master chief. At the Thunder Pass, the 24 or so metropolitans came out in unison, and they also saw that Mengyan could not continue to fight any longer, so they escorted him back over the city walls. No? The necromantic demon emperor snorted coldly and waved his hand, and the demonic army behind him laughed and charged in the direction of the Thunder Pass. The thunderclap formation was broken. Although Thunder Pass still had other protective formations, they were no longer a threat to the ordinary demonic army, and they intended to swarm and completely break through the Thunder Pass defenses. Stop them. Together, more than 24 great emperor-level captains led the many generals of the Thunder Pass to fend off the tidal wave-like demonic army. Now there is only one devil army in Necropolis. Compared to the combat strength and the entire Thunder Pass is still a far cry. A few moments after the exchange, the devil army will be heavily dead and wounded. And in the next moment, something that worried the generals happened. All the people of the demon race that had been decapitated actually had immortal bodies and flew out from the rear teleportation array, joining the battlefield in a steady stream. Not good. Mengyan's face was unsightly to the extreme. No wonder the Necropolis Demon Emperor dared to attack Thunder Pass with only the strength of Necropolis City. So he had come prepared. If all the demon race possessed immortality, Thunder Pass would have been breached by them sooner or later. Ha ha, even with flesh and blood you dare to compare to our great demon race, low-grade human race, your end is here. The Death Spirit Demon Emperor laughed wildly, and he no longer had any reservations as he transformed into a demonic light and charged towards the Thunder Pass. Mengyan was already seriously injured and couldn't fight anymore. Looking at Thunder Pass, who else was his opponent? Hold back the Necromancer Demon Emperor. A dozen great emperors at the level of a metropolitan commander appeared around the Necropolis Demon Emperor and joined forces to block him. Mr. General, this is not a solution. What should we do? One of the metropolitans looked at Mengyan. Now it looked like the generals of Thunder Pass had blocked the attack of the demon army. But the demons possessed immortality and could attack the city for eternity. And the injuries sustained by the generals of Thunder Pass would slowly accumulate. And over time, sooner or later, they would not be able to carry it. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before Thunder Pass is breached. You send someone to Blood River Town and ask Yi Chen to bring his men to provide support. Mengyan pondered for a moment before saying, Yi Chen? The man was startled. Yes, if we let the other pass powerhouses come to support us, it's already too late. And Yi Chen has 2 desolate god emissaries with transcendent emperor cultivation beside him, so he might be able to stop this. Mengyan sighed and pinned all his hopes on Yi Chen. Under the Thunder Pass, the human race army and the demon race army fought together in an incomparably tragic scene. Soon a sea of corpses and blood was piled up under this part of the city wall. Bizarrely, there were no demonic corpses. After the tragic death of every demon, the demon body would disappear. Not a moment too soon. The dead demons then flew out from the rear teleportation array and rejoined the battle. The defenders of Thunder Pass, on the other hand, were all flesh and blood, and although they could take some heavenly herbs to heal their wounds and restore their strength, the effect was limited. Serious injuries cannot be recovered from. Death cannot be resurrected. Over time, the deaths and injuries gradually increased. The battle power of the Thunder Pass generals was weakening, and gradually had begun to resist the demon race's attack and fell into the wind. Although it was still able to barely, a clear-eyed person could tell that it could not be supported for long. It was only a matter of time before Thunder Pass broke down. At all costs, we must hold back the demon army for 3 hours. Shinmoli hissed and led a fighting force of about 30,000 people, charging into the demon army. In the midst of the tidal wave of demonic armies, an opening was torn open, and countless demons were decimated in a single moment. Shinmoli intended to use offense as defense to delay the rhythm of the demon army's siege, until their entire army was destroyed. The demonic army would not be able to break through the Thunder Pass. Humph! How dare a quasi-emperor be so arrogant? Suddenly, a huge shadow descended from the sky like a small mountain, suppressing towards Shinmoli. Bang bang! The earth was cracked, and dozens of surrounding Thunder Pass generals were crushed by the terrifying pressure, turning into blood mist and exploding, only to see that it was a demon emperor with 8 arms, gazing at Shinmoli with an evil smile on his face. I'll fight you. Shinmoli's face was livid, and the power of the extreme saint body within his body was burning. In an instant, his cultivation forcefully rose to that of a great emperor. He held his spear in his hand and stabbed towards the 8-armed demon emperor. As a former supreme pride of the desolate divine academy, his battle power was also extremely strong, and if he went all out, he was also able to fight hard against a great emperor-level demon race. The 8-armed demon emperor let out a sardonic laugh, and the 8 thick demonic hands also probed out, grabbing towards Shinmoli. Snort! The gun'll swept past. 8-armed demon emperor's 8 demonic palms were pierced by Shinmoli's gun, and demonic blood gushed out, while the tip of the gun stayed in front of the 8-armed demon emperor's chest, but was unable to advance half a point further. Drink! Shinmoli let out a long whistle, turned his wrist, and a taut force erupted as the long spear bloomed with a brilliant spear aura. The 8 thick arms of the 8-armed demon emperor exploded steeply, and demonic blood overflowed uncontrollably. Thud! The 8-armed demon emperor was blown away, smashing a huge deep pit in the ground hundreds of feet away. Where are the people? Shinmoli's gaze flinched as he realized that there was no figure of the 8-armed demon emperor in the deep pit. A dangerous aura descended from behind Shinmoli. The figure of the 8-armed demon emperor suddenly appeared. His 8 arms grew out once again, and within each of his demonic hands, he held an evil weapon. Every single weapon was comparable to the existence of an emperor's weapon. Boom! 8 emperor's soldiers chopped down at the same time. 8 invincible demonic lights chopped down at the same time. Click! Shinmoli's protective light shield shattered and fell back a distance of 100 feet. A mouthful of reverse blood sprayed out, and his breath steeply withered down. Although he was able to harden against a demon emperor-level powerhouse, there was still a considerable gap between him and a true demon emperor. At the same time, the 30,000 human powerhouses around him were already surrounded by a tidal wave of demonic armies, falling one by one. It looked like it wasn't going to last too long. Yi Chen, are you still not here? Shinmoli let out a low growl. He had already sent people to Blood River Town. Counting the time, Yi Chen and the others should be arriving soon, right? Die! Cruelty flashed in the eyes of the 8-armed demon emperor as he approached Shinmoli with an instantaneous movement, and the 8 emperor's soldiers in his hands bloomed with demonic light at the same time. Boom! Shinmoli crossed his spear to resist. The defensive light shield shattered again and flew out backwards, spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood, his face pale. I'm going to tear you apart. The 8-armed demon emperor grinned and sprinted away once again. Right now, Shinmoli was about to be beheaded. Save Commander Shin. The faces of the crowd of powerhouses in the Thunder Pass changed drastically. Shinmoli was already a quasi-emperor powerhouse at less than 40 years old, with boundless potential, and was being cultivated by the Thunder Pass as a future chief soldier. If Shinmoli died in battle, it would be a great loss to Thunder Pass. And at that moment, other devil emperors and quasi-emperors level devils swarmed up to block the rescuers. Damn! The 24 or so doo-doo-doo-doo, as well as the other commanders, were all entangled by the demonic powerhouses and were unable to rescue them, so they could only watch as Shinmoli was decapitated. A close call. A meteor-like ball of flaming light descended from the sky and landed in the midst of the demon army, sweeping up a sea of fire with a boom. In a few moments, countless demons seized flying ashes. Boom boom boom. and more balls of flaming light descended from the sky, instantly engulfing the countless demons in a sea of fire. It left the demon army dead and wounded. What? After the Death Spirit Demon Emperor forced back 2 or 3 human great emperors with a single strike, he looked up to the sky and saw countless blood-red rays of light piercing through the heavens. It's one speeding chariot after another. Chariots of fire. The desolate god Kor has arrived. Bai Xiu drove one of the flame chariots in the lead, flying at low altitude, and the moment he cut through the demon army, he blasted down a dozen flaming balls of light, blowing up a large swath of the demon army without a single corpse, and the flaming chariots at the back followed closely behind, instantly dispersing the demonic army, constantly bombarding it. Countless demons were engulfed in flames. Screams of misery rose in all directions. Where did this chariot come from? Could it be that support from other passes has arrived? Meng Yan was healing on top of the Great Wall and was surprised to see this scene. I've never heard of such a powerful chariot army in other passes. Ha! It's the support from the desolate god Kor arriving. A commander on the Great Wall cheered happily as he saw the legions of desolate gods charging after the flaming chariots. After seeing the demon race, the desolate god legion was just like a vicious wolf seeing a flock of sheep, and they pounced on them in a murderous manner, killing each other. Before the demon army could react, they were cut in half. The desolate god Kor caught the demon army off guard. In a short while, the demon army had lost more than half of them. The desolate god regiment has arrived? Have Yi Chen come see me? Meng Yan's eyes flashed with excitement. When Yi Chen arrived, Thunder Pass would be saved. If he joined forces with the 2 great desolate god emissaries, although he might not be able to kill the spirit demon emperor, at least the Thunder Pass would never be breached. Liang Shiryu pays her respects to Lord Chief Soldier. Not long after, Liang Shiryu, who was wearing battle armor, ascended the city wall and saluted Meng Yan. Why you? Where's Yi Chen? Meng Yan asked. The headmaster he went out to practice and didn't come. Liang Shiryu gritted her teeth and could only tell the truth. Nonsense. This is bad. Meng Yan's heart thumped with anger. Garrisoned in such a dangerous place as Blood River Town, Yi Chen even dared to leave his army behind and go AWOL? It's so irresponsible. At this time, those demonic armies that had been decimated were already resurrected and stepped out of the teleportation array, charging once again in the direction of the Thunder Pass. What? Bai Xiu and the others piloting the flame chariot couldn't help but have their faces change. What? Yi Chen as the head of a regiment has gone AWOL. It's simply nonsense. This son is capricious and uncaring, and shall be punished by military justice. He's likely to harm the entire Thunder Pass by being so capricious. If there are too many losses due to Yi Chen in this battle, his head must be cut off as a warning to others. The many capitals did not have much goodwill towards Yi Chen in the first place, and now they were even more furious. If it wasn't for Yi Chen's capriciousness, the situation at Thunder Pass might have been salvaged. And now, without the 2 desolate god emissaries, the Thunder Pass would have been breached, and the crowd would have been plunged into the land of doom. For a while, the crowd had counted all their grievances on Yi Chen. Meng Yan's face was cloudy. How to deal with Yi Chen was a matter for the future. The question at hand: how to withstand the attack of the demon army? What do we do now, Master Chief? Liang Xie was apprehensive. The other party wouldn't really want to cut off Yi Chen's head, right? Meng Yan's face couldn't be seen as happy or angry, and after a moment he said, "We can only wait for rescue from the other passes. I just hope it's not too late." The rest of the crowd looked grim. There were no teleportation arrays between the 7 passes. It was because of the fear that after the demons captured one of the passes, they would launch an attack on the other pass through the teleportation array. But there is a downside. It's that the 7 passes are separated by great distances, at least millions of kilometers. It would take at least a day to try to support each other. With the current situation at Thunder Pass, I'm only afraid it won't last a day. The demonic army was still attacking frantically. With the support of the desolate god Kor, it had initially caught the demon army off guard and suffered heavy losses, but the demon army could constantly be revived. Gradually, the demon army stabilized its position, surrounded the desolate god Kor as well. Countless demon race powerhouses braved death, attacking frantically like dead soldiers. It wasn't long before the members of the desolate god Kor were also a bit overwhelmed. The flame chariots were all blown down 7 or 8 times. Thunder Pass is once again in desperate straits. Meng Yan took the Emperor Pill continuously and recovered some of his injuries. He was prepared to fight to the death. Hold Thunder Pass as long as you can until the battle is to the last man. In the meantime, Yi Chen had already arrived at the foot of Necropolis. The entire city was gloomy and deadly, just like a ghost city. And in the center of the city, a black and red pillar of light rose up into the sky, transforming into a blood cloud in the sky, which was very strange. It's a formation. I'd like to see what plot the demon race is up to. Yi Chen flew away as a swordlight. How dare a human race trespass into Necropolis, looking for death? An eerie voice rang out, filled with contempt for Yi Chen. Roar! The two stone ferocious beasts outside the gates of the necropolis suddenly came to life, hissing and exuding a monstrous demonic aura as they pounced towards Yi Chen. These two demonic ferocious beasts were actually around the third level of the sacred realm. Yi Chen snorted coldly and condensed his sword with his body, as fast as lightning. Fast sword killing technique. A blood-colored sword rainbow flashed by. The two demonic ferocious beasts froze in place. After a long time, two huge heads rolled off their necks, and Yi Chen's speed did not decrease at all as he headed straight for the gate of the necropolis. Boom boom boom. The protective array of the necropolis opened automatically, and densely packed ancient demonic runes flew, converging into a vicious demonic dragon that descended from the sky with a monstrous killing aura. This formation could kill anyone under a great emperor in seconds. Leave shadow. Yi Chen let out a low gulp, and the shadow behind him squirmed slightly. A remnant of a shadow flashed by. The vicious demonic dragon looked up, only to see a black-clothed figure appear in midair and slash down with a sword. Thumbs up. The black sword shadow swept through the air, directly cutting the demonic dragon into two halves. Countless ancient demonic runes shattered, and the monstrous demonic chi retreated to the sides like a tidal wave. Boom! Even the city wall was chopped out with a huge gash, and hundreds of demons fell from it and were buried in the rubble. Enemy attack. The entire necropolis was abuzz. Countless demonic powerhouses came from all directions. This seat is ordered to guard necropolis. Who dares to come and die? Suddenly, a behemoth descended from the sky and landed in front of Yi Chen. A huge black demon mastiff, its body burning with terrifying demonic flames. With a hiss, it was as if he could roar down the stars, and heaven and earth trembled. It was none other than the necromantic demon emperor's battle pet, the hell demon mastiff. It actually had the aura of a quasi-emperor around the 6th level. At the same time, the other powerhouses of the demon race also arrived, all exuding a powerful and unrivaled aura. Among them were 6 or 7 quasi-emperor level powerhouses, hundreds of sacred realm entry powerhouses, and countless other Seal King realm, 10,000 laws realm, and so on. After killing you demons, my cultivation should be able to break through the Seal King realm. Facing countless demonic powerhouses, Yi Chen was not afraid. Instead his eyes were incomparably excited. Kill him, the hell demon mastiff hissed, and countless demons attacked Yi Chen like a tidal wave. Yi Chen took one step and disappeared as a bloody aura. Shenanigans. He instantly appeared in front of several demon race powerhouses while avoiding countless attacks. So fast. Many of the demon clans simply couldn't react in time. Yi Chen stabbed down with his sword, and the monstrous sword power condensed, transforming into millions of sword blades chopping down behind him. Chaotic Blade Jedi. Thumbs up. In an instant, dozens of demons were pierced through their bodies by the sword blades and fell in a pool of blood. As for Yi Chen, he was weaving from side to side in the demon army like no one else was there, and every time he waved his Stygian sword, 20 to 30 demons fell. In a few moments, hundreds and thousands of demonic corpses were piled up on top of the square, their blood flowing into a river, and were stepped on by Yi Chen as he slowly moved forward. A light seal blossomed between his eyebrows, sucking all the life and power out of these demons. His cultivation was also getting stronger. What a strong killing aura. The demonic army retreated, and was actually shocked by the pressure of Yi Chen alone, not daring to fight again. Bunch of losers, what's the point of raising you? The hell demon mastiff was furious, killing a few retreating demons in succession before roaring angrily and pouncing towards Yi Chen, his body burning with dark hellfire, like a dark demonic sun. It can burn everything under the sun. Behind Yi Chen, a divine sword hundreds of feet long condensed, emitting an endless chaotic storm. The chaotic divine sword Dharma phase condensed. Yi Chen's battle power surged crazily as he met the hell demon mastiff that descended from the sky with a sword chop. Chaotic sword intent. Killing sword intent. The law of imperishability. And so on and so forth. The power was incorporated into this sword as much as possible. This was almost Yi Chen's strongest sword. Boom boom. The two forces collided, and a storm swept through the heavens and earth. The earth directly collapsed and cracked. The surrounding buildings instantly turned into flying ash, and the people of the demon race who were too late to dodge were also turned into blood mist and exploded. Thud! Yi Chen crashed into a tall building hundreds of feet away, and that building instantly collapsed into rubble. Facing a quasi-emperor level demon race was still a bit too much of a stretch. Come together and kill him. Never let him get half a step closer to the immortal blood demon grand formation. The hell demon mastiff roared. Immortal blood demon formation? Yi Chen froze. Immediately, the hell demon mastiff and the other 6 demon race paragon emperors joined forces to unleash a terrifying strike on Yi Chen. Leave shadow. Yi Chen intended to end the fight quickly, because he had a vague feeling that the demon race might be engaged in some sort of conspiracy. A stump flashed by. Boom! The attack of the hell demon mastiff and the 6 demon race paragon emperors was torn apart by a shadowy sword on. The heads of the 6 demon race paragon emperors flew up into the sky in unison, blood gushing out like a fountain. And the hell demon mastiff fell to the ground in a pool of blood, dying. What? Not good. The other party is an emperor realm powerhouse. The surrounding demonic armies were shocked and trembling. Say, what is the immortal blood demon grand formation? Yi Chen walked over to the hell demon mastiff's body and asked in a cold voice. I'll talk if you tell me to. Do you think this seed is a dog? The hell demon mastiff sneered disdainfully, while before the words fell, with a snort, Yi Chen stabbed the underworld sword into its body. Ouch, it hurts. Woof woof. Hell devil mastiff pain wow scream, and then conceded, stop. I all say. Come on. Yi Chen drew his underworld sword and coldly snorted. Who dares to disturb my meal? Looking for death? An earth-shaking voice resounded, shaking the necropolis violently and cracking everywhere. It's the cannibal man. Ha ha, you're dead. The hell demon mastiff laughed out loud. Boom boom. One could only see an obese, mountainous, gigantic figure descending from the sky, radiating supreme demonic might. It was a great demon at the level of a great emperor, with a vicious face, the corners of his mouth grinning almost to the roots of his ears, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. It was the ogre emperor who was ordered to guard the necropolis. Ha ha, the cannibal man possesses the strength of the 9th level of the emperor realm, an existence second only to Lord Death Spirit. Killing you is as simple as pinching an ant. Don't worry, I won't let the cannibal man kill you easily. I'll let him waste your cultivation, and then I'll eat up all the flesh from your body one bite at a time, so that you'll die in endless fear. The hell mastiff had a vicious face. Take your life. The ogre demon emperor laughed cruelly as his huge palm grabbed towards Yi Chen, only to see a piece of space being imprisoned in endless demonic might suppressing it. Young lord, I've only just stepped into the 1st level of the emperor realm. I'm no match for this devil. Li Shadow frowned. No harm done. With an air of confidence, Yi Chen added, it's your siblings' turn to fight. Clank. A sword sound suddenly resounded through the heavens and earth. One could only see a divine sword tearing through the heavens and chopping down, its divine light glittering as it immediately suppressed the aura of the countless demonic races in the necropolis. No good. It's the transcendent emperor. The ogre demon emperor roared as the demonic sword had pierced through his brow, and his obese head directly exploded. And at this time, Desolate Willow also came to Yi Chen's side. She didn't apply any powder, but she had a natural beauty. Her temperament was unassuming, just like an immaculate goddess. She took one step, and a heavenly divine willow condensed behind her, emitting a crystalline light, and a willow branch flew in all directions, as if it were a divine sword, and with the momentum of sweeping away thousands of troops, she cut down all the demonic races around her, including the hellish devil mastiff who had a dumbfounded look on his face. In a few moments, Necropolis had truly turned into a dead city. No! Aragonite frowned. What's wrong? Yi Chen asked. Young lord, please follow me. Desolate Stone took one step and flew away as a divine shadow, and all the buildings that stood in front of him were scorched by divine light and turned into ashes. A few moments later, they arrived above the center square of Necropolis, only to see that the place was filled with demonic figures. Thousands of them. Not only that, the Hell Demon Mastiff, the Ogre Demon Emperor, and other demonic races that had just been decapitated were also among them. They were all trembling in fear when they saw the 2 Aragonite siblings approaching. What? They came back to life? Yi Chen was taken aback. Desolate Rock and Desolate Willow looked at the altar in the center of the square at the same time, only to see a black and red pillar of light rising straight up into the sky, with a mysterious demonic seal floating in mid-air. It exudes a powerful and mysterious aura. Could it be that it's because of this formation that they have immortality? Yi Chen's gaze looked towards the altar, his eyes gradually becoming heavy, because he saw countless burnt and charred bones on the altar, both human and demonic, the number of which could not be estimated. There are at least 1 million of them. Did they open this great formation at the cost of sacrificing millions of lives? Yi Chen's fists clenched up tightly, his eyes a little bloodshot, once again feeling the ferocity of the demon race. But where did they get so many people to use as fuel? Yi Ying also came to the altar, his cold face flashing with a touch of doubt. Yeah, from where? Yi Chen was thoughtful. In order to prevent the demon race, the Desolate Domain powerhouses had set up a spatial prohibition between the Desolate Domain and the extraterrestrial battlefield, so that even a demon race at the level of a great emperor would not be able to break through the prohibition. If they wanted to enter the Desolate Domain, there was only one way to do so, and that was to breach the Great Wall of the Outer Domain. Since the Devil race couldn't enter the Desolate Domain, how did they capture so many people? Don't let them get close to the immortal blood demon formation, or else all of Lord Death Spirit's efforts will be lost. The Hell Demon Mastiff hissed, and the demonic armies prepared to fight for their lives. And at that moment, 2 mysterious people wearing black robes also appeared above the square. It was those two messengers from the evil sovereign's house. A human emperor? Yi Chen was taken aback. Then his eyes stared at the two of them with a deadly stare. No wonder the demon race has a way to capture so many people. So there are spies amongst the human race. Although there was a spatial prohibition between the extraterrestrial battlefield and the 8 domains, the great emperor was unable to break through the spatial shuttle. However, if there were teleportation arrays between the extraterrestrial battlefield and any point in the 8 domains, that would be another story. The devil race could sneak into the 8 realms through the teleportation array without a sound. This was not good news for the desolate domain as well as the human race of the 8 domains. At that moment, the two major emissaries of the evil sovereign's mansion and the ogre demon emperor and the others led the demonic army in a siege. Although they were afraid of the desolate stone siblings, they had no choice but to fight for the necromancer demon emperor's grand plan. Stop them. I'll break the formation. Yi Chen transformed into a swordlight and sped towards the black demonic seal in midair. At the same time, the desolate stone desolate willow siblings also struck out. A divine sword flew out from between desolate stone's eyebrows, transforming into millions of sword chi divine lights in midair, intermingling with the roiling divine willow branches the desolate willow had offered up, and covering up towards the demon clan's army. Thumbs up. Screams rang out one after another. The limbs of each and every devil were chopped off by the swordlight, raining down a bloody storm in midair. Instead of killing them, the Arakishi siblings only chopped off their limbs. In this way they lose the battle and cannot be resurrected to regain their strength. In the meantime, Yi Chen had already driven into midair and chopped down with a sword. The monstrous sword aura tore through the heavens and earth, chopping the demonic seal and the black and red light pillar out. Boom! Losing the support of the demonic seal, the immortal blood demon grand formation was broken, and the monstrous demonic light was eclipsed. On the other hand, under the Thunder Pass, the demonic army was about to break through the pass, and the power of immortality that had been placed on them suddenly disappeared. What's going on? The Necropolis Emperor's face changed greatly, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. Everyone, look! The people of the demon race can be killed. Could it be that the demon race's demon formation has been broken? What the hell is going on? Anyway, the demons can be killed. Kill me. After the generals of Thunder Pass realized that the demons could be killed, their morale soared, and one by one, their killing intent rose up and they pushed back towards the demon army. And the demonic army, without the immortal body's boost, suffered heavy losses for a while. Lord Necromancer, could it be that something has happened to Necromancer City? A devil race emperor had an ugly expression on his face. Impossible. The necropolis has the ogre demon emperor as well as 2 emissaries in attendance. So unless a powerhouse at the transcendent emperor level makes a move, how could anything happen? The necromancer demon emperor said. Then could it be that the generals of the other passes have come to support them and struck out against Necropolis? Another person. Impossible. Even if the general soldiers of the other passes came to support them, how could they possibly know that the eye of the formation was in the Necropolis? The Necropolis demon emperor was unwilling to do so, so he immediately waved his hand, and together with the Necropolis city's heaven's eye grand formation appeared. A light screen appeared in the void, and the image presented within was none other than the square of Necropolis. He just happened to see Yi Chen holding the immortal blood demon seal and playing with it before pocketing it. His feet were littered with the corpses of the people of the demon race, including the necrotic demon emperor's beloved dog, the hell demon mastiff. Outrageous! Who is this human juvenile? How dare he sneak attack my necropolis? The necromancer demon emperor hissed as he nearly spat out blood in anger. My lord! He is the teenager who continuously destroyed the Inferno demon clan and other tribes in these days. I can't imagine that in the end it will be him who will spoil our big plan. A demon race great emperor said unwillingly. I hate it so much. The necromancer demon emperor was furious. How much had he paid? And he was about to break through Thunder Pass, only to have his big plan ruined by a human teenager? How he's willing to. It's Yi Chen. It's Yi Chen who broke the magic formation. Liang Xie was right beside Meng Yin, pointing at the picture in the sky and saying excitedly, it's really the headmaster. The headmaster is so awesome that he went straight to the devil's vitals. See, that man is the leader of my desolate god regiment. Who says he's gone AWOL? He's on a secret operation, going straight to destroy the demon race's formation. I can't put into words how much I adore the headmaster Sama. Bai Xiao, Song Liangchen, and the other desolate god regiments were all happy like children, itching to let all the generals and soldiers of Thunder Pass know that it was the leader of their desolate god regiment. It's really Yi Chen. Was it really him who destroyed the demon race's formation and saved everyone? Could it be that we all misunderstood him before, and that he wasn't AWOL, but went on a secret operation to sabotage the demon race's plans? No matter what, this time it was Yi Chen who saved Thunder Pass and saved us all. All of us owe Yi Chen our lives. The many capitals of Thunder Pass also sighed and were grateful to Yi Chen. Soldiers only judged heroes by their successes and failures. Yi Chen saved Thunder Pass. He was the one who had merited it, and all of them stood in awe of him. Humph, when that kid comes back, he must be rewarded properly before he can do so, even if he is appointed as a commander. Meng Yan's eyes were also filled with relief. Immediately, his gaze flickered and he said in a cold voice, "Generals, now is the best time to wipe out the demon race in its entirety. Follow me and charge." He disappeared into a flash of lightning over the Great Wall. In the next moment, a spear haunted by lightning tore through the void and stabbed straight at the Death Spirit Demon Emperor. "Meng Yan, old piker, are you healed?" The Death Spirit Demon Emperor bellowed out, revolving the power of the Death Spirit to block this thunderous strike, and stumbled backwards. "Humph, even if the injury is not good, beheading you is not much of a problem." Meng Yan sneered and chased after the Necromancer Demon Emperor. Outrageous! The Necromancer Demon Emperor was furious. With his strength, he could evacuate the battlefield in minutes and return to Necropolis. But he can't do that, because if he escaped alone, his Necropolis family base, these demonic armies would all be wiped out. And how would he give an explanation to the Empress Lord? Retreat! Retreat! The Necromonger Demon Emperor fought Meng Yan while organizing the retreat of the demon race's army. However, at this time, the demon army was like a scared bird. The army was disorganized, and there was almost no much fighting strength, and was killed by the generals of Thunder Pass, and blood flowed into the river, and less than 1/3 of them finally escaped into the teleportation array. The other side, Yi Chen decimated everyone in Necropolis, leaving no one behind. Then to an underground treasure trove in Necropolis. This was the place where the Necromancer Demon Emperor collected his treasures, gathering countless heavenly materials and supreme demonic objects. "Xia Ye, if all these things are given to you to eat, can you become stronger?" Yi Chen asked. "Of course I can become stronger. If it's all given to me to eat, I can completely metamorphose. And even if I meet a great emperor powerhouse, I can still fight. And I even have a chance of beheading a powerhouse of the first level of the Emperor realm," Sayaka said happily. "Good. All these heavenly materials and supreme devils are for you to eat." Yi Chen laughed. "Ha ha, thank you, master. Long live the master." Xiaoyu was overjoyed and turned into a ray of swordlight flying through the vast enclave. Wherever he went, all the supreme treasures were swept away. Eating so fast, it's like a gold-swallowing beast. Yi Chen deflated his mouth. No wonder the old ancestor let Xiaoyu follow him. If he put it in the Yi clan, he really couldn't afford to keep it. Passing through the treasure trove, Yi Chen arrived deeper underground. This was the cultivation room of the necromantic demon emperor, only to see a huge underground cavern with a dark black bizarre tree growing like a small mountain, its branches and leaves covering the sky and emitting a mysterious necromantic aura. Yi Chen felt that there was something extraordinary about this large tree. This is the deadly spirit treasure tree, an ancient demonic tree, which is greatly beneficial to the cultivation of even a strong person at the level of a demon emperor. Leaf Shadow explained. "Yi Ying, you cultivate the dark shadow Dao. If you cultivate under this deadly spirit treasure tree, it will be beneficial to you as well, right?" Yi Chen said. "Yes." Leaf Shadow nodded. "Then you and I will cultivate together here for a few days." Yi Chen laughed. "What is the status of a small person? How can I cultivate with young lord?" Leaf Shadow said with some trepidation. "You have been protecting me since you were a child and have followed me for many years. In my heart you have long been not a slave but my family. You don't have to be restrained, just cultivate with me. The more your strength improves, the more help you will be to me." Yi Chen laughed. Leaf Shadow has nothing to show for it. Yi Ying was grateful. He was an orphan since he was a child and was raised by the Yi clan, being groomed to become the young lord's protector. The Yi clan had done him a great favor, so he had always worked hard and guarded by Yi Chen's side. Despite his status as an underling, he was content. And now, Yi Chen was treating him like a family member. How could he not be moved? "And I'd like to thank you both for escorting us." Yi Chen arched his hand in the direction of the grotto entrance. "Young lord, don't worry. Even if the Death Spirit Demon Emperor and the others come back, we'll just fuck them to death and it won't affect young lord and the others' cultivation." Arakurio replied with a smiling face. Yi Chen sat cross-legged. The power of the demon-eating technique and the indestructible Dao body released at the same time, and a black hole vortex condensed behind him, sucking up all the power from the Death Spirit treasure tree. The majestic dead spirit aura entered his body, unceasingly, and converged into a raging river of the underworld, emitting an endless stream of bizarre death aura. The power of the dead spirit was the most and deadly thing, and it was generally difficult for the human flesh to withstand it. After absorbing more, these supreme breaths will invade the bone marrow and erode the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, causing pain every single day, and even leading to the risk of losing all of one's cultivation. Yi Chen, however, with his indestructible Dao body protecting his body, was not affected. sucking in more and more dead spirit chi, refining it as much as he could, and using it for his own body. The hours passed quickly. Yi Chen was haunted by the aura of death and entered a meditative state. Seemingly comprehending something, he realized into a chaotic universe. Suddenly, monstrous dead spirit aura emerged like a tidal wave and surrounded him. Looking to erode him, Yi Chen hastily exerted the power of chaos, using the heavens and earth as a furnace and the stars of the universe as fuel to quench the monstrous aura of death. I don't know how much time has passed. The endless aura of death was quenched and condensed, finally transforming into an incomparably sharp, deathly aura-covered sword body, necromantic sword intent. Yi Chen was secretly delighted in his heart that he had mastered another sword intent. The practice continues. In the blink of an eye, it had been a day of cultivation. Yi Chen's cultivation level finally broke through the first level of the Seal King realm. Rumble! A majestic aura swept through the 8 directions, causing the entire underground grotto to tremble violently, with countless earth cracking and cracks appearing on the walls, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. Behind him, the 10 great caves and the chaotic divine sword technique condensed at the same time, fusing with the great power of heaven and earth, and this power covered the area within a radius of several hundred feet, vaguely forming the beginnings of a domain. A Seal King realm level powerhouse could condense the power of a domain. What kind of domain power do I need to gather? Yi Chen pondered in his heart, injecting all of his power into the domain prototype without reservation. An endless fusion of power, a sea of infinity. Another small half-day passed. Countless forces fused with each other and worked together as if forming a small world. The Chaos Realm condensed. On the other hand, the Necropolis Emperor, with the remnants of his army, didn't return to Necropolis City, but fled back to the Demon Region's demon capital. He arrived in front of an ancient and magnificent hall. His eyes flashed with a touch of scorn, and after gritting his teeth, he still walked in. In the great hall, it was like a dark and chaotic universe, incomparably vast and boundless in general. The Death Spirit Demon Emperor walked through the chaos and came to a huge black stone door and knelt down. The Death Spirit Great Emperor has come to ask for forgiveness from Lord Empress. Necromancer, you have the face to come back? The huge stone door slowly opened, and 4 demonic bodies, 4 men and 1 woman, stepped out from within, standing tall and staring at the Necropolis Demon Emperor with unfavorable expressions. These 4 people were actually all transcendent Emperor-level powerhouses. The cultivation level was even above that of the Death Spirit Demon Emperor. You have already committed a capital offense by disobeying this seat's orders and acting without authorization. An icy imperial voice rang out from the stone door. A moment later, a blood-red demonic whip extended out like a blood-colored lightning bolt, continuously lashing at the Necropolis Demon Emperor's body. 9981 lashes later, the Necromancer Demon Emperor was cloaked in hair, his flesh broken beyond recognition, streams of demonic blood, and bone slags all over the ground. Miserable. But he didn't say a word, his eyes filled with endless fear. It was hard to imagine that a murderous devil like him would also have a day when he was like a tamed evil dog and had such a docile side. Now that the demon clan is in need of people, the death penalty is waived. Behind the stone door, the imperial voice sounded again. Thank you, Empress Sama, for your mercy. The Death Spirit Demon Emperor's hanging heart finally dropped. Tell me what's going on. The Demon Empress added. Back to Lord Empress. The Demon General's original plan was to borrow the Immortal Blood Demon seal of the Immortal Blood Demon clan of the Upper Realm for a single use, set up the Immortal Blood Demon Grand Formation, and break through the Thunder Pass in one fell swoop. The plan was going smoothly, and it looked as if it was about to be a success, but it was stolen by a human teenager who stole the home, which eventually led to failure. The Necromancer Demon Emperor said with a bitter face, Death Spirit Demon Emperor, do you lack hard eyes? Knowing that the Formation Eye is in Death Spirit City, don't you know to send a great Emperor powerhouse to guard it? Among the 4 demons, a demon wearing battle armor with the tallest body type, resembling a brown bear-like demon grinned. I sent the Ogre Emperor, whose strength is second only to mine, to guard the town. And there were also 2 emissaries from the evil sovereign's house who were also in Necropolis, but they were all killed by that human teenager. The Necromancer Demon Emperor said unwillingly, what teenager is so powerful? Another female demon with long blue hair, stunningly beautiful appearance, azure eyes, and a beautiful, delicate figure asked curiously, that teenager is of average strength, but he has 2 transcendent Emperor realm level Dao protectors by his side, and if my guess is good, it's those 2 desolate god emissaries. The Necropolis Demon Emperor gritted his teeth, which was the reason why he didn't return to Necropolis City and went straight back to the demon region, because even if he returned to Necropolis, he was no match for the desolate stone siblings on his own. It's Yi Chen. Has he come to the extraterrestrial battlefield? Behind the stone door, in a glorious palace, on both sides of a magnificent throne, stood a pair of young demon race celestials, a man and a woman. The man's face, which was more handsome than a woman's, turned a little twisted when he heard this, and his beautiful eyes were filled with blood. Is that the human celestial pride that beheaded your secondary body and became the desolate god's successor? On the other side, a young girl with an absolutely beautiful and bewitching face and silver hair asked with interest. Exactly him. Evil 1,000 Years clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead were hidden. To him, the decapitation of this body was a strangely humiliating existence, and it had almost become his heart's demon. Immediately, Evil 1,000 Years added, Lord Empress, please allow me to go to the extraterrestrial battlefield and fight with that youngster one more time. I need to make a clean break with my former shame. No, the demon Empress spoke coldly and unquestionably. The Evil 1,000 Years' heart was unwilling, so he could only nod. Yes. The demon Empress's slender fingers tapped on top of the throne as she spoke again after a moment of silence. Entering the desolate mysterious realm is incomparably important to our demon race. Necrotic spirit, now I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself for your sins. Go and capture that teenager back to the demon realm. Lord Empress, that teenager is guarded by 2 desolate god emissaries. It's hard to capture that teenager with just my strength alone. The necromancer demon emperor revealed a look of difficulty. I'll have the overlord demon and the ice witch accompany you. The demon empress added. Yes, that big demon like a brown bear and the blue-haired demoness responded in unison. Good, with the help of the 2 of you, I will live up to the expectations of the Empress Sama. The necromantic demon emperor grinned. There were 12 demon generals under the seat of the demon empress, all of whom were transcendent emperor-level powerhouses, and 8 of them, like the necromantic demon emperor, were stationed in the extraterritorial battlefield all year round, fighting against the human race. On the other hand, the 4 of them, the hegemonic demon and the ice demoness, were always at the side of the demon empress, and they were her absolute beloved, and their strength was the strongest among the 12 demon generals. With the help of these 2, they would definitely be able to block the 2 desolate god emissaries. The death spirit demon emperor, on the other hand, was 100% confident that he would be able to capture Yichen. Ding! On the 48th day of marriage, reward the imperial soldier Zhenlong Ding. The system beep sounded. Another imperial soldier. Good stuff. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth rose slightly, and he was quite satisfied with today's reward. Young lord, I have finished cultivating. Leaf Shadow arched his hand at Yi Chen before entering inside his shadow. Although he had only cultivated for 1 day, Yi Ying's gains were great. Not only had his cultivation increased, but he had also comprehended a new supreme killing sword move, the Deadly Spirit 1/. Under the Deadly Spirit treasure tree, it's the supreme stabbing sword art. It made Yi Ying's strength rise a lot more. And Yi Chen's harvest was not small. Cultivation breaks through the Seal King realm, comprehending the deadly sword intent, and it also condensed the Chaos realm. Nowadays, Yi Chen's strength was strong enough to be comparable to a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. It's time to leave. Yi Chen put away the necrotic treasure tree and then left the cave. Just as he was about to leave Necropolis, the sky was covered by terrifying demonic clouds as a supreme demonic might descended upon the world. It was as if it was going to crush this heaven and earth. Transcendent Demon Emperor. And there's more than one. Yi Chen's face changed slightly. He was a little too high profile these days, but the demon race wasn't so high as to send so many transcendent great emperors to deal with him. Right? Young lord, this place is not suitable for a long time. Let's hurry and escort you away. The Aragonite siblings appeared at Yi Chen's side, looking at the sky with a vigilant expression. Humph, isn't it a little late to be leaving now? Suddenly, countless streaks of demonic light tore through the heavens and earth, descending into the sky above the necropolis, transforming into a demonic body figure, each with a hideous face and a murderous intent. The 3 people at the head were none other than the necromancer demon emperor, the bastard demon, and the ice demoness. Behind them, there were also 20 great emperors as well as over 100 quasi-emperors. This lineup was a super luxurious existence no matter if it was placed in any of the 8 domains of the lower realm. I didn't just kill a few people from the demon race. Is that so? Yi Chen deflated helplessly. Little guy, it's not that we're making a big deal out of it. Oh, it's because you're too important to our demon clan. Be sensible and follow your sister to save yourself from the pain of the skin and flesh, or else your sister will have to spank your ass. Oh, the ice witch licked her bright red lips, and her voice seemed as if it could make one's bones soft. With us here, you can't take the young lord away. Arakoria looked at the ice witch with a disgusted expression. Humph, try it then. The necromantic demon emperor's face revealed murderous intent as the necromantic storm swept out behind him. He hated Yi Chen to the core, and if it wasn't for the fact that Lord Empress had ordered that Yi Chen be captured alive, he couldn't wait to tear Yi Chen apart right now. I'll block everyone. You take the young lord and go first. Arakashi whispered to Arakoryu. You're okay with taking on so many demonic powerhouses by yourself, right? A flash of worry flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Don't worry, young lord. After you guys leave, it won't be hard for me to retreat in my entire body, Arakashi said confidently. Roar! And right at this moment, a terrifying dragon roar rang out. The heavens and earth collapsed, the stars trembled violently, and the monstrous demonic clouds were shaken to pieces. No good, it's that black dragon. The three necromancer demon emperors had unprecedentedly terrified expressions on their faces. In the next moment, a huge object came in the clouds, tumbling through the thick black clouds, and a black dragon scale body could be vaguely seen. It was actually a black dragon. It was huge in size, more than tens of thousands of feet long, covering the sky and the sun, and could shake the heavens and the earth with every move. A few moments later, the black dragon's enormous head looked down on Necropolis, and a heaven-destroying pressure swept through the 8 directions, causing countless buildings and structures to collapse and the earth to crack. It was as if they were going to level the entire Necropolis. This black dragon was actually an ancient beast at the Transcendent Emperor level. Surely he's here? And what made the 3 Transcendent Demon Emperors even more scornful was that on top of the black dragon's gigantic head, there stood an old man with a white beard and hair, dressed in linen. He was straight-backed and stout, with a pair of tiger eyes that gleamed without anger. His body was very small compared to the black dragon, but the aura he emitted could crush the black dragon. This old man is strong. The 2 siblings, Desolate Rock and Desolate Willow, looked at each other and sensed the old man's power, at least at the 9th level of the Transcendent Emperor realm cultivation, and his strength was even higher than the 2. You 3 want to bully the little guy with the big one? The hemp-clothed old man gazed at the 3 of them, his supreme pressure emanating, instantly crushing all the demon emperors and quasi-emperors present. Senior East Wasteland has misunderstood. We have no ill will towards Junior Yichen. It's just that our family's empress wants to invite Junior Yichen to be our guest in our demon capital. That's all. The Ice Witch said with a smile. He's the Eastern Wasteland Emperor who has been guarding the extraterrestrial battlefield for tens of thousands of years? Yichen looked at the hemp-clothed old man, his eyes flashing with respect. The Eastern Desolate Emperor was the absolute pillar of the extraterrestrial battlefield, and with him, the demon race had not set foot in the desolate domain for tens of thousands of years. Good. How about letting me accompany Yichen to your magic city as a guest? The Eastern Wasteland Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, You're going to be a guest in Mordor. Do you really dare to go? The Necromancer Demon Emperor snorted coldly, and before he could even say anything, an aura-condensed slap sent him flying out. The Necromantic Demon Emperor's physical body directly exploded, leaving only his soul body to fly backwards for thousands of miles, nearly destroying his divine form. What? This is the strength of the Eastern Wasteland Emperor. The Hegemony Demon and the Ice Demoness were sweating coldly. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor's strength was even more terrifying than the legends. Although they and the Eastern Wasteland Emperor were both at the Transcendent Emperor level of cultivation, their strengths were worlds apart. Looking at the entire demon race, the only one who could contend with the Eastern Wasteland Emperor was the Empress Lord. The Ice Demoness hurriedly said, It would be an honor for our demon race if Senior Eastwild could be our guest in our demon capital. Then we will return to the demon capital first and await Senior's arrival. After saying that, she turned into a magic light and left. Immediately after that, Hegemony Demon and the many demon race great emperors and quasi-emperors also fled, not daring to stay here for a moment longer. Wait for me. The Death Spirit Demon Emperor who had become a soul body also fled in a sorry state. Many thanks to Elder East Wasteland for relieving me. Yichen arched his hand in thanks to the Eastern Wasteland Emperor. This time you have made a great achievement for Thunder Pass. You are a meritorious servant. No need to be polite. A pleased smile appeared on the Eastern Wasteland Emperor's old face. Take great credit? Yichen was still a bit puzzled because he was completely unaware that the immortal blood demon formation that he had inadvertently broken had saved the entire Thunder Pass. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor didn't explain and said, Little fellow, do you dare to make a trip with me to the Devil's capital to completely understand the grudge with the Devil race? Elder is looking for a showdown with the demon race? Yichen was surprised. Sort of. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor smiled. Yichen revealed a puzzled look. The Eastern Wasteland Great Emperor had been guarding the extraterrestrial battlefield for 10,000 years. Why did he choose to fight the demon race at this time? Just say dare, little one. If not, I'll go myself. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor said. Just go. Why don't you dare? Yichen agreed in one breath. Originally he was also planning to sneak into the demon region and look for the desolate mysterious realm. If there was another person following him, there would be more security in terms of safety. Ha ha, let's go then. Feeling that Yichen was very much to his liking, the Eastern Wasteland Emperor was a little joyful in his heart as he whisked his sleeve, and Yichen's figure had already appeared above the black dragon's head. The black dragon hissed and shot straight up into the sky, tearing through the void and flying in the direction of the demon domain. What a terrifying dragon power! Even as Yi Chen stood on top of the dragon's head, he could feel the terror of this black dragon's bloodline. This was by no means an ordinary true dragon. Xiao He possesses the legendary ancestral dragon bloodline. It's just that he's still very young and the ancestral dragon bloodline hasn't fully awakened. So when he fully reaches adulthood, he'll definitely be able to become a great terrifying existence. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor stroked the dragon horn, then sighed. It's just a pity. Unfortunately what? Yi Chen asked. It can be difficult for it to grow up in the lower realm where the laws of heaven are crippled and the aura is thin. I'm too old and dying to take it to the upper realm to make a break for it, and I can't watch it grow up. A trace of sadness rose in the heart of the Eastern Wasteland Emperor. All his life, he had been guarding the extraterritorial battlefield, and all his life, he had been fighting against the demon race, but one's own mission is about to be accomplished. It's just a shame that he won't get a chance to see the outside world. Sensing his master's sad mood, the black dragon also let out a low roar, resonating with his master as if comforting the old man. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor smiled in relief. For the vast majority of his life, he had fought alone. It was only when he met Xiao He that he felt that he was no longer alone. In his heart, Xiao He was not his battle pet, but his family. Yi Chen looked at the lonely back of the Eastern Wasteland Emperor and stood in awe of the old man. He was a mortal who died 9 times and rose step by step in battles with the demon race to become the #1 strongest person in the outer domain battlefield, guarding the outer domain battlefield for tens of thousands of years and preventing the demon race from stepping into the desolate domain. It was hard to imagine that without this old man, the billions of living beings in the desolate domain would have been subjected to what kind of devastation and extinction. Little fellow, if there is a day when I am no longer here, let Little Black follow you, and you take it to the upper realm to see the world. Perhaps when it gets there, it will be able to truly swim in the 9 heavens as a dragon. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor glanced at Yi Chen, revealing a few moments of anticipation. Senior is still in his prime. There are at least several thousand years of longevity left, and he is still far from being old enough to fall. Perhaps this time, after we join forces to exterminate the demon race and get rid of the human race's big problem, you will be able to take Xiao He with you to go and take a look around in the outside world. Yi Chen comforted. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor smiled in relief. When age and cultivation reached a point like his, one could sometimes foresee things. For example, one's own life and death. A moment later, the Eastern Wasteland Emperor added, "Do you know how I rose step by step with a mortal body to have the cultivation I have today?" "I don't know." Yi Chen shook his head. Thousands of years ago, the extraterrestrial battlefield was still the border of the desolate domain, where countless ordinary people lived until the demon race invaded this place in a big way, and countless living beings died innocently and tragically in that cataclysmic disaster, including all of my family members, and I was the only one who survived. At that time, I swore that I would definitely be at loggerheads with the demon race in my life, and that I wouldn't rest until all the demon race had been exterminated, and I survived by relying on my resilience. And I began to cultivate, becoming stronger step by step in my fights with the demon race. About 10,000 years ago, I broke into the demon domain and killed countless demon races until I was surrounded by many demon great emperors, and I was desperate. But chance allowed me to find the entrance to the desolate mysterious realm and gained a trace of the desolate god's inheritance, and it was only from then on that I was reborn in nirvana, and step by step, I became a transcendent great emperor's powerful. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor narrated. What? Yi Chen was taken aback, and even the siblings, Desolate Rock and Desolate Willow, who were following a short distance away, also looked in that direction. The Eastern Desolate Emperor glanced at the 2 desolate stones and added, "Back then, the 2 of you were just a stone and a big tree at the entrance of the desolate mysterious realm, and after I obtained a wisp of the desolate god's power, a drop of his divine blood was also sprinkled on your bodies, and I didn't expect that after 10,000 years, you were conceived and born. And have you already grown up to this point?" "So it is." Desolate Stone nodded. No wonder he had no impression of the Desolate God Emperor. So it turned out that he had only just enlightened himself when he was there. "Senior, where is the exact location of the desolate mysterious realm?" Yi Chen asked. The most concerned question in his mind at the moment was where the exact location of the desolate mysterious realm was. When the Eastern Desolate Emperor gained a trace of the desolate god's power, he was able to grow into the #1 person in the extraterrestrial battlefield in a mortal body. When the Aragonite siblings received a drop of blood, they could metamorphose from ordinary stones and willows into transcendent emperor-level powerhouses. How powerful is the desolate god's inheritance? What kind of strength could he achieve if he got it completely? There's no rush. I'll take you there after meeting with the Demon Empress, the Eastern Wasteland Emperor said. Elder wants to see the Demon Empress? Yi Chen asked. Yes, perhaps a deal can be made with her for peace between the human and demon races, the Eastern Wasteland Emperor said. Aren't you determined to exterminate all the demonic races? Senior, why do you want to make a deal with her? Yi Chen wondered. I've been fighting with the demon race for tens of thousands of years now, and it's made me realize one thing, and that is that it's never possible to wipe out all the demon race. The Eastern Desolate Emperor's eyes were covered with vicissitudes, and he said with some fatigue, for so many years, I've killed countless demons, and it's considered to be a revenge for my family, and if I continue to fight, it will only deplete the desolate domain's fortune and heritage, and in the end, it will only be cheaper for the other 7 domains to take advantage of the situation. After fighting for so many years, I'm tired. Perhaps the mission of my existence is not to destroy the demon race. It's better to let the human and demon races coexist peacefully. Yi Chen was silent for a moment and asked, I wonder what kind of deal Senior wants to make with the demon empress. Will she agree? This you will all understand when we arrive. The Eastern Desolate Emperor laughed before adding, Kid, now I'm going to pass on a set of divine-grade martial arts to you, which will greatly benefit you in the future when you inherit the Desolate God's legacy. Divine-grade martial arts? Yi Chen was shocked. The grade of divine-grade martial arts was still above imperial grade. Wasn't it a legend that the 8 domains of the lower realm didn't exist? Immediately, the Eastern Wasteland Emperor's second finger shanked, and a flash of golden light entered Yi Chen's brow. Rumble! Yi Chen's mind roared like a flood of bells, and he instantly had the feeling of a quasi-epiphany, while in the next moment, dense golden light condensed in front of his eyes, forming a fragment of an ancient text. Desolate God Secrets, fragment. Running on a unique gong method, cultivating the power of the Desolate God could temper the flesh and condense divine power, a supreme body refining art. It was even far above the immortal overlord body technique. No wonder the Eastern Wasteland seniors were able to become a transcendent great emperor ninefold powerhouse with a mortal body. So it's all due to this martial art. Yi Chen was ecstatic in his heart and hurriedly concentrated on this set of techniques. Half a day later, a ray of golden light enveloped Yi Chen's body, and an ancient god phantom vaguely condensed behind him, exuding a supreme desolate aura. This kid's talent is countless times better than mine. He will become a great man in the future. The Eastern Desolate Emperor was surprised that Yi Chen's natural talent was against all odds. Back then, it had taken him several months to comprehend a trace of the Desolate God's power, and the other guy realized it in only half a day? It's true that people are worse than people. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor shook his head inside. He was already at his limit when he could cultivate to the 9th level of the Transcendent Emperor realm, and this teenager has an unlimited future. Maybe it could be a second god of desolation as well. The Magic Kingdom. The Magic City. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The sky was gloomy. Black clouds pressed down on the city, and a black dragon that covered the sky descended from the sky, overlooking the earth, radiating supreme pressure, causing countless demonic races in the devil capital to feel terrified and shudder. Who dares to trespass in the magic capital? A streak of demonic light sped to the skies above the devil's capital. It transformed into thousands of demonic figures, led by a dozen demonic great emperors, and the others were also demonic powerhouses at the level of quasi-emperor and saint realm. Everyone exuded a powerful, ferocious, blood-craving, terrifying aura. Roar! The black dragon let out a roar, and the immeasurable demonic might swept through the 8 directions, shocking thousands of demonic powerhouses into stormy retreats one after another. And some of the demonic races with a slightly lower cultivation level had their flesh directly cracked and bled more than a few times. This black dragon is a ferocious beast at the Transcendent Emperor level. The few demon race great emperors in the lead said with fearful faces, Has the Eastern Wasteland Emperor arrived? In the center of the devil's capital, before a vast palace, 5 devilish shadows stood. It was none other than the 4 great believers under the demon empress as well as the necropolis emperor. Shoo shoo shoo! The 5 people turned into 5 devilish lights and swept across the sky. The next moment they arrived in front of the black dragon. The ice witch's voice was charming to the bone and said, Seniors have come to visit. We have missed the welcome. I hope that you will forgive me. Cut the crap. Let your demon empress come out and fight? The Eastern Wasteland Emperor coldly snorted. Our Empress Lord is in seclusion and will arrive later. Until then let the 4 of us entertain Senior. The blood-robed thousand illusion demon emperor said. Are you all worthy of fighting me? The corner of the Eastern Wasteland Emperor's mouth lifted in disdain. Senior's strength is heavenly. Among our demon race, only Lord Empress can match you. We know that we are not rivals, so we do not dare to fight with Senior. But, among the 4 devils, the most powerful heavenly devil opened his mouth. But what? The Eastern Wasteland Emperor snorted coldly. However, our demon clan's young generation can spar with your desolate domain's pride. The heavenly demon's gaze looked towards Yi Chen beside the Eastern Desolate Emperor. He was curious about this young pride of the desolate domain to see if he was as powerful as the legend said he was. You want the demon race scion to fight Yi Chen? The Eastern Wasteland Emperor was a bit surprised. That's right. I heard that this little friend Yi-chan chopped off Lord Demon Sun's secondary body above the Heaven's Pride competition, and after arriving at the extraterrestrial battlefield, he killed countless of my demon race's people and sabotaged the dead spirit's grand plan. The heavenly demon spoke, causing the necromancer demon emperor on the side to gasp in anger, but it was not good enough to snap, only to hear the heavenly demon add, "The arrival of such a heavenly genius is a rare opportunity for my demon clan's descendants to exchange schools, so how can we let it go? Yi-chan, what do you think?" The Eastern Wasteland Emperor looked towards Yi-chan. "Fight if you want to," Yi-chan said indifferently. "Ha ha, worthy of being my favored scion, if you want to fight, then fight." The Eastern Wasteland Emperor laughed. "Let's ask senior and young friend Yi to come with us." The heavenly demon waved his hand and all the demonic powerhouses dispersed while the five of them transformed into a demonic light and flew deeper into the demon capital. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor and Yi-chan also followed closely behind. Not long after, the crowd came above a square. The magic formation opens. A knotted arena condensed in the center of the square. To fight here? Yi-chan glanced at this boundary battlefield. That's right. You only need your soul power to enter the magic boundary. You can freely utilize your strength. And you won't really die if you're decapitated. Your soul power will only exit the magic boundary. The Ice Witch explained. Didn't you say that your demon race is ferocious and likes life and death battles? And now you are afraid that I will decimate all of your demon race's younger generation? Yi-chan smiled contemptuously. Arrogant. Do you really think that there is no one in the younger generation of our demon clan? The nearly 100 devil race celestials standing behind the 5 great devil emperors were all jealous and hissed in succession. The heavenly demon raised his hand to silence the crowd, as he knew that the Eastern Wasteland Emperor had come here at the invitation of the Demon Empress, and that the matter was so important that it was not easy to hurt the peace. Immediately, he said, "This sparring session is only for exchange and learning. No need for a life and death battle. Humph. Let's get started then." Yi-chan sneered and entered the magic boundary. "You think we're afraid of you? Isn't it just chopping off Lord Demon Sun's secondary body? Do you really think you're invincible? Let me meet you first." Dozens of demonic lights rushed into the magic boundary, gazing intently at Yi-chan, like a pack of vicious wolves with murderous intent. "Okay, you guys go together, or it'll be too boring." Yi-chan looked at the crowd calmly and unperturbed, like a supreme sword that was about to be unsheathed, emitting a sharp aura. "Our demon race doesn't have the habit of bullying the few with the many. I'll just meet you alone." A tall demon race heavenly pride stood out, more than 3 to 4 meters tall, covered in crimson skin, covered in dense demonic lines, with thick arms and gnarled muscles, emitting a terrifying aura of invulnerability and pushing everything across. The corpse demon bastard demon clan's #1 heavenly pride, Ba now, should be able to fight with this Yi-chan. The hegemonic demon was confident in his clan's heavenly pride. The 6th level of cultivation in the sacred realm is also worthy of fighting me? Yi-chan sneered and instantly disappeared in place. The sword of the underworld was sheathed. This sword contained a death spirit sword intent, and a sinister death spirit aura swept across half of the magic boundary. So fast. The many demon race celestials' eyes blinked before their eyes, and it was too late for them to react. Thumbs up. The sword light flashed and pierced through the hegemony demon celestial's brow, only to see his massive body collapse and then disappear into thin air. I lost. The hegemonic demon race celestial withdrew from the magic boundary, still in shock. His sword intent is integrated with the power of the dead spirit? The hegemonic demon was also taken aback and looked to the side at the Necropolis demon emperor, whose face was cloudy and his heart was dripping blood. His Necropolis treasure tree was still in the other party's hands. The hatred for Yi-chan deepened a few more points in his heart. Next, Yi-chan was holding the underworld god sword. His aura was constantly climbing, killing to enter the Tao, and he had only just entered the battle state. I'll do it. The heavenly demon clan's first heavenly pride took one step, and the surroundings suddenly transformed into a heavenly demon magnetic field. And within the magnetic field, anyone's power would be weakened by half, and he could absorb any attack for his own use. In the magnetic field of the heavenly devil, he would be invincible. Little sky demon came up here and turned it on? Little heavenly demon's strength can be ranked in the top 10 amongst the younger generation of the demon race. Yi-chan must not be his opponent. In the heavenly demon magnetic field, the little heavenly demon is just invincible. The many devil clans were full of confidence in the heavenly demon clan's heavenly pride. Aren't you the one who decapitated Lord Demon Sun's secondary body? Don't think that you're just invincible. In my heavenly demon magnetic field, you're bound to lose. The figure of the heavenly demon clan's heavenly pride suddenly disappeared. In the heavenly demon magnetic field, he could move instantly, and in an instant, he had already arrived behind Yi-chan. His 5-fingered demonic palm opened up, condensing endless magnetic field electric light and blasting toward Yi-chan's back. Boom boom! A huge hole was blasted out where Yi-chan was, and the earth cracked inch by inch in a hideous and appalling manner. Where are the people? The heavenly demon clan's heavenly pride was shocked, and was unable to capture Yi Chen's figure in the heavenly demon magnetic field. In the next moment, Yi Chen suddenly instantaneously arrived in front of the heavenly demon clan's heavenly pride, and swung his sword with a flash of bloodlight sword awnings. Fast sword killing technique. Snort. Yi Chen had already arrived behind his opponent. The heavenly demon clan's heavenly pride's brow cracked open with a sword mark, blood spurting out as he collapsed unwillingly. What? The crowd of demons were shocked and in an uproar. Was this the strength of the number one pride of the human race? This son decapitated the Devil Son's great human subdivision and was able to kill the lesser heavenly devil with a single sword. His strength is too strong. Looking at our demon clan, only Lord Demon Son and Lord Holy Maiden can compete with him, right? I'm afraid we're no match for him. Even if we're not his opponent, we can't retreat now. At least we can't lose in terms of momentum. That's right. What we need to do is to try to consume this sun as much as possible to gain a greater advantage for Lord Demon Son and Lord Holy Maiden. Dozens of demon race celestials whispered, after they had made up their minds. Another demon race pride stepped forward and shouted lowly, Yi Chen, I'll challenge you. Boring, let's get rid of you guys quick. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent, holding a sharp sword as he lunged towards the dozens of demon race celestials, sweeping his sword across the room, instantly condensing millions of sword blades behind him. Killing sword intent covered heaven and earth. He's going to fight all of us? Arrogant. Don't blame us for bullying the few with the many. Together, the dozens of demon race celestials were each furious, turning into a streak of demonic light and rushing away, each of them erupting with a powerful aura. Each of their cultivation levels possessed the level of the sacred realm, and the 3 or 4 people at the head of the group had almost reached the cultivation level of a half-step quasi-emperor. But to Yi Chen, their strength was simply not enough. In just a single glance, a dozen or so demon race celestials were cut down by the sword chi and exited the magic boundary. Outrageous! An ice demon race female celestial pride and a mirage race celestial pride looked at each other and simultaneously launched an attack behind Yi Chen, only to see countless ice creams break through the ground and turn into densely packed ice sculptures that surrounded Yi Chen. And the illusion clan's heavenly pride created countless illusionary prohibitions around them, imprisoning Yi Chen's soul power and controlling him temporarily in the illusion world. At the same time, a dozen other demon race celestial pride also approached, one after another casting the demon race's great divine power technique and blasting away. And in the next moment, a pithy sword broke through the countless ice sculptures. Thumbs up. Before the dozen or so approaching demon race celestials could react, their heads were already flying up into the sky, blood bursting out like fountains. My illusions don't work on him. The illusory demon clan's heavenly pride was a bit skeptical. Thumbs up. Yi Chen arrived in front of him with a divine walking technique and cut him in half with a sword. Then his speed didn't decrease at all. Every time he moved, 3 or 5 demon race celestials were cut down, and in no time, dozens of celestials were killed under his sword. In the magic boundary, only Yi Chen was left alone, and his battle power had come to its peak, so he couldn't help but yell, "Who else is there?" The many demon race crows were silent. All of them were like defeated roosters, their complexion a little shriveled. Yi Chen had slaughtered all of the demon race's heavenly pride with his own strength. This strength was too terrifying. He's a million times more powerful than the legend. Yi Chen, I didn't expect you and I to meet again so soon. A domineering and unparalleled demonic light rushed into the magic boundary and landed 100 feet away from Yi Chen. A straight figure in a black robe with long gray hair and a face more handsome than a woman's, hanging a faint evil smile, a pair of eyes with demonic patterns flowing in them, emitting a mysterious destructive aura, stared coldly at Yi Chen. Killing intent that was hard to conceal. It's Lord Demon Son striking. Lord Devil Son and Lord Holy Maiden are both known as my devil race's supreme prides. With heaven-defying talents, they will definitely be able to defeat Yi Chen. The many demons said with confidence. Evil Chitos? Not bad, your main body still has some strength. Yi Chen glanced at the other party, and the latter's cultivation level was actually that of a quasi-emperor first level. The other party was only 40 or 50 years old at most, and was already at the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor. So it was evident that his natural talent was extremely high, and no matter where he was placed, he was a supreme heavenly pride that would be hard to come across in 1,000 years. My real name is Killing Abyss, and I am not Evil Chitos. Killing Profound took Yi Chen as an opponent seriously and also used his real name to treat him. Lord Demon Son is the last scion of the Slaying Demon clan. The many demons stood in awe. The Slaying Demon race originated from the ancient times, possessing the pure demon cultivation of the ancient times, with an extremely terrifying battle strength, and the previous leader of the demon race before the Demon Empress also possessed the Slaying Demon race bloodline, and Killing Fountain is a direct descendant of that leader. The current Demon Empress was also training Killing Profound as her future successor. I'm not really interested in what your name is. Come and fight, Yi Chen said indifferently. Humph. You're too young and only have a cultivation of the first level of the Seal King realm. It's not fair for me to fight with you. Even if I defeat you, it won't make any sense. Why don't I give you some time to grow up? Then how about we fight again? Killing Abyss snorted coldly. No need. Last time I used my Dharma phase realm cultivation to chop your secondary body. This time I can chop your primary body with my Seal King realm cultivation. Come and fight. Yi Chen's gaze flinched as his killing sword intent, chaotic sword intent, and necrotic sword intent erupted at the same time, transforming into 3 pillars of light that shot up into the sky, and a horrifying pressure swept through the 8 directions. Okay, let's fight then. Killing Abyss nodded and took a step out. A mysterious demonic aura boiled and wrapped around his body, only to see him begin to demonize little by little. With twin horns on his head, his handsome face began to become hideous. His white skin was covered by black demon scales. Countless demonic light symbols flashed. His killing intent was awe-inspiring, and he exuded a mysterious aura of the ancient past. Returning to the ancestors, Killing Abyss switched directly to the strongest combatant. Demon Sun-sama opened up straight away? It's too cautious, isn't it? Lord Demon Sun has fought with Yi Chen and knows that the other party is very strong, so he doesn't dare to take it lightly. That's good. Lord Demon Sun is serious about this. Yi Chen will definitely lose. The many devils still had full confidence in Killing Abyss. The other party had the bloodline of the ancient Killing Devil clan flowing in his body. His natural talent was rare for 1,000 years, and he was at the quasi-emperor cultivation level, which was 2 great realms higher than Yi Chen. Even if it's not a sure win, it's probably a sure win. Boom! Killing Profound stomped his feet, the ground fragmented, and he exploded out like a cannonball, radiating a heaven-destroying pressure. Yi Chen also sprinted to meet him and swung his sword. The strike was also the strongest sword move, chopping heavenly sword drawing technique, and the 3 great sword intentions came out in unison, condensing the most powerful sword. Boom boom! Killing Profound's punch contained the power of the Killing Demon clan's bloodline, and a domineering, unrivaled, endless killing fist intent erupted, actually shattering the chopping sword light with a single punch. The domineering fist intent swarmed towards Yi Chen like a tidal wave. After exchanging hands, Killing Profound actually had the upper hand, and Yi Chen didn't panic, immediately using the law of imperishability. A force that was immortal and unending covered the heavens and earth. In the next moment, the shattered sword actually coalesced again, and the power emitted was a few points stronger than before. The 2 forces collided together with incomparable intensity, and in an instant, the sword aura was shattered hundreds of times, but they were all repaired by the law of imperishability. In a head-on fight, Killing Abyss did not take advantage and had no choice but to storm backward, and Yi Chen would not give him a chance to catch his breath as he took a step forward and stabbed down with another sword. Fast sword killing technique. A sword is as fast as lightning. Good timing. Killing Abyss let out a low roar. The terrifying demonic might covered. The heaven and earth trembled. Space shattered. Only to see him grip his 5 fingers. A killing sword condensed in front of his chest. A terrifying sword sound rang out. It's like a devil descending into the world. It's the first supreme treasure of the Killing Demon clan. The endless Killing Demon sword. Someone exclaimed. Extreme great imperial weapon? Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a flash of shock. Killing Abyss held endless killing and chopped down with a sword. Snort! The magic light sword aura flashed past, directly cutting Yi Chen's sword aura in half, and even the void around him was cleanly split in 2. It was like a cracked mirror. Click! Yi Chen only felt that in front of him, a killing, sharp sword approached, and he blocked it with a sword. The 3 major sword intentions lingered and contained the law of indestructibility, condensing into a sword shield, and in the next moment, the sword shield shattered, and the protective golden light on Yi Chen's body cracked, and he was forced back more than 100 feet. Only a sword scar was seen cracking open on his chest, and blood couldn't stop flowing out. Worthy of being Lord Demon Sun, he injured Yi Chen with a single strike. Endless slaughter is worthy of being the Slaying Demon clan's #1 supreme treasure. It's really sharp. This time it just so happens to thwart Yi Chen. Let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant. Lord Demon Sun is only afraid that he has already secured his victory. It's only a matter of time before Yi Chen is defeated. The people of the Demon Clan were all excited and full of confidence in Killing Fountain. Even the Ice Demoness, Heavenly Demon, Necromancer Demon Emperor, and the others held their heads high, as if they had already secured a victory. The extreme Imperial soldier is really sharp. Yi Chen casually wiped his hand, and the cracked sword scar on his chest healed in the blink of an eye. I know this isn't your full strength. Use your Dao body power. Killing Abyss spoke coldly. He had crossed paths with Yi Chen and knew that the latter had many more cards, and did not dare to take it lightly. The current you is no longer qualified to let me use my Dao body. Yi Chen shook his head inside. You dare to underestimate me? The killing abyss was furious, and on top of his brutal demonic body, endless killing black flames burned, and bizarre demonic patterns blossomed with light that was horrifyingly incomparable. Boom! He burst out like a cannonball, and the endless killing in his hands bloomed with terrifying demonic light. A sword chopped down. Before the sword blade arrived, the void around Yi Chen had already been cut to pieces, and right at this moment, a divine seal condensed from Yi Chen's brow, blossoming with endless golden divine flames, a power that seemed to come from the ancient times calling out, "This is the power of the desolate god, the ice demoness, heavenly demon," and the others were shocked. A domineering, matchless, destructive power emanated from Yi Chen's body, just like a flood monster, causing heaven and earth to lose color. He slashed out with his sword. There was a loud thud. The two forces collided, causing the magic boundary to tremble. The surrounding void fragmented and broke apart, turning into a spatial ruin. And because the magic boundary had a special power added to it, the space that was destroyed was quickly restored. Yi Chen and Killing Profound battled together, and every collision was earth-shattering and terrifying. In a few moments, the two had exchanged 100 moves. After another collision, both of them flew out backwards, and both of them suffered some sword wounds and bled profusely. Killing Profound's eyes were blood red, as if demonic flames were burning, which could incinerate this dome of the sky, while his battle intent had also reached the extreme. Killing Burning Sky Chop, he stepped forward step by step, seemingly moving slowly, but actually shrinking into an inch. In the twinkling of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Yi Chen's body, and swung his sword. The monstrous demonic flame sword mantle burned, containing an endless killing intent, as if it wanted to kill all enemies. In the pupils of Yi Chen's eyes, this demonic flame sword mantle gradually became clearer, and was about to cut him down. Just in the nick of time, he performed the divine walking technique, transforming into a residual shadow, and staggered past the sword blade. So fast, Killing Profound's face changed, and he didn't even see Yi Chen's movements, and Yi Chen had already arrived in front of him and chopped down with a sword. Chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. The three great sword intentions came out in unison. The law of imperishability, the power of the god of desolation. A dozen or so supreme powers were superimposed together, erupting into a heaven-destroying sword. Boom! Killing Profound was blasted out, actually smashing a hole in the ground hundreds of feet away, only to see his demonic body in pieces. The small half of his body was gone. His internal organs and flesh were a blur, blood flowing horribly. What? Lord Demon's son has lost. The many demon clan jaws dropped. It was hard to believe that the devil's son, who possessed the bloodline of the slaying devil clan and was gifted with great talent, had also lost miserably in Yi Chen's hands. There's no longer any need to battle on. You exit the boundary, Yi Chen said with a cold snort. Not necessarily. Killing Abyss hissed as the killing demon bloodline origin in his body burned crazily, and in an instant, his power skyrocketed more than several times. His tattered demonic body pounced on Yi Chen, just like a trapped beast in a cage, sending out a final frantic strike. His battle power at the moment was comparable to a strong quasi-emperor's second level. Lord Demon's son is going to die with Yi Chen? This is at least a draw. My demon clan has not lost face, the many devils said. Trying to die with me. You deserve it? Yi Chen snorted coldly as the chaos domain opened. The area within 100 feet around him turned into a chaotic storm, as if it was a flooded universe. Boom boom, Killing Abyss blasted into the chaos field, but couldn't find a target for his attack, because Yi Chen had disappeared. Moreover, Killing Profound's entire power was being sucked up by the chaos domain, and the burning demonic light on his body gradually dimmed. A murderous intent flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he condensed his sword with his body, transforming into a sword rainbow that swept across the void. Snort! It pierced through the demonic body of Killing Abyss. Boom! Killing Profound's face twisted as his demonic body exploded, turning into a blood mist that spilled onto the earth. Is Lord Demon's son still defeated? Each of the many demon race members had an unwilling face and roared. Ha ha, even your demon race's demon son has lost. It seems that none of your demon race's younger generation is Yi Chen's opponent. This cut and thrust is our human race's victory. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor was very happy in his heart and laughed out loud. I'm afraid that Senior East Wasteland is a bit too early to be happy. My demon race still has a stronger heavenly pride that has yet to make a move, and it's not yet known who will win and who will lose in this duel. The hegemonic demon remained unconvinced and said, Oh, there are stronger people in the younger generation of your demon clan? The Eastern Wasteland Emperor raised his eyebrows. He had been fighting with the devil race for so many years, but he didn't know that there was a stronger heavenly pride in the younger generation of the devil race? So this person has never appeared from the extraterrestrial battlefield? Suddenly, a pair of devil wings that covered the sky flew from the distant sky, And the owner of this pair of devil wings was a petite and delicate devil maiden. She had a head of long silver hair dancing with the wind. Her pretty face was exquisite like an elf, cold and sultry coexisting, a pair of clear azure blue eyes, above the delicate body, wrapped in a layer of black soft armor, appearing to be even more undulating and exquisite, a pair of long, straight long legs, wearing long combat boots. It's almost like the perfect combination of angel and witch. She was still outside the sky just now, but in the blink of an eye, she had already entered the magical boundary. A pair of huge demonic wings retracted, and her clear and cold voice rang out, "Demon Holy Maiden Chili, please instruct me. It's Lord Holy Maiden who's going to make a move. Yi Chen will definitely lose this time." The atmosphere of the demon race's crowd, which had been dead calm just a moment ago, was instantly ignited as cheers rang out. Obviously this Chili's reputation is also much higher than Killing Abyss. What a pure demonic bloodline. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. The bloodline flowing in this little demoness was even purer than the current demon empress. The future is unlimited. Moreover, she was at the second level of the quasi-emperor's cultivation, which would definitely bring great pressure to Yi Chen. Yi Chen is no match for Chili. Although Killing Abyss had always been untamed and his heart was higher than the sky, he had to admit that his strength was far inferior to this senior sister. Then let's fight. Yi Chen did not underestimate this demon race girl in front of him. Taking a step out and transforming into a burst of swordlight, he instantly closed in on the latter. This sword was just a test. The blade of the sword was already approaching the demon girl's brow, and the next moment, Chili's a pair of azure blue eyes emitted magic light and suddenly disappeared as a residual shadow. Boom! Yi Chen struck the air with his sword. A devilish shadow that covered the sky and the sun loomed from above his head, emitting monstrous devilish might. Yi Chen snapped his head up, only to see Chili descending from the sky, a pair of huge magic wings like two magic swords, sharp and hard to stop. Indestructible. Yi Chen operated the desolate god's power, the golden flames burning crazily around his body, fusing with the sword, and stabbed his sword against the pair of demonic wings. Tinker! The two figures staggered past each other, and the golden light shield behind Yi Chen's back tore two mouths, and blood gurgled out. The tricky angle of this pair of demon wings attack was evident. Immediately, Chili once again turned into a shadow flashed. A pair of demon wings in midair cut out dozens of sharp magic light, like hundreds of lightning fell at the same time. Yi Chen met it again. Chaotic Blade Jedi. Thousands of sword blades erupted behind them. Boom boom boom. The two forces frantically bombarded each other, and countless sharp airwaves tumbled and swept in all directions. Yi Chen performed the divine walking technique, weaving and instantly moving through the countless storms, and in the next moment, he had already arrived in front of Chili's body. A sword thrust. The three great sword intentions came out in unison. Chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. He closed in and opened wide, and a piquant sword blade instantly chopped at Chili, while Chili lightly grunted. A pair of devil wings flapped, sweeping up a storm of devil light, like countless sword-ons composed, sharp and incomparable. Boom boom, a storm erupted, and the two were too close to each other and were simultaneously sent flying. Chili was protected by his huge magic wings and was not harmed. As for Yi Chen, although he was protected by his protective golden light and the power of the desolate god, he was still injured, and his body was covered with thorn wounds and bleeding profusely. In terms of defense, Chili beat Yi Chen by a lot. It looks like we can't fight her hard. We can only use some tactics. The indestructible power in Yi Chen's body automatically turned on, flooding his body with golden light, and hundreds of wounds quickly healed, while his battle power continued to increase. Chili attacked again. A flash in midair. The speed is as fast as it can be. Yi Chen's gaze flinched, and he actually retreated backwards. Just as Chili rushed to his original location, a dull and lightless chaotic storm swept up around him, and an infinite amount of domain laws suppressed it. Very strong domain power. Chili's bright eyes flashed with caution, not daring to underestimate Yi Chen's chaos domain. Was that the move he used to defeat Killing Fountain just now? In the chaos domain, Chili's battle power was suppressed to the fullest, and the magic power in her body, which was rapidly draining away, was extremely unfavorable to her. Yi Chen took the opportunity to launch a counterattack, and a sword containing the chaos domain chopped down. There was a loud thud. Chili was forced back 100 feet, only to see a tiny crack appear on top of one of the devil wings. Her magic wings are injured? Humph. Are your magic wings not indestructible either? Yi Chen sneered and once again approached as a swordlight. Chaotic Blade Jedi. In an instant, 10 million sword blades once again condensed, like a rain of swords, bombarding towards Chili, especially aiming at the location of the crack in her magic wings. Never! Chili's eyes flashed with murderous intent. A destructive stormy aura condensed in front of her. The space tore apart, and a black devilishly aura-drenched lance condensed, She held the devil spear in her hand, and countless ancient devil patterns bloomed on her marvelous petite body as mysterious devil light enveloped her, erupting into a supreme strike. A gun swept across, sweeping up an endless storm of destruction. Boom! Countless sword blades shattered, and Yi Chen was forced back, only to see dozens of demonic lights like a demonic dragon, chasing after him and tearing him apart. Chaotic chi swept through, devouring all of these demonic dragon breaths. In the chaos realm, Yi Chen could also be invincible. Let's see how I'll break the power of your domain. Chili, a head of silver hair fluttering in the wind, hand holding a long gun, behind the delicate body has a devil's wings shelter. Slender straight long legs step forward, surrounded by a mysterious power of destruction. You cultivate the Tao of destruction? Yi Chen's eyes were cautious for a few moments. Chili sneered, and a terrifying power exploded in his body in addition to his demonic bloodline, transforming into a destructive field around him. It instantly tore an opening in Yi Chen's chaos domain. The cultivation gap between the two was too great, and Yi Chen was still at a bit of a disadvantage when he met a true supreme heavenly pride. Not only does this girl possess a pure demon bloodline, she also possesses a destruction Tao body? The Eastern Wasteland Emperor was surprised. Shi Li's natural talent, even in the upper realm, is definitely the existence of the top heavenly pride. Boom! Shi Li was swept by a body of power. The Emperor weapon level of the devil gun are pressed slightly bent. A gun sweep. Instantly the chaos field will be torn apart and crumbled. Then with a single step, he instantly appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes, stabbing down with a spear that contained a storm of destruction. Yi Chen frowned slightly, feeling the pressure. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered since his debut. Bar none. One can only exert one's full strength. Yi Chen flew away backwards. The power of the indestructible Tao body opened up, and a force of the law of immortality and immortality condensed, dissolving all the countless destructive gunshots. Is it an extreme Tao body? Shi Li's eyes were surprised. He didn't expect that in the 8 domains of the lower realm, there would be someone who possessed an extreme Tao body. Humph. So what? Your cultivation level is too low. You still have no chance of winning. Immediately, Shi Li coldly grunted. Although the destruction Tao body that he possessed was only the upper grade, he still had a demon bloodline and his cultivation was far higher than the other party. The final victor must be himself. A transient. Shi Li once again approached Yi Chen and went, haunting the destructive power of the gun, directly stabbing him in the center of the eyebrow. Not necessarily. A divine light flew out from Yi Chen's brow, transforming into a purple golden ancient tripod in front of his body, with dragon lines entwined on it, vaguely emanating the might of an ancient dragon. Imperial soldier, dragon suppressing cauldron. Tinker Bell. Shi Li's lance stabbed on top of the ancient tripod, emitting a crisp metal collision sound. The power of destruction was suppressed as much as it could be, and a backlash force erupted, shocking her back. What? Yi Chen has other imperial weapons? Yi Chen is harder to deal with than expected. The Demon Clan crowd once again changed color, not expecting Yi Chen to be even trickier than he had imagined. The face of Chi Li. Yi Chen can only unreservedly take out all the bottom of the treasure. Jinlong Ding, God's Blood Sword Pill, Imprisoned Dragon Ring, Xianzhong and so on all out, burst out incomparably powerful power pressure. Boom boom boom. Several imperial soldiers tore through the sky and instantly appeared in front of Chi Li, and a storm of killing swept out. Chi Li's pretty face changed color. A pair of magic wings to protect in front of the body. Will be a number of attacks as much as possible to block. The surrounding void are broken, drowning her in a storm. Rumble. Chi Li flew backwards hundreds of feet away. A pair of devil wings had many cracks. Her pretty face was slightly white, and the chi and blood in her body boiled. Obviously quite a bit of shock. Is this pair of demonic wings of yours not an invincible existence either? Yi Chen snorted coldly, and the divine blood sword pill in midair dripped and spun, instantly transforming into tens of thousands of flying swords of bloodlight, like a rain of blood falling from the sky, rendering the void into a blood-red color. Boom boom boom. Countless bloodlight flying swords bombarded Chi Li's circumference continuously, and the surrounding void was instantly riddled with holes. You want to press me with a supreme treasure? The corner of Chi Li's mouth raised a touch of contempt, and with a wave of his hand, his devil wings spread out, transforming into a storm of destruction that shattered the countless flying swords of bloodlight. Immediately, a demonic light rune entwined sea coffin appeared in the void and slowly opened, with an ancient and bizarre, overpowering and incomparable aura vaguely emanating. Boom! The ancient sword coffin opened and 7 devil swords flew out from it, cutting the void to pieces. These 7 magic swords are actually all imperial soldiers. Thumbs up. The 7 demonic swords burst out, condensing into an ancient demonic chi sword formation in the void as they came barreling across the sky, successively knocking the divine blood sword pill, the prisoner dragon ring, and the Xian clock out of the way. It went straight for Yi Chen's face. At the critical moment, The dragon-suppressing cauldron blocked in front of Yi Chen, and a wave of ancient dragon might swept across the heavens and earth, transforming into thousands of giant dragons in the sky, waving their claws and teeth, rolling and soaring, and suppressing the 7 demonic swords. Click here for dozens of giant dragon figures shattered and annihilated, while the light emitted by the 7 magic swords gradually dimmed, and the 2 forces froze in midair, and with a wave of Yi Chen's sleeve, the prisoner dragon ring and the Xian clock condensed from behind Qi Li's back, emitting 2 pillars of light and blasting away. Never! Qi Li laughed coldly and swept his gun across the room. A storm of destruction swept across the room and blasted the 2 emperor soldiers out, and the prisoner dragon ring directly ruptured open. It seems like the only way to win is to take a risk, and there's only one chance. And just as Qi Li shook off the 2 imperial soldiers, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, took a step out, and the divine walking technique was executed, stabbing his sword at the other party at a tricky angle. It's fast as hell. Qi Li whirled and reacted. Whisking his sleeve, the 7 demonic swords dropped and turned, turning into 7 razor-sharp demonic lights tearing through the void and appearing in front of Yi Chen. And Yi Chen didn't dodge or avoid, still stabbing his sword at Qi Li. Thumbs up. The 7 demonic swords broke through Yi Chen's protective light shield and pierced 7 bloody holes in his chest, with blood flowing straight out, while his speed did not decrease at all, and he went straight for Qi Li. Is he crazy enough to fight for his life? Qi Li's pupils shrunk slightly, her pretty face was shocked, and a pair of huge devil wings immediately blocked in front of her body, sweeping up a storm of magic light in the sky. Yi Chen condensed all his strength into this sword, and its power was incomparably appalling. A sword directly shattered the devil wings. A sword pierced through Qi Li's brow. Qi Li was completely stunned by this life-threatening fight, and at the same time, her lance pierced through Yi Chen's brow. Both of their vitality was disappearing extremely quickly. Is it the same thing? A tie? The hearts of many devils were unwilling. It was obvious that Qi Li had the upper hand, but in the end, he was forced to draw by Yi Chen? It was Qi Li who lost. Killing Abyss gritted his teeth in hatred and said in a cold voice, "What do you mean, Lord Demon's son?" The many demons were puzzled. In the next moment, Yi Chen's body blossomed with bright golden light, and the decaying vitality suddenly reversed, like being reborn in a fire, emitting a majestic vitality. The wound on his brow healed at a visible rate, and with the power of the undying Dao body in operation, his cultivation level rose by another large margin, almost coming to the peak of the first level of the Seal King realm. Qi Li's beautiful eyes were round. Her eyes were full of unwillingness and resentment. Just now Yi Chen's strike. She had more than 50% chance that she could have dodged it, only to fight for her life with the other party in order to fight for her breath. I didn't realize my opponent had an immortal body. The next moment, Qi Li was teleported out of the magic boundary. What? The Holy Maiden Sama really lost. How is this possible? So upsetting. The faces of the many demons were unwilling, feeling incomparably stifled, that they had really been swept away by Yi Chen alone, sweeping away all of the demon clan's heavenly pride. This made all the demon race unable to raise their heads. Outrageous! Dare you to fight again? I will definitely win you. Qi Li's silver teeth clenched, and declared war on Yi Chen once again across the straight boundary. Why don't you dare? Just fight again. If I can kill you once, I can kill you countless times. Yi Chen was high and mighty, with an air of invincibility. It's okay. Just as Qi Li was planning to fight again, a supreme pressure swept through the heavens and earth in the direction of the demon palace. It's the Empress Sama out of the gate. The Ice Demoness, Heavenly Demon, and the others were surprised. In the next moment, a pair of huge demonic wings flew from afar, similar to Qi Li's demonic wings, only they were more than 10 times larger than hers. It was like a huge and incomparable mountain crushing towards the Devil's capital city, causing countless people to feel suffocated. The Devil's Empress descends. She and Qi Li are from the Devil's clan. Looks absolutely beautiful, temperament noble and graceful, wearing a dark golden battle suit, perfectly fitting her plump and exquisite front body, white and long legs in the void lightly step, high above, looking down on all living beings of the pressure descended. Demon Empress. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor's gaze was fixed on the other party, Elder East Wasteland. The Devil Race Empress' red lips slightly opened as she made a shallow salute to the Eastern Wasteland Emperor, and ever since her master teacher had commanded the Devil Race to this world, she had always been at war with the Eastern Wasteland Emperor. According to seniority, the Eastern Wasteland Emperor was higher than the Demon Empress. Why don't we enter the magic boundary in battle as well? The Eastern Wasteland Emperor's eyes flashed with battle intent as he asked. The Demon Empress shook her head and said, "At our level of cultivation, we may not be able to tell the winner from the loser even if we battle for a few days and nights, so it's better to talk about business first." Also, where to talk? The Eastern Wasteland Emperor asked. "Senior, and little friend Yi Chen, please follow me." With a wave of her sleeve, the Devil Empress ripped through the void, only to see that on the other side of the spatial rift, it was actually the forbidden land of the devil race. What? Lord Empress is taking the Eastern Wasteland Emperor and Yi Chen to the forbidden land of the demon race? What exactly do they talk about with each other? The many demons were shocked. Without the orders of the Demon Empress, the Heavenly Demon, Ice Demoness, and the others couldn't enter the demon forbidden land at will, so it could be seen how important it was. I didn't expect that the Demon Empress would bring the demon race's #1 enemy, the Eastern Wasteland Emperor, and Yi Chen into this place. What exactly were they going to talk about? The forbidden land of the devils, a world of gloom and emptiness, surrounded by endless plains. It was barren and gloomy, giving off a very dangerous aura. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor and Yi Chen followed behind the Demon Empress, and after walking for a long time, they finally came to the end of this plain, which seemed to be the edge of the sky, separated from the heavens by a translucent boundary of demonic light. In the distant sky, there was a cosmic black hole, which emitted a darkness as black as ink, as if it could devour everything, filling and sweeping, creepy and scary. These dark auras were like a group of demons, constantly colliding on top of this demonic light boundary, and with each collision, they were countered by the demonic light boundary and dispersed and annihilated. It was just that there were too many dark auras pouring out of the black hole, endlessly descending, and over time, the magic light boundary turned a little dimmer. What a horrible darkness! Yi Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Although this dark aura was isolated by the demonic light boundary, he could still clearly feel the terrifying aura. Even a great emperor powerhouse would surely die if faced with this aura of darkness. 100,000 years ago, my demon race, because of some things, forced to descend from the upper world in this land. We originally had no intention to be enemies with the human race, just want to rest and recuperate here, such as recovering the strength. We intend to find an opportunity to return to the upper world, but unfortunately, 80,000 years ago, this group of dark beings also descended to this land, constantly devouring our demon race's habitats. My demon race had no choice but to one side seal this group of dark spirits, while wanting to open up the territory and find a new habitat. Before we had no choice but to engage in this tens of thousands of years of great war with the human race. The Demon Empress gazed into the depths of the heavens, the group of bizarre and incomparable darkness, and narrated. Yi Chen pondered in his heart. No wonder the demon race is slow to take the desolate domain and is getting weaker and weaker. It turns out that they still have to suppress these dark beings behind them, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Humph, for the sake of your demon race's well-being, you're going to slaughter the lives of countless people of my human race? No matter what the excuse is, your demon race is the mortal enemy of my human race. This can never be changed. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor coldly snorted and said, yes, I didn't want to defend the demon race either. The hatred between our two races is almost impossible to dissolve, but our two races will only lose both if we continue to fight. Nowadays, both you and I are in a very bad situation. The other 7 domains are eyeing your desolate domain and have been waiting for an opportunity to carve up your desolate domain's resources, while our demon race is in extreme danger with our backs to these dark beings. The Demon Empress said, that's true, what do you want? The Eastern Wasteland Emperor said, Elder, you should recognize, my master's father, who was also the last generation of the demon race's great emperor, used his life to lay down this boundary 1,000 years ago to stop these dark beings from descending, but nowadays, the power of this boundary can't resist these dark beings for a very long time. In less than 10 years, these dark beings will surely descend, and at that time, my demon race will surely suffer from the devastation of the beings, and after my demon race has passed, your desolate domain living beings will also find it difficult to stand alone. So instead of losing both, it would be better for our two clans to work together for a win-win situation? The Demon Empress added. How's that for a win-win partnership? The Eastern Wasteland Emperor added. The other party invited himself here, and although the Eastern Wasteland Emperor knew a general idea, he still wanted to hear the details of the specific cooperation. The Demon Empress said, speaking of cooperation, this little friend Yi Chen is of vital importance. He has been recognized by the Desolate God and holds the seal of the Desolate God, and he alone is able to open the gates of the desolate mysterious realm. What does the cooperation between the human and demon races have to do with opening the desolate mysterious realm? Doubts flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he asked in a cold voice. The Desolate God was the #1 powerhouse of the previous epoch in the lower realm, and the only powerhouse to open up a passageway to the upper realm. If you can obtain the Desolate God's inheritance, you will have the chance to open the gateway to the upper realm once again, and at that time, you will be able to help my demon race leave this place. So we need your help. The Demon Empress looked at Yi Chen and said, it's been said that my human race and your demon race are mortal enemies, so why should I help you? Yi Chen roughly understood in his heart what the demon race was playing at. and why these two men were negotiating and would bring themselves along. In exchange, after my demon race leaves this place, I will sacrifice my life and seal the dark beings again for 1,000 years to buy time for the desolate domain. How about this in exchange? The devil race empress gazed at the eastern desolate emperor and said. The eastern wasteland emperor was silent. If he fought with the demon race any longer, it was bound to be a lose-lose situation. And at that time, whether it was the forces of the seven domains striking out or the dark beings descending, it would bring devastating disasters to the wasteland domain. It doesn't do the two communities any favors. Bicommunal cooperation may be the only way to live. Not enough, Yi Chen said decisively. Not enough? The demon empress frowned and looked at him. If we don't cooperate and we continue to hold the great wall of the domain, your demon race still can't do anything about our desolate domain human race. And when the dark spirit descends, your demon race will be attacked from the back and from the belly. And the first one to meet with extinction will be you. So even if we don't cooperate at that time, you'll choose to sacrifice yourself to seal the dark spirit in order to keep the demon race's fire seed. Won't you? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly and said. The devil empress fell silent. Just as Yi Chen had said, the situation of the devil race was countless times more dangerous than the desolate domain. If it really came to a time of desperation, she would definitely choose to sacrifice herself to fight for a way out for the devil race. And if the devil race lost themselves, they would no longer be able to fight against the forces of the desolate domain, and would still be destroyed by the human race at that time, and would die. Therefore, there is no way back for the devil race, and there is only one way to go, which is to cooperate with the human race. A moment later, the demon empress said, compared to the desolate domain human race, we indeed have no way back, but compared to continuing the confrontation, cooperation between the two races is also the best path for your human race to take. Just now you said it's not enough. It's just that you still want the demon race to increase some of their chips. Say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely try to satisfy you. Chips? Yi Chen smiled faintly. He also knew very well that the cooperation between the two races was a win-win situation, and it was also the best path for the desolate domain to take. It was just that at this time, he was a bit reluctant to not extort a sum of money from the demon race. That little wit. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor secretly laughed and cursed. Yi Chen was much more astute than himself. When he sat down, he would be relieved if the desolate domain had him to guard it. Give me a topography of all the topmost martial arts of your demon race? Yi Chen said. No problem. The demon empress directly agreed. I want 10 more emperor soldiers. Yi Chen added. Yes. The demon empress nodded her head. I am also interested in the destructive power of your demon clan. Yi Chen added. I'll have Chili personally pass you on. The demon empress said. I'm also a little interested in that holy maiden girl. Yi Chen continued to ask for a lion's share of the money, wanting to try where the other party's bottom line was. She can be sent to warm your bed tonight. The demon empress did not hesitate. Yi Chen stared wide-eyed. This is fine? Magic City. 1 room. Yi Chen cultivated with his knees crossed. He had acquired all the uppermost martial arts of the demon race. From these martial arts, he chose an emperor-grade extreme-grade martial art, the 9 underworld god strength, to cultivate. This martial art cultivates the 9 ghosts of deadly chi to quench the physical body, and finally condenses the underworld spirit chi energy, which can be transformed into any form of sword, spear, axe, and battle axe to attack, offense and defense in one. This technique was extremely and deadly, and it just so happened that it could complement the extremely yang and rigid desolate god technique. Yi Chen possessed a superb Dao body such as the indestructible Dao body, and his natural talent was unparalleled, so after cultivating for a day, he had already stepped into the threshold of the 9 underworld divine strength martial art. A black demonic seal condensed between his eyebrows, and a black aura of supreme yin and fury twisted around his body, spreading in all directions. With his room as the center, the surrounding houses and buildings, streets, alleys and trees, all condensed a thin layer of cold ice, and the fury filled the air, which was bizarre and incomparable. The bright moon in the sky was covered by a bizarre baleful aura, adding to the gloomy feeling of the magic city. It's the 9 Spectres underworld god strength. He's only just acquired this martial art and he's already stepped into the introductory realm? Not far away. Chili gazed at Yi Chen's room, shocked. As one of the most powerful techniques of the demon race, the 9 underworld divine strength was extremely difficult to cultivate. And even for the demon race's pride who possessed an innate advantage, it would be difficult to cultivate to the introductory realm without half a year. And Yi Chen only used 1 day, not even 1 day, and it was done? This natural talent is too perverse, isn't it? If his cultivation is comparable to mine, I don't have any chance of winning. Chili bit her bright red lips. Before for losing to Yi Chen was still nagging, but seeing that the latter's talent was so perverted, her heart was finally able to accept some of it. The monstrous baleful aura rewound back to Yi Chen's room, and the surrounding baleful cold ice gradually melted. Everything returned to calm, and Yi Chen's voice resounded in the room. Come in. Qili clenched her silver teeth and walked in unwillingly. Walking into the room and seeing that Yi Chen was sitting cross-legged on top of the bed, Qili's anger went out of control, and he spoke in a clear and cold voice. I have been ordered by the Lord Empress to come and teach you the cultivation method of the Tao of Destruction. Shouldn't you be ordered to come and warm my bed? Yi Chen spoke faintly. You, Qili pretty face angry, pass you destroy away has been my bottom line. You do not go too far, then pass it on quickly. Yi Chen laughed. Okay, I'm going to give you the theory of destruction one now. Qili's face then looked better. Wait, you're talking too slow like that. How long will it take me to master it? Yi Chen shook his head. And how do I teach you? Qili added. Forehead to forehead. Let me feel the power of destruction in your soul sea space. I only need an hour to comprehend it. Yi Chen said. You'll never. Qili pretty face a red. From childhood to the vast majority of her time is to follow the side of the demon empress. Almost very little contact with men, even with unfamiliar men have not been in a room together. Naturally, she was very resistant to doing this intimate action with Yi Chen. If you don't want to pass on you can leave. Tomorrow morning, I'll return to the Great Wall of the extraterrestrial realm with Elder Eastwild. Yi Chen closed his eyes and pretended to sleep as he faintly said. You've already practiced my demon clan's techniques. How can you back out? Qili Chi said. The premise of my promise to cooperate with your family's empress is that she needs to fulfill any of my requirements. And since you don't pass on the Tao of Destruction to me, and you don't warm my bed, it's you, the demon race, who broke the contract first, so how can you complain that I've gone back on my word? Yi Chen yawned and said, You're being unreasonable. Qili was furious and stomped his feet, but he couldn't do anything about Yi Chen. Be my guest. Yi Chen also stopped theorizing and faintly said, Qili lost her color and didn't know what to do for a moment. Yi Chen was concerned about the future of the demon race, and was vital to the demon race, and could not afford to lose. If he spoiled the Empress's grand plan, he would become a sinner of the demon clan. Thinking about this, Qili had to compromise. Red-faced, I can pass on the way of destruction to you, but warming the bed is absolutely not. Cut the crap and get in bed. Yi Chen opened his mouth. Qili gasped and clenched his teeth, but still obediently walked over, then took off his boots and sat on his knees opposite Yi Chen. His pretty face reddened and said, You hurry up a little. Yi Chen cupped Qili's delicate, elf-like pretty face. His forehead was pressed against her, and his soul power probed out, recklessly entering her sea of souls, searching for all the secrets about her. Qili only felt that his soul and physical body were exposed in front of the eyes of the other party. This feeling is like being stripped naked, honestly, without a little secret. This instantly made her pretty face roll, her delicate body tense, and her breathing rapid. A feeling of shame like no other came over me, but because he was afraid of angering Yi Chen to strike, he could only let him do whatever he wanted and didn't dare to resist. An hour passed quickly. Qili's heart was incomparably tormented, as if a century had passed. Her entire petite body was rolling, and there were even individual reactions. Feeling Qili's hot temperature, it also aroused Yi Chen's desire. His lower abdomen was on fire. He cupped Qili's absolutely beautiful pretty face, and he couldn't help but kiss it. Qili was shocked. Want to speak? It felt a slippery thing pry open the teeth. Long drive into. An unprecedentedly wonderful feeling hit his heart. Qili was a little distracted. His eyes were lost. His brain was blank, and he even had the urge to want to cooperate with Yi Chen. Immediately, Yi Chen, such as a mountain of strong body, bar Qi away from the delicate body pressed below, hard kneading, itching to melt into one with her. You asshole. Qili instantly came to his senses, like an angry young female leopard, biting on Yi Chen's ear. Yi Chen ate the pain. Hands couldn't help but let go, and Qili used the opportunity to send force to shock Yi Chen out. Sorry, I couldn't help myself just now. I can only blame you for being so tantalizing. Yi Chen hemmed and hawed, unimpressed. I'm going to kill you. Qili pretty face red, a head of silver hair messy, clothes were torn, which makes her feel incomparable shame. Their hall of Devil Saint daughter has always been high, sacred and noble, but was so blasphemous by this guy? With this in mind, she roared, holding a short blade, and lunged towards Yi Chen. Wait, it's your Empress Sama who asked you to come and warm my bed. You want to disobey? Also, if you kill me, how will you explain to your Empress Sama? Yi Chen hurriedly said. Qili Gas has lost his mind. Everything is left behind. A knife straight stab Yi Chen. You're out of your mind. Yi Chen naturally did not dare to underestimate Qili, and hurriedly performed the divine walking technique to dodge. The two exchanged dozens of strokes, and Shili didn't gain any advantage, and Shili continued to carry a short blade attack, has forced Yi Chen to a corner, the latter suddenly also anxious. You dare to do it again. Careful, I am not polite to you. Shili let out a low cry and pounced again. I'm going to have to teach this chick a good lesson today. Yi Chen was also enraged and was about to strike with the underworld sword in his hand. Boom! A terrifying pressure swept out from afar, causing the entire devil's capital to tremble. What happened? Yi Chen and Shili came to their senses at the same time, and with the cultivation level of both of them, they could feel the terror of this aura. What happened? A bizarre aura enveloped the skies above the demon capital, causing countless people of the demon clan to be startled and look in the direction of the demon clan's forbidden land at the same time. That bizarre aura came precisely from the forbidden land of the demon race. Is that thing going to happen early? The faces of the heavenly demon, Ice Demoness, and the others were unprecedentedly grave. Several elders, may I ask what is the matter? Yi Chen and Shili flew in from a distance, and the latter opened his mouth to ask, Holy Maiden, it's likely that the boundary sealing the dark beings has loosened, the Ice Demoness said with a straight face. What? Shili's pretty face changed color. Dark beings, that is even Great Emperor Powerhouse, are incomparable fear of the beings. If really break through the boundary, will certainly bring the demon race to the end of the disaster. I heard your empress say that the boundary sealing the dark beings would last at least another 10 years? Why would it be loosened early? Yi Chen suddenly said. The heavenly devil glanced at Yi Chen and said indifferently, We don't know about this. We can only wait until Lord Empress returns from the Forbidden Land to find out what has happened. And just then, the voice of the Demon Empress came from the depths of the Forbidden Land. Let Shili and Yi Chen enter the Forbidden Land. Shili glared at Yi Chen and flew towards the Forbidden Land first. Yi Chen also followed closely behind. A few moments later, the two of them met the Demon Empress, who was sitting cross-legged on top of a wasteland. Her charming and pretty face a little pale, and her breath slightly disorganized. It was as if they had just been through a big battle. To be able to make a strong person like the Demon Empress somewhat disheveled, it was obvious that the other party was very strong. Didn't interrupt your exchange of feelings, did it? The Demon Empress sized up the two men and saw that Shili's clothes and hair were still a bit messy, and the halo red on her pretty face hadn't completely receded. And on Yi Chen's ear, there was a row of flush teeth marks. What the two have been through speaks for itself. Master, what time is it? You're still making fun of people. Shili was disgruntled. It's a relief to see that you're well. The Demon Empress glanced at Shili with a smile on her face, and her tone had a deep meaning. Master, is it true that the realm sealing the dark beings has loosened? Shili asked. Yes, for some reason, the power of these dark beings has suddenly become stronger, and I thought that this seal would last for another 10 years. But now, I'm afraid that it won't last for a few days if I don't reinforce the seal. The Demon Empress looked into the distance. One could only see that at the end of the Forbidden Land, a bizarre darkness was constantly impacting the boundary that sealed heaven and earth, and with each impact, many cracks would appear on the boundary. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for the boundary to collapse completely. Elder, you called us here. What is the matter? Yi Chen asked. Little friend Yi Chen, we can't delay any longer. We must open the desolate mysterious realm as soon as possible. Only when you obtain the desolate god's inheritance can you open the passageway to the upper realm. We must hurry to open the passageway to the upper realm before the dark beings descend completely, allowing my demon race to migrate to the upper realm. And at that time, I will fulfill my promise to fight for at least 1,000 years of life for the desolate domain. The Demon Empress said. Yes. Yi Chen didn't make any pretense and nodded his head in agreement. He himself had originally come here for the purpose of entering the desolate mysteries, and cooperating with the demon race would not cause any loss to him, and would only benefit the desolate domain, so one has no reason to refuse. You guys go. I'll have the ice which take you to the entrance of the desolate mysterious realm. The Demon Empress added. The two Yi Chen left. The Demon Empress looked toward the end of the Forbidden Land and said in a cold voice, Dark beings, with this seat here, you will never think of stepping foot on this land. Under the lead of the Ice Witch, Yi Chen and Shili arrived at the entrance of the desolate mysterious realm, a barren and ancient valley, surrounded by bareness, with only a broken and badly weathered Dharma altar. Accompanying them were Killing Abyss and dozens of demon clan celestials. The Ice Demoness said to Yi Chen, Little friend Yi Chen, the desolate mysterious realm is confined by the power of law. Only martial artists under the age of 100 can enter. Can we allow these heavenly prides of my demon clan to enter with you? So that for one, you can be assisted in obtaining the desolate god's inheritance, and for two, they can also obtain some chances? Yes. Yi Chen didn't refuse. He had heard that the desolate mysterious realm was huge, a small world with opportunities all over it, and he couldn't possibly keep it all for himself. It doesn't matter if a few more people go in. Immediately, Yi Chen added, after entering the desolate mysterious realm, it's up to each person who wants to obtain the opportunity, but if anyone snatches the desolate god's inheritance with me, or secretly trips me up, I'll definitely kill them, and nullify the previous cooperation with the demon race. Killing Profound and the other celestial pride were very uncomfortable hearing Yi Chen's words, but they dared to be angry and did not retort. Little friend Yi Chen, don't worry. The female emperor has repeatedly instructed that this trip to the desolate mysterious realm is related to the life and death of my demon race, so I need to rely on little friend with all my might, and the whole of my demon race will surely do their utmost to assist little friend in obtaining the desolate god's inheritance, and will never have the slightest bit of dissenting thoughts. Although my demon race is warlike and ferocious, it is also the most trustworthy. The Ice Witch laughed. Better. Yi Chen slowly came to the front of the Dharma altar. His hands formed a seal. A ray of golden light emanated, transforming into a stone seal in mid-air, on which golden light flickered and ancient runes condensed, emanating power from the ancient times. Boom! The desolate god seal descended from the sky and just happened to fly into the stone groove of the Dharma altar, while the Dharma altar was immediately activated, trembling violently, and a channel of desolate god power emanated out. It transformed into a golden light door in mid-air, slowly opening as a majestic ancient aura emanated out. Is this the gate to the desolate mysteries? The ice demoness' beautiful eyes widened, shocked by the aura. Young lord, this secret realm is imprisoned by the power of law. I may not be able to go in with you, so be careful yourself. Leaf Shadow's voice sounded quietly. Don't worry, Yi Chen said. Yi Shadow transformed into a black shadow and left Yi Chen's shadow without a sound. There's one more thing I have to account for. At some point, the Eastern Wasteland Emperor had already arrived behind Yi Chen and the others. Elder, please speak, Yi Chen said. Legend has it that the desolate mysterious realm is connected to the upper realm. After you open the gate to the secret realm, the gate to the upper realm will also open. At that time, many of the heavenly prides of the upper realm will also likely enter the desolate mysterious realm and compete with you and the others. At that time, you must be careful, the Eastern Wasteland Emperor said. What? Upper realm heavenly pride can also enter the desolate mysterious realm? I've heard that there are countless strong people in the upper realm, and that there are as many great emperors as dogs. How strong would the upper realm heavenly pride be? The many celestial pride of the devil race were surprised, and their hearts were a bit terrified at the thought of having to compete with the celestial pride of the upper realm. There's no harm. Whoever dares to fight with me, they will all be chopped up. Yi Chen was unimpressed, exuding an invincible stance in his bones. Chili looked at Yi Chen's confident and incomparable figure and felt that the other party's entire body was glowing. Good. Not bad for the little guy I've been watching. I wish you success. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor laughed. The gate of the desolate mysterious realm opened completely, and Yi Chen and the others entered it.